The girl across the hall starts talking. She asks, but who she's addressing, we don't know that right now. The question is, what happens if a battle starts and one of the troops is 37,463 men, and the number of their opponents is 3 times as large and amounts to 100,000 men? Raising her index finger, the blonde-haired girl finally puts a stop to the question and specifies who will win in this case. And then we see 4 guys standing across the street. There's silence. They don't know the answer. You can see it in their rounded eyes or furrowed brows. Fadian twisted her snow-white hair around her finger and closed her eyes. She exhaled and asked why they were so quietly upsetting her with their silence. Something rustled, and everyone turned toward the sound. A guy with golden hair and a ponytail raised his hand and said that the first ones would win. There was hope in the girl's blue eyes, and looking at him, she clarified why the first army would win. Najin quietly repeated the exact number of men of the first army, adding that an army that lacked organizational skills would not win. Everyone stood and looked at each other in silence, waiting for the teacher to answer, and only the quiet whimpering of a man sleeping on the steps was confusing. Her face showed relief, and with a thumbs up she said the answer is right. Remember, the power is in knowledge, and those who remember can become true knights. So who are the knights? Justice and honor is what they are. Heroes of the time who are willing to risk their lives for honor and justice. Fadian let out a tear with a mockery, asking how they answered so quickly, adding that she hated Najin. The boys looked at her without understanding. Then she laughed and pointed her finger at them and asked if they remembered about tomorrow's exam or not, because it was just a warm-up. The boys continued to listen to her. One of them even bent down with his palms on his knees. All the others seemed to be at a loss for words. Fadian kept talking non-stop about how she wasn't going to cut them any slack, and from the looks of it, she was very amused. Sweat was already beading on Rujin's and Tara's faces as they waited for her to stop talking. Turning around and announcing that they were done for the day and that Najin was free and everyone else should do 100 push-ups before leaving. Tar and Rujian looked grudgingly in Najin's direction, envious of his good fortune. The girl advised the guys not to quarrel or she would fight again and disappeared with a clap. And so at last, they were alone in a room alone with silence. In hysterics, Rujian yelled, not realizing when they would finish the push-ups. Raojun was running around the room, worried about passing the exam. Tar was poking at the sleeping Roos. Tar continued to poke at the lifeless body, but only unintelligible sounds came out. Thar questioned Rus as he passed out after the first punch. But hitting a teacher is no joke, Ruth said. He looked ragged and his mouth was drooling. After fixing his clothes, Najin went somewhere. Raojun asked if he was going home, and Jin gave a short, uh-huh. Rujian stood aside and looked at them sullenly. Suddenly she shouted, "Are you happy to be free before anyone else?" Rujin's face showed envy, but Jin gave up just as briefly, of course. Rujin continued to yell and was overcome with rage. "You saw for yourself what was happening at the training session," Jin heard behind him and stopped. Suddenly they both moved towards each other sharply to clarify their relationship, but didn't notice the figure appearing between them. The blow landed right in the face of Fadian, who had appeared out of nowhere. Her eyes went wide with pain and surprise. She wanted to intercept the arm flying at her, but the next blow didn't take long. Rujian swooped down on Jin with such speed that she couldn't orient herself as he was already throwing punches at her opponent's face. Fadian accelerated. Fadian flew over the tangle of arms and legs where the sounds were coming from and moved toward Rus. He stared at her and froze. Clenching her fists, she moved with such speed that only her bright blue eyes could be seen, that it made Rus's face break out in drops of sweat. And so she strikes right into her opponent's stomach with such force that he bends in half. Then she leaned on the other leg without losing her grip. Ruth had already fallen to his knees with his head up. Everyone else watched with bated breath. Rujin glared angrily in her direction. Tar wiped his mouth with his sleeve behind them. Najin stood a steady statue. Rujin threw herself at Jin again, grabbing him by the collar of his jacket and yelling at him as if he could stand there and just watch. Jin listened silently to another tantrum. Anger enveloped Rujian. She yelled that Jin was stronger than all of them, and why then did he ignore it? And so Rujian clenched and made a fist again. Najin's face was as cold as ice. He stared at the fist flying toward him without moving. In front of Jin's face, his hand is intercepted by Raojun. Squeezing it, he asks Rujian to stop. Clenching his hand, he looked at Rujian with green eyes that slightly covered his black hair and reminded him that if they put up a fight, they would be disqualified. Ruth clutched his sweater tightly with worry, and Tar squinted at him in bewilderment. Najin stepped back and turned away from them. Raojun said just as sternly that it was better to go train. He tried to put his hand on Rujian's shoulder to quiet her down a bit, but she pulled her hand out, and with a disgruntled face, she clucked. Ruth, clutching his sweater, asked if there was anything wrong with the teacher getting angry. Tar glanced at him in shock at that statement. Rujian was not going to calm down and continued to lash out at Najin, saying that his temper had always been bad, but now it was even worse. Raojun stood up for Jin, looking in his direction, and asked him not to judge him because everyone knows what happened to him recently. Rough Jane turned her head and looked toward the floor with a frown. "The pain of losing a family is hard to imagine," Raojun whispered. The sound of footsteps echoed through the hall, and then it stopped. Najin stepped outside and looked up at the flying birds in the sunset sky. Breathing in the cold air and exhaling, he lowered his head and simply stood amidst a sky filled with bright colors. He stood there thinking how lucky he was that he hadn't been caught after all. In his memoirs, he stood in front of his house, or rather in front of what was left of it, a charred ruin. Everyone knows about it. It was like he was standing in those flames himself, thinking of his only brother who had been reduced to ashes. He had one thought in his head: there is a secret that no one knows about. Remembering how he stood with sword in hand in the middle of a burning house over the lifeless body of his brother's Nagyun. Clenching his teeth, he thought back to that moment. Najin had killed his brother himself. A week before it happened, Nagyan sat on the cold floor leaning against a brick wall. Two men stood in front of him. Covering his face with his hand, he looked closely at the people who had come to him. The three boys looked at him questioningly. Rujian leaned right up to his face. He fell to the floor making unintelligible noises. His long yellow hair completely covered his face. Rujian grabbed her head and turned around, ordering the others to go. Ruth was chewing on something, staring at the body in front of him, spitting the gum right on the head of the lying man and swearing obscene phrases they left. Nagyon stood up and reached into his hair and found something. He tugged at a lock and saw a sticky rubber tangled in his hair. He leaned his head against the cold brick wall with a groan. He wanted to say something, but he didn't have the strength. His figure sat unmoving in silence. He thought about how much he hated this village. On the shelf lay a magazine with a portrait in profile of Najin with a shadow leaning over it. Nagyon with disheveled hair looked sadly at this magazine. Putting a couple of gold coins in the basket, he asked for one to be given to him. The magazine immediately flew straight at him. He tried to cover his face with his hands, but didn't have time, and the magazine flew into his head. He looked at the tall salesman with the mustache who was looking skeptically at Nagyon with his arms folded. There was a bang. The magazine fell to the ground in a puddle. Nagyon bent down to pick it up and thought about how when he started living here, he had learned well how to read people's emotions. Picking up the magazine, he gave the same look to the salesman because he had learned to make the same face. The main thing is not to laugh or cry. The salesman looked at Nagyon and turned around and left. Nagyon kept thinking at that moment that he should not express his emotions. Turning his back to the store, he walked away, still thinking that this was the only way to avoid bullying, but he himself was always overwhelmed with emotion. Walking down the street, turning the soggy pages of a magazine, his thoughts were on his brother. After all, he's a rising star. The hand clutched the page with Najin's picture. Here he is, the disciple all the knights want to get. #1 in popularity in the entire country. He smiled warmly at his brother's photo, but he couldn't always hide his emotions. The man with brown eyes shifted his eyebrows with a stern look and said half, Nagyan was stunned at the news and stared at him with round eyes. His head was spinning with what for. A man dressed in black towered over him. He said they had taken care of everything. Nagyan was only worried about why they would only pay half of it. The question didn't bother him, and in answering it, he reminded him that Nagyan had left work in the middle of the day, which meant he would be fined. Nagyan was taken aback and began to make hasty excuses that it was all Rujian's and the boy's fault because they had beaten him up. The quarter answered the interlocutor and still looked sternly at the young man. Nagyan lowered his head, clutching the magazine in his hand. He was shaking. The boss kept pressing him, saying that no one would hire Nagyan to join him. Here we go again. Nagyan looked into the stern face, closed his eyes, and lowered his head. He can't cry or get angry. He continued to stand with his head down. People went about their business and did not notice them. The magazine in his hand was already just a crumpled pile of paper, and his fist clenched tighter and tighter. In his mind, he deserved it. Behind Nagyan's back, people shouted that it was him. He didn't turn around, but he knew who was there. He saw a stone flying at him and dodged it. It fell to the ground. A crowd of guys stood behind him with a racket in their hands. One of them was laughing at the other for not hitting the target. Nagyan was embarrassed, and the next stone flew straight at his head. Memories flashed before his eyes. He's a little man standing in front of a pillar of flame. 10 years ago, he started the fire. Holding the same magazine dedicated to his brother and leafing through it, he thought that it would soon be over. Suddenly, Nagyan falls. Someone pushed him. He sits on the ground and they give him a hand and apologize. He looked at the one offering him help and saw his brother. Nagyan smiled and asked if everything was all right. Taking his brother's hand firmly, he said it was okay and stood up. They stood opposite each other, still clasping each other's hands. Nagyan looked at his brother and saw him as a hero, for he had saved people from the fire at a young age. Nagyan put his arm around his brother's shoulder, and they left. A man with dark hair stared after them. In Nagyan's hands, Nagyan noticed a magazine with his picture in it, and cheerfully asked if that was why he bought it. Nagyan started to stammer. He decided to pretend he was seeing his brother's picture in a magazine for the first time. Nagyan was embarrassed and put his hands behind his head. Taking Nagyan by the shoulder, Nagyan laughed and said it was just a joke, and Nagyan was upset. But Nagyan decided to distract his brother from that and showed him a picture of the sea in a magazine, asking if he would be interested. When he saw the photo in the magazine, Nagyan closed his eyes and clutched the magazine to his chest. He smiled, telling his brother that they would live in a world where Nagyan was a knight and he was an adventurer. Nagyan looked at him and mumbled a short, uh-huh. Approaching a 2-story house among the trees, Nagyan stopped waiting for his brother and asked why he wasn't upset. Nagyan hoped he would miss him. When he opened the door to the house, he kept talking about how he would get an internship and a grant, looking at his brother's serious face, but he couldn't finish. In the house stood many people in robes with hoods pulled over their heads and red and blue masks covering their faces. Nagyan dared to ask what they were doing in their house, but along with his words came a rustle, and he saw a sword coming towards his face. Nagyan managed to get between his brother and the cloaked stranger and intercepted his arm. The sword slammed into the door jamb. Holding his sword hand confidently above him, Nagyan looked sternly at the strangers. Behind him stood a surprised Nagyan. The strangers began to whisper amongst themselves. One pointed out that the one who stopped the sword was Nagyan. His interlocutor confirmed that he was strong. "Who are you?" Nagyan shouted, but there was a rustle, and his brother's hand raised to tell him to shut up. Continuing to hold his hand in the air, Jin began to quietly say that judging from the previous swing, these people were a real threat to them. Nagyan was shocked because Jin said they had come to kill him. He stared at his brother, not knowing what would happen next. Jin laughed. The masked man asked if he would let him do it so easily. The stranger's eyes were invisible in the darkness, only the pupils glowing. "No," Nagyan replied, and kicked the stranger with all his might, knocking him into the wall. Without thinking long, he grabbed the hilt of the sword stuck in the doorway and thought about the fact that the advantage was not on his side. Looking at the crowd of opponents who were already holding swords, he kept thinking the most important thing was not to start fighting in a small room where he could be squeezed from all sides. He closed the door, leaving his brother outside. He couldn't let him be taken hostage, or he wouldn't be able to do anything and was left alone with his enemies. He stood and drew his sword in front of him. Surrounded, he thought about isolating them from himself. The brother was banging on the door, shouting and calling for Najin. He asked to open the door. He heard his brother's voice outside the door, but he also heard a sword whistle from the side and a wound open on his cheek. He retaliated with a kick to his opponent's waist and hit right on target. There were too many of them. They were everywhere, from the front to the side behind him. All that was visible was the glint of blades and the sound of them slicing through the air. Seeing the enemies in front of him, he analyzed. He can't attack in tight quarters. The one in the center has to be careful. He must be the leader. He realized that one of the figures was standing all the time with his arms folded and not moving. It was strange. The mysterious figure at this very moment was contemplating how they should be, for he was much stronger than they could have guessed. His hand reached for the sword hanging in its scabbard at his side. There was no time to delay. Nagyon knocked on the door and tried to shout to his brother to see how he was doing. Suddenly, a blade cut through the door, and he stammered and said he would call for help. Before he could step back, the door shattered into splinters, and he could only cover his face with his hands. In the opening, he saw his brother standing and holding a sword straight out in front of him. Standing with his head down, Najin realized the right decision didn't always lead to victory. Blood was dripping down his arms, and his opponent was preparing to strike in front of him. His opponent continued to hold the sword, saying that he didn't think Najin would be able to repel this blow, and added that he looked terrible. Drawing his sword again at the young man, he threw it at him and saw if you could repel the blow. The battle continued in the house on the hill. After catching his brother's body, Nagyun saw that there was a serious wound in Najin's back and was frightened. The hood fell off the stranger's head. He didn't understand why Najin had chosen defense over attack in the middle of the battle. Najin's brother asked him why he did it, hoping Jin would answer, but he knew the answer was because of him. The brothers fell to their knees before the stranger. He stood with a sword in his hand and offered to kill the other one, but his colleague replied that they were family. The executioner stuck his weapon in the ground and told Nagyon that he was giving him a chance, and he only needed to kill Najin, in which case he would keep him alive. Jin didn't understand how he could do that. They were twins and had always been very friendly. He remembered them laughing together about something. When they were younger, Nagyun was stronger, and if his brother was hurt, he would run to help. Jin apologized for it, but Kyung said he would always protect him. Kneeling, he held his brother, whose back was pierced by a sword. His head rested on his shoulder, and blood dripped from his mouth. All that was left was family. He pulled the sword from his brother's back and threw it to the ground. He thought about the fact that there was a secret that no one knew about. Nagyun stood looking at his hands. His eyes said he was terrified. He looked at his brother's body and thought that he was actually the one who had massacred his brother. The executioner still stood near them. Nagyon reached for the hilt of his sword as he listened to the orders to kill his brother and keep him alive. Grabbing his sword and rising from his knees, he prepared to strike. Furious, he shouted with all his might for them to attack. He would fight to the last man. His enemy clenched his fist and stood up to begin his attack. He began to attack his assailant, shouting to his brother with all his might for Najin to bear with him. He would try to hold them off, while help went to them. Suddenly, Najin stood up, barely leaning on his knee. He took hold of his brother's hands to stop him. He said quietly that there was no chance of victory. Najin pointed the sword at his own chest and pressed down, saying before he did so that the two of them could not die together. Najin stood there, holding the sword in utter bewilderment. He looked at the weapon his bloody hands held, and his brother's hands were already falling from the hilt. He said his brother's name quietly. Putting his hand on his brother's face, Najin wanted to say something, but he didn't have the strength. Nagyun froze like a stumbling block. Najin's body softened, the life was leaving him. He fell with a rustle at Nagyun's feet. The strangers left them. They walked, their black robes fluttering in the wind. They thought they had extinguished Udion's fire. Standing amidst the flames that blazed, Nagyun lowered his hands and bowed his head. Looking at his brother's body that lay face down on the floor, he wondered why this had happened. Tears streamed down his cheeks at the realization that his brother was dead. It was the only thing he had left, his family. Picking up his sword from the floor with his other hand, he gathered his hair into a ponytail and cut off his golden locks with a sharp blade. He pulled his hair back with a black ribbon just like his brother's, and decided that today was the day Nagyun died for everyone. Standing with the sword in his hand and looking at his brother, he spoke Jin's name and added that he would borrow it. It was getting dusk outside. Nagyun stood near the ruins of the burned house and remembered the men in robes. How many were there? 5 or more. No matter, he was determined to avenge Najin. His hand reached for the sword stuck in the ground, and he gripped the hilt tightly. He decided he would live his brother's life, and then they would come back for him. He remembered the man who stood in the center. He wore a mask with a diamond engraved in the center. So he knew Najin. Nagyun turned around to leave, and suddenly a black figure peeked out from behind a tree and said, "What a waste." His eyes went wide. Fadian stood in front of him with her hands folded, and said that what had happened was a great loss to them. Looking at her with disdain, Nagyun thought how she might not even express sympathy. He decided to clarify what she meant. She cheerfully continued to voice her train of thought and explained that many thought Nagyun was weak. She saw great potential in him. Looking at him, she added that she had been waiting for Nagyun to prove himself, so she was sorry to lose such a person. He stared at her with a furrowed brow, wondering what she was trying to tell him. Remembering the masked stranger and the blue eyes that hid under it, he thought, what if it was her? The girl leaned toward him, tucking her blonde hair behind her ear, and seeing the weapon in his hand, asked him where he had gotten such a beautiful sword. Glancing at him with her foxy eyes, she suggested with a chuckle whether he had bought it. Looking into her eyes, he said he'd gotten it but didn't finish as he thought about what she was doing. Cooking it. Fadian watched and smiled. Her blue eyes peered out from beneath snow-white lashes and pierced him. She was a very strong woman. Imagining that if she was an enemy, he realized that even Najin couldn't handle her. He asked her why she had come, not to ask him questions. She laughed and explained that she had come because she had something to say. He closed his eyes and thought how strange she was, strange after all. He wanted to tell her if she wanted to make a joke, but she interrupted him before he could finish. She hugged him, resting her head on his shoulder, and said, "Good job, Nagyun." Worried he thought she was a knight and knew everything from the beginning, or she had him figured out. Maybe she's testing him. He said he was just pretending to be his brother. They are twin brothers and he can fool anyone. Now he's Najin, he continued to say. His words made Fadian laugh so hard that she even bent with laughter. Nagyun looked at her with a serious expression. Putting his hand on Nagyun's cheek, he said that they did look alike, especially with his blank, expressionless gaze. Continuing to look just as slyly, she added that he needed to be as energetic as Najin, or let him not expect an adequate response to his actions. He's angry that she's acting weird because she already knows he's Nagyun. He doesn't understand what's driving her. But she leaned down to his ear and smilingly whispered, "Relax." Nagyun was startled, his eyes wide open. Covering his lips with her fingers, she said he was being ridiculous. Nagyun froze, waiting to see what would happen next. Firmly grabbing his face so that his mouth was closed, she gave the advice of not necessarily becoming Najin. And so, unclasping her fingers, she threw him a "see you tomorrow" and waved goodbye. Najin remained standing in the same spot, looking to where Fadian had just been and from where she had disappeared with a pop. He leaned on his arm and began to ponder. Whether she had given the advice in good faith or not, he couldn't say for sure. For now, revenge is all that matters. Behind Fadian's back stood the boys with sullen faces. She cheerfully shouted good morning to them and reminded them that today was exam day. Rujian was nervous that the teacher was too excited. Thar added that he was nervous too. Najin stood a silent statue behind them. The teacher started breaking the floor and yelling that it would be great if they answered her. She raised her index finger up and began to explain. Those who passed the exam would become the knight's apprentice. With a stern look, she added that the most important thing was that during the exam, their lives could be cut short. The guys looked at her and drops of sweat appeared on their faces. She asked if anyone wanted to refuse, but they didn't say anything. With a cheerful shout, Fadian said that the exam starts from now on and pointed her finger forward. Someone appeared behind the students. They turned around to see who it was. In front of them stood a girl with a carriage and a skirt, holding an umbrella in her hand. She said, "Ms. Night Grey Fox Rudica has arrived for the exam." Fadian called her a crybaby and asked her why she was interrupting her. The girl did cry and bowed her head, saying she didn't ask to be called that. Fadian sharply threw her back so that she would stop crying. Amidst the girls' bickering, Rujian and Roos began to discuss the upcoming exam. Roos decided that they would be evaluating spirit power, which meant that Najin would take first place. Najin looked at all the laughing guys discussing the exam, Fadian reprimanding a crying girl, and wondered if any of them could be his brother's killer. Raujun turned around to Najin to see if he was okay. Frightened by the words addressed to him, he began to stammer and ask if he looked different. The green eyes continued to pierce his gaze, but Raujun said he just seemed lost, and maybe it was from overexertion. Nagyun exhaled and closed his eyes in relief, reassuring his friend that it wasn't, and thanked her for her concern. Suddenly, a hand went up with a question addressing the teacher, which interrupted the general noise. It was Rujian who asked Madam to elaborate on the exam and timidly lowered his hand. Holding a crying Rudica by the cheek, Fadian turned to the students. Fadian smilingly replied that the students were anxious to get started. Standing up like soldiers in a line and in a united voice, the boys answered no way no. With her hands at the sides of her waist, the mentor said it was important that she tell her role first. She would be something of a caretaker. Putting her index finger up, she cheerfully added that it was her job to make sure the examiner didn't accidentally massacre anyone. Rujian glanced at Thar, hoping he had misheard, but Thar remained silent. The teacher continued to say their task was to defeat the knight. Rudica walked to the center of the hall and slammed her umbrella to the floor. Everyone turned to her. She asked which one of them would go first. Behind her back, Fadian was still as cheerful and said they'd better focus because Rudica had no reason to feel sorry for them. She was stronger than her. Suddenly, Rudica stood up as if preparing for a fight, her umbrella extended in front of her. Her hair fluttered to and fro. The boys were wary and eyed her warily. Najin looked warily at his rival. Even 10 students can't defeat one knight, and the teacher wants them to defeat one of them, Najin thought to himself. He remembered the magazine picture that said Najin was the most promising candidate. This exam is very important to him. He thought that if he passed, the criminals who killed his brother would know he was alive. That would be the first step toward revenge. Tears rolled from Rudica's amber eyes. She looked up and held out her hand. She held Tara above her, grabbing him by the throat. Ruth was lying on the floor, Rujian squatting on the floor, Raujun and Najin standing with swords scattered around them. She unclenched her hand and Tar fell to the floor. Turning to Najin, she asked if he wanted to make an attempt. Standing still, he looked at her and quietly said no. Happy with the answer, Fadian announced with an important look that the first part of the exam was over. They walked down the street, all exhausted from the battle with the knight and covered in abrasions. Russ was even drooling from his mouth. Suddenly, Rujian stopped abruptly ahead of the advancing column and looked towards Najin and Raujun. Looking sternly back, Najin frowned his eyebrows, and Raujun was wary and leaned forward slightly. Rujian came close to Najin's face. He didn't take a step back in response and stared back just as stubbornly. "Why did you stand and stare again?" asked Rujian angrily. She thought it was his way of winning and he obviously knew what her weaknesses were. Lowering his head down, Najin frowned, saying that he didn't know, but suddenly decided to rectify the situation. Looking just as angry in return, he offered to ambush the knight to improve their chances. Unsure of the plan's solidity, Tar clarified whether Jin was serious about suggesting it. Looking sternly at his mate, Tar reminded him that they were the ones who wanted to become knights, and if he was going to break the rules, he would stop him. Looking at Tara, Rujian said he was right, and the rules should be followed. He proposed a plan that if they joined forces, they could win. Round 2. They surrounded Rudica as if preparing to jump. She was still wielding her umbrella. Rujian bent down on his knees and, holding his sword in his hand, advised Taru to take his time. Deciding that the operation was starting, they rushed to attack the knight from both sides. Having pinpointed his target, Tar confidently tried to grab the umbrella to disarm his opponent. But the knight kicked him in the face with all her might, leaving the weapon to him. Clenching her teeth, Rujian prepared to strike and clenched her hand into a fist. But suddenly, Rudica was already behind him, and hooking the handle of the umbrella around her throat, she threw Rujian back into the wall. Blood spurted from her mouth, her body slammed against the wall. She thought she had a little more left, remembering what they had come up with. She and Tar decided they were going to take the brunt of it. They wanted to disarm her so she couldn't use the umbrella. But first, we need to figure out what it's for. With all his might, he shouted there was a little more left and ordered an attack. Behind the knight, Tar and Russ, who was clutching his sword tightly in his hand, were preparing to attack. The knight saw them from the side and thought about what they were up to. A second attempt is made by Thar to grab an umbrella and disarm his opponent. Abruptly, the umbrella swings open right in front of Tara's face and he stops. She was able to deflect Russ's blow, and he flew back to the wall while Rudica aimed to deflect Tara's attack and turned towards him. Extending her arm with the umbrella forward, she punched Tara in the stomach, and he ricocheted to the side. Rujian, in the background, screamed now. With all his might, Thar clutched the umbrella with his hands and braked to keep from flying away. He called to Najin for help. The knight finally realized why Najin was not participating in the battle. But it was already too late. She had been struck. The umbrella opened, and behind it stood Najin. The knight was surprised that they understood their majority and had prepared a decoy for her. Her eyes widened in horror as she knew she was about to be dealt a decisive blow. In front of her stood Raojun, drawing his sword and preparing to attack. She opened her umbrella and hid behind it, hoping to deflect the blow. Did they really think she was that bad? Her blue hair fluttered over her head. She looked at the students in anticipation. Looking at the black figure in front of him, Raojun clenched the hilt and swung his sword. She looked to the side and saw Najin. How can a rising star stand aside? Jin bowed his head and thought about how cold the room was. A white light enveloped the room. Rudica was furious and wanted to strike a decisive blow, but suddenly a voice stopped her. Placing a hand on the knight's shoulder, Fadian said, "That was enough for today." Rudica nodded to show that she agreed with the decision. Round 2 is over. The 5 of them remained in the empty room surrounding the spot where the knights had just been. Standing leaning on the floor, Rujian was furious. Clenching her teeth, she said a curse. Standing in front of the boys, Najin said he understood, and everyone looked at him. He understood how to defeat the knight. Rujian shouted across the room, asking how come. Najin stood stone-faced. While Rujian was screaming, she had her hand over her mouth to make her stop. Releasing his hand, Najin said he couldn't give details, but they would win if they listened to him. Round 3. They are once again standing in the middle of the room across from the knight. Sitting on a high rock to observe the situation, Fadian said that today was the last day. The knight stood still with a frown. Raising his hand, Najin clarified if he could say anything before they began. Looking at him, the knight squinted her eyes and said she was allowing him to speak. He asked what the intent of this exam was and recalled that the first time they met, Rudica had asked which one of them would go first. Listening carefully to Gina's words, Fadian smiled, looking at him. continuing the speech and saying that they needed to defeat the knight and not fight him. That is how he decided it meant to show superiority over him. They all stood ready for battle. Najin finished his speech by saying that they would surpass the knight in battle. It was obvious from the knight's face that she didn't understand where they were going with this. Fadian's eyes went wide as she wondered what they were up to. When she looked at Rudica, she thought she was angry, because people are often driven by anger. A tear rolled down Rudica's cheek and she agreed with Najin. In her mind, she wondered if they really thought they could defeat her in a fight. Rudik's vixen was disbanded from the advance group of knights. She stood in a stance ready to attack. Rujin was in command. She shouted for everyone to get ready and not to stand. The knight went on the offensive, holding her weapon, a maroon umbrella. Rugian warned the boys. Suddenly the umbrella opened wide and was behind her back. She held it like a parachute. The guys were horrified at what they saw, their eyes wide open, and Ruth even wanted to cover himself with his hand. She swung her umbrella and watched what happened next. With a shockwave, the students scattered in different directions. The bright light blinded them and Rugian couldn't open her eyes. When Rugian opened her eyes, she wondered where the knight was, but she was already standing behind her. She struck from the back. Rugian no longer believed they could defeat such a monster. Before the exam, Najin stands and tells them what they need to do. Looking at him, Tar clarifies you want to use the same move twice. Rugian also looked questioningly at him. He thought it would work. Reminding the boys of what happened in the fight, he says that she stopped attacking them for a while, which means that Raojun's powers are working on her. Accordingly, they need Raojun to strike her, and so he does. But she reflects it back with her dedicated weapon, and the Raojun rebounds and flies into the wall. Deciding to advance, Najin accelerated. The knight was already half-turned toward him. She looked at him with her amber eyes, but her gaze had no effect on him. She clutched the umbrella tightly, thinking that she had been vigilant against him, but he was not afraid of her. She overestimated his abilities. Determined to test what Najin was capable of, she launched a devastating attack. And if Najin could withstand this attack, it was deadly for Nagyon. So the only one who knew Nagyon was impersonating his brother interrupted Rudike. Fadian stepped between them, pushing Najin away and grabbing the umbrella. She wondered if Nagyon was using her. There was nothing left for her. Nagyon knew that the teacher would be forced to intercede for him because he was still weak. An altercation started between the knight and the teacher. Najin was flying backwards at this time. Rudica didn't understand why Fadian was protecting him. Snatching the umbrella out of Fadian's hand, she pointed it again at Najin, saying she wanted to see what he was free to do. But she was knocked back by a swinging kick from Fadian's leg. A fight broke out between them. Rudica looked at Fadian in shock, not understanding what was wrong with her and why she was protecting Najin. Coughing, Fadian scratched the back of her head and looked at Nagyon and said it was a secret. Rudica was still looking at Fadian with the same frown. A crease appeared on the bridge of her nose as she shifted her eyebrows. Deciding to explain that the children's strategy was to get the knight to fight not only against them, but against her as well. That's how Fadian summarized it. She raised her index finger with a smart look and said, "If you negligently treat the lives of students, you don't know what will happen, and it's just an exam." She pointed her finger at Rudy and asked her to admit defeat. Rudica stood with her mouth open and her hands down, listening to what she was being told. She didn't agree. Turning away and gritting her teeth, she opened her eyes wide and they were full of anger. Smiling sweetly, Fadian stood pretending everything was fine with Rugian hiding behind her back. Rudy, crying, blamed Fadian for always hitting her for no reason and protecting them. The other one tried to calm her down. The shocked student stood and silently watched the picture that unfolded before their eyes. 30 minutes later, Rudica stood in front of them with a sad face and congratulated them on being a knight's apprentice. The disciples stood and happily looked at each other. Behind them, Najin stood with a nonchalant face. Rudica turned to him and asked him if he had changed anything since he was a rising star. He looked her in the eye and said nothing. Finishing her speech, she said that they were either trying to become worthy of the title or they would get it because they were worthy, and ordered them to follow. Standing outside among the trees, he greeted the dawn holding his sword. With a swing, he cut through the tree in front of him with his sword blade, and then the second. Looking back at the stumps that remained in the ground, he realized he still had a long way to go before he reached Najin. Looking at the student standing in front of her, Rudica asked if they knew what class they were in. With a lost face, Rujian stammered and assumed it was in 274. But no. Explaining that they now have a second special class, she said that because of the hostilities in the East, a special training program was created. Continuing to explain to the students what was in store for them, Rudica said that the duty also included being a member of the night platoon. Immediately remembering Fadian's words that he might die, Nagyun realized what she meant. Standing in formation, the students listened to the orders of their task to find Rudica before she left. She would be leaving the village in a month. They were given a month to prepare their weapons. Standing in front of the huge tree and looking at the sword sticking out of it, Nagyun sighed. He was in a forest of huge trees and their stumps. The sword was sticking out of the barrel. Nagyun rubbed his wrists in front of him and realized that it was a matter of his abilities, that things wouldn't come as easily as they did in the exam. Taking the sword in his hands, he exhaled and decided that he needed more training. He couldn't reach Najin's level in a short period of time, but he could get better. 2 weeks later, Nagyun breathed steam in the cold air. Sweat poured off him like a river. Standing in front of the mangled-bladed tree with sword in hand, he thought it strange that his skills weren't getting better. 10 years ago, long before the fire in the village. At night, there were sounds coming from a house in the middle of the forest. Tears flowed down Najin's cheeks that day as he looked at a crying Nagyun and promised to protect him. Lying on the bed, Nagyun looked up at the ceiling. After a few hard days, he had come to his senses after all. He got up and sat on the bed, leaning on one arm. He looked out the window. By now, Najin was standing with sword in hand against the stumps of what was left of the entire forest. The black ribbon that tied his tail swayed in the wind. He had become a completely different person. Najin laughed and asked his brother if he was all right. He didn't need Najin's protection anymore. Thinking that since he and Najin were blood brothers, he could become stronger for him. And now Nagyun is still standing in front of the tree he tried to cut down with his sword, but failed. That's not what happened. Sweat rolled down Nagyun's face as he exhaled steam and thought he hadn't gotten any stronger, not even a little. It had been 2 weeks, and nothing had changed. He opened his eyes wide and wondered if he didn't have any talent. In fact, he did. Nagyun had no predisposition for fighting. To understand what this is all about, we must start with Najin. He was a man of incredible abilities and could be compared to a diamond. It was the opposite with Nagyun. He could only be compared to a piece of stone, so incapable was he of being a boy. He often thought back to the words of his brother, who claimed he just needed a little more practice. Opposite a huge rock stands Nagyun. It is said that the ability can manifest itself in times of crisis. While warming up, he remembered reading about a man having awakened powers while trying to be thrown off a cliff. With trembling hands, he climbed the rock. As he grabbed one rock after another, it was hard for him to breathe. After less than a meter, he decided he was giving up and climbed down. He leaned over the ground and remembered his childhood. He didn't understand how others could become so strong, even though he used to be the one who could wipe the floor with them. Now they all have some skills in the end, and especially Raojun, even though he had attended the night training class every once in a while. Deciding that Raojun must have gone to a secret training session, Nagyun hid behind a tree and watched Raojun practicing. But Raojun noticed that he was being watched and turned to the tree, but there was no one there. Hiding sharply behind a tree that was twice as big as Nagyun, he thought how careful Raojun was. When Raojun realized that his pursuer was still watching him, he decided to flee. Nagyun tried to catch up with him but couldn't. He stopped in the middle of the forest and leaned on his knees. He was shaking. He didn't realize if the rock was the way out. Remembering the direction in which Raojun had gone, Nagyun went to the same place and hid behind a tree. He saw Raojun standing on the cliff in front of the waterfall. Raojun held a sword, and Nagyun wondered if this was really the weapon he had chosen. Swinging his sword, Raojun struck the water falling from the mountain. Thinking that the battle with the waterfall was nonsense and unlikely to help him in any way, Nagyun went back into the forest. Stopping near one of the trees, Nagyun paused. He heard some voices. In the middle of the forest stood those strangers in robes and masks who had paid them a visit at their parents' home. Nagyun moved toward them, but a branch crunched under his feet, and the crowd of manic strangers turned toward Nagyun, noticing him. As he looked at his opponents, Nagyun's mind wondered if they had come to kill him, and he remembered that he hadn't brought a weapon. Looking into the eyes that hid beneath the mask, Nagyun realized that it was over and was certain that he might die today. Standing in the middle of the trees, Nagyun lowered his head and wondered what he should do. His thoughts were jumbled, and he even wondered if he should reveal himself. The enemy shouted insults in his face, thinking he was Nagyun. Nagyun came to his senses from that shout. Their leader ordered silence with 2 thumbs up. Nagyun immediately turned his attention to the man in the engraved mask. Realizing he was in a predicament, Nagyun stood up and clenched his fists. He remembered the conversation the strangers were having. Maybe they were talking about something important. The solution Nagyun came to was calculated silence and a sly smirk. Watching him smirk, the opponents came to shock. They were expecting clearly not this. While they were coming to their senses, Nagyun decided not to hesitate and took off. They only saw his heels disappear behind a tree. The stranger who had shouted the insults jerked out of his seat to chase after the escapee, but their leader stopped him again with a motion of his hand. The subordinate became indignant because he was sure they could catch up with him, especially since the boy had heard their conversation. But the leader ordered him to calm down. The leader was sure it was a trap. The Fire Knight had a keen sense of intuition. They decided to rely on intuition, thinking it was the best way out of the situation. As he ran as fast as he could, Nagyun looked around to see if he was being chased. He just hinted that he was going to trap them, but he played the part very confidently. Nagyun realized something. His weapon was not a sword as he had thought, but something he had not noticed before. In his thoughtfulness, he didn't notice the obstacle in front of him and flew backwards. He immediately rose quickly back to his feet, wondering if he had been caught up. But when he got up, he saw Raojun standing in front of him with his hand on his chest, apparently frightened. The village was already visible behind him. Raojun started asking where Nagyun was going and what he was doing here. He breathed out a sigh of relief that it was Raojun and not someone else, and coughed as he thought about how to justify himself. Suddenly, he had the crazy idea that maybe Raojun was in on it with them. He looked angrily at Raojun and theorized that he might have taken off his mask to get information out of him. Raojun asked if Najin was all right. Raojun didn't know what was going on, but continued to speak to Najin. Jin waited to see what he would ask. A voice came from somewhere and interrupted the boys. The girl said, "I finally found you." Nagyun and Raojun turned around. They saw a panting Rujian who rested her palms on her knees to catch her breath. She said, "Trouble." She started shouting that the Fox Knight had escaped. The boys were shocked by this news. In the streets of the village, the day was in full swing as the sun enveloped the houses with its warmth. Fadian laughed at the students because they believed Rudika's words that she would be in the settlement for a month. Rujin screamed hysterically about how it was possible not to believe it, since the knight herself had said so. Taken aback, Tar said there was no choice and we had to act now. The boys rushed on their way. Fadian only had time to ask, shouting after them, if they had taken their weapons and received a positive answer. The team stood armed and staring at something in front of them. They were ready to fight. The Fire Knight spoke to his subordinate about how everything would be fine. However, the latter kept thinking about Najin escaping and believed that if there wasn't a trap there, they would have caught him. With a stern look, the knight said, "What's done is done," and turned away. Looking at something, Raojun reached out and informed everyone that he had found the knight's trail. Bending down, he stood over the trail. Rugian praised him and beckoned him over. Thar stood beside him, and they marched in a column deep into the forest, leaving the village behind them. Rujin was pleased to find footprints and decided that the knight had simply been in a hurry. Ruth covered his face with his hand as if he were a detective looking around. Najin looked at her sarcastically, asking if she really thought so. Rujin turned around questioningly. Najin asked if she really thought the knight had left the footprints by accident and was told why not. Looking at Rujin, he emphasized that Rudica was actually a knight. Najin stopped and said that there was no guarantee that they wouldn't be ambushed. He was afraid of getting screwed in the beginning. Rujin frowned her eyebrows and Tar said that the knight might have intentionally left marks. Najin interjected and reminded that the knight was going to leave them in a month. All stopped in the middle of the forest, they thought. Not realizing where this was going, Najin Raojun asked if it wasn't evidence, then what was it? Turning around, Najin explained that it was a clue and they could probably find it. Thinking he was mocking her, Rujin screamed. One clue at a time, the next clue at a time, and she was getting confused. Holding the hilt of his sword, Najin calmly said that it was just his guess, and the best solution for them was not to rely on chance and be vigilant. Raojun began to think that if they found the clue on the east side of the village, they would be able to figure out which way the knight had gone. Pensively bringing a hand to his chin, Tar also remembered the knight's words about her being sent to them. He figured since she was sent to the northern region, she could be either east or south. Rujin screamed that there was still a west. Realizing that the exams were conducted by region, Raojun decided that the destination would be the point where the sides of the world meet, i.e., the center of the continent. Remembering the city standing on the hill, Najin realized it would be the capital. Realizing that they couldn't trust any judgment yet, they decided that they would move in that direction. At night they built a fire, and sitting by the fire, each placed his weapon beside it. Russ was already asleep when Tar concluded that there were no more clues in this place. Rujin whined because she was tired, but Raojun was cheered up by the fact that thanks to Najin, they were making a little progress. Rujin chewed something and said they weren't getting close anyway, but Najin interrupted her because it wasn't time to think about it yet. He offered to tell each other about the guns, but fellow students looked at him strangely, clarifying why they should. Najin said that this way they would better understand how to act in a critical moment, and in general to learn more about each other. He thought it was a good decision. Raojun decided he would start first. He took out a sword and said he named it Libra. The sword is one-handed and has no features, but it is very strong. Ruth continued to speak. Picking up the axe from the ground, he said its name was Gemini. It was double-edged and sparks came from it when it struck hard surfaces. Thar held a thin dagger in his hand, saying that once a day he could emit accumulated daylight, but he didn't have a name. Rujin said she too has a sword without any features, but it's a family heirloom and no one can match it in sharpness. Its name is Light. They turned to Nagyon, who was sitting with his hands on the ground and leaning back, and asked what about him. He closed his eyes. Putting her sword back in its sheath, Rujin repeated his name, but he said he had something to tell them first. Continuing his speech, he said he was sure they had noticed he wasn't the same, and added that he trusted them, and that's why he decided to share. The light of the fire fell on the faces of his friends. They looked at him questioningly. He finished by saying that he was no longer able to fight. He then decided to justify himself by saying that maybe it was a psychological problem after what had happened. Everything Nagyun said was bait. After all, he wasn't just going to be Najin. He was going to be the Najin who lost his brother. And he cried. His acting was convincing. Raojun reached out sympathetically to ask if everything was all right, because so much had happened. He decided that the truth for everyone would be that Najin couldn't fight like before. At night they took turns at the fire. Raojun went to bed, handing over the post to Najin and asking him to wake them if he heard anything. When everyone was asleep, Nagyon went deeper into the forest, leaving his sleeping friends by the fire. There was a crunch behind Nagyon's back, and the man asked about where he had gone since it was his turn to be on duty. Making an excuse that he went to see if they had missed the clues, he added that he hadn't intended to go far. The next words took him aback. The man asked if he was Nagyun. Nagyun was glad that he had fallen for his bait. He thought that even if someone suspected something wrong, they wouldn't pick on a man who had recently lost his family. However, if one knows what happened that day, perhaps Nagyon's speech will only give him strength. And that man will know that it was Nagyon who survived, not his brother. The bait was to see if the masked man was an acquaintance of Nagyon's. He thought he was the only one who'd fall for his trick. And there before him stood Ruth, smiling stupidly, one hand resting on his side. Could it be that Ruth was the masked man? Nagyon decided not to jump to conclusions, and initially he should realize how far they were from the camp. Nagyon looked at him and pretended not to know what he was talking about and asked if he had come to mock him. Ruth was taken aback by those words. He explained that at first he really believed that Nagyon was in front of him. That was what he had expected from Nagyon, for he had always been smart. With a stern look in response, Nagyon said he wouldn't stand for it. Is Ruth really a masked man? Russ bent down and pulled some rope out of his pocket and said that he didn't care whether he was Nagyon or Najin, but that he was very weak right now. And so he took the axe in his hand, ending his speech by saying that his goal now was to massacre him. In training, Russ was always the first to be taken out, and Nagyon asked how he would do it. Russ swung, injuring Nagyon in the shoulder, and blood spurted out. Nagyon was shocked. Russ was really just pretending to be weak. He asked Najin to stop thinking that he was special, because he was not alone, and warned him that the next blow would be to the neck. Pointing his axe at him, Russ asked if Nagyon had told anyone about what he'd heard in the forest. Saliva ran from Nagyon's mouth as he held on to the wound on his shoulder, realizing that there were two things. The first was that the conversation in the forest was important. And the second is that Russ addressed him as Najin, so he wasn't sure who was in front of him. That means ashes, Nagyon said aloud, and Russ looked at him questioningly. Standing in front of Russ, Nagyon asked if they had said that Udion's fire had gone out and only ashes remained. But you were wrong, Nagyon finished. He thought about the fact that he's not ash at all. He's coal. He promised Russ that soon he would speed up and make each of them suffer. Armed with axes in both hands, Russ prepared to attack his opponent. But instead of engaging, Nagyon sprinted away. Ruth was taken aback. He called for help from everyone in the camp. The boys got up from their seats, not knowing what was happening. With a stern look in their direction, Raojun asked Nagyon what was wrong. Quickly hiding his weapon behind his back, Russ looked at his fellow students, standing around the fire. He thought Nagyon had decided to play with him. He decided to tell them and started yelling that Najin was lying to them, and he was actually Nagyun. He pointed his finger at Nagyon. Everyone looked in their direction, not knowing what was going on. Nagyun shouted for Russ to stop. He went on to say that he was shocked at his brother's attitude, but that was too much. Speaking to everyone, he said that he hoped they would understand, because he still couldn't regain his power after losing Nagyon. Tugging at the edge of his clothes, he squinted at Russ and threw that it was too much for him. Sweat broke out on the boys' faces. Nagyon knew women's intuition. Women react correctly to what men cannot see in words and actions. Predictably, Rujian became enraged and clenched her fists and hurled obscene insults at Russ. What Nagyon was good at was being able to express emotions properly. He stood there with his head down sadly, holding onto his sweater as if he were hugging himself. At that moment, Russ realized that the ability to fool everyone and to gain people's trust was Nagyon's weapon. Ruth stood behind everyone and looked at the crowd of people who were standing around something. Or someone. Najin was standing in the middle of the crowd, and everyone was anxiously asking if he was all right. Did he turn out to be Najin? But the masked man confidently said it was Najin. The strangers were talking. One of them said that they had seen with their own eyes that Najin was dead. But the other one tilted his head uncertainly and said that he thought it was Najin. They stood opposite each other, and their leader reminded the doubter that he had said he could clearly distinguish between Nagyon and Najin, and asked him to believe what he said last week or what he's saying now. He also explained that Nagyun is pretending due to circumstances. Looking sternly at his subordinates, he said that for sure they couldn't know who it was. But in any case, Najin is a child of fire and ordered to keep a watch on him. Eyes wide open, Najin looked at the crowd of familiar silhouettes among the trees. At this moment, Russ was confused when he saw Najin, but he was able to keep a low profile to avoid giving himself away. So he started shouting insults at the boy, and Najin began to suspect something. The man under the rhombus mask was much closer. Nagyan thought if he was wrong, let Ruth speak up. But that's how Ruth fell into his own trap. Clenching her fists, Rujin shouted to Russ that this was too much and asked what he was doing. Angry, Russ wondered where he should start and whether he should deny everything. With his head bowed and his eyes closed, he didn't know how to justify his behavior, because no matter what he said, they would be on his side. So he just decided to throw himself at Nagyan with his axe. But his attack was blocked. Rujin managed to deflect the axe blade with his sword. Rus only clucked his tongue. Drawing her sword, Rujian shouted for Russ to leave. Tar hid his hand behind his back and asked if Russ was going to fight. Standing and looking at Russ, Rujian wondered if he had always been this fast. Covering his face with his hand, Raojun said that even though he wasn't experienced in battles yet, he was trying his best. He leaned over, swinging his sword, and warned his opponent that if he was going to fight, he would suffer greatly at his hands. Tucking his weapon behind his back, Russ said, "Okay," but he didn't choose to surrender. Suddenly, he pulled out a sharp, thin dagger that belonged to Tar. Enraged, Tak shouted that it was his dagger. Rujian stood with a frown, and Rus hurled insults at them and said goodbye. A bright white light illuminated the forest and blinded everyone around them. Ruth disappeared. A dagger was stuck in the ground where Ruth had been standing before. Thar walked over and took it. The next day, the boys were on the road again. They walked through the forest, determined to continue the mission without him. Rujin called out to Najin, and he turned to her. She asked if he was okay, and he said he was. She timidly told him to hang on. She overtook him by going a little ahead of him. Nagyun looked at her and thought that she had mocked him before. And the whole gang that's been together all this time is falling apart. He was beaten up by Ruth for fun, and everyone thought he was weak, but it was just to his advantage to stay in the company. For some reason, Tar didn't do anything to him, standing quietly with the bullies but never bothering him. Rujian hated him. She was always annoying, though Nagyan didn't think she was so bad. Maybe Nagyan even understands her because she just needed to vent her anger. 10 years ago, there was a massive fire that killed her only family member. It was her father. The real cause of the fire was Nagyun, but Rujin wasn't angry at him for causing the fire. She was angry at herself because she couldn't protect him. Meanwhile, from the coast of the eastern continent, someone docked at the shore and stepped out of the boat. It was a man wearing a skeleton mask and a tall black hat. He was holding a weapon. Something sinister was approaching. Stopping in the middle of the rock somewhere on the hill, the team decided to search there for a bit and move on. Nagyun held up a finger to indicate that they needed to take more territory, so they'd better split up, but if anyone heard anything, let them shout. Rujin came up with the motivation for the search by suggesting that if anyone found anything, they would be exempt from the night watch. Leaving Nagyun alone, the boys scattered to look for any clues. Nagyun turned around and sat down in the rocky outcropping. He thought he should rest for an hour because chasing the night was not easy. He's even glad he's up against Ruth. He has a bad temper and has never gotten good grades. Maybe Ruth isn't the only one undercover. Maybe one of those three is also a member of that organization. Remembering how the masked man had pointed out which of the two of them was Najin back at the house, he decided it was unlikely that anyone else was involved. In fact, he thought his biggest problem was himself. Ruth was stronger than he thought, and he was a weakling. Even though his stamina had improved in a few days, there was still a big difference between him and the guys. It's his eyesight that's the problem. Even though he has a keen eye, he could barely catch the boys' movements. He felt he had to bridge the gap between him and the boys, and to do that, he had to try to buy time. Stopping among the trees, Russ caught his breath thinking that he had failed, and said out loud that he had learned something. A dark figure peeked out from behind a tree and asked to tell him everything. The man in the diamond mask asked if Russ was sure it was Nagyan. Russ replied that he didn't doubt it. adding that Nagyon had confessed it to him himself. Begging for Nagyon to be dealt with now, Russ reasoned that there were no knights in the settlement now, only apprentices. The supervisor replied that you can't attack now because he's there and it's dangerous for them. Ruth didn't realize what he was saying and asked again. The man replied that the boy could hear their plan and it had to be done away with. He decided that if Nagyon had overheard them, he obviously didn't understand anything, so it was best to leave him in the background. That's what they think, so Nagyon decided, and while he has time to get stronger and focus on training. Leaning on the rocks, he stood up thinking that while he was developing physically, he would be under the knight's care the entire time, and it was convenient. There was a shout and footsteps. Rugian was glad to be the first to arrive, but when she saw Najin, she was disappointed that he was faster than her. Once everyone was together, Nagyon ordered a report, and Raojun said he found nothing but Rugian extended her hand and shouted that she had an objection. Nagyon calmly said he would listen to her after everyone had reported the situation, but Rugian said she was just against it. She shouted that she didn't want to report to him because he wasn't elected to lead, but Raojun countered that Najin was the smartest one here. With a cluck of her tongue, Rugian grinned. Tar asked if they were going to broach the subject, and if so, he'd get some sleep. Deciding that Rugian's words made sense, Nagyun offered to give the leadership to her. A little embarrassed, Rugian looked in his direction and asked if he really thought so. Offering to tell the first thing she found, Raojun heard that she didn't have anything either, and he didn't understand why she was still reporting to Najin. Nagyun was sure that Thar had found something and turned to him. Thar replied that he had nothing special, just a small village nearby. Tyr didn't understand how Najin realized that he was the one who had found it, but Nagyon had already suggested that Rugian go there, and she had agreed. As they approached the village, they saw that it was all ruined. Rugian wondered how long the place had been abandoned. Nagyon suggested we split up and explore the place. We should just look around but not do anything. Agreeing, Tar and Raojun went in one direction, saying they would see them later. There were still axes stuck in the doors, arrows lying around, and Rugian summarized that the place looked like a dump. Suddenly there was a crunching sound behind them, and Rugian swiftly drew her sword, turning toward the source of the sound. Their eyes widened at the sound. In front of them stood a girl with pink hair in abrasions and tattered clothes. She asked them for help. She started to say something about the people in the village but fainted and started to fall. Rugian picked her up, asking what was wrong. She yelled for the girl to come to her senses. Najin, at this time, said that the village had been attacked, and from the looks of it, it wasn't that long ago. Rugian was enraged. She didn't understand who could have done such a thing. After whispering for them to save the people, the stranger passed out, and a voice in the distance called out to Najin. Rugian and Nagyon looked over. Pointing his hand somewhere, Raojun shouted that he had found footprints there. It was the footprints of a knight. Rough Jane sat on her knees in front of her, and Raojun stood beside her. Nagyun stepped back to Tar. He asked about the trail, and Tar explained that the trail was very fresh. He thought that if they went immediately, they could catch her. When the girl came to her senses, she began to tell me that their village was a peaceful one. But a few days ago, they were attacked by them. With angry eyes, Rugian asked what kind of villains did this. Nagyun didn't understand who the girl was talking about either. The girl said she didn't know. Bandits came out of nowhere and attacked the locals. Nagyun asked what they looked like. Maybe they wore masks. Standing around the girl, they listened. She said that they didn't have masks, but their faces were covered and they had strange weapons. Thar decided to check if she had seen someone like a girl with blue hair crying and an umbrella in her hand. The girl replied that she had never seen such a person, and Tar scratched his chin thoughtfully. Suddenly the stranger started yelling that one of the 5 of them had said that they were apprentices of the knight, so let them help them and save them. And Tar offered to help. But Rugian reminded him that he had said if they followed the knight's trail immediately, they would catch her. Thar began to explain that they had a goal of becoming knights, and couldn't just ignore people in need of help. Raojun said that they were really only apprentices, whether there was a guarantee that they would be able to help. The people who attacked easily handled the local soldiers. He decided to remind what state the village was in, and said it was the work of people with good skills. Thar stood with his arms crossed, and Rujian said he was right, and if they followed the knight's trail, they could call her for help. They all looked at Najin, asking why he was silent, and asked him to speak on the matter. With a thoughtful hand on his chin, Najin remained silent. He asked what if they couldn't find the knight. The boys looked at him questioningly. He went on to say that there was a nuance to everything, and that suddenly the people who attacked might be stronger than the knight. There was a lot of doubt in Nagyon's mind. The knight had only been there a short time ago, but she couldn't just walk past something like that. Thar said that no matter what, he would fight no matter how strong his opponents were. He believed that if someone needed help, they should help, because that was one of the duties of a knight. And if he can't become a knight, it's better that he dies on the way to becoming one. Raojun said he would go in search of the knight. He thought that finding the knight and asking for help was the right thing to do. Thinking what she would do, Rujian was silent, and everyone turned to Najin asking what he would do. But what would Najin do if he found himself in such a situation? Nagyun was silent. The girl explained to them that there was a cave in the mountains, and those people were there. Thar found that cave. He turned to Najin, who was holding a sword, and asked if he would be all right. Najin replied that he would be all right, and the two of them went deeper into the cave. The darkness enveloped them, and they disappeared from sight. Watching the boys, the stranger stood in the branches of the tree and was glad they were hooked. The cave was quite spacious, but the boys didn't see any signs of life. Thar looked around the corner and saw a man sitting on the rocks. He put his finger to his lips to show Najin to be silent. Thar whispered that someone was there. A dark figure with a bandaged face stood between him and Najin and whispered who it was. With a dagger, Thar had already attacked the stranger, but missed. The stranger in the robe was already standing behind him. Najin and Tar turned toward him. The stranger asked if someone had invited them or if they were uninvited guests. Nagyon thought it wasn't the masked men. Looking toward his opponent, Tar warned Najin that it looked like the stranger's strength was equal to the knight's. The enemy said he wanted Thar's head, and Thar ordered Najin to come up with a strategy. While Jun and Rujian search for the knight, they need to stall for time. That was Najin's strategy. Folding his hands behind his back, the stranger asked if they were looking for Gray Fox by any chance. And he pulled the familiar maroon umbrella from behind his back. Najin realized they were in a terrible situation. They split up because Rujian also thought that the best solution for them was to find a knight. And Nagyon and Tar decided to rescue the villagers. Asking them to be careful, Jun and Rujian promised to return as soon as possible. Asking them not to worry, Tar said they would make quick work of it and join them later. And so they stood alone facing an opponent holding the umbrella of a knight. Rough Jane looked worriedly at the departing boys. Raojun asked what was wrong with her, and she asked if they could handle it. At this time, the situation in the cave was heating up. Jin turned to the enemy, asking if he had attacked the people in the village. Grinning, the man replied that yes, and so what? But Najin had simply set a goal for himself. He was stalling for time, so he continued the dialogue by asking where they were hiding the survivors. Knowing that even though Thar is weaker than Raojun, he has a high level of dexterity and his weapon can emit a flash, but only once. The opponent began to attack and Najin had time to warn Tara and was able to repel the attack. But the enemy attacked Tara again, and he flew back against the wall. Najin shouted his name. As soon as Tar got up, the stranger attacked him again. Nagyun realized that if Thar got hurt, they had no chance of survival. Deciding that he would rather be hurt with all his speed, Nagyun rushed towards Taru and stood between him and his enemy. A white light came into view. Nagyun didn't realize if he was out or what had happened. Opening his eyes a little wider, he saw Tara fighting his opponent and wondered if he was all right. Thar shouted for Najin to come to his senses. Najin reached up with a shaking hand to his face, thought it was bearable, and realized that he had lost consciousness. When he saw that Thar was standing with a dagger in his hand and it was glowing, he shouted if he would use it. Thar replied that there was no way out. What if there is no flash, then they will not be able to overpower the enemy. These thoughts were in Nagyon's mind. The opponents saw that the guys were in trouble and told them not to worry, because in his opinion they didn't have a chance in the first place. Thar decided to attack and struck his opponent, but he was very strong, and a thought flashed through his mind. Scared Nagyon also thought they might be defeated. The next blow was so strong that the opponent flew aside. Tar and Nagyun didn't realize what had happened. Rujian apologized and said they had decided to follow them. Behind her stood Raojun with a sword in his hand. He was the one who struck the blow. She said that the knight's trail was gone, and they couldn't fall below the level of the knight's disciples and not help the people who needed their help. Now they were all ready to fight, and with their weapons ready they looked at their enemy. Nagyon said they would give him hell. The enemy began to attack. Nagyon shouted for Rujian to block the attack, and she rushed into the battle. She jumped and deflected the blow. Nagyun behind her back kept advising her to keep her guard up because the enemy is as strong as a knight. She didn't notice it, but Nagyon could predict his opponent's next move. He looked at Tara and asked if he was all right, and was told yes. Seeing that his friend's face was covered in abrasions, he asked him not to pretend and explained that it was also part of the strategy. Determined to tell the truth, Tar explained that his body was actually disobeying him. The next person Nagyon approached was Raojun. Nagyon said that Thar was injured and the three of them would have to manage. There was a crack. It was one of the rocks on the top that broke off and fell down with a crash. At that moment, the enemy raised his weapon from above and struck. Missed. By the time he realized that the guy's goal was a siege, it was too late and he was in a circle. Deciding that it would be over if he destroyed the commander, the enemy rushed to attack Nagyon. Thar sprang to Nagyon's aid and his opponent's weapon flew upward, sticking into the stone. The use of large weapons in such spaces might have been a disadvantage. What the enemy will do. Rays of light passed through Tara and he flew off into the wall and then fell and the enemy switched to another. Rujian was also struck by the enemy. He chose Raojun next. With decisive blows, he had dealt them all, and then came the last one. Often people can see through those who lie. However, Nagyon had never shown any signs of lying. A tear rolled down Nagyon's cheek. Looking at the young man, the enemy was surprised. When he felt his aura, the enemy wondered if he was so strong. But it was a lie. In reality, Nagyon wasn't that strong, he was just pretending to be. Only those people who had reached the same level of lying could sense it. Raojun stood behind his opponent, preparing to strike. The enemy grabbed his arm, but Raojun struggled to keep his sword down. Spreading out, he stood next to Najin. Najin said he wasn't used to this kind of thing at all, and he had reached his limit. The enemy spoke of their strength and determination, and reminded him of the old days. Now he thinks it's a waste to take them out. The exhausted boys listened to his ramblings that he would give them a chance if they joined him. He said he'd count to 3 and they'd have to make a decision. And he said those who refused would die. Not believing that it would end like this, Najin heard Rujian say that they had no choice, they were too weak. Just thinking about the fact that she couldn't say those words, he heard her say that despite everything they should continue. She screamed that if the enemy gives them a choice, their choice is to kill him. Rejoicing at her words, Najin rushed into action and suddenly he was blinded by the light. When he opened his eyes, he saw the gray fox in front of him, who opened her umbrella wide and pointed it toward the enemy. She turned and looked at them, and Fadian said that they had done a good job, and she couldn't help but recognize it. Rudica was talking about how she could let her win in such an unfair way. Did they deserve it? Underprepared? They could die. She went to Fadian, and she said that if they didn't meet her standards, they would be expelled immediately. Replying that she had already had similar thoughts, Rudica said she was going to give them a mock exam. And if she deems someone unworthy, that student will be expelled immediately. Fox said she was disappointed in them. In her opinion, they had done well in the first stage and had almost found her. If they could catch her, that would be the best result. Wondering if she was telling the truth, Nagyun heard that in fact she was always there watching them. Putting her hand to her forehead, she continued that in everything else, there had been a lot of disappointment, and their training was just awful. The guys were shocked. Rudica appreciated that their pride and righteousness did not bend to circumstances, for it is the core virtue and most important trait of knights. And so from that moment on, she decided that they would not just be apprentices to the knight, but apprentices she recognized. She also praised Rujian for the speech that was able to raise the morale of her comrades. And Tyr was strong in spirit, but he needed to not overestimate himself at a critical moment and be able to recognize his weaknesses. There were many questions about Najin, but Rudica decided to clarify one thing, whether he knew everything from the beginning. And she was right. But why didn't he tell his comrades? Because of competition, or maybe he has a superiority complex. What he says will determine the knight's decision. Blah 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 resounded behind Fox's back. There stood their surviving opponent. The bandages fell to the ground, and it appeared that a young man with blue hair was hiding underneath them. The guys frowned at him, and he kept saying that he was having trouble breathing and that he had to play the villain. It was the Blue Wolf Fitterans. The students had no idea that it was a knight in disguise fighting against them. Standing in front of the students with his arms at his sides, he said they were stronger than he thought. Fox had asked him to do it for her. In the back of the cave, Rudica was talking to Najin away from everyone, and Fitterans wondered what they had gone so far away for. Rujin spoke to their rival, and after making sure he was definitely a blue wolf, said she couldn't understand one thing. Why he attacked the village. She tried to find reasons, but he did a terrible thing even though he's a knight. How could he do this to people? Rudica asked where Ruth had gone. The question was directed at Najin. He was silent, because the question was very ambiguous, and he could not know what she knew, so he decided not to reveal all the information. So he just said he didn't know and she should have asked Russ. He said that Ruth left voluntarily because of the conflict between them. Since Russ had escaped, he had automatically failed the mission, Rudica thought, and returned to the question of when Najin had found out. But for Nagyon, everything was obvious, because in the village they said that they had killed people, but there was no trace of them, and the buildings had been destroyed long ago. And the girl's words that one of the five had blabbed to her said that she had been waiting for them, because when they got there were 4 of them. And at that moment, Nagyon thought it was a trap, or another exam. That's pretty much how he figured it out. Listening attentively, Rudik asked why he didn't tell his comrades everything. The answer was simple. He wasn't sure which of the 2 options awaited them. Rudica's next question, why did he go to the cave with Tar then? But he just wanted to understand and see for himself. And how did he know it was an exam? It's all about the umbrella. It was proof that she'd seen the man. It was clear there was no fight because both the umbrella and him were fine. He knew how strong she was, and it was impossible to remain completely unharmed after meeting her. Even at that moment, Nagyon was sure that this was a test arranged by the Lady Fox herself. In fact, he was suspicious the moment they met the girl in the village. And after the appearance of the guy with the bandaged face, there was no doubt that he and the girl from the village were together. Though Nagyon was sure of his guess, he didn't say anything, thinking it might help him in his task. Nothing suspicious, but Rudica felt that his words and actions were incompatible. However, her opinion would not seem professional. The most important thing is his strength, and it will most likely be enough. After hearing Najin's story, Rudik decided that she didn't like him. Najin was taken aback by such words. She thought such behavior was disgusting, and she couldn't get rid of the thoughts that he was using his comrades. Turning around, she warned him that she would be watching him from now on. Everyone was already standing near the exit of the cave. Rudica said they had to move out. Nagyon followed her. Rujin shouted at Najin's back not to be surprised since it was an exam. He sighed. Putting his hands behind his head, Fitteran said he hadn't seen sunlight in so long, but Rudica asked him not to exaggerate. Thar clarified where they were going. Rudica looked back at him over her shoulder. She was going to attach them to 2 other special units. There were unfamiliar voices. One of them was saying it was late and we should hurry. Najin was alert. The next phrase suggested that strangers were in no hurry. Rudica tensed up, too. Some people with swords right in front of them jumped up on tree branches saying that they had been gone too long, so they went towards them themselves. The guy in the mask asked the crybaby to come out faster next time. The other one was indignant because it was the fox's problem why they had to be in such a hurry. Fox clucked her tongue as she looked at them. A whole crowd of people came over. They were all sweating and trying to catch their breath. Frowning her eyebrows, the disgruntled Rujian assumed it was their co-workers. A man with long turquoise hair jumped up to Najin and Raojun. She was so fast, though Tar didn't notice much movement. She made a fist with a smile. Suddenly she held out her hand to a shocked Najin, and smiled and said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time, and he had no idea who she was. The guy in the hat said that the one with the ponytail is Najin, the famous rising star. Another person approached Duran asking what she thought. She said she didn't even know because she had heard that this guy was going to be a legend. The apprentices from the eastern part of the continent were annoyed to lose to them. From left to right, Quarin, Daragon, Vadran. The apprentices from the southern part of the continent thought the guys looked weak. Girl Yulnia, boy Nuljan. Apprentices from the northwestern part of the continent decided there was nothing special about them. Their names were Raymond and Pimel. Apprentices from the southwest part of the continent. They've never seen Martha treat anyone so favorably. Their names are Musa Tarisun Jun. The girl with long turquoise hair who held out her hand was named Martha. Nagyun was attracting too much attention. It was problematic for him. It's hard for him to do anything at times like this. He informed Martha that he didn't remember her at all because he decided to play Najin the cocky. The guy behind Martha's back stood up for her, asking how dare he talk to her like that and threatening him with his fist. Martha laughed. Had he forgotten her and didn't even remember how they both wanted to be knights and make their child the strongest knight of all? Everyone was squinting at Najin. He thought that was news. Rujian shouted that she didn't remember such a thing and that maybe she had made it up. The girl looked hopefully at Najin. She looked at Najin hopefully, but he turned away and asked her how about being the strongest instead of using someone else. And he walked away, leaving her to stare after him. The guys looked back at him too. Walking over to Martha, Rugian said that Najin always acted this way and patted her comfortingly on the shoulder. Martha sharply pushed Rujan away from her. She was furious and told them not to touch her. Leaving Rugian with a raised hand, Martha turned around and walked in the opposite direction. Can they find common ground, Fitterins asked. But Fox didn't know the answer. The light blue giraffe Just Knight wore a hat. He had swamp-colored hair and bright yellow eyes. They have much to learn, but all Gius has to say is just a knight's theory. Around him in the square, the students are crowded. Pointing his finger at Daran and Fox, he said that since those two looked dumb, he would elaborate a bit. The girls asked him to shut up. He asked her to raise her hand if anyone needed to know about this very theory. Rugian wondered if they needed to know. According to Jaius, people who don't know this theory won't be able to qualify as a knight. Everyone immediately lined up to listen to the story being told. The story of spears and shields, I'm sure some of them have heard it before. Once upon a time there lived an arms dealer. One day he picked up a spear that could strike down anyone. Then he raised a shield that could block anything in the world. The man who offered to pierce the shield with his sword was watching him. The merchant had no answer. What did the students think of after hearing the story? Angius asked Rugian to answer. A little worried, she replied that a knight should not cheat and live a life of doing good. Apprentices from another continent laughed at her answer. Just asked her what her name was. She answered, and he said her courage was impressive. You can see from this story that even if they have the strongest spear and shield, it means nothing unless you can convince everyone of it. The theory of knights is that each knight has his own opinion capable of instilling faith in people. Gius turned to the black-haired guy and asked what ideas he had. He began to stammer, just didn't wait, and moved on to the next student. With an abstruse thumbs up, he said that there's nothing special about great power if you're not able to lead people to their own justice. So Gius turned to Najin, standing behind everyone, and asked what he thought. He replied that it seemed more advantageous to be with the shield. The students looked at each other thinking he was talking nonsense, but the teacher said to continue. Nagyun's thought was that if a shield and a spear are the strongest weapons, then they are made of the same material, and the shield would have an advantage. This was a presentation that Gius had never heard before. He reminded the students that he was asking for their thoughts on the story. The theory of the knight, and is to voice their own ideas of thoughts without paying attention to the influence of external factors. The students were listening. Were they right to laugh at Rujin, who proudly said what she thought? You can't make fun of someone because your opinion is not the only one. Someone raised a hand up to ask a question. Behind Gius stood a knight in a helmet pulling forward a spear, saying that it too would pierce everything. A knight named Veron asked to stop talking about boring things and will proceed to a warm-up match. In order to understand the skills of the students, they will have a drill, and the knights will stand and watch them maim each other. It will be a fun spectacle. The man stood holding a mask with a diamond engraving. Slowly he put it on. Turning to the man whose face was also covered by a mask, he asked if he was ready and received a positive answer. The interlocutor clarified who the leader meant when he said that someone would be there, and therefore it was dangerous. He was talking about Fox. The fox had been following them since Udion. She didn't get too close to them, but she didn't get too far away either. The leader stood with his arms folded in front of him. He thought that besides the fox, there might be other knights there among whom there were some very annoying guys, and they needed to know about them. A girl with pink hair cheerfully pulled forward a glass with chopsticks inside, suggesting that the draw should begin. Rujin shouted upon recognizing the girl, but Rudica explained that she was an employee of the Knight Management Bureau. The girl said she initially got the information that there were 5 of them and didn't know that one of them had escaped, so she made a fatal mistake. Pulling out one of the wands, Rujin saw that it had a red color on the end and raised it up high, letting everyone know. The stallions are pulled to determine who will fight who. If the color is red, you are fighting someone who also has that color. The second red color fell to Vadrin. His friend joked that he was jealous of him and offered to trade. Vadrin was sure that he would win. However, Rudica said that there are no winners in this case, and Rugian thought he was an idiot. Thar said that they insulted her, and it should not be allowed. Rujin only just realized what Vadrin meant, and she went into a rage, saying she would wipe him out. In the end, the distribution was as follows. Rugian was against Vadrin. The yellow lot fell to Quarren, and the other part went to Nuljan. Orange goes to Najin, who will be going up against Yulnia. The Tar Heels with the blue toss found a rival in the form of Martha, who got the second part. Musa was drawn gray, and his opponent was the blue-haired Turisun. 2 handsome tall brunettes, Ruajun and Daragon, became the next couple. The redheads also stood against each other, Argiran and Paimel. However, there was an odd number of contestants, so Raymond was left without a date. The helmeted knight reached for the lots to determine whose sparring would go first, and the honor fell to the red. The students under this color were asked to step forward, and Wadrin and Raujun took a step out of the column. They stood opposite each other, and the knight noticed that Raujun had no weapons, and asked what she would fight with. Confused, Raujun didn't know what to say, but the knight had already given instructions to provide the boys with weapons. Everyone grabbed their weapons, and the fight began. Vadrin did not wait and rushed to attack. Suddenly, Varen stood between the rivals. Rugian asked what he was doing, and he explained that he could prevent danger if it happened. Varen stepped back and gave the command to begin. They attacked each other, and Raujun knew he was strong, but she was sure she could win. Wadrin did not spare Raujun. He kicked her with his fists so fast that she did not even have time to answer him. Raujun noticed that Vadrin was not using weapons and informed Najin. Clenching his fists, Tar said he was doing it on purpose because he didn't want to end the fight quickly. Looking at Tara, Najin noticed that he was angry and watching the fight with clenched teeth, like he had seen him for the first time. Folding her arms crossed, Fadian was telling Rugian that she was not weak and she was very worried about her. Strength, speed, and intelligence are not Rugian's specialty, and she needs to focus on her strengths. But Rugian doesn't know what her strengths are, she only knew she didn't want to lose. Ruth opened his mouth wide and yawned. Training was boring for him, so he suggested that Rugian do something. He looked for Nagyon in the crowd and saw him going somewhere. Russ asked Rugian how they were going to make fun of him today. Looking at Nagyon, Rugian remembered the fire blaze and how she tried to save her father. He was about to share the idea, but Rugian was already angrily stomping toward Nagyon. Slamming her fist into Nagyon's chest, she leaned over to him and asked why he did it. Ruth stood next to Tar and yawned again, saying that Rugian was at it again, and how could she not get bored? She blamed Nagyon for her father's death and didn't understand why he had done it, since his father had never hurt him. Every time she got the same answer, "I don't know." Russ didn't understand why he wouldn't just say the reason why he had to say the same thing every time. He picked at his ear with a finger out of boredom. Holding Nagyon by his clothes, Rugian asked what she had done to him. Nagyon stared back in silence. Blood dripped from Vadran's fist. He was sweating but still holding his weapon, looking at Rugian. In front of him stood a furious Rugian with her teeth bared. Her hair was disheveled and falling around her face. Darren noticed Rudica leaving and asked where she was going and was told that she could no longer watch Varen enjoy the spectacle. Gius turned to Varen and asked if it was time to finish, but for Varen it was just a warm-up match, although he thought the winner could already be chosen. However, Gius disagreed with Varen, so he ordered the fight to stop. Varen went up to Vadran and announced that he had won. The rivals shook hands, and Wadran said that Rugian shouldn't even hope to become a knight because she was too weak. Rugian caught the hysteria. She thought that with Vadran's level, he wouldn't be able to protect not only his friends but himself as well. Asking if Rugian was ashamed of becoming such a knight and dishonoring himself, Vadran turned around and walked away. When she was alone, Rugian heard scraps of mockery, like how all the Udion boys were weak and that apparently only Najin had made them famous. It was too much, though Rugian's fellow students didn't think such words could hurt her, especially from strangers. Raujun looked at the girl standing alone and asked how she was. Rugian laughed and asked them to avenge her. With a wave of her hand, she walked past and said she was going to rest. The boys looked at her. Apparently Rugian is doing well, and Raujun concluded that she has matured. The next lot that was drawn was orange. Najin went up against Yulnia. Everyone was eagerly waiting to see how the rising star would perform, although Nagyun thought of abstaining. If he chose to fight, he'd lose to anyone here. But the worst part is that his identity could be revealed. Eventually Varen stood next to Yulnia and looked at Najin, not understanding anything. In reality, Rugian turned out to be weak. Even when she wanted to appear strong and determined, her real feelings were always hidden. Yulnia looked at Najin, not understanding anything, and asked what he meant. In truth, Nagyun should have been glad that the man who had bullied him for so long had been humiliated in public. But for some reason, the situation made him angry, and he told everyone that he would fight alone, against everyone. Fadian asked Rudy to be careful with Najin. He's dangerous. Around Nagyon's neck were the blades of the swords the knights pointed at him. He was very annoyed, so he flared up. He just wanted to instill fear in the crowd, but he didn't think they would react that way. Nagyon was able to capture on the faces of those present every emotion in that moment. Vigilance, fear, excitement, awkwardness, nervousness. Looking at him, Rudica asked if he was fed up with life, and if so, she would deal with him in a flash. Nagyon looked at her but didn't say anything back, and she made the decision to suspend the match. The knights went off to confer and think about what to do. Fidoran said it had to stop. But according to others, exceptions should not be made, because the training was created to test the combat skills of students. Doubt gnawed at Darren. She didn't know if they could stop Najin in case of an emergency. Someone suggested that he should be expelled. Rudica approached Varan to ask his opinion, since the competition was organized on his initiative. Varen was distracted because Najin the Rising Star reminded him of the old days. There's been a similar incident in the past. The knight whose feelings had been hurt had dealt with his abusers. She is called the strongest knight in the world. However, how can Varen compare her to this chick? The girls were outraged. In the end, the knights decided that the fight would be between Nagyun and Yulnia, but without weapons. The girl asked why they had made that decision, but Varen reassured her that this wasn't true, because it was just a warm-up fight, and they needed to take any situations into consideration. She needed to focus on her opponent and not be careless, or she might miss a hit. The start of the fight was announced. Yulnia stood in a stance in front of Najin, clenching her fists. He wondered what he should do. As expected, she would immediately attack like Vadrin did. Nagyun was a little worried, but he needed to stay alert. Looking at Najin, Yulnia thought about the fact that he has tons of disadvantages, but he looks so confident. Yulnia decided to attack first and kicked with her foot. Nagyun was right. He expected her to be so strong. He doesn't need to be psychic to know what she's going to do. You just have to look at her to be ready to strike. Nagyun believed that no matter how hard he was hit, his face should not express any emotion. As Yulnia struck, she saw that Najin remained calm. But why doesn't he attack? Watching from the sidelines, Varen concluded that the battle between the two was very strange. Najin didn't land a single blow, but he seemed to have the upper hand. Noljin could see that Najin was putting psychological pressure on Yulnia. Behind him stood Quarren. She didn't understand the pressure Najin was under, and Noljin explained that he was purposely skipping punches to show how much he didn't care about them. However, Najin does not intend to win exactly what everyone thought, because he possesses such power. But maybe he just didn't want to show his true strength. Fitterans didn't understand the real reason either. Yulnia could understand Najin's actions in such a way that he was just afraid of accidentally killing his opponent. She was shaking with fear. To fight without worrying about getting killed. Nagyun thought this was a great opportunity to use his plan and test the results. Nagyon's ability to understand people's emotions is due to his phenomenal powers of observation. Such a skill is necessary for people to be able to feel each other's emotions. This is a function that every person should have as a social person. In general, there are about 100 classifications of various emotions a simple person can understand only a part of them, but Nagyon can understand all of them. However, Nagyon can't always get away from a punch, and there are reasons for that. If a person attacks with a level equal to 10 units, the strength of the next strike will be reduced to 5 units. Would Nagyun be able to make a surprise attack? In his opinion, it would work, and he made an appropriate facial expression. It's not just an expression, it's a power that makes others believe you and has many different possibilities. Like making you feel like you're about to attack. Yulnia put her hands over her face to block the blow. Thus, Nagyon had a chance to make that surprise attack. Everyone was watching to see what would happen. However, Nagyon's opponent didn't expect what kind of attack would be coming, and he punched her in the stomach. Yulnia thought he'd punch her in the face and didn't see it coming. Najin doesn't give her any credit. Najin realized that it was over. With this ridiculous attack, Yulnia could only become more determined. That's pretty much what happened. Yulnia's attack looked serious. Najin wondered how he could dodge it. Here he is already lying on the ground, and Yulnia is sitting next to him looking at him. Raojun ran up to Najin to see if he was all right. Rising from the ground, he asked what about the fight. Yulnia was already leaving and reported that the fight was long over, and Najin had passed out from a single blow. She advised him to remember that her technique is called Martial Arts Galaxy, and she's not as weak as he might have thought. Next to Najin on his lap sat Raojuna. On the other side stood Rujian. Looking at Yulnia's back, Rujian wondered who else was being arrogant here. She added that if Najin's body was fine, then he would definitely defeat her. Thinking that he had dishonored his brother's name, Nagyun asked for forgiveness. Even though he was defeated, it was a turning point that would help him in the future. Walking up to Noljin, Yulnia said she saw him talking to another girl. Najin, still sitting on the ground after the battle, asked Raojun where Thar was. Raojun pointed his index finger and said that his fight had been going on for a long time. Thar was slammed into the wall by his opponent's blow, but he clutched the dagger in his hand with confidence. In a cloud of dust, a small hurricane was swirling with sounds coming from it. It was Martha who said she was terribly disappointed about what happened to Najin. Wiping his mouth with his hand, Tar assumed Jin didn't want to show his full strength. Watching Tara sparring Nagyun, asked how long he had been out. He turned to Raojun, but the latter replied that he had only missed 2 fights, and Tar had just started. In his head, Nagyun realized that 2 fights meant he missed 4 people. Rujin wondered if Tar would win since she had heard a lot about Martha. She thought the only one who could compete with her was Najin. With all the rumbling, Martha stuck her sword right into the ground in front of Tar. He realized that she wanted to take him down with her bare hands, or maybe try something else. Nagyan thought Tara had a good chance of winning and told the guys so. He knew that the most important thing in this business was to stay alert and read his opponent. The knights conferred and Gius liked Martha's skills, but Najin left a different impression. The vixen, on the contrary, was relieved when he was overpowered because he was too careless. Fitterans reminded him that his opponent was Julnia from the galaxy, and in general people like him shouldn't be given preferential treatment. Threw her fists at Martha and attacked. Thar tried to defend himself with a dagger. She swung her foot and struck with such force that Tar flew off. He managed to slow down and couldn't believe his eyes that she was fighting him with her bare hands. Najin analyzed the fight and saw that Tara was shaking and he was confused. Maybe Taru should take the sword stuck in the ground, or is it a decoy? Pouncing again, Martha flew over Tara. He looked ahead and didn't see her. Thinking she might be behind him, he turned around but saw no one there either. She came at him right on top of him, and Tar bounced sideways, sitting down on the ground. Martha looked angrily at her opponent. It pissed her off that he was avoiding blows and becoming insecure. She thought Najin hated her. Standing up and holding his sword out in front of him, Tar reminded him that he had never said such a thing. There was a shout behind me. It was Jin who was telling Tara to be more careful. He kept yelling at Tar to remember what he did when he was with him. Nagyan knew that Tar was smart and would understand. Najin was approached by Gius saying he was crazy and asked what he was doing. After answering that he was cheering up his friend, Najin was told that it was not a cheer, but a clue, and Gius was watching him. Jean decided to argue with Gius, saying that this should have been talked about beforehand and their rules are too arbitrary. Saying that he shouldn't, Raujin tried to stop him. Gius stood silently. He had nothing to say to Najin because he was saying the right things. Realized Gius that Najin is too troubled and he sees other people's weaknesses. He advised the young man to stop the conflict. Rujian and Raojun's faces were covered with drops of sweat. Hearing Najin's words, Tar tried to remember what battle he was talking about. Realizing that he was definitely faster than his opponent, Tar knew that Martha's abilities were of little interest to him. With a sharp jerk from his seat, Tar found himself behind Martha's back. He had a way to win. Martha turned around and came face to face with Tar, bringing her fist down on him. She had incredible visual acuity, but Tar sped up and she decided to focus. Her eyes lit up with a yellow light. Thar was grateful that she was now focused on him. Tar's advantage was that he was very fast, and his way of winning was to blind her. Holding out his hand, Russ smiled. Thar and Rujian stood behind him with sullen faces. When Nagyon was bullied, Tar always stood behind all the guys. He never took part in the bullying, just watched from the sidelines. The reason was that Thar realized that Rujian considered herself a victim of circumstance. However, he saw no justification for violence against Nagyon, but he knew that Rujian was difficult to judge rationally. At least that's what he was thinking. Thar made sure they didn't cross the line. Discussing the fight, the knights came to the conclusion that Thar fights much better than they could have guessed. When Tara managed to blind Martha, he didn't hesitate and struck her decisively. But suddenly Martha shouted a fin and the sword she stuck into the ground lit up with a yellow light. She was able to strike and Tar wondered if her weapon could sense, since she couldn't attack while blinded. Martha opened her eyes slightly and saw Tara through the veil, but could see that he was still recovering. She joked that he'd scared her, but his weapon didn't work against her and what he'd do now. For Tara, it was a failure. He used all the light and she even managed to hit him, no chance of winning. Fitterans felt ashamed of himself for treating Tar with disdain, for despite his doubts, Tar held up well. Holding a dagger in one hand, Tar raised his hands in the air and said he surrendered. The fellow students watching him were astonished at the news, but this was not what they had expected. Varen grabbed his helmet and was clearly upset that it had ended this way. Approaching the team, Tar heard praise from Raojun, but Najin asked why he had given up. Closing his eyes, Tar began to explain that he had already spent all the light and the weapons had become useless. He felt he didn't stand a chance. Thoughtfully, Najin began to reason. Martha couldn't have known that the light could only be used once a day, so it was a bluff. Thar was angry. In his opinion, Najin was in no position to give out advice. But Najin told Tar to keep it in mind because it might be useful next time. Turning away, Thar started to walk away and threw them that he was just weak on this one. After all, it's very easy to say that Tara had a chance to win, but he can't think like Najin. Rujin was concerned that Najin was being too hard on Tar even though the fight was already over, and Najin felt bad that Tar had lost. He was confident that Thar could have won, but chose to surrender. The sparring continued and the next lot drawn was blue. It was the turn of Raojun, the last apprentice student from Udion. The boys stood opposite each other. Raojun wished his opponent good luck, but Daragon laughed at him and asked how they had passed the exam in the first place. The opponent thought they were all weak. Thar was still doing well, but he just gave up. Shame on them for being there. He was sure that at least Najin had passed for a reason, but he arrogantly ignored his opponent. Daragon advised them to return to Udion. Raojun turned to Varon to make sure he would save his apprentice from death in time, and Daragon laughed at that. They announced the start of the fight. Raojun's face changed, and Nagyun noticed it immediately. The memories were almost erased. For some reason, Raojun couldn't take it anymore. It was cold. Winter. A little boy stood in the middle of a snow-covered wasteland. He just wanted to forget everything. He was cold and lonely. He fell to the ground. Someone shouted for him to get up, and the boy opened his eyes. He was completely snowed in, and people thought he was dead. The boy stood up and saw two identical guys in front of him. They asked if he was all right. That was how Raojun met his brothers. Daragon began to quickly swing some kind of whip, trying to hurt Raojun. But Raojun easily dodged her. Suddenly she cupped his cheek and he drew his weapon. Daragon couldn't believe it was a katana. He tried to overpower it with the whip, and the sharp sounds of blows could be heard. The sound of the blows was so frightening that Rujian was worried whether or not Raojun would be able to win because he often skipped class. Tara's voice came from behind the boys. He was saying that the enemy was good at sensing distance, attacking quickly, and his blows were accurate. However, Raojun is good at predicting attacks and avoiding them, but the problem is different. In Nagyun's opinion, Raojun's sword skills are powerful, but he needs time to prepare. Thar agreed, and added that Raojun also lacks basic skills. He has only horizontal punching skills. His chances of victory were slim. He was beginning to slow down, and at this rate it was only a matter of time before the battle was over. Suddenly, Raojun lowered his katana hand and Daragon thought he had stopped. Daragon had thoughts in his mind that Udion's students were helpless creatures. Thoughts flashed through Nagyun and Tara's minds as well that Raojun had surrendered. But Nagyun knew that Raojun was far simpler and more reckless than anyone would think. The enemy attacked Ranjun, and Rujian shrieked that he had hit. But Nagyun said to watch closely. Daragon's weapon is different from the same blade of a sword or spear. It is not possible to die after receiving a few blows from it. That's why Daragon's attacks are nothing to Raojun. The boys have seen that he's reckless. Daragon didn't realize whether his opponent hoped he would stand idly by, but he wrapped the whip around his ankle. He had to strike at once. He tried to pull the whip toward him so that Raojun would fall, but he stood like a rock. Though Raojun was tied up, he decided to strike horizontally, and Daragon flew back into the enclosure next to him, breaking it into splinters. Originally, Raojun was not originally from Udion. The twins looked at him and asked where he came from. They thought he didn't remember anything at all because the boy looked at them with green eyes that didn't understand anything. Holding out a hand of food, they offered him a snack, and Nagyun offered to stay with them until his memory returned. An indignant Najin disagreed, but his brother explained to him that there was enough food for the three of them, and suddenly the boy raised his voice. He chewed the bread and was delighted that the bread was warm. Nagyun said he would stay with them until he remembered everything. In the end, his memory never returned to Raojun. He became independent and stayed in Udion forever. The knights watching Raojun strike were surprised by such a technique. It was too much in Daragon's opinion, and he became furious as he climbed out from under the rubble. Using a horizontal section, Raojun struck again, but Daragon dodged it in time. Deciding to use another horizontal section, Raojun climbed higher in preparation for the jump. But Varen had already raised his spear upward, about to stop the fight. With a clatter, Raojun fell to the ground, and Varen declared him the winner. The guys were shocked at how Varan had stopped Raojun, and they wondered what the spear was. The sun was slipping toward sunset, and the last fight of the day was announced. It was between Pimel and Jirun. In the end, the winner was Pimel of Ratun. His hand was shaking. The first part of the warm-up match was over. The second would be tomorrow at dawn. Varen let everyone rest. When Varen said that the victors would fight the Raojun Knights tomorrow, he came to a shock. Afterward, Vadrine decided to make fun of the guys by saying that they were lucky that at least one of them won. But Najin decided to ask Raojun what kind of spear it was that moved independently in the air after being thrown. But Raojun didn't know. Furious at being ignored, Vadrine jumped into the conversation saying it was a knight's spear and its name was Naringen. Weapons descended from the heavens. They differ from the masterpieces made by the most famous craftsmen and have abilities beyond human control. Remembering Najin asked about Martha's sword. Maybe her weapon was one of those too. Wadrin was finally furious and shouted, asking if Najin could hear him. He shouted at him that he was weak. Yulnia and Nuljan stood up for him, saying he wasn't weak, she was just on a different level. But Vadrine didn't like that. Standing outside the house, Rujin told Thar that they would have to be on night duty again, but Thar thought they were free and could sleep soundly. When night came, it was time for the knights to assemble, and they stood in a circle gathered in a room. Jius thought that first they should calm down, because they should be an example for the guys. Wolf decided to ask at once who they thought was the strongest, and the two decided it was Martha. Fox sided with Yulnia Dara and agreed with her. Varen thought it was Martha too and asked who they were expecting something special from. Siding with Rujin, Wolf said she held on to the last one, despite her opponent having a clear advantage. But Jius sided with Raojun, thinking him a strong candidate. Fox had no challenger, but Duran sided with Vadrine, saying it would be fun to watch him. But which student they needed the most? They all agreed that it was Najin, thinking that he would be of great help to them in the future. Who the mentors thought had the best chance of becoming a knight, and the choice was obvious. A flashback of Najin entering a house full of strangers in robes. He falls into the abyss, seeing a bright flash of white light screaming his brother's name. Lying on the floor with his hand in the air, Nagin shouted, "No." A disheveled Rujian stood next to him, asking what he meant, because she hadn't slept well either. While Nagyon was putting his hair back in a ponytail, Vadrine came to him wondering what Najin had dreamed, but Nagyon didn't listen to him. He wondered what would have happened if he had been inside the house that day. His brother was alive. Standing in the middle of the square, Varen repeated that there would be a confrontation between the victors and the knights. Pointing his finger at a girl with long black hair, Varen said that Raymond would be the first because she automatically passed to the next stage. Thinking which of the knights would be her opponent, he pointed to Fox and asked if she wanted one. But the volunteer was Fitterens, who showed his biceps and said he'd warm up at the same time. Standing in front of Raymond holding the sword in his hand, Fitterens hid one hand behind his back, saying he wouldn't use it. Raymond was attacking him, trying to throw punches, but he dodged them easily. Suddenly, Raymond's sword flew toward Rujian and Nagyon and slammed into the building between them. Rujian cried out, and Nagyon stood stone-faced. Watching the fight, Tar asked if they had noticed before that Raymond looked like Raojun, but Rujian said it seemed to him. Looking at Raojun, Nagyon thought if they were distant relatives, then that meant he was from Rethan. Suddenly, Raymond stopped, and Fitterens asked why she wasn't doing her best. Looking at him, she replied that she didn't understand why she would do her best if her opponent didn't do the same. Grinning, Fitterens asked Duran to throw his weapon, and she tossed him a huge knife. Catching him, he told Raymond to take his weapon and not to regret what he had done. Taking the sword, Paimel threw it to Raymond and she caught it. Clutching it tightly, she stood in front of her opponent. Fitterin struck with such force that Varen was worried he might inadvertently finish her off and reminded him of that. Standing up cheerfully, leaning on his weapon, Fitterin said that he, unlike Varen, had thought to strike with the back of his sword. Climbing out of the pillar of dust, Raymond thought that Fitterance was very strong. Behind Varen's back, Pimmel ran towards Raymond, worried if she was alive. Varen asked the winners of the first round to get ready. 7 men was too many, and Varen asked Darin when it would start to organize the squads. She replied that it would be tonight. The winners listened attentively to what Varen had to say. He said that there would be a tournament system after 2 defeats. He stood in a stance and told the students to attack him at the same time. Turning around, Raojun saw Najin. He asked how he was, and reported that he had noticed how long it was taking him to do the horizontal section. He advised to prepare to use the skill in advance and try not to stand in front but attack from the rear. A fight broke out. Everyone grabbed their weapons and ran in different directions. Everyone looked up into the sky and saw Varen launch his spear into the sky. As Vadrin stood looking up at the sky, Varan came up to him saying he was very cocky, and he struck. Vadrin flew off at once into a pile of stones nearby. He rolled to the ground, his mouth drooling. Yias asked Foxwolf and Darin to prepare because their help might be needed. Watching Varan's attack, Turison was furious that he was using the spear as a distraction. While he was thinking, Varan had time to attack him as well. Rujin, who was watching from afar, realized that martial arts was no joke, as Varan was playing with his students without even using weapons. Nearby, Nagyun realized that the disciples would fail because each fought separately and didn't use their advantages. The martial arts galaxy stunned Varan as Yulnia threw a punch at him. No matter how strong a knight you were, facing 7 unarmed men at once seemed impossible to Tar. But Nagyan disagreed with him. There was a flash of light in the sky and the spear flew almost at Martha's face. It was flying towards Pimmel, right into his chest. He just stood there and watched it approach. Yulnia turned her head away and Varen said she disappointed him with that, and he asked why she wasn't looking at him. Somewhere behind his back, Raojun uttered a horizontal section. He attacked Varan from behind. However, when Varen turned around, his trusty spear split the wave of section, thus saving his master. They were getting closer and closer to him. Varen realized this, so he picked up his weapon and decided that the real fun was about to begin. But the knights interrupted him, thinking that was enough for today. Unfolding her umbrella, Rudica stood in front of Raojun's face to fend off Varen's attack. Blue Wolf went for the spear to stop his action. Outraged, Varen turned to ask why they wouldn't let him play, but the knights attacked him. A pillar of light pinned Varen to the ground. Getting out from under the rubble, Varen said it was too much, and could have just said. Daran stood sternly above him with his sword. Announcing that the warm-up match was over, the knights told the Chuenix to wait for the squad to gather. Looking at his hands, Paimel was frustrated that he couldn't do anything. The battle that had just happened made everyone realize how big the difference between knights and apprentices was. Except for one man. Nagyan felt it was better to use Naringin than any other weapon. After a short time, the knights announced that the squad was assembled and would consist of 4 men. The squad leader is a knight and 3 apprentices. Training will be conducted concurrently with the mission and squad members will be continually reorganized. The guys were asked to greet each other because whether they like it or not, they will now be working together. Looking at Najin, Nuljan said he hoped he would, and Nagyun quietly said yes. The girl from the Knights Management Committee was reading the paper on which the members of Duran's squad were written, and she said she would submit it to the management. The students were discussing who was in which squad, and Rujian got into Fitteran's squad. Raojun was assigned to Mrs. Fox, and Tara was assigned to Daran. Knight Giraffe was assigned to Knight Nagyon. They were all scattered to different places. Giraffe hurried Nagyon up and told them to leave, and Nagyon told them to get stronger and meet again. So he went to Gius, and he said that they would be walking a long way, so they had to get out early. Julnia and Noljin were ahead of him. Worry enveloped Raojin, and he asked if Najin would be okay, but Raojin said there was no reason to worry because it was Najin. But Raojin thought he had something wrong and wanted to say something about it, but Tar interrupted him, saying that they were the ones to worry about. In Tara's opinion, though, Najin doesn't have the strength that he used to. He never once seemed weak. It seems like Nagyun has grown very attached to the guys over time. Jayus's squad moved along the road through the forest. He walked ahead as leader, and the students followed behind. Deciding to take a break, Jayus sat down on a large tree stump and informed the boys that they would rest a bit and continue on their way. Nagyon had a question and turned to the knight. The question was about the Naringen spear that Veron had. He wondered how he could get his hands on such a weapon. Jayus looked at him askew. He began to explain that Naringen-type weapons are very rare, and even if you get them, not everyone can use them. In fact, unlike conventional weapons, the Naringen itself chooses its owner to whom it will allow to use its abilities. Pensively placing a hand on his chin, Nagyon thought that such a weapon would be difficult to obtain. Standing at the Knights' meeting, Jayus announced that he would take Najin with him. Wolf thought he didn't like people like that, and he was right, but Giraffe was planning to check something out. Sitting on a stump, Jayus pondered the fact that Najin was a strange guy, and he couldn't figure him out. Thinking back to their fight with Yulnia, he thought it was too absurd if Najin just wanted to let someone's guard down. And actually, Najin is a lot different now than it was before. If Najin wants to appear weak, why? Why would he do that? These thoughts never left the knight's mind. Najin saw Jayus looking at him from the side and realized he suspected him of something. The two shrewdest knights of all are the Black Hen and the Light Blue Giraffe. Though Veron is no threat, Jayus is one to watch out for. Maybe it's because of the fight with Yulnia. Of course, it would be better if Nagyun tried to keep a low profile, but when he's under suspicion all the time, how can he do that? So he decided to act. Turning to Yulnia, he said he was surprised yesterday and apologized for looking down on her. He realized he'd been neglecting the basics for nothing and told her thanks. She smiled back. Coughing, she said that as she expected him to be very attentive and asked him not to blame herself too much because the fact was that she was strong. He asked her about the basics of martial arts, saying he was sure he could learn a lot from her. Looking at him, she covered her mouth with her hand so he wouldn't see her smile, and Noljin frowned at her. It is the duty of the strong to care for the weak, and since he has lost to her, she will take him into her care. Turning to Yulnia, Noljin asked if she was sure, but Yulnia thought the basics would be no problem. Jayus was watching their conversation. If Najin relied on his senses, then why now he was saying he lacked basic skills? Jayus was looking for the real reason. Glancing at Najin, he thought about the fact that the apprentice might be guessing suspicions, and folding his hands in his pockets, Jayus ordered to move out. What if Najin used the psychology of competition and Yulnia's desire for recognition for personal gain, and if he got inside Jayus' head? Following their leader, Nagyon and Yulnia practiced right along the way. When it started to get dusk, they built a fire and sat around it. Jayus lectured about how strength is what can destroy an opponent, and the guys listened to him attentively. First and foremost, you must be strong, not powerful is a famous expression, and Jayus advised to memorize it. A few days passed. Jayus announced that they had arrived. Their mission begins with Kronel. They stood on a hill in front of a small town surrounded by a large stone wall. The city was much larger than Udion, and Noljin noticed that it appeared to be quite close. Jayus said he'd picked the closest place himself. Lowering her eyes to the floor, Yulnia thought about what she wanted to eat, but Noljin immediately asked what their mission was. After saying that the mission would not be dangerous and there was nothing to worry about, Jayus said that they needed to find someone to start with. Noljin asked who they needed to find, but Jayus only gave him a smile. They needed to find a mage. Jayus' squad was marching through Kronel, and Nagyon wondered why they needed a mage. Without even turning around, Jayus replied that this was not just a meeting. They would have to escort the mage to the capital. Magister Capital, escort. Nagyon asked why and was told it was a secret. When they heard someone's stomach rumble, the group stopped, looking at each other. Yulnia pretended it wasn't hers. She turned to Jaius, asking him if it might be best for them to grab a bite to eat before heading out. The knight remained silent. Saying that he would meet the magician alone, Jaius sent the boys to lunch, and after lunch, he appointed a meeting place for them to set out on the road at once. And he left, leaving them alone. Yulnia immediately asked what they were going to eat. Turning to her, Nuljan asked what she wanted and was told that she would have soup and something else. Behind them stood a man in a robe. The stranger went behind Najin's back and was not noticed. Najin told the boys that he didn't care what he had. Suddenly, Nuljan noticed that Nujin's sword was missing. Turning around and noticing the man in the robe at once, Najin followed him. However, Nuljan and Yulnia immediately decided to run, and pointing at the stranger shouted that he must be stopped because he was a thief. Looking at the stranger, Nagyon suddenly realized who it was because he noticed a familiar mask on his face. Nagyon clenched his teeth in fury and rushed after the thief. At the same time, he wondered if it was right to follow him. Nuljan stood in the aisle and beckoned Najin over to him, pointing with his hand where to go. It was a dead end. A masked man stood against the wall with a sword in his hand. Yulnia announced importantly that they were the knight's apprentices, and if he returned the sword to them, they would let him go. Martial Arts Galaxy Part 2. Yulnia jumped up to the stranger and her eyes shone with light. She attacked him with a lightning bolt, and a flash of light accompanied by a crackling sound appeared where they had just been. Kicking her foot into the wall where the man should be, she was surprised to find that she had broken through the wall, but the man was gone. Nuljan was next to show his skill, but the stranger dodged his attack as well, and so he lunged with sword in hand at the unarmed Nagyon. Nagyon knew he was the target. Suddenly, some red-clothed man stood between Nagyon and his opponent and repelled the attack with a shockwave. His opponent was on the roof of a building. The man who had sent him there beckoned to him. But apparently, the stranger didn't really want to engage such an opponent in battle, so he threw the stolen sword at his feet. Nagyon's defender looked at his enemy and bid him to continue, but the man was looking down at him from the roof. Nagyon wondered who his protector was. Apparently, the enemy didn't want to continue the fight with a new opponent, so he fled the scene. Turning to Najin, Nuljan asked if he was all right. But Nagyon was interested in his protector because he had no idea who he was. Taking the liberty to ask first, Yulnia wondered if he was a knight by any chance. The man replied that he was not a knight and added that he was just passing by. Looking at him, Yulnia couldn't believe that he was at such a high level and wasn't a knight. Nuljan decided to just say thank you. As Najin put his sword away in its sheath, Yulnia said he was clumsy, and Nuljan added that it was more accurate to say inattentive. Noticing the stranger's gaze, Nagyon looked at him and clarified if they had met before. The stranger smiled and said he remembered every person he met, but he thought they might see each other later. The boys had already turned around and were on their way when Yulnia turned around and called out to Najin because Nuljan was hungry. Najin couldn't take his eyes off of her. Turning around, Nagyon went to catch up with the team while the stranger remained standing and stared after them. A silhouette appeared in the wall behind the strangers, and addressing him, the stranger said that he had asked for no amateurishness. The man in the robe returned. Back to the boys, Jaius said that the situation had changed and they were leaving now. The mage was standing next to him. He informed the guys that they would be eating on the way, and Yulnia obviously didn't expect such a turn of events that she even opened her mouth. Standing next to Yulnia, Nuljan reported that they had almost eaten everything. Jaius asked not to worry because he had a backup and set off ordering them to follow him. When the mage took off his hood, the guys saw a guy with short white hair. He introduced himself, and his name was Schumann. Turning to Jaius, Nagin asked what had changed in their situation. However, his question was answered by the mage, informing him that someone has been following him as of late, and he fears for his life. When he asked for their help, Nagyon wondered about the pursuit, but decided he couldn't know for sure. But until they could determine if Schumann was really being pursued by someone, Jaius asked him to just be careful. The magician was not reassured by this, he was very worried. Already standing in the forest, Yulnia stopped and turned to the knight to see what about the food. Jaius held out a leaf of the herb to the girl and said that the plant was called Jamie, and if eaten raw, it would cause diarrhea. The prospect of eating grass did not appeal to Yulnia. However, Jaius thought it was a good option in the field, and it was nutritious if cooked. After sending Najin and Nuljin into the forest to find food for him to prepare, Jaius said that he and Yulnia would accompany the mage. Plucking some flower, Nuljin heard from Najin that it was better to pick it because the plant was not compatible with other food. Looking at the plant in his hand, Nuljin asked Najin how he knew it, and he said he lived near the forest and had eaten it as a child. Najin asked Nuljin if he had lost the fight, since he was out of it. Closing his eyes, Nuljin reported that he lost because he was weak, and without Yulnia he was nothing. As the conversation continued, Nuljin asked why Najin thought the shield was more advantageous then. For Najin, it was simple, and both shield and spear are very powerful, and if these implements never break, then the man with the shield has a better chance of winning. The only thing that he thought would make a difference was the skill of wielding it. Najin finished picking a plant. Nuljin stopped to think that Najin must have been practicing for a long time to have thought this far ahead, but Jin distracted him by reminding him to eat. In Yulnia's hands was a container of some herb and some bits and pieces. Looking at her, Nuljin apologized for the lack of meat. Yulnia's eyes became round. Turning to Xiumin, Yulnia handed him a container and asked him to turn the herb into meat. Looking at the girl over his shoulder, Xiumin thought that commoners were all the same and thought that they could do anything with magic. They have no idea how difficult magic is to use. The slightest miscalculation won't work. Without knowing any formula, they think it's so easy to create a new one. Magic is a joke to them. And with a smile, Xiumin told Yulnia that he couldn't do that, and she clucked her tongue. Everyone had eaten, and before heading out, Jaius decided to do a little training. The fight will be between the losers of the last match, that is between Nuljin and Najin. The fight will last 3 minutes. Practice is necessary to identify weaknesses and improve them. The opponents are facing each other. When Jaius gave the command, they started. Nagyon decided to keep his distance to avoid the attack and ran back. Nagyon also watched the warm-up match very closely. He observed the habits and postures of the strong players. The goal for Nagyon is to pretend he's trained in the galactic martial arts of Yulnia. Looking at Najin, Yulnia couldn't believe that he had learned so quickly. Standing in the rack opposite Najin, Nuljin thought he had matured, and unlike the warm-up match now, he could see no gaps. Nagyon was not afraid. He decided to do the same as Yulnia and rushed to attack. Folding his arms crossed in front of him, Nuljin decided to protect his head. Nagyon may be stronger now than he was then, but his attack isn't as powerful yet. He needed a place where the pain would manifest itself at once, and he knew such a place because he had been beaten before. He remembered Russ. With all his might, Nagyon struck his opponent's liver. Nuljin choked and stepped back. Xiumin, who was watching the match, knew that it was painful because even healing magic was difficult to use in that place. After telling Xiumin not to worry, Jaius told him that Yulnia had a little bit of strength. Looking at her obliquely, Xiumin thought she was stupid for talking nonsense. Jaius analyzed the fight. He saw that Najin was clearly trying to punch his opponent in the face, so Nuljin covered his face with his hands. But the blow came in the stomach, and it was exactly the same situation during the warm-up match. It wasn't like galactic martial arts. Jaius realized that the blow was aimed specifically at the liver. As he looked at his opponent, Nagyon thought he had done something wrong, because a proper hit should make it hard for him to breathe. Nuljin attacked next, but Nagyon easily dodged his blow. Jaius didn't understand why they weren't fighting at full strength. He even thought that Najin was like him. He stopped the fight. Nuljin didn't understand why there was still time. But Jaius decided that enough was enough. Instead, we could talk about complimenting each other. And turning to Najin, he asked if there was a reason why he was so weak, and Najin said there was. Bowing his head, Jaius let it be known that he understood and said to continue on his way. The fox stopped and asked the troop if they were having a hard time and if they would like to rest. Barely catching their breath, Rudika's squad of sweaty guys answered no way. Offering in that case to speed up, Fox went, and the shocked lads responded by eating. But Fitterin stuck his sword in the ground and gave a lecture to his squad. He said it's no good being cocky. After all, there are many people in the world stronger than them, and they should always be honing their skills. The squad listened attentively. Darren's squad ran all. Letchi shouted to them if anyone wanted to surrender, and all with glee answered no. Varen wanted to know what his squad would do if he tried to massacre them here, and now he extended his index finger, waiting for an answer. There were only girls in his squad, and Martha replied that she would block him, and Quarren and Jiren would help him. However, even though she was the strongest among them, the three of them had no chance of winning, and Martha understood that. Varen liked that she was confident, but he thought she was overdoing it. Varen had a very powerful weapon. Varen tells Martha that her plan is vague, and if Najin were here, he would offer a clearer strategy. In Jayus' opinion, Varen was a dangerous man, and he warned the students not to get too close to him. He asked Najin if he was going to ask Varon about Naringin. Xiumin, who was standing next to him, shouted, not believing that Varon was their comrade. Was sure Xiumin was sure Varen was crazy, but Jayus said they couldn't prove it yet. The mage was overcome with fear and kept shouting that he was scared and would not go anywhere. Nulgin behind him thought how such a man was responsible for their training. Ahead of them, Jayus said it was his fault. The boys wondered if Varen was the only one of all the knights who had a black color. Turning to them, Jayus explained that it didn't mean anything bad, as the more saturated the color, the stronger the person. Yulnia, who was standing nearby, thought the light colors were prettier. Nulgin asked if the rumors were true. The knight was curious about Najin's opinion, but he replied that such a perception was unfounded, and being strong one should leave memorable impressions. People will only be able to recognize the color black like Varen. However, there will always be a tendency to validate one's point of view. People will believe what they want, and in this, it was surprising to Jayus that their thoughts with Najin coincided. Nulgin disagreed with him, but Najin asked how strong Mr. Giraffe himself was. Further unexpected news for the guys was that Yu said that everyone sees that he is weak, but in reality it is even worse. Overall, Juice was weaker than Varon, but thought he was on the same level as Yulnia. It was for these reasons that Jayus' squad was formed in this manner. While still standing with his back to the students, Jayus gave them a task on their way to meet an enemy whose strength is equal to that of a knight until tomorrow they need to strategize. With a smart look, Yulnia started to say something to Najin, but he thought the assignment was bullshit and was given to mess with them. Turning around, Nagyan turned to the mage, saying he had a couple questions and a request. Night had fallen. In the twilight, bandaged hands lifted a piece of paper from the grass. The man in a skull mask and a high hat looking at the paper thought that it was about some sorcerer who deals with hexes. In the night, his eyes burned red. Since he is the first tip of His Highness's spear, he decided to advance. Walking in the twilight behind Jayus, Nagyun pondered that he was not able to read him as easily as the others. His thoughts were interrupted by Xiumin, who asked him if he was listening to him because he had asked him to tell him. Nagyun turned around and repeated his last words. Folding his hands in a lock, Xiumin told him how to use magic and finished by asking for demonic power. Najin didn't understand what it meant to ask. The mage began to tell him that the power of the spell depended on how favored the caster was. Getting a mage's favor is not the easiest thing to do, and even if you get mana and the mana request is incorrectly set, the magic just won't work. Looking at the mage, Nagyan asked what about him, and Xiumin replied that he was doing great, making requests since he had the talent. Holding some parchment in his hand, Nagyon asked how strong the mana needed to be to use it. Xiumin said to take the paper with both hands and say glow to gather energy around him. Nagyun did that. The paper flashed in his hands with a bright white light illuminating everything around him. Standing in the middle of the town, Varen said it was a mage. The squad didn't understand and asked again. Fitterin Wolf's unit was in the forest when he told them about the mage. Daran was also in town with a squad, and almost blabbed to them why they needed a mage. Standing at the door, Rudica told her squad that now they would be able to see one of the mages and turn the knob. Opening the door wide and entering the house, Fedorins loudly asked, "Mr. Mage, are you here?" Daran was shocked by the sight. Varen was also shocked. There was a dead man sitting on the floor and traces of blood everywhere. It was all over. At first, Nagyan squeezed his eyes shut against the bright light, but when he opened them, he saw Gius in front of him. A bright light was burning in front of him. Gius also had a paper in his hands, on which glowed incomprehensible symbols in the form of circles and triangles. The knight said to stop. Nagyan asked the mage what was wrong, and Xiumin replied that Gius must have received a summons. Xiumin noticed the parchment in Nagyun's hands and cried out. Nagyun looked at the paper and saw that it was completely unlit. He was upset, but the mage reassured him that it was not a talent that anyone could possess. Watching what Nagyan was doing with the mage, Yulnia jumped into the conversation and informed him that she knew how to use magic a little. But Nagyon watched Gius carefully. He knew that the object in his hands was used in emergencies. The magician said that such a paper already contains magic and functions, so that people who are not favored by mana can use it. Interrupting the dialogue, Gius said that they had an emergency because the mage their companions were supposed to meet had died. Perhaps Xiumin would be next. At this news, Xiumin began to shout, and Nagyun said that it was necessary to understand if there was a spy among them. That was a proposition Gius agreed with. He was sure that the spy was not far away. The question was whether he would give himself away by saying so. Looking at Najin, Gius saw that his face expressed no emotion, and whether he could then speak objectively about him. To the guys, Gius told them that there was probably no spy among them, because they had a man who thought more about food than a mage. They also have a man who is interested in a man thinking about food. Nuljan looked away at those words. And finally, there's a man among them raring to find a spy, so Gius thinks there's no spy among them. Besides, if Gius had been a spy, he would have killed the mage the first time he met him, and Gius had asked Najin to stop looking at Xiumin. Looking at the crying mage, Nagyon realized that he could not be a spy because he had never once inquired about their plan of action. Looking at Xiumin, Gius said that they would have to change the route because carrying his body they had no desire. They urgently needed to come up with a plan of action, and Gius asked what Najin's thoughts were. It seemed to Najin that they needed to reorganize the fighting force for a real battle, but Gius asked sharply what he meant, for he had explained what had happened to the comrades. Najin thinks it's all a joke. Drops of sweat appeared on Nagyon's neck, and he stammered that he didn't think so. Looking at Gius, Nagyun wondered if he was faking it or if he was really weak. Gius said to move out as soon as possible. Droplets of blood fell to the ground. The squad watched the knight. Fidorins grabbed his wounded shoulder. A man in a hat and wearing a skull mask came out of a house across the street from them with a gun. The knight also held a weapon and told the squad to listen to him carefully. They needed to turn and run immediately. And the two adversaries came together in battle. Each of them rushed to attack his enemy. Fidorins tried to attack the enemy, but he evaded the blows. The enemy stopped in front of him and said, "These are you people called knights." The students ran. Behind them, they heard a rumbling sound and flashes of light from the forest. Using his sword as a shield, Fidorins deflected the enemy's blows. He thought he had wounded him, but the enemy continued to fight steadily. As they walked, Nagyon decided to ask Gius if he was a free knight. There are two kinds of knights. There are class knights, or those who were selected by examination. Free knights are those that have great influence and receive a badge of honor in the name of not being hostile to the emperor. Turning to the students, Gius asked if they knew what their main difference was. Nuljan replied that the class members were probably stronger because they had passed exams and were trained in various techniques. Statistically, class knights are indeed stronger, but there are times when the free can surpass them, and not all people strive for it. Perhaps its honor suggested Yulnia looking at Gius's back, and he replied that it was close. Deciding to tell Gius himself, said that the most important difference between knights is the commandment. The students listened. Each class knight pledges to take an oath to the emperor, and the oaths of all knights are different. Its contents are known only to the emperor and a couple of close associates. In Yusa's opinion, the class knight's oath to live and die with honor is very onerous. Turning to his students, Gyus asked why all the knights made such an oath. Only Nagyon answered, saying it was for control. The answer is correct. You can't kill an enemy who has his back to you. You can only harm someone who is standing firmly on the ground, and you can only attack someone who is sighted. Standing in front of the squad, Gyus continued. Such moments are controlled by the class knights during the preparations for the exam. Such commandments epitomize the chains that bind the sword. Yulnia didn't know that before. Gyus said he would answer the question that had started the conversation. Nagyun stood behind him and listened intently. And answered. Gyus was a class knight. He was weakened by the chains that bound him, but instead he gained a different kind of strength. However, the ability he got is a secret, and Gyus warned the guys everything he told them today is confidential. Being weak in the midst of all this is dangerous, thought Nagyon. He should stay in the care of the knights until he gained strength. Stopping and looking ahead at the white light, Gyus announced that they were in position. As they emerged from the forest, everyone saw that there was a literal icy wasteland awaiting them. Thinking back to the time he was walking with the magazine in his arms and saying he wants to go everywhere, Nagyun smiled and Yulnia noticed it. The forest beyond the desert was their destination. Gyus said that there they should join up with another group. Yulnia touched the ice and Nuljan was concerned about it, but she started yelling at him that there was nothing wrong with it. Scrunching his nose, Zhumin approached Najin saying that he had a request. But Najin was silent. He stood and looked ahead of him without paying attention to the mage. He was smiling. Before him the sun was rising and the icy rocks were enveloped by dawn. Najin stood aside and Gyus hurried him away, for they were already approaching the forest. The guys asked him if he was so excited about what he was seeing for the first time, and Nagyon couldn't find the words to answer. Noticing that the bushes were moving, Gyus ordered the team to stop. The mage hid behind Najin's back. Julnia, standing next to him, clenched her fists. Suddenly, a screaming Rugian literally flew out of the bushes. She stopped to catch her breath. She shouted something about a Fidoran knight. Gyus demanded an explanation of what had happened. There was an explosion with a flash of white light behind the squad. Everyone turned around at the sound. In front of them stood the masked and hat-wearing man who had attacked Fidoran's squad. Saying that no explanation was needed, Gyus gave the command to prepare for battle. Things are heating up between the eastern continent and the central continent, where Nagyun and the others were now. The Lord of the Eastern Continent is guarded by 5 watchdogs. Lord Naryun's first spear. Because of one incident, it became known as the Broken Spear. He was the one who had gotten in the way of Gyus's squad. He turned to Rugian and asked if it was Narayuna and received a positive answer. Judging by the stranger's appearance, Gyus realized that he came from the east and was unlikely to answer his questions. Turning to the squad, Gyus said to remember 2 things. The first was to protect the mage at all costs, and secondly, they must survive at all costs, and Gyus rushed to attack Naryun. He attacked with such force that Naryun was thrown back by the shockwave. Taking out a dagger, Naryun tried to stab it in, but Gyus intercepted his hand. Looking at Gyus, Naryun said finally, "You took your hands out of your pockets and called him a pathetic creature." Throwing Gyus back with a kick, Naryun moved towards the squad. When Naryun approached the squad, he said he guessed which one of them was the mage. Schumann cried looking at him. He told the others to come out to get to know each other better. Naryun swung his dagger at them. Yulnia rushed into the fight, and almost immediately she was shot in the shoulder. She screamed for Najin and Nuljan to protect the mage. Yus arrived in time, and together with Yulnia, they attacked the enemy from 2 sides. While trying to strike, Gyus noticed that a transparent veil had formed between him and Naryun. At that time, Naryun attacked. Yulnia fell down as she was wounded. A pool of blood ran from her shoulder. Nagyon screamed. Nuljan was silent. Memories came flooding back to Nuljan. He remembered their first meeting and how she told him she was now his guardian, Galactica's rightful successor. She was his protector, She thought the strong should protect the weak. The elders never praised Yulnia, they only spoke admonitions. However, Yulnia continued to hone herself and her skills without any admonishment. In the galaxy, the elders thought that Najin was a talented guy and could easily become a leader. She was told that if she had even a fraction of Najin's talent, it would be great. She should be like that, so she should try harder. In that moment, Nuljin realized he was the only one who thought she was the best. Glancing at Yulnia, he said that greed had ruined her in the end. He strode forward to meet the enemy, and without turning back, he turned to the mage to heal Yulnia. The blow that Nuljin threw was very strong. Nuljin shouted to Najin that he should keep it a secret from Yulnia. Standing against the wall, Yulnia was pleased that she had managed to break through it. Nuljin watched her from the corner. Watching Nuljin was glad she could do it. The power of the martial arts galaxy had only been passed down to Yulnia. Folding her arms, Yulnia said that it was her duty to help the weak and that she could teach him how to foundation because she was his guardian. In the forest, Nuljin carried a screed of firewood somewhere on his back. Sometimes he tried to mimic Galaxy's martial arts skills. It was how, just for curiosity or fooling around, that he was able to realize his talent. However, he decided to keep it a secret. It was all for Yulnia's sake. For a moment, Nagyon stopped. As soon as he saw the long-awaited ice desert, he was shocked. Not like Najin, but like Nagyong. He was brought to his senses by Nuljin and his sudden attack. The battle unfolded again. He thought he needed to come to his senses and figure out how to get out of this situation. After repelling Nuljin's attack, Naryun went to Jius saying, "It's a shame that there are knights like him." Something tinkled in Jius's pocket, and he realized that Naryun was stronger than expected. Continuing to humiliate Jius verbally, Naryun pulled out a dagger to end it all sooner. But behind Naryun already stood the wounded Nuljin, ready to continue the fight. Watching him, Rujin was angry that the only thing she could do was stay close to the mage. She wanted to fight. She wanted to help. Behind her, someone called out to her. Behind her stood Najin holding his sword as if ready to strike. Jius saw that Nuljin was already at his limit and realized that if this continued, someone would definitely die. He knew he had to use what was in his pockets. Standing behind Rujian and putting his sword to her throat, Nagyon asked Nuljin and Jius to freeze. They turned around at him and were shocked at what they saw. Nuljin shouted, asking what he was doing. Approaching them was Naryun, who also didn't understand what was going on. For Najin, it was a chance. Apparently, Naryun thought there was a spy among them, but he didn't know what he looked like or what his abilities were. And turning to Naryun, Nagyun said that it was him apologizing for speaking too late. But Naryun didn't believe so immediately, and asked him to initiate him into the details of their case. For some reason, seeing Nagyon's sword dispelled all of Naryun's doubts, and Nagyon knew that if he could gain Naryun's trust, he could learn a lot. A wound was healing on Yulnia's shoulder. She woke up sitting up, leaning against a tree. In front of her stood Nuljin with torn clothes and Xiumin with bags under his eyes and some kind of stick in his hands. Shouting to Jius that she was awake, Nuljin was ordered to have Xiumin now heal him. Standing in front of Rujian, Jius asked her to tell him what had happened to her squad. Lowering her head, she replied that she didn't know because everyone had scattered in different directions. Jius also wondered what had become of Fedorans, but Rujin didn't know that either because they had run away at once and answered only that he had been wounded. Looking at Niren, Nagyon said that they would deal with the squad next time, but for now, they should leave. And he added that he'd tell you all about it on the way, but now he had to go. Stopping in the middle of the forest, Naryun turned to Nagyon, asking what the reason was for keeping the squad alive. Naryun's attitude depended on what Nagyun would say. He asked him to explain himself, or else he would condemn him for lying. Of course, Nagyon had nothing to say because it was all about saving his friends. Every word would have weight. He had too little information, but decided to ask if Naryun remembered the mission. Approaching the young man, Naryun grabbed his face, saying that if it wasn't for the king's orders, he would have never taken the case. Realizing that Naryun didn't trust anyone, Nagyun apologized for overreacting. Naryun was also very arrogant, so when he let Nagyon go, He told him to watch his mouth if he wanted to live long. Turning his back to Nagyon, Naryun said that it was the spy who ordered the mages to be killed, so why didn't he let him do it now? He couldn't just keep quiet, so he explained that it was necessary for the mages to reach the capital. Allegedly, they will be more useful alive, and the knight Naryun met is very clever. No one can enter the capital, especially the fortress where the emperor lives. You have to go through an identification procedure. Those words were lies, but the truth was that it required a special magical device to pass, and only that. Nagyun made up a story based on the truth. It was perfect, because what he said couldn't be confirmed. In Nagyun's opinion, Naryun would not be interested in why this is so, since he has no choice, and Naryun asked what Nagyun was proposing in that case. Answers that have no clear boundaries fit best, and Nagyon replied that everything was done in order to have time to prepare. However, Naryun was interested in the details, so he asks for them. But turning away from him, Nagyun said that first we should go. If Naryun recognized the sword, it means he met with its owners. Though it wasn't the best decision, Naryun will try to find out more about the group. Out of the woods came Fedorins, barely able to stand on his feet and leaning on his sword as a walking stick, all wounded. The mage began to heal the wounded wolf, and he was telling about how Naryun was strong and had powers that caused hallucinations. Thinking that it was a good thing Fedorins was still alive, Geus asked why he hadn't asked for help. Laughing Fedorins said he didn't know how to do that, but Geus heard differently. Fedorins also cared about how many guys survived and where they were. Fedorins' shoulder was healed. Geus said he knew nothing about the boys and that they should go in search of Najin. All the soldiers except Rujin were wounded. Even though they had been treated, they still hadn't recovered fully, so they needed to summon other knights. Once they became knights, they became those who must risk their lives to achieve their goals, and Geus invited them to do their duty. Standing in front of the students, Fox asked them not to forget that they were special. In the future, they would have to carry out assignments and tasks, even at the risk of their lives. Rujian couldn't help thinking that Najin had betrayed them, but it seemed to her that he had a reason for doing so. 3 days passed. Nagyon walked through the forest ahead of Naryun. He thought that if the squad didn't understand, they would consider him a traitor, but that was better. Thinking back to Geus at that moment, Nagyon knew that he only understood him. After all, he had become a knight for a reason. Following the young man, Naryun asked how much longer he had left, and Nagyon replied that not much longer. The problem was that he would soon become suspicious. Jus was asked if everyone had arrived, but he said Varen had not. He deliberately left him out so that there would be no confusion. Glancing at the knights, he reported that they were now forced to continue the operation with this formation. Walking Nagyun pondered who the real spy was. Could there be more than one traitor? To begin with, it was necessary to speculate who they might be. It all started then. It was at that moment that he could give himself away by reacting to what was happening. All the proposed traitors must be tied to one man. He's the key link. However, there is no evidence as to the exact number of spies. Nagyun thought the situation should be looked at from a different angle. What is the purpose of those masked men? The names of the knights they called Daran then Hippo must make sense. Are these knights their allies? Considering that Naryun is from the east, then these knights must be their enemies. He would have realized if he met Daran in person. Is it the goal of the masked men to win the eastern continent in battle? Thinking that the east was not the homeland of the masked men, Nagyun wondered what was the point of massacring Najin. Behind Nagyun's back, Naryun suddenly spoke up and said he was thinking too much. Nagyun turned around and said he was just a little nervous. Nagyun needed to get information, and to do that, he needed to get Naryun to like him. Pretending to be Nagyun, he said he didn't think he'd be so close to Naryun, as his deeds were legendary. Looking at Nagyun, Naryun paused for a moment and said that he hated sneaks. In Naryun's opinion, the East is full of such people, and they cloud the mind of their lord. They know no boundaries, and often overreach. So Naryun explained to some of them that such actions could end badly. He added that even if he was like this now, he was sure Nagyun would remember his essence. Nagyun already realized that he had said too much. Deciding to change the subject, Nagyun said that medicines that are good for the body always burn more bitterly and added that he had been treated unfairly. Naryan felt the same way. He said that he had never regretted what he had done and that the day would come when His Highness would recognize Naryun. Raising his hand and looking at it, Naryun told Nagyun that he was pretty perceptive. Playing on, Nagyun said that he was sure the Emperor would appreciate his merits, and none of the knights could compare to him. The power that knights use is called ki. The power Naryun used was also in this. He pulled out his dagger and looked at it. Naryun shouldn't have used that power. Najin and Naryun stood on the island of blades. Pieces of trees were flying around them. Nagyun couldn't believe what was happening. Pulling his dagger forward, Naryun said he was giving Nagyun a minute to fix it. Not knowing what he was talking about, Nagyun thought he must have said too much. I think he said something that only these masked men realize. Naryun was already on a low launch to attack. He thought he could do it. Nagyun only wanted to protect the squad, but he overestimated himself. Now he has a duty to fulfill. Suddenly, a maroon umbrella opened in front of Nagyun's face. Nagyun saw Rudiku in front of him. From the back, Daran was already flying at Naryun, attacking the enemy. But there was a silhouette behind the tree from where she ran out. It was Jaius watching. It was the beginning of the operation to capture Najin. A few months ago, the coast of the eastern continent. The masked men of Naryunu said that after he arrived at the place, their man would escort him. They believed he would do his job well. They were even sure of it, because it is the first spear, and the king will surely like it. Pointing a dagger at the man in the robe, Naryun was angry that they had mentioned the king in the conversation. But the man laughed and put his hands up, saying he dared to be disrespectful, and apologized. Smiling at Naryun, the man said that he hoped for further cooperation, since from now on they were in the same boat. Calling out to Jaius, Rujin said that even though Najin was a jerk, she didn't think he was a spy. Looking back at her, Jaius said that Najin sacrificed himself to save them. The odds of Najin not being a traitor are much higher. Such sacrifices are usually made by knights, not apprentices. Jaius didn't like everything that was going on. He wondered what they would do when they met Najin, whether they would interrogate him or praise him for his courage. They needed to capture Naryun. Daran attacked him, but he just sort of disappeared. And now he's already attacking her from below while she's looking at where he just was. Hooking the umbrella around Naryun Rudika's ankle, Rudika tossed it aside. For some reason, Daran decided to introduce them by saying that she was a blue raccoon Rudika, a blue fox, and Jaius, a giraffe. The knights lined up, but Fedoran's was not among them. Asking Naryun if he was having a hard time lugging around that asshole Jaius, informed him that they were here to pick up Nagyon. Warning the girls, Jaius said that the enemy's abilities were unknown, and presumably he could attack continuously. The knights couldn't let their guard down while Naryun watched them. Fedoran's lifted his head and told the girl that she wasn't giving him a breather, and yet she was wounded. He sat leaning on his hands. But Rujin shouted hysterically that they had to run. Behind her, the boys were catching their breath. Using the sword as a support, Fedoran said that they could take a little breather. Xiumin stood beside him. Xiumin thought about how everyone was having such a hard time and he was so unsociable. The sun was already setting and the battle with Naryun was in full swing. The knights had him surrounded. While Daran was fending off several blows at once, Rudik thought, what kind of impenetrable skeleton was this? Standing and watching the battle, Nagyun knew that he was helpless in this situation. However, he thought about the next step. He was sure that Naryun still saw him as a spy, and that's why he was trying to prove himself. Holding the sword in his hand, he thought about how he should use this opportunity. He had two choices: either join the knights now, or continue being a spy and get more information. While Nagyon made his choice, Daran scolded the skeleton with the last words because it was impenetrable. Swallowing the lump in his throat, Nagyon made a choice and raised his sword. He decided to risk his life again. Sitting on his chest, Varen lowered his head and tapped his fingers on his spear. His troops stood beside him. Quarren turned to Varen to clarify if this was the gathering place where they were standing, and he said yes. Jarun was worried about why there were no other units in sight. but Varan didn't know the answer to that question either. Slashing Flow is an ability designed to fight dragons. Because of the difficulty of using the skill, there are only 2 creatures in the world that possess this ability. While Naryun attacked the knights, Nagyun stood looking at the forest they had destroyed. Fox turned to Giraffe and asked, "What about the method of destruction?" Gius thought it was very difficult to defeat a skeleton, and they needed to minimize the damage. Turning to Daran to tell her to act according to the situation and be careful, Gius didn't see her. She was already flying at Naryun to attack him and literally pressed him into the ground. Or rather, she thought so, but Naryun had dodged and was already standing at her side. It flew at Rudica, knocking her to the ground. Behind them stood Gius. The vixen turned to Daran, telling her to calm down or she would die. Najin got a chance and a sword appeared next to Naryun. Najin stood behind him and said he would help him. The knights couldn't believe their eyes seeing Najin holding a sword against them. Rushing from his seat, Gius flew towards his student. Naryun glanced obliquely at Nagyon and only smirked. Suddenly, a blade slashed across Naryun's wrist. Nagyun, standing behind him, drew his sword. An unexpected situation that no one had even realized was happening. However, an experienced warrior prefers to react immediately to an attack rather than deal with the situation. The blow flew at Nagyon, but Gius, who was flying towards him, was in time to repel the attack with his foot. That's what Nagyon expected from the knight. He thought that he had trusted him for a reason. Gius shouted now, and Daran jumped up to attack Naryun. There was an explosion in the forest where the massacre was taking place, and a flash of light illuminated all the trees flying upwards. Naryun stood up and admitted that he had underestimated them and said that he would now show the full power of the slashing stream. But when he turned around, all he saw was the hole from the explosion and the sword abandoned on the ground. Gius was on Daran's shoulder and Fox was holding Najin in her arms. They raced through the forest at the speed of light. Daran said the plan might not have worked. She thought Najin was lucky that the skeleton didn't kill him. Nagyun wanted to object, but Rudica stopped him. Frowning at her, Nagyon questioningly said yes, and she said he was good. Looking at Najin, Daran noticed something in his hand. Najin replied that Naryun had dropped his weapon, and he thought they could use it. It was Naryun's black dagger of the Emperor's first spear or broken spear. When Naryun realized what had happened, he promised that he would find the boy at any cost and destroy him. They walked through the forest in search of Raymond and Moose. Yulnia said that if she had practiced better, she could have defeated Naryun. Nuljan replied that he knew that. Looking up, Nuljan noticed the smoke from the fire and said they needed to go there. The knight stood before Najin, demanding that he tell what he had learned in these days. But Nagyon decided to see if they suspected him. Yus answered with a question and summarized that he didn't like to waste his time. He couldn't really tell us anything worth telling. For 3 days as a spy, Nagyun had not been extracting information, but keeping his sanity. He'd learned that the skeleton was a picky eater, but he didn't think it was worth telling. Actually, the fact that he didn't get any worthwhile information doesn't matter, and he told me that the skeleton had a faction that was helping him. What Nagyon needed to know, he found out. He said about the masks. The knights looked at him questioningly. He explained that that skeleton was one with the people who wear the patterned masks. Of course, Nagyon may be wrong, but it doesn't matter. He said that the purpose of these men was to massacre the knights. Because he'd spent 3 days with Naryun, his words meant something to everyone, and he added that there was a spy among them. Daran screamed if he was serious, and Gius asked who the spy was. Since he didn't know that, Nagyon replied that he couldn't find out and could only guess. Turning to the knights, Nagyon asked for a chance to expose the spy. Gius asked how he would do that, but they were interrupted by Rujian, who ran up to them yelling that they were all here. Fidorans asked Najin to stop. Looking at the panting boys, Nagyon turned to Fidorans and asked who was missing. The knight reported that Raymond and Musa had not yet returned, and that he had sent Julnia and Nuljan after them. As they approached the fire, Nuljan and Yulnia saw Raymond holding her sword and Moose sitting by the fire. Looking at the guys, Nuljan asked what they were doing here and why they didn't go to the others. After answering that they were attacked by that crazy skeleton, Musa added that he tried to run, but Raymond told him to hide and wait for help. Nuljan said that they were hurt too, but Najin saved them. Yulnya said to ask why they didn't run away. Surprised, Musa jumped up and shrieked how they had survived the encounter with the skeleton, but Raymond wondered what Najin had done. Yulnya choked, as if by accident. Nuljan said that Najin had only managed to distract Naryun. Saying that she thought the knights would save Najin soon, Raymond smiled and Musa continued to question Nuljan. They decided that they should head back as suddenly a wound opened on Musa's shoulder. Holding onto his shoulder, Musa turned around and saw that it was Raymond. She was standing with a sword in her hand. Informing that if they let her leave, Raymond added that in that case she would let them live. Realizing who had been the spy all along, Yulnya and Nuljan prepared for battle. Nuljan wondered if they could defeat her, since they were not yet recovered. Noticing that Raymond looked different from the warm-up fight, Nuljan doubted whether he could defeat her even if he gave it his best. Confidently, Nagyan stood and said they had to stop him or they could die. Asking if Nagyan was sure of that, Gius received an already unsure answer no, but it seemed to the student that the situation could become dangerous. Looking at Gius, Rudik asked what they would do, and Gius said they would do like last time, only the knights would go. Nagyan explained that if Raymond turned out to be a spy, she might not be working alone. A few knights should stay with the squad. Najin's train of thought didn't suit Fitorin's because he was furious at the thought that there might be another spy and asked who Najin suspected. The suspects for Nagyan were Paimul Varon and Raujun. Such a bouquet the knights had not expected to hear. But Nagyan wasn't finished and named the last one. He thought the blue wolf Fedorans might also be spies. Fedorans first smiled and then clarified why Najin thought that. Glancing at the apprentice, Wolf added that if he didn't provide any proof, then he would have no choice but to doubt Najin. Rudika stood up for the student, pointing her umbrella at Wolf, saying that if he obstructed, it would only increase suspicion. Looking at the vixen, Fidorans asked if she really trusted Najin that much, and reminded her that she had a grudge against him earlier. Najin frowned as Fidorans continued to tell the vixen who she trusted more, the boy or the knight. Gius interjected into the conversation, asking them to calm down and reminding them that this was nothing more than a conversation. Looking at Giraffe, Wolf said that Yulnya and Nuljan might die while they were wasting time. In Gius' opinion, if Najin's hunch about Raymond is correct, they should listen to everything he says. Gius stood in front of Najin and asked why he suspected Fidorans. Nagyan's logic was that Wolf had chosen Raymond to join his squad. They both took advantage of the situation and guided Naryun all this time. Not seeing this as a good reason, Fidoranas asked how it could be trusted, and Gius replied that they needed to be careful. Folding his arms, Fidoran said he would surrender his weapons and be under constant surveillance. Rudik is left in charge of the Watcher while Gius and Duran go to find Raymond. There was a sound, and Nuljan came out of the forest carrying Musa's body on his back. Nuljan reported that he was wounded. Thanks to Raymond's exposure, everyone concluded that there were no more spies in the squad. Wolf asked if he really wanted to become a knight. At that moment, Nagyun had no words to answer that question. Nagyun was very different from all of them. He was there for revenge. Looking at the knights, Varen said, "You have arrived." For some reason, he was not happy with what was happening. Turning to everyone, Daran asked what was wrong with him, and Gius advised her to ignore it. Everyone decided to forget the moment. As a result, Juman began to be accompanied by not 5 people, but 14 people anymore. Since all the squads started the journey based on the mage's movement speed, Najin periodically arranged training sessions. He was learning how to use his new weapon. He realized that he didn't have the right abilities and didn't know if he could subdue the spearhead. What if he accidentally destroys the entire forest? Najin has to train where there are no people. Trying to swing, Najin realized that the tip didn't even want to move and was blocking his hand. Deciding that Wolf could help him since he and Duran have a high level of physical strength, Najin turned to him. It amused Fidorans that Najin had come to him even after suspecting him of espionage. Taking the tip in his hands, Fitterins turned and asked if it seemed heavy to Najin. The wolf swung the tip, and it seemed to Najin that it cut through the air. Bringing the tip above his head, Fitterins concluded that only one person would be able to use it. Najin asked who he was talking about. Looking at the tip, Fitterins noticed that the color of the weapon had changed. There's a good chance it's Naringin. This weapon is the handiwork of an artisan using an unusual technology that may be considered illegal. I needed someone who knew more about Naringin. Noticing that he was being approached, Varen threw a few quips at Najin, but the apprentice replied that he wanted to ask him a few questions about Naringin. Saying he couldn't refuse, Varen informed him that talking was too boring for him. Pointing his finger at Najin, Varon asked what Najin would do if he told him he would straighten him out right here and now, saying that if Najin convinced him not to, he'd tell him whatever he wanted. Justifying himself, Paimel looked at the floor and said that he really didn't know anything. Raymond definitely didn't come from their village. Just asked when Raymond had gotten there. Paimel replied that it was about 2 years ago. Glancing at Gius, Paimel asked if it was true that she had turned out to be a traitor. Turning away, Gius said that wasn't true since she had been on the other side from the beginning. After telling Rudike what he had learned from Pimmel, Gius asked, "What about Raojun?" But as Najin had said earlier, he did not remember anything. Now the leaders have another task. They must supervise the students. Looking at Najin, Varon asked why he was silent. Maybe he didn't hear him. Najin wondered what Varon was doing and if he was serious. He was far more unpredictable than Nagyon thought. A knight probably wouldn't say such a thing without a reason. Maybe he's testing Najin. Turning to Najin, he asked if his brain only worked in critical situations. Varen was too unpredictable for Nagyon, but if Najin couldn't predict Naryun's actions, Varen could. And Najin, looking him in the eyes, informed him that he had nothing to answer to that. As soon as a strategy is exposed to another person, it ceases to be one. So Najin had nothing to say. Varen asked if Najin had any solution to resolve the situation. In this situation, Varen would have liked to hear that Najin had a solution, but instead, Najin answered, "Who knows?" Varen scratched his helmet and said he understood, but there was only one thing that was bothering him. He pulled his spear forward and pointed it at Najin. He calmly asked if the knight was really going to attack him. All the people under suspicion mentioned by Nagyun had reasons to be so. However, Raymond was the only one with a good reason. It was perfectly reasonable to suspect Pimmel. Varon keeps his distance from others. Raojun has the ability to persuade. And then there's Fitterins. He had a peculiar temper. He's obviously going to start following Nagyon because he named the suspects. In other words, Nagyon would need a guard. Looking over his shoulder, Najin thought he saw Fedorins behind the tree. Peeking out from behind a tree, Fitterin said he hoped it was all part of Varen's joke. Realizing that if he continued, the doubts about him would only increase, Varen threw the spear on his shoulder and turned to Najin and asked him what he was interested in. He told Najin that the tip was indeed Naringin. It is necessary to concentrate fully while holding the Naringin. If you succeed with this type of weapon, it will show you its true power. Trying to concentrate, Nagyun picked up the tip and wondered if he was doing the right thing. Maybe he'd been tricked. Looking at Najin, Rujun was worried and asked if he was all right. Najin replied that he was fine, but he just didn't sleep well. As Najin continued to train, his strength grew. If he doesn't make progress, he'll never know how Naringin works. There's only one way for him to master the weapon. Reflecting on his difficulties with Naringin, Nagyun thought that Najin would have easily mastered it. There was a rustle behind him. Nagyun turned around and a bright light illuminated him. He couldn't believe his eyes. His brother Najin was standing in front of him. With a shaking hand, Nagyun reached out to touch his brother, but the illusion dissipated. It was a spear ability. It was still impossible to control the weapon, but one of the skills was available to Nagyun. The ability was called Ghost. This power was different from the hallucination-like effect. Trying to practice, Nagyun decided to check something out. As the group was walking through the forest, they all heard a rustle and looked up. Rujian shouted that it was just a bird, and Najin told her it wasn't real. He himself made sure he wasn't the only one who saw it. The bird looked real but would disappear when attacked, or if too far away. Initially, the ghost must be created in your head. However, if you do not have an exact idea of what you are trying to create, it will have no effect. It takes time to catch your breath after using a skill. I wonder if Nagyon will be able to shorten the resting time if he trains. At first glance, this ability seems useless. However, Nagyun knew how to use it properly. The masked men were standing at sunset in the village. As they looked away, they saw a girl approaching them and praised her. Raymond came out of the forest with a sword in her hand. The second masked man was surprised that their spy was a girl. She said that she tried to make contact with Naryun as she was told to, but Najin intervened. When she realized that the situation had become dangerous, she returned. The man took his chin thoughtfully and asked what had become of their guest. In Raymond's opinion, the guest's strength is great, but their plans might fail if he is captured by the knights. The second masked man didn't even realize what the first spear was. But the man felt that Naryun would not give up so easily. Even if he died in battle, he would definitely take a couple of knights with him, and that was good for them. Raymond looked at her interlocutor and said that they would lose a strong ally in such a case, but the man replied that he wasn't sure if Naryun was on their side. Actually, they need to find out what happened to Naryun first. The man's ally nodded his head and went to investigate. He wasn't happy that they were talking to each other as if he wasn't even there. After making sure the ally had moved far away, the man asked, "What about Raojun?" Raymond said they didn't have to worry about him. At this time, Raojun announced that he was training in the trees. Daragon shouted, asking what it meant, and Vadran was convinced that it was useless to talk to him. Watching Daragon holding his head, Quarren grudgingly reprimanded them because the guys were making a lot of noise. Jarun didn't understand Jarun's remark. She thought it was no big deal because everyone was having fun. But Turisun didn't think it was a good thing in their situation either. Martha ran up to Najin and offered to fight him, but Najin said he didn't want to. Rujian didn't like the look on Martha's face and concluded that Martha was hard to talk to. A pensive Tar walked beside her and a sad Paimel behind her. Looking at them, Rujian wondered why they were so gloomy. Riding through the trees easily, Rudik. Turning to Gius, she asked what he thought whether or not there were spies among the knights. Gius answered no. At least Gius thought they should think so, since they were knights. Looking at Gius, Rudik asked what about Varen. However, Gius thought that Varen would never do anything like that. Shielding his arm from the sun, Varen looked somewhere in the distance and said he could see. But the knights could see nothing. Fidorans asked if Varen was sure he could see. It was still far away, but Varen could see it. The capital of the Nizel Empire. Naryun was rushing through the forest at a very high speed. He saw the footprints and turned towards them. His only thought as he ran was to tear Najin apart. Sitting on a rock, Gius looked at Vadran, who reported that that was it, and Gius said that in that case they could go. From afar, Nagyon watched Daragon and Vadran. Varagon said that he was very worried and that Daragon would be next. Perhaps it was part of the exam and Najin's grade would depend on what he said. Turning to everyone, Daran offered to throw Jumin on her shoulder and keep walking. She was sure she could do it. Gius was against it because the person carrying the mage would be vulnerable, and as long as they went at the speed of the mage, the students could train. Najin was approached by Rujian saying that Gius was calling him and he was the last one. Realizing that Gius still didn't trust anyone, Nagyon came to a conclusion as to why he had called everyone in one by one. Looking at the apprentice, Gius asked what Najin was thinking. The apprentice didn't understand him. Gius only replied that he had asked him a question. Najin said that his personal opinion was that there were no more spies, but Gius was curious as to why he thought that. According to Noljan, Raymond decided to retreat when she found out what happened. Apparently she had a mission and backed out of it. That's what Najin thought. And if she had accomplices, then they've definitely been dumped. I mean, Najin means they wouldn't do that. He knows them so well. Lowering his head, Gius sat on a rock, saying that if the spies had other tasks, they were unlikely to reveal their identities. Raising his head and looking at Najin, Gius said that the apprentice was the only one he didn't doubt, and so he wanted to ask him. Glancing at Jius, Nagyun heard him ask him if Najin was hiding something. He immediately remembered the day his brother died, how the man in the robe had said he had to kill his brother. He hesitated at first, but then he said he wasn't hiding anything. It was funny to him that Jius didn't doubt him, because even he always suspected himself of something. Exhaling, Jius lowered his eyes and told Nujin he could go. Already seeming to turn away, Nagyon glanced at the seated Jius, realizing that he was the most reliable person Nagyon could trust. There was a training session going on. Vadran was going up against Daran. Daragan watched from the sidelines, wondering why Vadran was making such strange noises. There were also chivalry lessons where Daragan said that knights should always be willing to sacrifice their lives. Fitterance wondered if Daragan's values were true, or if he thought they were. Is he sure his feelings will match his actions? The second squad was good, but they were easily willing to risk their lives. Next in line was Najin. When Najin stepped into the center, he was asked what to him was the most valuable thing he couldn't lose. Each student standing around had a different answer to this question: honor, conviction, justice, confidence, family. When Najin heard that question, the most precious thing in the world came to mind. And to protect it is his honor. That is the way of the knight. It sounded pretty convincing to Fitterans, but hopeless. Meanwhile, Varan stopped and informed everyone that they had arrived in the capital. The standing students came to marvel at the size of the city. From here, they had a new task to begin. Pointing to the main gate, Gia said that all 14 men must break through the main gate. As in any capital city, in the center of the city there is an imperial palace where the emperor lives. They all had to break through the main gate. Rugian was shocked and cried out. Behind Gius's back stood Fox, who didn't understand what a sudden assignment was and who might like it. It could be dangerous out there. If the situation becomes dangerous, they will intervene. It was Gius's decision. Considering future missions, those whose grades fall below the standard will be excluded from the second semester. Already approaching the gate, Fitterans asked if anyone had a plan. Looking at the city guards, Paimal asked what the word breakthrough meant after all. Assuming that the word meant to go on a spree, Jiren thought that perhaps the knights wanted them to overpower the two guards. Thar believed that no matter how special the lessons were, the students should not be put in danger, and besides, it was illegal. Noljan felt that it was necessary to understand the meaning of the assignment as soon as possible. With a clenched fist, Rugian told Najin that this was his chance because he was the only one among them who could punch a hole in the wall. She laughed at Daragon and Vadran because they couldn't even leave a scratch using their clumsy skills. But Najin believed that no matter what meaning was put into the words, the main thing was to show results. The two guards at the gate immediately recognized the man who approached them. It was Varen. For some reason, they decided to report the situation to Varen and said that nothing strange had been found at their post. Varen just brushed it off as he walked forward. Pointing a finger at the crowd behind him, Varen said that he was training the trainees, and they were all with him, 14 people in all. One guard started to talk about how it seemed like a lot, but the other one shoved him in the chest with his fist and motioned for everyone to pass. Turning to his partner, the guardian asked if his colleague wanted trouble on his head, because this was the Black Hen. When everyone entered the city, Varen turned around and said he wasn't real and ordered everyone captured. The two Varens stood opposite each other. The guards saw two identical people, but realized that one of them was definitely the real one. The Varen standing opposite was carrying a spear, and the guards recognized it as his weapon. Standing across from the framed Varen realized there was no point in pretending anymore. When the spell dissipated, Nagyon appeared there and gave the command to attack, and the students rushed to storm the gate. Vadran and Thar were the first to attack the guards. Watching from a distance, Rudica said that he mastered the situation very quickly, so the guys realized that a fight was inevitable. Daran didn't understand how Najin pulled off this flawless stunt. Fedorans wondered if Varen had disappeared on purpose for this. The unexpected mission was a test arranged by Juice. If any of the students made a suspicious move, he would catch them immediately. The boys were well prepared. Vadran and Thar, as the most mobile, stood in front. Behind them, the ranged warrior Darigun Turisun and Pimel. Two people with a martial arts galaxy will attack from the side. At this time, Rao Jun will prepare his horizontal section skill, while Musa Quarren and Jarun will cover the rear. No matter what they say, they're apprentice knights. Gius warned them not to underestimate the guards. They have enough skill to get the job done. Guardians are at almost the same level as knights. They are above the apprentices in the hierarchy. And before Najin could even blink an eye, the guards had finished suppressing the intruders. Already stretching his arms, Fedorins was about to go to the backup, thinking that the guys are not ready yet, but he was interrupted. But Fedorin started yelling that it was over, and didn't he think the guys could get hurt? Gius asked him if he should stand or go to the police. Trying not to rush, Gius watched another student who was unharmed. Realizing he had no way out, Nagyan pulled out his spearhead. For a weak knight, Gius fought very well. He said he was on the same level as Yulnia, even though everyone had seen the fight with Naryun. Gius was once strong, but has weakened considerably, hence the difference in skill utilization. He can use even a small amount of power much more efficiently, but how far can he go with that kind of power? He has been able to accomplish a lot because he knows his limitations. When the guards saw the Naringan in Najin's hands, they advised him to surrender, or he'd get his ass kicked too. Watching the guards, Nagyun realized that all he could do was mimic a living being, though that skill was unstable as well. His opponents are strong guards who have defeated all the students. On top of that, Nagyan can't control his weapons. So he decided to block the opponent's visibility using his unstable ability. The guards were screaming that they couldn't see anything. One of them had something stuck to his eye. Taking advantage of the moment, Najin immediately instilled imaginary fear into the enemy. The guards didn't realize what the speed was and yelled to step aside. The stronger a man is, the more sensitive he is to fear. Nagyon was right about that. Nagyon knew that if their view was obstructed, they would react to the perceived danger by trying to defend themselves because they know they are strong. Watching the battle, the knights could not understand what Najin had done. Looking at his fellow students, Nagyan saw that 5 people could still fight and figured they still had a chance. Suddenly, a black silhouette of a man appeared behind Nagyan and asked the intruders. Nagyan turned around. Ridiculous coincidence. A girl whose mission was to guard the emperor somehow ended up at the gate. As it turned out, the emperor had to go on business today, so the guards patrolled the path where the trip was to take place. One of the continent's strongest knights is the snow-white elephant of Candentia. Beginner's luck is a term meaning that beginners often manage to beat an experienced player. This is due to the fact that beginners have no sense of fear. Unlike experienced players, they do not feel pressure. Therefore, beginners are not afraid to lose, and experienced players are not inherent in the sense of courage. From an experienced person's point of view, a beginner can do something unimaginable at any moment. Rushing as fast as he could from his seat, Gius shouted to the rest of the knights to run to the students too, because it was an emergency. In his mind, Gius begged Najin not to do anything strange, because Candentia wasn't someone he could handle. In a way, she was even more dangerous than Naryun. Meanwhile, Candentia looked at Najin and wondered if he was going to attack her. Beginner's luck is often referred to as luck. Najin looked at her, wondering if she was a knight or just another test. The guards of the main gate are men who failed the exam to become knights. However, they are quite strong and capable fighters. Throughout their training, the guards have learned a great deal, but they don't have such a big difference in strength with the apprentice knights. So the guards are good training for the apprentices. That's what Gius thought, but that's not what White Elephant Candantia thought. Many would agree that she is one of the strongest knights. She proved her strength by defeating several knights at a time. That was the problem. Unlike the animal she was named after, Candentia was notable for her ferocity. Many knights would flee when they saw her. The only person who can control Candantia is the dark blue Dalchan turtle. He always asked her for one thing. Clenching her fist, Candentia seemed that if she thought before attacking, that her conclusions regarding the situation would change. One of the guards was angry, thinking it was intimidating Candancia. It felt like something huge and terrifying was pressing down on them. Looking at the knight, Nagyun realized that he was sensing something, and he thought it was an intimidation skill. He thought he'd reached the point where he could sense these abilities. Well, it wasn't really like that. The fact is that Candancia has a power so powerful and sinister that even Nagyun could sense it. The only way to survive was to block the attack. Looking at the squad, the guard didn't understand how they had the strength to move. It looked like Raojun was going to throw up. He was covered in sweat. Rujian was shouting that Najin was a sick lunatic, determined to ruin everyone. Holding her sword in her hand, Quarren bent over, thinking that they were all on another level. Yolnya, standing nearby, yelled that she could still move. In Najin's mind, however, all he had in mind was that he didn't need to forget about the mission. Candancia raised her head and said that he was the one in charge. When Gius arrived at the gate, he saw a pillar of light appear from behind the wall, accompanied by a rumbling sound. Ahead of him ran Fitterans, who hoped they weren't too late. When Varen noticed the knights running past, he exclaimed, "You're all here," and said that the fun was about to begin. On the move, Gius gave Varen a command to stay put, because he would only make things more difficult. Left to his own devices, Varen watched the knights run into the gate, and all around on the road lay the bodies of battered apprentices. Fitterance flew into the gate first and shouted for the Lady Knight to stop, but instead he stopped himself. Juice stopped behind him, asking what was going on. When he saw what Fitterans saw first, Gius's eyes went wide. A capable craftsman can create a masterpiece using the highest technology, and Naringen is a weapon that is often considered illegal. Naringen's abilities cannot be explained by the laws of physics, so it's the strength of the resistance to swing that matters. Even with the necessary force, there's no guarantee that Naringen's abilities will activate randomly, even during a throw. The main condition for the use of such weapons is mastery of the scope. It appears that the Naringen senses not the user's strength, but his will. By creating this very will, the Naringen will feel possession even without the use of force, and any physical attack can be prevented. The opponent's strength will be perceived as the force applied to the weapon. Watching as Candancia tried to disarm Najin, but he blocked the blow, Fitteran and Gius couldn't believe their eyes. At this time, Najin thanked himself that his thoughts were right, otherwise he might have died. This event was significant because the apprentice prevented the knight's attack. At the same time, the men in robes stopped in the forest. One of them said it seems to be here, and the other suggested we split up and start searching. Sensing someone approaching, Raurun, standing in front, raised his hand and ordered them to step back. Raurun was attacked by Narion using an infinite destruction attack. Raurun's minions covered their heads with their hands against the dust and began to cough. Narion was furious that these wretched men dared to come to him again. Raurun's mask fell from the group, and he stopped Narion's blow and held it with his hands. Holding his fist, Raurun said that there was a misunderstanding and asked to talk. Narion's eyes were burning red with rage. He said that if anyone tried to attack him, he would bury them on the spot. Looking at Narion, Raurun replied that no one was going to attack him. There was a misunderstanding. Taking out his sword, Narion asked, saying the same thing again, looking at it since it was the weapon of one of them. The masked men recognized him immediately, and as soon as they said he belonged to them, Narion didn't let him finish. He shouted that he knew it and called Raurun of the group a miserable creature. Trying to justify himself, Raurun started saying that the guy had golden-colored hair. Narion demanded that this puppy be brought here to be dealt with. Turning around, Raurun looked at his allies and they removed their masks. Ruth and Raymond stood there. Narion asked where he was hiding Najin. Standing in front of Narion, Raurun explained to him that Najin was not their comrade, but rather the first person to be eliminated. Narion asked to swear, and Raurun said that being a descendant of the dragon, he swears by the name of his ancestor. Narion asked for details, and Raurun decided he was using him to get rid of obstacles. Watching Najin block her blow, Candancia didn't understand how it was even possible. It was important for Gius to secure the situation by stopping Candancia, but how could he do that? Pulling back her fist, Candentia raised her head and demandingly asked Najin his name. Still watching her intently, Najin carefully called out his name, deciding that instead of disarming him, Quadrin was trying to knock him down. Nagyon reached up to wipe the blood from his nose. The students stood around as Candentine ran into Najin. Gius yelled for her to stop. Turning her head, Candentine spotted him. Gius stretched his arms forward, asking for a chance to explain and talk to Dalchan. She screamed that Gius is a lousy knight, then why is he helping trespassers? What's he gonna do, turn criminal? Shouting back, Gius kept asking to be given a chance to talk to Lord Dalchan. Dalchan is very angry. For him, this was out of line. Candentine stood by his side and thought his words were right, for the boys could have died by her hand. Lowering his head, Gius apologized. He was ordered to follow them so that he could tell them everything in more detail. And a remark flew at Candentine. Dalchan told her to think before she swung her fists. She didn't realize it because she thought she did. Gius turned around and called Schumann with him, while the others were told to keep an eye on the boys and eat. He promised to give them a grade for the task when he returned. The guards looked at Najin, saying they had heard of him. Najin looked at Candentine, thinking that he had almost died at the hands of the strongest knight. Looking at his hand, Najin thought he understood a lot. His hunch was correct, and he was able to avoid the Candentine's attack without feeling the impact. He couldn't feel how strong his opponent was. He thought it was strange that the other guys felt her power the first time. However, the fact that he was not affected by the intimidation skill might be an advantage rather than a disadvantage. Someone called out to Najin. It was Rujin. With her hand at her side, she told him to hurry up because they had to eat. Quarren, who had been on her feet during Candentine's attack, told Darrigan that Najin had blocked the knight's blow, but Darrigan didn't want to believe it. Turning to Najin, Yulnia asked him if she could eat his portion if he didn't go with them. Running towards the others, Najin said he would go with them. Standing in the castle opposite Dalchan, folded his arms, Gius said that one of the generals of the eastern lands had arrived on their continent. He told how they tried to confront him, but the enemy was too strong, and that on top of that, there was a possibility of information leaks from within. After listening to Gius, Dalchan speculated that the general was most likely one of the free knights. Raising a hand to his chin and frowning his eyebrows, Dalchan said they would follow the enemy and let them continue on their mission. Gius tilted his head to show that he understood the order, and Dalchan added that Gius should not use his power unnecessarily. Varen, forgotten by all, stood where he had been left, wondering how long he had to stand there. Turning to Gius, Candentia clarified if she had filled in that Najin guy's name correctly and inquired if he was the knight's apprentice. Gius answered that Najin had been a very promising and famous candidate even before he was accepted. Dalchan had heard about him too. Candentia reported that she was very surprised when Najin was able to block her blow. Dalchan didn't understand how it was possible because even knights couldn't do it. Putting her hand to her side, Candentia said she tried to neutralize him, but he blocked her blow. She thought Najin must know how powerful she was, but there was no fear on his face. She asked Gius what he thought of him. Looking at them, Gius said he didn't understand him at all. This made Candentia laugh because Gius used to pride himself on being a know-it-all. A nearby Dalchan concluded that there was something unusual about Najin. It was the first time Gius had ever encountered such a man. And he said that maybe it wasn't Najin's skills at all, but his weapon. Dalchan immediately clarified whether it was Naringin or not. Gius said that Najin had managed to steal it from that general. Candentia realized the weapon was a shield. In Gius's hands was the very same Naringin. He said that he hadn't been able to figure out exactly what the weapon was, and that it might be from another world. Looking at the tip, Dalchan clarified whether Najin had managed to use the Naringin skill and wanted to say something else, but Candentia asked for Naringin. When Candentia took the Naringin, she found it light. Just told me that Fedorans tried it too. Stepping aside, Candentia wanted to start on the count of 3, but when she finished counting, she tried to swing, and the Naringin blocked her arm. The disciples were going crazy. Darrigan was going crazy at the thought of what Najin had managed to do, and Vadran was calming him down, saying it was all nonsense. Laughing, Rujian said they were out and missed everything and called them wimps. Fitterans, who reprimanded the boys, told them to eat because they had a lot of work to do in the afternoon, gave orders to get to work on equipment and weapons. While eating the soup, Najin analyzed the fight with the guards. As Fitterans had said, the guards and Martha had equal strength, so they had a clear advantage in the battle. But it was her that the guards neutralized first. They seemed to know she was the biggest threat. Even when losing on strength, proper concentration and effective use of skills can lead to success. But to make the right judgment, one must understand the strength of the opponent at a glance. That's what Najin lacked. Looking at the bowl of soup, Martha clenched her fist because she couldn't do anything. She was gritting her teeth because Najin had lost a practice fight, but managed to block the attack of the strongest knight. Yulnia was beside her looking at her plate. Najin came up to her and said that she was not weak. She raised her head and looked at him. Looking into her eyes, he told her that the plan wasn't a good one, and she trusted him and did as he said. Closing his eyes, he apologized, saying it was his fault, and they all could have died because of him. Rujian, who was watching from the sidelines, didn't understand what he was apologizing for, and Wadran and Darrigan weren't sure it was Najin. Najin raised his voice and addressed them all, saying that he would not let them be on the verge of death because of him. These words only seemed like an apology at first glance. But it was a psychological maneuver that strengthened Najin's authority in the team. Standing next to the wall was Rudica, who knew what he was really trying to say. From now on, I will make plans and give instructions. Admitting a mistake increases a person's credibility. However, if no one speaks out, it will mean unspoken unanimity. Gius walked into the tavern saying it was his fault, and so he apologizes to everyone. He had no idea the situation would take such a turn, and apologized again. With his hands in his pockets, Gius looked at Rudica and asked where Duran was, and she said she had gone to Varon. After a week's rest, they will resume their mission. The squads will be reorganized before the next operation. Looking at Najin, Gius asked him to step back with him for a bit. Gius felt especially guilty in front of Najin because he really could have been killed. Najin thought that Gius knew everything. Looking over his shoulder and pulling something out, Gius said he knew no apology would make it up to him, so let Najin take him away. He asked Najin for the tip and it fell with a clang onto the tiles. Gius told Najin to use it, for it was his weapon now. To Najin, the word sounded like Gius was doing him a favor. He thought that since he'd stolen it, the Naringin should belong to him. According to Gius, logically yes, but legally no. Found Naringin must be returned to the world it came from and protected. Since Najin was only an apprentice, Gius registered the weapon in his name. Najin looked at his companion and asked about the analysis. Gius told him that Naringin was unresistible and even Candentia couldn't tame him. Najin didn't like that. Looking at the weapon, Gius said it was a very smug and dangerous Naringin, and advised Najin not to trust it 100%. Najin looked at the tip and thought about who not to trust, Naringin or Gius. Gius also had a question. Looking at Najin, he asked who you were. He replied to Gius that his question was too unspecific and asked him to elaborate, but drops of sweat protruded on Nagyan's neck. Without taking his gaze away, Gius asked how Najin managed to prevent Candentia's attack, and reminded him that even knights can't do it, and being an apprentice it can't be done just like that. Especially Najin is weak. It was clear to Gius that the blocking of the blow was due to the Naringin, but in that case it appeared that Najin had learned how to use it. But Najin had already told Gius what had happened, and thought it wasn't necessary to say exactly how he used the weapon. Realizing that Najin would not share the details with him, much less cross him off the list of suspects, Gius agreed. They stood across from each other. Najin said he didn't suspect Gius, but he couldn't trust him 100%. Gius was glad he didn't suspect him, but at the same time he was sorry because Najin was the one Gius trusted the most. However, Najin couldn't trust such words, unfortunately. Jius said that given the situation, the most important thing was to build trust. Deciding he had no choice, Jius said he would tell Najin a secret. He also said that Najin shouldn't tell anyone or even pretend to know. In Najin's opinion, nothing good would happen if he heard what Jius told him. Assuring that it would do Najin no harm, Jius said he would tell him about the debt. Looking somewhere, Kandensha clarified if it was the guys they were fighting with. The squad stood up. They were all shaking Rujian, covered in sweat, and shouted that they were apologizing. Someone came up and announced that a special second semester appointment ceremony would be held freely. Standing in front of the students, Kandania introduced herself by stating her name and that she was the Emperor's assistant. The ceremony of assignment to the second line inspection of ammunition rest, and the week went by unnoticed. Standing in the circle of knights, Jius broadcast that safety was important in the operation, and they should not tell the other knights about their mission. The knights looked at Darren, and she asked why everyone was looking at her. Darren was the leader of the advance squad. It included Vadran, Najin, and Martha. As they moved toward the gate, a white-haired young man and a girl stood in their way and asked if they were apprentice knights. Najin had a thought in his head asking who it was, and Vadran put his hand to his chest, stating that they were the ones. The guy smiled and said that rumors spread very quickly, and also clarified whether the one who blocked Kandenshia's strike was among them. Darren interrupted him to say that it looked like they should be on their way and waved her hand. When the young man and girl were left behind them, Daran exhaled, saying it was awkward. Najin looked back and asked who it was, and Daran told him it was a White Raven Free Knight, and it was best not to approach him. It was the White Raven who created the rift that exists between the knights to this day. There's a strained relationship between class and free knights. Watching Raven, Najin thought it was probably because class knights act in the name of duty and free knights in spite of it. On the hill in front of the capital stood masked men, and Naryan. He asked if they were there, pointing to the capital, but the leader said they had left not too long ago. Looking at some paper, the leader thought Daran had done a great job this morning. Clutching the paper, he put on his mask and ordered everyone to follow him, saying it was time for retribution. Saying that he was envious, Daragon turned to Vadran, saying that they would stay in the capital and train. Vadran laughed, saying they were weak. Standing next to Najin were Raujun, who advised him to be careful, and Rujian, who told Raujun to worry better for himself. Opposite stood Tar, who also started saying that now it would sound funny, but they would definitely get better and rise to his level. Najin looked at his friends and said that this was nonsense, because his fight was possible because he had always trusted them and relied on their strength. As Narayun sat by the tree, he was approached asking if the thing was expensive, but he listened to the question. It was the leader who, looking at Narayun, said that spoke of Naringen. Of course, the weapon was dear to Narayun because the tip was made by His Majesty. It's Naringen unusual this weapon was created by combining the other two. Finally, the leader realized what kind of weapon stole the Najin Naringen that was created from the other two. But is it possible? This will not work with regular guns, but there is a way to do it. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, the leader checked with Naryun to see if his Naringin had any unusual abilities. Looking at his interlocutor, Naryun said that one skill was enough to destroy everything around him without resorting to the others. Apparently, he himself was unaware of all the abilities. He didn't need to learn all the weapon skills because he is strong on his own. That's what the leader thought. But Naryun reassured him by saying that there was no need to worry because Naringen would not obey anyone. Naryun was sure that Najin would never be able to use the Naringen properly, and the weapon would become a burden to him. Turning to Najin, Vadrin asked how he managed to prevent the Kandensha attack. They walked through the forest and Najin was silent. Vadrin demanded that Najin tell him. While Vadrin said something to him, Najin looked back at the capital and thought about how he should have taken a better look around Nizal. With 2 thumbs up, Daran shouted that maybe it was time for them to speed up, and Martha, walking beside her, agreed. The boys followed behind them. Thinking that the time had come and he didn't know what contingency might await them, Nagyun decided to test his stamina. They ran through the thicket, and Darren looked back at them and asked if they wanted to rest, and Vadrin said yes. With a slight raise of his hand to attract attention, Nagyon said he would look for something to eat, and Daran praised him for his initiative. As Nagyon was leaving, he heard Daran order Martha and Vadran to do something else. Near the tree, Nagyon threw up even though he was only following everyone. Someone came up behind him and called his name. It was Vadran who kept up and kept asking how Nagyon had prevented the attack. Drool dripped down Nagyon's chin, and he told Vadran that even if he told him, Vadran wouldn't understand. Vadran's eyes opened wide and asked if there was such a huge difference between them. Replying for Vadran to back off already, Nagyon turned away. Vadran bowed his head and shouted that if that was so, then let Nagyon instruct him. Turning again, Nagyon said Vadran could ask for guidance from the knight, but Vadran said they don't understand all students. Apprentices want to walk, and knights teach them to fly. Vadran remembered how he had addressed Daran before. He goes on to say that the knights are much stronger than them, and that is why he asks Najin to give him guidance. Vadran ended up standing and practicing near a tree, thinking that he as Najin would be able to prevent the knight's attack. Najin was approached by Martha, who modestly asked him to tell her too. Martha was already standing next to Vadran, who was also practicing. In the capital, someone stopped by Jus' place to say hello and that they hadn't seen each other in a while. It was a white raven who asked how Gius was doing. Gius turned and asked what about Red Dog. But Raven replied that Gius had asked him to come alone, and Gius asked another question if it was definitely him. Not realizing what he had done, Raven asked again, and then said that if anything happened, it would be karma for all knights. Daran was standing, listening to something, when Najin came up to her and wanted to ask her a question, but Daran interrupted him, saying that they were being followed. She looked at Najin and asked if he felt it too, but he hesitated to ask, and she said that maybe she was imagining it. Narayun, who was watching from the hill, was far away from the squad but saw them perfectly. From the back came a masked man holding a spear and said he had gotten him a weapon. When Narayun took the spear, the man asked if he liked it, and he said it was absolutely nothing, and looked more like a branch than a spear. However, as long as the weapon is in Narayun's hands, it will have power. Laughing, Narayun said he would arrange using his skills, and the masked man thought the skeleton was arrogant, and that's why the Naringin was taken away. After practicing, Vadran clenched his fist and said that there was clearly an effect from Najin's advice. Najin questioned him, and Vadran said that Najin's training made him feel stronger, which Najin congratulated him on. Vadran asked for more information, and Najin told him that he could meditate and visualize himself fighting the enemy. Adding that it was best to do it while no one was around, Najin had already seen Vadran running away and shouting that he had to go. Thinking that he had sent one of them away, he said that it was her business too. But when he turned around, Martha wasn't there. But she was light on her feet and jumped from where she said she'd get stronger. Nagyun mentally wished her good luck. Sighing, he picked up the Naringin and thought that now he should get to work analyzing the weapon. Already confident that he could prevent the attack with his help, Najin thought about striking. Standing in front of the tree, Nagyon decided that he needed to hide his intention to sway the Naringin and try to act, so he did. And he seemed to have succeeded because the Naringin did not block his arm this time, and Nagyon was able to stab it into the tree. Rubbing his hands together, he thought that the power of the swing was not related to his strength. Such attacks are too ineffective. The squad wasted no time. Najin practiced both alone and at the training sessions that Daran was conducting. Fitterans also made the guys left in the capital train. He shouted for everyone to get up because they had a long way to go. Looking at the panting boys, Daran declared the training session over. Raising his head, Vadran asked Daran what their mission was, or he felt like he was losing his strength from not knowing. At first, Daran wanted to tell, but then she remembered Gius's words that no one should know about it and yelled at Varan because he interrupted her. When Vadran apologized, Daran said that the most important thing in the operation was to maintain strict confidentiality. But Vadran was not satisfied with that and asked how they would accomplish the task if they knew nothing about it. Standing in the narrow passageway, Gius says that judging by the words, Daran should be the next target. So Gius decided that Daran would act as bait and become the leader of the squad. It was interesting to Nagyan whether the masked men would take any action. Apparently determined to support Vadran, Martha asked if Darin should notify them at least of the level of the mission. Thinking it was logical, Darin decided to tell her destination and said they needed to go to the eastern continent. All the disciples were dumbfounded. Nagyun didn't understand what this superficial mission in the eastern continent was. Standing in front of the crowd of people, Seumin saw many famous mages, and he even thought he saw one familiar Herman. This was the first time Seumin had seen this great magician. All magicians fall into three categories. The legendary ones, the ones who gave direction to the most magical world. Historically, there are only three. Then the great magicians are those who are making an impact on the magical world now, and ordinary mages. Seumin thought that the Grand Mage was looking in his direction. Beside him, a white raven uttered, "You all gathered," and Seumin turned to look at him and realized that Herman was looking at Raven. Free Night White Raven Ragia. He looked at the mage and remembered reading Herman's report with interest. It was called a combination of ritual and spell. This work earned him the title of Grand Wizard, but there were rumors that someone contradicted his report. Looking at Ragia, Herman said that the young man spoke as if he had collected them here, and Ragia asked how he understood that. Not believing this, Herman asked again, but Ragia reassured him, saying it was a joke, and he was in charge of the overall command. White Raven came with a message from the chief, and he spoke that the mission of the great emperor had gathered all the mages here. Everyone looked on excitedly. He smiled and said that it was research and development of weapons for swordmasters. A few weeks after leaving the capital, Nagyun experienced physical barriers time after time. At practice, Nagyun felt so bad and stopped. Darin turned around and asked why he stood up. In his head, he was thinking about what Gius was up to. Looking at Darin, Nagyun realized that she was a very untrustworthy person, and he doubted whether he could trust her. She is not at all concerned about her charges, and is only worried about her sleep. Looking at Najin, she exclaimed about how she could have missed it, and then asked at what point they were able to get so close to them. Drawing her sword, Darin shouted that they were being pursued and ordered everyone to prepare for battle. A figure was approaching them swiftly. Nagyun turned around. Looking at the students, Fedorans shouted, "Until when will he delay? They think they are already good enough." Varin jumped behind him and asked where Gius was. Fedorans turned and asked if he had not heard that all information was secret. Tilting his head and scratching his helmet, Varin said that he had tried hard and couldn't take it anymore. Looking at him, Fedorans didn't understand anything, but Varin said he had to go and asked him not to stop him. Saying he couldn't promise anything, Fedorans reminded him that it was his duty to educate the students, and also to exclude potentially dangerous people, and already in Varan's back he asked if he was a potentially dangerous person. Varin turned around and drew his spear and said that he would be glad to. Across from him, Fedorans also drew his huge sword. The students were in a panic and didn't know what to do or if they should even intervene. And the knights had a fight on their hands. Blue Wolf and Black Hen clashed. Watching the fight, Darrigan shouted that the knights had clashed, and Varin's spear had flown off to the side. Nearby, Turison suggested that Fedorans was trying to stop him. But Fedorans realized that Varan had simply tossed the spear aside using its power. Varan Ranu's Naringan can freely change direction after a throw, and Varan is also able to study the terrain with his spear. But to use this skill he needs to close his eyes, and not many people know about it. Leaning on his sword, Fedorans realized he didn't know what Varan was up to, but it seemed to him that the spear was out of control. It was a chance for Fedorans, and he pushed off his sword and swooped down on Varan and grabbed him by the neck. The impact was so strong that a column of dust rose, and the students asked each other what was going on, but no one saw anything. Lying on the ground, Varan, who was still being pressed to the ground by Fedorans, offered to calm down. But Fedorans replied that he did not, and waited for his sword, thinking that Varan was against him and he should keep pressing him. He thought his chances. Suddenly Fedorans' sword, which was already on its way, knocked the spear in the air, and the sword flew off and embedded itself in the ground. Fedorans ran after him. As he was approaching him, the spear swung around and flew near his face. It slashed him across the cheek, and blood spurted from the wound. The man who was approaching the squad so swiftly turned out to be Rudica. Also behind Rudica ran a panting Thar. Daran shouted that she thought they were being chased by enemies. Looking at her, Rudica replied that their mission was to follow Daran's squad. Hearing this, Daran shouted that she should have told about it beforehand, but Rudica reminded her that their assignment was a secret. Watching the pursuers, Martha didn't understand why they were following them. Nagyon wondered if they would join them. But Rudica replied that they had discovered an anomaly and they needed to discuss it. Rudica's squad noticed that there was someone else in the forest besides her squad and Daran's squad. It was raining. Daran asked who Rudica thought was still in the forest. Turning around, Rudica saw a black figure with a spear and hat among the trees. It was Naryun. He stood up and stretched his arm forward to show that he was ready to fight. He rushed to attack and the knights converged on him in battle. A light flashed in the middle of the forest. It was instantaneous. Rudica saw Naryun attack before she got into position. Trees were being uprooted. Standing in the aisle, Nagyon asked Gius if they could trust Daran. Looking at the young man, Gius asked why Najin was asking about it. But Najin told him he didn't realize what kind of person Daran really was. In Gius' opinion, Daran is the kind of knight you can trust, even though she looks a little scruffy and tends to rely on her instincts, but sometimes it helps. In front of her stood Daran. She drew her sword up and leaned slightly. She thought it was good luck to repel Naryun's attacks. Standing behind Naryun's back, the masked man said those guys were knights and offered to help the skeleton just in case. Not realizing on what kind of contingency, Naryun asked for no nonsense and told them to watch how he would cope alone. On seeing Naryun, Najin immediately pulled out a naringan. Naryun saw his weapon and praised Najin for carrying it with him, and rushed at Najin and shouted that it was time to bring him back. Daran shouted that she would cover Najin and told him to be careful. The masked men watching from the hill saw that Naryun was a good fighter and knew that this was the way to achieve their goal. Droplets ran down Gius's face, and he asked what the targets were and if they wanted to share it with him. The masked men turned around and saw Gius standing among the trees. Looking at them, Gius said there were fewer of them than he had heard, and turning to one masked man, he asked if Raymond was doing well. From under the mask, Raymond said she didn't feel like fighting Gius at all. But Gius had no desire for that either, so he offered to talk. He could see that she was remaining calm, which meant she might know about his power. Rudica's mouth was bleeding. Turning to Daran, she asked if she was all right. Standing in the middle of the ravaged forest, Daran said she was fine and called Rudica to her, but she said she meant the students. Daran turned around to ask if everyone was alive and saw the horror on the faces of the students. Najin's shoulder was bleeding. Spitting out blood and out of his mouth, Nagyon thought he had reacted too late. Standing in the room, Gius said that he was going to tell them about the assignments and ask them to be careful and keep everything a secret. Turning to Rudica, he said that they should keep an eye on everyone and control actions. In case of an unforeseen situation, they should act as they see fit. For Daran, the assignment was to travel to the eastern continent and make sure to follow a fixed route. For Varane, there was the news that Fedorins is staying in the capital and will take over the training of the boys. Glancing at Fedorins, Yus ordered him to stop Varan if he went berserk again. Fedorins doubted it was a good idea. In his opinion, using 2 knights in this way was a waste. But if any other point of view was taken into account, the result would be different, Gius thought. The time to use Varan had not yet come. Varan has incredible experience in battles, and his knowledge will help them greatly in the future. When they got outside, Fedorins told Gius that he was out of his mind, because how could he risk his life for something like that? Looking into Fedorins' eyes, Gius asked him if he was going to die, and Fedorins smiled in return. The battle between Varan and Fedorins was still going on. When they approached the students, they drew their weapons. Looking at Fedorins, Turisan yelled that they were knights and should be training them, but instead they were doing such a thing in front of them. They said that if the knights didn't stop the battle, they would stop it themselves. Holding a naringan in his hand, Nagyon said, "The masked men massacred a member of his family, and his goal is revenge. He had stumbled upon them once and heard them talking, and also Kun, then Ippo. Standing in the rain, Gius pondered that Fitterans would hold Varan back. It would be difficult for Rudike and Darin, but they could handle it. There's still hope for Najin, who managed to block Candantine's attack. And so Gius stood before Raurun, who asked him what he wanted to talk about. With a slight smirk, Gius said that he appeared to be a living descendant of the dragon. If Gius recognized him, then he knows about his abilities. Gius has a knighthood, but it's a long shot. Now all they need is Kun and Hippo. One of them drew his sword and said he had to kill Gius, but the other man stopped him. Thanks to Raymond, Juice's doubts were confirmed, and he thanked her for it. The armed Rugian and Paimel came out of the tree. Gius turned to the masked men and said that they had already decided what they would do. They would fight. Thinking that since they were surrounded, they would have to surrender, Gius waited for it. Suddenly, Raurun rose into the air and said that they would join Naryun. He told Gius to catch up with them to jab him because Gius is too slow. And all the masked men disappeared, while Gius and his squad remained standing, looking at the now empty hill. Looking at Gius, Rugian asked what they should do. Gius thought that these people were not as simple as they seemed and ordered them to follow. From far away came shouts screaming his name. Droplets ran down his face. He cloudily saw Tara looking at him, asking him to come to his senses. The only thing that mattered now was what he could do. Najin rose from the ground and pulled the Naringan forward. It had only just occurred to him now, a way to become the strongest spearman. The masked men were rushing through the forest. One of them asked the dragon descendant if he regretted letting him approach them. He remembered the leader trying to change his mind to stay out of it, and if the knights were so powerful, wouldn't it be better to stay away from them? The leader replied that that was exactly what Gius wanted. He tried to draw them into a fight, and then maybe they would be able to capture the masked men. Before Gius could get any clues, Raurun caught him off guard, and after reassuring his allies, he said he would deal with Naryun. But his ally looked at the dragon descendant and didn't even realize what he was saying. If Nagyun thought correctly, theoretically it was quite possible. He looked at what was going on and still saw things vaguely. Looking around, Vadrin noticed that Najin had come to his senses and shouted that the knights were in danger and needed help. Tara wondered if Najin had any thoughts as well. Najin wondered if they could cope with so many people. There's a good chance he'll end up alone. Also, he can't use his left arm because it has a deep wound. Rudika was already kneeling in front of Naryun, leaning on her umbrella. He in turn held his spear above her. Najin had no choice but to try. Vadrin and Martha rushed to attack. The masked men came rushing toward Vadrin and Martha. Duran shouted their names when she saw it. Turning around to the masked men, Naryun asked if they really thought he would lose. Raurun replied that they felt that using his power was a waste, and they would deal with the little bugs themselves. Why does Nagyon hesitate? Because he lacks courage. Holding in her hand, Martha was also kneeling in front of Raymond, hiding under her mask and drawing her sword to deliver a decisive blow. In front of Russ, who had drawn his axe, sat Vadrin, holding his wound in his side and staring into the eyes of his enemy. Taking hold of Tara's shoulder, Najin decided he would do his best. Everyone standing there couldn't believe what they were seeing. Raurun thought it was impossible Najin couldn't use that kind of intimidation power. Squeezing Thar's shoulder, Nagyon whispered now, and Thar drew his dagger to use a flash of light. Everyone standing there was blinded by a bright white light. That was Nagyon's tactic. First to use intimidation tactics to get Thar to use the flash. Though the strategy was for an emergency, it was successful thanks to Tyr's quick reaction. However, the flash had no effect because all opponents are wearing masks. In other words, the effect lasted only a moment. It was a short break for the squad. However, at this moment, Rugian stepped between Vadrin and Russ and deflected the axe strike with her sword. Taking out his dagger, Pimmel stood between Raymond and Martha, deflecting the sword strike. Naryun was approached by Gius, who praised Najin for a good job with this. He saved everyone. Raising her head, Rudika said Jus's name. He started talking about how he didn't know where Naryun had suddenly appeared from. In Jus's opinion, They had to take responsibility for the hopelessness of the situation and ordered them to take the boys and retreat. Looking at him, Naryun asked if he really thought they would be able to escape, and would he be able to win alone, for all the time he is a weakling. With outstretched arms, Gius confirmed that he was a weakling. Raurun must have realized what the knight would do. He put his palms together and said that the reason he had been weak all this time was so that he would be the strongest now. From this point on, Gius was going to go over the limit, and he flipped his palms. The event horizon is the boundary in astrophysics beyond which events cannot affect an observer. Lightning struck where the massacre was taking place. The rain continued to fall. Lightning was flying around Gius. He said he would show his power. Everyone in the party leaving the forest was carrying someone on their backs. Paimel helped Najin Rugian Vadrin, Daran Rudike, and Tar Marta. Turning to the knights, Rugian asked if Gius would be okay since he had sacrificed for them. Daran didn't let her finish, but she said it was nothing to worry about. She was more worried that they wouldn't be able to leave because there were many wounded among them. Paimel asked Najin what kind of power it was, but Najin remained silent. Over 500 years ago, the strongest and most dangerous knight massacred royalty because he didn't like them. His rank was not recorded anywhere, and he was simply referred to as a demon knight. No one was any match for him, but in the end, the demonic knight was finished off by the hero dark red behemoth Hincher. And all the knights pledged their honor to him, and so the pledge was born. Hincher was afraid of becoming a demon like that, so every knight vowed to join forces and prevent it. The pledge is a means of controlling the knights. It was considered an ordinary oath for which no coercive magic was used. But that wasn't really the case. There's a nuance to the commitment. It was said that if the vow was broken, nothing happened, but there is a suggestion that if you keep it, you can get something. In Gius's opinion, the knight's unusual abilities were related to this. Nagyon didn't understand what he was telling him, and Gius reminded him that he had a special power. Yes, now Gius is weak, but the unused power is slowly building up and shrinking. If he needs to use a skill, all of his accumulated power will burst out of his body at once, constantly intensifying. It only lasts 5 minutes. The longer he does not use the skill, the more powerful is his power. The time at which he did not use this skill is 4 years. Strength and power are different things. Strength is the reason for which a person can die, but with the help of power, it will not be possible to do so. Turning to Gius, Naryun clarified that he hadn't seen what had happened to the squad and said that they wouldn't get far with such injuries. But Gius said it was okay, and that he would make Naryun sweat from now on. Getting close to the skeleton, Gius charged at it with his fist right in the nose. Naryun was thrown backwards by the shockwave. Gius ran towards the masked men. The dragon descendant tried to reassure his allies that they only needed to hold out for 5 minutes. He knew the peculiarities of this skill. But Gius had already defeated Raymond and Russ, and they flew into the cliff. When the dragon descendant turned around on them, Gius rushed to attack him as well. As Gius ran after him, a huge footprint was left in the ground. He struck the leader of the group. Naryun, who finally saw Gius as a rival, came up and offered the knight to fight. Standing in front of his opponent, Naryun used a slashing windstream attack, and he and Gius came together in battle like 2 lightning bolts in the sky. There was a great flash of light. Putting his spear on his shoulder, Varen said that he was giving up and that fighting idiots for nothing was not for him. Noljan asked if it was true. Turason had little faith in it either and asked if they had succeeded. Darrigan nodded. Varen's spear flew upwards and Fedoran shouted what he was doing and pointed his sword at him. Putting his hands up, Varan said he wasn't fighting and the spear could be ignored. He wondered, though he had launched his spear recently, if it would find Gius's trail. Gius's ability has 2 fatal flaws. The first is that the ability is not a power that can be used at any time. Raurun watched the fight and thought that while Naryun was fighting with a broken spear, the giraffe was also controlling their movements. It would be easier if Gius started to run out of breath, but he's controlling his breathing so he doesn't die. Looking at Gius, he couldn't believe he had been given such an incredible ability. Turning to Geos, Rauren said that he was now demonstrating not strength but power. The second flaw in the ability is Geos' oath. He promised as long as he used the ability, no one would die. There was only a little over 2 minutes left. Looking at Geos, Nagyun asked what the power accumulated in 4 years was equal to. Geos didn't know exactly. He'd had to hold back for so long before, but he thought he could take on any opponent. But in general, the longer Geos didn't use the force, the more he had new solutions for any incidents. However, why Geos was so sure that he had gotten this ability out of his commitment was a question that interested Nagyon. According to Geos, once you have a skill, you unconsciously realize it, the same with the way it is used. The ability is part of yourself, so you start to feel heavy. It seemed to Geos that if he broke his oath, the ability would disappear. The fight between Naryun and Geos continued. Naryun saw that Geos's blows were ridiculous, or better to say inaccurate. He was sure that his opponent had gotten stronger. The power accumulated in 4 years was more powerful than Geos could have anticipated. However, that was the problem. Geos had a hard time concentrating on his attacks because he was trying to control his strength. He clenched his fists and realized that he wouldn't have 5 minutes to get used to the skill, but he would have to strike somehow. Looking at Geos, Rauren shouted to his allies not to worry and attack Geos, for his oath would prevent him from massacring them. Behind Geos' back, Raymond and Russ flew at him. They drew their swords to attack. When Raymond struck, Geos had already disappeared from his seat and intercepted Russ's arm. The blow threw Russ back and knocked Rauren to the ground. Geos had less than a minute left. However, Nagyon wondered why Geos had told him his secret and what he wanted to accomplish with it. Closing his eyes, Geos said, "It's all about trust, he's said that before." In fact, Geos thought highly of Najin, because most people rely on their own strength to solve problems. But Najin was different, and Geos knew that Najin was hiding something, but he wasn't hiding it because he wanted to deceive him, but because he didn't trust him. Looking at just Najin didn't realize he was trying to force him to tell a secret. A definitely reliable person was Geos. Sharing information with him would be helpful, but telling him everything. He decided that he would not justify himself, but he would tell about the rest of the information about the masked men. He was wrong, because he didn't trust Geos and hid the truth the operation had been thwarted. Those were the thoughts in Nagyon's mind as Pimal carried him through the forest. They were walking through the forest, and Duran stepped back to see if they were being followed or not. It was getting dusk in the capital. Quarren looked at Varen sitting on the rock and wondered if he had really calmed down. Meanwhile, his spear was hurtling toward its intended target. Varen knew it wouldn't go far, but he needed at least an idea of the direction. And then the spear reached the spot where the lightning flashes from Geos's ability were visible. Varen jumped from his seat and shouted his name. Rushing towards the fence, Varen thought it couldn't be. The students thought it was impossible, and when Musa said wait, Varen had already flown over the fence. Fitterance was watching along with the students. Darrigan thought Varan was going to attack, and Jeroen asked where he was going. Fitteran's thoughts were jumbled. He thought he should follow Varen. What about the students, then? He had no choice. At this time in the castle, a servant brought lunch, and as he was about to turn around, a voice sounded saying, "If it continued like this." The servant stopped without realizing the point, and the man said that if this continued, it could lead to tragedy. The servant went to the man who was speaking and clarified whether the prophecy had appeared to him and asked him to continue speaking. It was the mother of dragons. She had tattoos of lines on her face and chains on her arms. She closed her eyes and said it was not a prophecy but a mere coincidence. The servant looked down at the floor and asked what the words she had just spoken meant about what tragedy she was talking about. Screaming and clenching her fist, she said she couldn't say that. Her soul hurt. Covering her face with her hands, she said she didn't know what to do because she was helpless. The servant tried to calm her down, saying that everything would be all right. She said that if she continued like this, someone would die, and tears came from her eyes. There were 4 men against 1 Geos, Naryun and 3 masked men. The downpour continued. In a second, the attacks of Geos and his enemies split the trees in half. There were 38 seconds left until the end of the skill. Geos felt guilty in front of Rudica and Duran. Naryun was stronger than he had anticipated. Watching the carnage, one of the masked guys turned around and asked if it would be better to help, despite Naryun asking not to get involved. But the leader replied that they should not interfere, because Geus would not be able to deal with them because of his oath. Agreeing, Russ raised his axe, saying he'd still be on guard. Apparently, Raymond decided not to listen and tried to attack Geus from the back. Noticing that Raymond had gotten stronger, Geus told her so, but she replied that she was just hiding her abilities. Grabbing her hand, he said that in that case he shouldn't regret anything. She screamed and grabbed her arm. The sword fell out. Geus said she had saved the boys' lives last time, but she should know there would be no second chances. Geus knew that if he was going to fight anyone today, it would be Naryun. The most important thing now is to get rid of that monster. There was a huge explosion. There was a very huge shockwave. Raurun watched and wondered how it had happened since Geus had sworn an oath. Looking at his enemy, Naryun said he would destroy him. The remaining time of the skill is 22 seconds. Other things were of little interest to Geus. He thought that as long as he attacked Naryun, everything was fine, and he was sure he would succeed. Suddenly, Geus remembered what Najin seemed to be saying about the diamond mask and looked away. The most important thing is to find the beginning of this group. Geus flew to the leader of the group, Raurun, the dragon descendant. The squad took shelter in a cave. They had 3 wounded students and 2 knights. It was very dangerous. Rudica looked back to see Duran already standing there with a sword in her hand. It was Geus. They praised Geus for a good job, and then noticed he wasn't the only one injured. He brought one of the masked men with him as bait. It was Ruth. Rujian screamed at this news. Rudica asked who Ruth was. Watching this, Najin asked where the others were. Maybe Geus had straightened them out. Holding on to his wound, he replied that they were alive, but he had given them a good beating, and they would need time to recover. It was very likely that the mustache was not a descendant of the dragon. Geus needed to get information out of this kid. A concerned Rujian said how could Russ do that, but Nagyon didn't understand the line about the dragon descendant. The event horizon stopped, and there were blue sparks all around Geus. There were bags under his eyes, and Geus said he was going to get some rest. He decided that as soon as he got back, they would question Russ, but then he fell on top of him with a rock. Darren cried out to see if it was normal. Turning to Tar, Rujian asked if this was the Ruth they knew, and Tar replied that anything could be. In Nagyon's opinion, they could obviously get enough information if they interrogated Russ. Watching him, Nagyon pondered if Russ really knew that he wasn't really Najin. The rain continued to fall. There was a huge hole in the ground at the site of the massacre, as if from a nuclear explosion. Raurun shouted to Raymond asking if she was okay. She stood in front of him and said that her life was not in danger. Raymond's right arm was broken, and Raurun had a couple of broken ribs and a leg. He asked if this was the taste of doom. Turning to Naryun, he saw that all his clothes were torn, all over his spear was broken, and he was left without an arm. He was angry and shouted that he could still resist, but Raurun said that they had already escaped, and Naryun replied that they were just scared of him. Sitting down by the tree, Naryun muttered that he wouldn't let it go. Raurun turned to Raymond and said that they had a serious problem. Geus had taken Russ. Without removing her mask, Raymond replied that she didn't think Ruth knew anything about their plans, but that she was willing to go in search of him. About Geus, Raurun said that his power would be a problem for them later, and when asked why, he said that the power was not as powerful as he thought it would be. Raurun knew that Geus was held back by an oath, and that was the only reason they survived, but really Geus should have been much stronger. When Naryun heard what they were saying, he watched them. Raurun said that if it weren't for the broken spear, they would have been ants compared to Geus's strength. However, Geus had to tread carefully so the ants wouldn't die. As far as Raurun knew, Geus had used his skill properly a couple of times. But he has never seen such a powerful force before. Since their level is lower, Geus has no choice but to restrain himself because of his oath. But Raymond didn't understand why his power would be a problem for them in the future, since he couldn't seriously harm them because of his oath. and Rarun replied that Geas has been holding back his power until today, and it seems that they have figured out his weaknesses, but the problem is that the power hasn't gone anywhere. The power had been building up for years, and he hadn't used it only out of ignorance of how powerful it could be, and now any limitations were gone. In other words, the Geas they would meet in the future would be well aware of his skill, and Rarun doubted if they would be able to handle him. Putting his palm to his mouth, Rarun thought there must be a way to shut off Geas's power, but there seemed to be no other reason besides the oath. Remembering Russ, Raymond asked what they would do with him, and Rarun replied that he would have to be rescued anyway. After fixing her arm, Raymond asked if she could leave now, but Rarun told her to calm down because she needed to reorganize first. After all, the strongest member of their squad has been injured, and his recovery is a priority. But the longer they stall, the stronger Geas will become. In general, Rarun thought that Geas would be finished as soon as he used his skill, but everything turned out to be more serious than he thought. 5 years ago, a hand points at Geas and pronounces the pledge, "Light blue giraffe, your oath." As he walked down the corridor of the castle, Geas wondered if the oath had always been so ridiculous. A man who had barely passed his exams hardly deserved it. Young Mr. Dalchan asks what are the criteria for the oath, and he himself answers that it is not something that can be given up easily. The oaths become part of you, and even though some of them may seem cruel, you gradually get used to them. Geas listened. Even if multiple people can have the same oath, does that mean it can be ignored depending on the situation or the knight who gave it? Geas pondered, thinking that an oath could depend on values and ideas. At practice, the girl asked Geas if he couldn't dodge and humiliatingly added that he was that weak. She kept talking, and Geas was already clenching his teeth because he couldn't concentrate. However, he knew that if you put your palms together and then turn them over. And he attacked the girl so that she slammed into the wall. Seeing that she was hurt, Geas asked if she was all right. Looking out the window, Dalchan said that Geas had developed a special skill and had seen it before. When a knight swears an oath, it gives him a kind of power. There were 2 other people in the room. Dalchan thought that the oath and the skills were somehow connected, so he invited 2 experts to see for sure. He wanted to do some research based on Geas's abilities, but he didn't ask him to reveal his oath. One of the experts was the next head of the dragon descendants, a young black-haired guy with brown eyes named Rarun. The second expert was the youngest grand mage of Ragia. They would help Mr. Dalchan with the research. Going outside and putting her hand in the rain, Darin said it would be over soon and clarified about the prisoner. Rujin replied that Najin was inside with him. Behind her in the cave, Wadrin said that Najin would show Russ where the crayfish were, and Martha agreed. Hearing this, Rudica wondered if Najin was up to something since he left alone with Russ. Sitting with his hands tied behind his back, Russ looked at Najin's back, which said it had been a long time since they had spoken alone. He answered Najin what fates, and then added, or maybe Nagyon, and Najin turned around. Looking at him, Nagyon wondered if Russ still had doubts about who he was. In that case, he decided to ask Russ the day they came to kill him. To do what? Ruth laughed and said he was definitely Najin. He began to say that the reason they had killed Najin was because he had betrayed them. Turning to Tara, Rugian asked if it was okay to leave Najin alone with Russ since he had done bad things to Najin. Confident in his words, Tar replied that everything would be fine because Najin was different from what he used to be. Concerned Rugian hoped that Najin wouldn't beat up Russ, but Thar was confident that Najin would not harm even Russ. And the 2 of them looked at the sleeping Geas. Rugian asked when he would wake up, but Thar didn't know the answer because Geas had said he wouldn't rest for long. No one was on duty at the entrance to the cave, and suddenly a man stood in front of it. 2 experts flanked Geas. Ragia said, for example, Geas put a limit on the use of one arm, then the other hand would be strengthened. They think there's some kind of phenomenon that enhances abilities and it's connected to the oath. They're looking into it now. Looking at the experts, Geas wondered if they could be trusted, for to do research was to learn his abilities. And deciding to ask, Geas said before he started he had a question. What are they doing this research for? Turning around, Ragia said that they had been doing research long before Geas, and it was the knights who decided to cut in on their work. The second expert, Raurun, replied that the dragon descendants had also been using their abilities for a long time, and the knights were a bit late. And Gius came to the conclusion that the answers of both were vague, which meant they didn't want to tell him the real reasons. At night, Gius came to Mr. Dalchan to ask why they were involved, and he said that it was about the treaty, but Gius didn't understand it and asked again. Looking at the moon, Dalchan explained that they were obligated to share any information, and in return, Ragia would use their department's magical materials. Hearing that the dragon descendants promised a long-term contract, Gius asked if Mr. Dalchan thought they could be trusted. Closing his eyes, Dalchan replied that no doubt it would be difficult, but it was the best option. And Gius had an idea for his first experiment. He made a huge hole in the mountain. Behind him stood the experts. Watching this, Ragia asked the dragon descendant if they had definitely been collecting this for 2 months. Approaching Gius, Ragia said to immediately use his power, but Gius replied that he couldn't. Ragia then assumed that the power could be used when it had accumulated to a minimum amount, and that at least one day would have to pass before the next time. Looking at the hole, Raurun said that the power itself is very significant. He can't believe that one can overpower anyone just by having a lot of time. Taking a sheet of paper and scrutinizing it, Ragia said that Gius was the weakest of the examiners. Statistics show that middle-class knights have it. Regia remembered if there was something unusual about a person, it helped them gain power. Proving it would be problematic, and Raurun suggested a second experiment with Gius. Remembering the incident at the training session, Gius said that he wouldn't want to use this power on a comrade because White Stag had almost died because of it. But Ragia told Gius not to worry because he'd have an opponent to worry about. Again, Gius came to Dalchan's office in the middle of the night. Dalchan said that everything was fine and Gius could take it easy, but the young man cried out. Looking at Gius, Dalchan asked if he was afraid to fight, but the knight replied that it wasn't that, and he didn't want to. However, for Dalchan, it was the same thing, and he reminded that being a knight and not wanting to fight is a complete contradiction. And Gius knew this, but he hoped that Dalchan also thought it was better to defeat his opponent without a fight. A month later, the second phase of the experiment. Gius stood across from Varen, who said he looked weak. Turning to Dalchan, who stood in the middle, Varen clarified that Gius was the one he was to fight. Extending his hand forward, Dalchan told Varen that Gius shouldn't die, and Varen laughed back because he didn't plan on controlling himself. Varen swung his weapon, but Gius had already turned his palms and disappeared. Varen brought his spear to bear, but Gius struck with such force that the tiles in the square where the battle was taking place shattered. And here Gius stands and says that after what happened, he will no longer use the force and research will be suspended. The power that Gius holds in his hands has tremendous power, and because of that he can put a lot of pressure on someone. After hearing this, Dalchan added that Gius would need to tell everyone about his power. But Gius replied that he would hide it, and Dalchan furrowed his eyebrows because he didn't understand it. Believing that because of the battle with Varen, leaking information was inevitable, Gius said that hiding the force would increase the credibility of the information. Entering the cave, Varen saw Gius sitting on the rocks and told him to get up. Looking at Varen, Gius heard him ask if there was anything Gius wanted to tell him. A little while earlier, just after Gius fell, Rugian took off her mask and shouted that it was really Ruth. Looking at him, Tar asked since when he was one of them. Ruth looked at Najin, standing behind Tar. Listening to Rugian shouting, Russ shouted back asking what she was talking about and said that they were idiots who didn't understand anything. Looking at him, Rugian didn't realize how much more of this nonsense could go on, and Tara was hurt by the insult. Nagyun, who was watching from the sidelines, was glad that no one was taking Russ seriously, but he realized that if this continued, he could get into trouble. Saying that he needed to talk to Russ alone, Nagyun asked the boys to leave and Tar agreed, but only for half an hour. Obviously, Rugian didn't think Tar would agree and turned on him, but he replied that the two of them needed to talk and asked to give Najin a chance. Present tense. Standing in front of Russ, Nagyun didn't know what he was talking about. What a betrayal of Najin. Not knowing what to do next, Nagin told Russ to cut the crap, because Najin had nothing to do with them. It's likely that Ruth decided to lie to see who Najin really is. Smiling at these words, Ruth replied that Nagyon knew nothing about Najin. Judging by Russ's reaction, it was possible he was telling the truth. Nagyon squeezed the naringin, wondering what to do. At Varen's question, Gius asked him how he ended up in the cave and where Fitterins was now. After answering that he had flown here, Varen added that he was seasick and there was nothing he could do about it, because he had found Gius using his power. Here Rudica intervened in the conversation, telling Varen to answer what was wrong with Fedorins. But Varen advised her to shut up and not interrupt him or he would punch her. A dumbfounded Rudica asked again, but behind her, Duran told her not to interfere and that there was some truth to Varan's words. Rudica turned around and looked at Daran, but at the same time Gius started to get up, holding his wound and saying that the conversation was between the two of them. Putting the spear to Gius's face, Varen reminded him that he had promised him that Varen could use his power wherever and as much as he wanted. And that's the only reason Varen had been hanging out with these kids, but now he thought Gius had broken his promise. Holding back the spear that was already at his throat, Gius replied that it would be fair for Varan to deal with him now and if he wanted to go ahead. Standing in the room, Fitterins asked Gius why they needed Varen at all then, and maybe it would be easier if he left them. Holding the spear, Gius said that he had used his accumulated power, but his ability had not gone anywhere, and the promise was still there. It just needed time. Pointing at the wound, Gius went on to say that if he didn't use his power, he would have died so strong their opponent. And in that case, he couldn't keep his promise. But as long as he lives, his power builds up, and he will keep his promise as long as Varen protects him. Realizing that Gius had been using him from the beginning, Varen called him a lousy guy. Without denying, Gius offered him two options, either to straighten him out and surrender, or to wait a little longer to reach his goal. Putting the spear away, Varen said he would have one more condition: Gius must not use force without Varen's permission. Rubbing his throat, Gius agreed to this and made another promise to Varen. Behind Gius, Rugian shouted to stand. Gius turned around and saw Russ trying to crawl away, shouting that Nagyon wanted him dead. Asking Russ what he had done to Najin, Gius was told by the exiting Nagyon that it was nothing. Rugian yelled that Ruth was acting weird. But Ruth shouted that they should be ashamed to be fooled by Nagyon. Watching this, Gius heard Najin say that Nagyon was gone. But when he heard that, Gius immediately remembered Najin's words that a family member had died because of the masked men, and his goal was revenge. Gius understood. Pointing the naringin at Russ, Nagyon told him to lay it all out or else, but Russ didn't let him finish. He asked what else and added that judging by Nagyon's face, he was still in shock. Looking at him, Russ said that Nagyon couldn't take him down because he'd never do it with that kind of thinking. As he continued to speak, Ruth called him a weakling and added that if Najin were in his place, he would definitely be able to do it. Furious at the thought of him being unable to do so, Nagyun shouted and offered to check, but Rugian and Tar were already running towards them asking what was going on. Turning around on them, Nagyun just as angrily replied that it was nothing like that. That's when Russ fell, screaming that Nagyun wanted to kill him and asked him to take him to the knights. Standing there puzzled, Rugian didn't understand what Russ was saying, and Tar asked if Najin had tortured him. Continuing to lie on the floor, Russ shouted that Najin was dead, and this guy was just pretending to be his brother. He said that since Nagyon had humiliated him last time, it was his turn, and maybe he could brainwash the Udion guys, but not him. Russ still knew that Nagyon's abilities were not the result of nightly training. That's why the other students trusted Nagyon completely. In other words, it's just enough to raise suspicion. Looking at everyone, Nagyun pondered what to do and whether to deny everything. But then it would become even stranger. Gius said that he should talk to him alone and tell him everything without hiding anything. But Ruth didn't agree and kept yelling that he was going to speak in front of everyone. However, Gius didn't give him a choice either and told him to close his mouth and follow him. And the whole squad watched Gius and Russ go deeper into the cave. Nagin was about to breathe a sigh of relief. but he didn't expect this turn of events, and maybe he should have taken care of him beforehand. Would he have been able to take him down? He was here for revenge, so why was he hesitating? He couldn't get Ruth's words out of his head, and Nagyon wondered who his brother really was. The interrogation ended already at night. Jius went outside with Nagyon and sat down on a large rock. Nagyon had a feeling that Jius already knew everything, so he decided to intervene. However, he was preceded by Yus, who said that Nagyon must have already guessed that he knew everything. Nagyon said yes and asked what Jius would do. Jius replied that he didn't care much about it and had a high opinion of his abilities. Of course, it was a surprise to Jius to learn that Nagyon was much weaker than he'd imagined, but that's exactly why he'd managed to fool everyone. Also, Jius said that Nagyon doesn't need to apologize because it's his fault for not realizing it sooner. It's hard to be weak. And looking Nagyon in the eye, he said that at least one piece of evidence would have to be cited. Standing in front of Russ with axes, Jius said he had to defeat him, and then it would prove the truth of his words. Smiling, Russ said he didn't think the knights would give him such a chance. Finishing, Jius said losing is equal to not being able to prove a point, in which case Nagyon will be suspended from his studies and returned to normal people. In the center stood Varen. Behind him stood Jius. With a wave of his spear, Varen announced the start of the battle. Trying to move his arm, Nagyon said his left shoulder was injured and he could barely move his arm. But Jius said that he had also managed to hurt Russ's right arm, so Najin had the advantage. Ruth laughed and shouted pussy. Looking at Najin, Jius said, is he going to break down during a real battle, or does he want to be given an indulgence? Turning unhappily to Jius, Najin said that he knew of his injury and was not allowed to finish. He was interrupted by Jius saying that if Najin wasn't weak, then let him prove it. Varen, who was watching the fight, said that he didn't think it would be any fun at all, and that he was already bored. Watching Nagyon, Russ wondered why he wasn't moving. Maybe he had some kind of strategy. And then he wondered if there was any point in intimidating him since it's Nagyon. And Ruth rushed in to attack, determined to finish him off as soon as he'd had enough. Memories surfaced in Najin's mind. He's the little one protecting Najin. Covering his face with his hands, Najin cried, apologizing to Nagyon, but his brother told him there was no need to apologize. Nagyon turned around and said that it was his duty to protect his brother because he was his family. These words calmed Najin down, and he almost stopped crying. Nagyon said he shouldn't worry, because no matter who was bothering him, he would destroy them all. Looking at his opponent, Russ thought he had too slow of a reaction and didn't even notice the attack and how it hurt him. But Nagyon saw that Russ was attacking him, but could not prevent it. Nagyon decided to give Russ a psychological attack because Russ was already on edge. Swinging his axe again, Russ shouted for Nagyon to stop bluffing. Yes, Nagyon couldn't follow Russ's attack, but he was able to create a situation in which he determined the direction of the strike. Russ didn't expect this. He couldn't believe that Nagyon blocked his attack, and with one hand. With a swing of the Naringan, Nagyon said, "So this is what you were like, Ruth." Now he had to strike. But Russ was sure that Nagyon was fighting against him and kept yelling for Nagyon to stop bluffing. Watching Nagyon's attacker, Russ wondered if he really thought he'd hurt me with that careless punch. Deciding that he needed to think like the first spear, Nagyon attacked, so that even Varen exclaimed. One of the axes Russ was fighting with broke during the attack. Nagyon had wounded his hand holding the axe so that even the weapon broke. Turning to Jius, Varen asked if he had seen something or not and asked what it had just been. Turning back to the knights, Nagyon said he thought the test was over. Behind him, Russ was screaming and holding his wounded arm. And Nagyon passed out and fell straight to the ground. Jius sighed, because now he would have to listen to Rodika's lectures. Suddenly, Varen asked if knights could do that, but Jius said he didn't want to hear it from him. Then Varen asked if Najin had passed the test. Looking at Najin lying dead, Jius said he didn't know if this could be counted as a victory. At the same time on the eastern continent, it's night. The girl asks about support, if they're coming. The guy answered her that two special units were to be sent, and after that, there were no reports. His second companion believed that if support did not arrive, they would have to go on their own, even at the risk of their lives. All because there were knights. It was the survival of the first special unit. When Nagyon struck and cut the axe blade and hand, Roos never heard the sound of the blow. Gius assumed it was the ability of the Naringen. Still, Gius thought it was unlikely that it was a Naringen ability, so he turned to Varen and asked him, and he said he didn't know for sure. Looking at Gius, Varon asked if he wanted him to figure it out, and Gius said no, because Nagyon isn't as strong as Varen thinks he is. But that was why Najin was interesting to Varen, because even considering how weak he was, the apprentice could do such a thing. Looking down at Najin, Gius thought how poor a boy he was, since he had been through so much. It was dawn, and Najin opened his eyes. Around him were Rujian, who was glad he had opened his eyes, and Vadran, who was jealous of his secret fight. Standing in the center of the room, Gius said that Naryun wouldn't be following them anytime soon, but they would definitely meet him later. Rujian clenched her teeth at the memory of the crazy skeleton, and Gius said that they would now prepare harder for the upcoming missions. Rudica had a mission to go back and tell all the information they had gotten. She did not believe that she would have to go in person. They hadn't split up yet, but the squads had to be formed after the report. Gius said that the boys would go to the base for training. The apprentices Gius chooses will travel with him and Varen to the east to complete the mission. The great mage screamed about how Rajia dared to use magic as a weapon. Rajia, standing opposite, smiled and replied that it was an order from the emperor, so he didn't understand why the displeasure was being expressed to him. He added that if he didn't like it, the mage could leave, but he was already yelling about how dare he talk to him like that. Xiumin stood to the side and watched the argument, thinking about how much time had already passed and when they would stop arguing. Looking out the window where the city was visible, Xiumin wondered how the guys were doing and if they were doing well. Special training with Fedorans was done by Yulnia and 7 other students. Najin walked up to Darin standing there and asked why knights didn't use armor. Darin looked at him and asked why he had suddenly turned to her. Remembering Gius, who is weak in real life, and Varen, who Najin had no desire to mess with, Najin honestly replied that she was the best option. Rubbing her nose, Darin told me that knights mostly dodge attacks, and if there was someone who could strike, the armor would be useless. As Najin looked at her, he wondered how smartly she was talking nonsense, and asked if it was only for knights. She looked away and said she thought it applied to both students and generals. Suddenly Darin remembered the words of Gius, who asked her if she remembered the dragon descendants, and informed her that it looked like her life was in danger. Still not understanding, Najin asked what the point of the protective uniform was. From afar, Gius watched their conversation. Darin had said it was to avoid an attack, and Najin had asked for more details. At this time, Gius was thinking why exactly Darin and Lady Behemoth were the target of the masked men. The hero who broke the Demon Knight might have something to do with it. Was it safe to say that their enemies had many more allies than they realized? Yus raised his head and asked where he was going to use it. Varen, who was sitting on the roof, didn't understand the question and mumbled. Saying what he was about his power, Gius said that he thought it would be better if he knew where Varen was going to use it. Jumping down to the ground, Varen took Gius by his blouse, pulled him up to him, and asked if he was holding him for a fool. Of course, Varon would never say such a thing, but as long as Gius' promise remains in effect, he is bound to obey Varen. But it was a useful conversation for Gius because he realized that Varen wasn't doing it out of ego, but because he had a purpose. Raymond, who was standing without her mask, said that she had received a message from the other members of the group, and they would be joining them soon. The dragon descendant said that was great news, and asked how her arm was. Raymond was fine and asked how he was. The dragon descendant looked at his arm and said he thought he would soon be fully recovered, and asked if he had been able to locate Russ. But with the rain that had fallen, the tracks were hard to find. Raymond asked what he was doing there, but the dragon descendant didn't know the answer. High up in a tree sat Narian. The dragon descendant assumed it was morning meditation. Thus, the suspended training and development of the self began again. Rujin and Vadreen were sparring, For a moment, Rujian thought she was getting stronger. In the capital, the sun was slipping towards sunset, and Fitterins announced that the training was over, and now he would announce the lists of participants in the operations. For starters, Nuljin and Raujin are going to the eastern continent for sure. Quarren and Daragon will participate in the search operation, but the rest of the students will have extra training. The students were unhappy with the situation and started shouting why the others were excluded. Closing his eyes, Fitterins said that he felt their involvement would be dangerous and ordered them to stay in the capital and continue to improve. Eyes wide open, Yulnia realized that she was considered weak. Turisun, standing nearby, waved his fist and shouted that they could handle it. But Fitterins ordered them to stop complaining. Their training is to his credit. This operation is no joke. They'll all have to risk their lives. Every decision Fedorins made was difficult for him, and now was not the time or place to prove him right. Turisun fell silent and lowered his fist. Standing with Najin in the forest, Jaius asked why he wanted to become a knight. Not understanding the question, Najin asked again, and Jaius repeated what was the reason he wanted to become a knight. Answering the question, Najin replied that he had dreamed of this since childhood to defend honor and justice. Jaius interrupted him, saying that was enough, and decided to ask him another question, Najin's revenge and the way of the knight. If he had to choose one, what would his answer be? Without realizing whether this was a test or not, Nagyun replied that if he had to choose, he would take the situation into account and make the decision that was right. Closing his eyes, Jaius agreed and said that the answer was quite acceptable to the knight. Gathering the students at the base, Jaius informed them that they would have 2 missions to send to the east and search for the skeleton. From now on, the selected students will be waiting for danger at every corner, so they need to focus on the tasks as much as possible. Jaius named Pimel and Martha first. Najin assumed that they would go on the search and thought it would be better that way. And then Jaius called Najin's name. The apprentice asked him a question, but Jaius said he had been chosen first, so he wouldn't explain. Wadrin, standing next to him, said that it was Jaius who had made the right decision, for if not Najin, then who? And Najin stood there wondering what Jaius was up to. When Jaius finished speaking, Darin burst into the house screaming that there was trouble. Turning back to her, Jaius clarified if it was the skeleton on Darin shouted that some of the students were missing. Everyone was shocked by this news, and Rudica clarified what Daran was talking about. Standing in the square, Musa said he tried to stop it, but the students said they disagreed with the decision, and they would prove to Jaius that they were not chosen in vain. After listening to Rudik ask how they could have escaped since the students don't even know where Jaius is, and Musa said they ran away from one night to find another, Rudica shrieked and said what they had done was called running away. Explaining to the others, Turisun said they weren't running away, they just needed to get recognized. Standing in the middle of the forest, Turisun said that they couldn't do it, but they were sure that they had gotten better and stronger. Jarun replied that they had already realized. He believed that as long as they were forced to train forever, they would never become knights, and Jaius needed to see what they were capable of. Hearing the news of the escape, Jaius thought that apparently they were worried they might fall behind the others. Looking at Najin, he said that by comparing themselves with other students, they realized that they had no results, and so they decided to take such a step. Of course, they had to be found as soon as possible. Jaius hoped they wouldn't run into Naryun or eat something strange that would give them stomach aches. Sitting down beside Yulnia lying on the ground, Jirun asked what she had eaten, and Yulnia said she didn't know, but it looked delicious. When Turisun saw the trail, he offered to go that way. Jirun picked up Yulnia, but when Turisun pulled back the branches of the bush, he saw people behind them. It was a guy and a girl they didn't know. He sat leaning on his sword with his backpack beside him, and the girl squatted beside him. Yulnia's saliva was dripping, and she said thank you. Turisun, standing opposite Callan, lowered his head and said he would thank them. The girl said she shouldn't, and Kaijan looked at Jirun and said it didn't look like they were outdoors much, and Jirun said they were apprentice knights. Looking at them in surprise, Callan assumed they were having some sort of exam right now. Also looking at the floor, Turisun exhaled and said that everyone is suffering because of his stubbornness, but Jiroon supported and said that they made the decision together. Clutching his head, he began to say that Fitterans wanted to protect them, and now they could die. They had just lost control and lost themselves. The smiling Callan offered to help the guys in their search, saying that it was their specialty and she was sure they could help them get the information they needed. At first, Turisan, who wanted to agree, eventually refused, and Jiroon added that it was okay, or they would be in debt to them again. Looking at Jiroon, Turisan said she was speaking correctly and thanked the strangers. It was night, and the boys made a fire. The girls slept, and Turisan tried to keep watch and sat down by a tree, but eventually dozed off. Meanwhile, behind the tree, the strangers were whispering, and Kaijan said it seemed as if they were following the same trail as the apprentices. From his traveler, Callan asked if he had heard a sob story about a man who became a knight to find a family. Putting on the same mask that Raymond and Russ had, Kaijan replied that he had heard, and it was disgusting. Callan also put on the mask and said that it was better because they could use the students for their own purposes and then just kill them. Somewhere north of Udion is uncharted territory. It's snowing and the mountains are covered in drifts. It is said that a group of professional mercenaries were formed in this place filled with snowstorms. They were not known throughout the world, and only a few knew of their existence. These mercenaries called themselves the Descendants of Dragons. Drawing a stick on the ground, Gius explained where their location was, and that the large circle was the search range of the knights. The small circle was the range of the apprentices. Triangle Gius. He will go with the prisoners. Keeping in formation, you must move towards the capital. When you come across the footprints, you must break the magic chain. Then the signal will be transmitted to the knights, and in any case, do not engage in battle before their arrival. No matter how much Nagyun thought about it, he didn't understand why he couldn't just start a mass battle. Isn't what happened an emergency situation? It's understandable that students are limited in information as much as possible, but what happened? Nagyun looked at Gius and told him to stop staring. A new day came and Yulnia rose to start it with a workout. Turizun and Jiroon, who were sleeping, suddenly woke up and seeing Yulnia asked how she was feeling. But Yulnia was not happy that they had both fallen asleep and abandoned the watch. She was reminded, however, that she had been asleep the whole time. A voice behind Yulnia asked if they were awake, and she turned around. Callan told the boys not to worry because they were camped not far from them. She was holding a small sack and happily announced that they had picked some fruit and offered to share. Yulnia's stomach rumbled, but she frowned at the people and wondered who they were. Jiren replied that it was all right not to. When Yulnia stared questioningly at her travelers, Turisan couldn't stand it and shouted what was wrong with her because she had behaved like that yesterday. In Jiroon's opinion, the strangers were suspicious, but kind, and it seemed to her that they were trying to get some information from them. At night, Callan and Kaijan decided that making a good impression was the standard way to dig up information. Looking at Jiren, Callan thought that she clearly had good intuition, but she didn't know the whole situation for sure. However, she seemed too suspicious. She thought it might be best to get her out of the way, but Kaijan's weapon was too far away and she couldn't take her eyes off the girl. Smiling, Callan asked how the guys were doing with the search and offered to help them if they needed it. Jiroon continued to speak, saying that it wasn't easy, though the more people there were, the easier it was to cope. Deciding that Jiroon had gotten caught, Callan said she didn't think it would be easy for the guys if they met with them. Rushing from her seat straight towards Jiroon, Callan's attack was stopped by Yulnia, who arrived just in time. While Callan attacked the girls, Kaijan moved toward the sword stuck between the trees. But Jiren shouted for Turisun to stop him, and he jumped and flew at his opponent from above. Kaijan looked up and struck Turisun in the jaw, but Yulnia came up and attacked Kaijan with a martial arts galaxy. Wiping her mouth, Turisun thanked Yulnia. She shouted that it worked, and that the stranger was strong. It seemed to her that if she did it right. But she was interrupted by Callan saying enough and ordering them to drop their weapons. Turning to look at her, Yulnia and Turisan saw Callan holding Jiroon and saying that if they didn't want her to get hurt, then they had to agree. And putting a sword to Jiran's liver said that or they could continue the fight. Screaming, Jiran said she was fine, and Yulnia and Turisan should keep fighting. Watching this, Turisan clenched his teeth and dropped his weapon and said they did what Callan asked, so let Jiroon go. Smiling, Callan said that as expected of apprentice knights, they are so honest, but here she is not, and Callan stuck her sword into Jiran. Blood flowed from Jiran's mouth. Callan let go of her and she began to fall to the ground. As she fell, there was a man who was too close to see what was happening, but at the same time too far away to go unnoticed. It was at the moment of crisis that Nagyun was there, standing behind the trees and bushes. Seeing this, Nagyun wondered what to do if Jiroon was dead or not yet, whether he should help. Rujin, who was running away, said that they should meet at the same place after the round, and whoever came last would get a slap from each of them. Thinking that Rujin was cute, Vadreen asked if he was right with Nagyun, and he thought that at least they were helping the knights and nothing bad would happen. Looking at the injured Jiran, Nagyun thought about what was going on there and who these people were. It didn't seem like they were weak. If this continues, Julnia and Turisun will be in danger. When he touched his shoulder, he realized it was almost healed, and then he thought he shouldn't make excuses. He had to be realistic about whether Nagyun would be able to help them at all. After listening to Turisun, Jiran said she would also go with him. Turisun didn't believe it and asked if it was true. Jiran asked him why he was surprised, and Turisun said that Musa had refused and that she was the most cautious of all the boys. That was the reason. All the guys were acting spontaneous and sometimes even violent, so Jiran decided to go with them so that no one would get killed. Smiling back, Turisun found no other words but words of gratitude. And now he stood looking at Jiran's body lying in the middle of the forest. Clenching his teeth and thinking that it was all because of him, he asked why they were doing this to them since they hadn't done anything. Coming to anger, his eyes lit up, and Turisun shouted that he would destroy them now. He ran at the offending men, and Yulnia stretched out her hand to stop but couldn't, and yelled that he was out of it now. When Turisun drew his sword, Kaijan thrust the sword into the ground beneath his feet, and it split open. But Turisun had already taken off and attacked the enemy from above. He was holding the weapon he had told Najin about. He said that weapons are passed down from generation to generation in the family. The martial arts are unknown. Turisun decided to become a knight so that the whole world would know about them. He believed that in order to achieve his goal, he would someday be able to defeat Najin. Callan came up too, and standing with sword in hand, replied that they did this to them because they were apprentice knights. And they hate the likes of Turisun and Yulnia with all their souls, so let them just consider themselves unlucky. Nagyon, who was standing behind the tree, had already sent a signal to the knights, and he didn't care who was coming, as long as it was as soon as possible, because the boys might die. Kneeling on his knees, Turisun leaned on his weapon with his last strength, while Kaijan drew his sword over him and said farewell to the knight's apprentice. Almost lowering his sword, Kaijan asked Turisun not to become in his next life what he was now. His partner fighting Yulnia realized that she was applying the martial arts galaxy, and she knew it was a complex skill. Standing up to Turisun's defense, Yulnia screamed for him to wake up, stop torturing himself, and take Jiran. With these assholes, Yulnia of the Milky Way decided to fight her own battles. When Yulnia attacked, Callan said that she knew for every technique in the martial arts galaxy needed its own warm-up moves. And Callan was about to strike, but someone managed to deflect her attack. A Naringan appeared in front of Yulnia's face. She saw Najin in front of her. Seeing that the blow was stopped with one hand, Callan thought it was indeed Najin. Rudika's umbrella was flying in the sky. Najin closed his eyes and thought it would take a little more so that it would cover everything completely. And when it came down to the ground like a big dome, everyone was in darkness. When Callan opened her eyes, she realized she couldn't see anything and wondered if Najin was adapted to the dark. When the ghost dissipated and Callan turned around, she saw Najin strike and wound Kaijan. Time was short, but Najin was glad he had managed to snag one of the two enemies. Suddenly, this strange girl shouted that Najin was really alive. Since she called him by name and also said he was alive, it means that these people are descendants of the dragon. Taking the mask with the glowing rhombus in the center, Gius asked why Russ was wearing it. Abound Ruth replied that he didn't know why he was just told to wear it. But Gius kept up and asked if there was anything special about it. Russ said he had heard something about being able to bond, but was never told anything. Watching the night, Roos was angry that he was using him as bait and thought it wouldn't be long before he destroyed everyone Gius knew. And Gius, in turn, realized that Ruth had no useful information. All day, Fitterans raced through the woods to find Gius, and he did. Already at night, Gius had told Fitterans that he tended to overprotect the boys. Gius realized that he didn't want the students to get hurt. However, in doing so, he was doing harm. Gius believed that the growth of students comes with pain, and pain promotes growth. They would have to go through it. Overprotection will only delay the process of becoming a knight, and the boys will end up unable to endure the slightest bit of pain. After hearing this, Fitterans decided that Gius was right, and he was to blame for everything. Back at the appointed place, Wadrin saw Rugian and asked where Najin was, but she said she didn't know she had returned first. Najin was the last one, and Rugian was glad to find a candidate for punishment. Nagyun had an idea. When he tried to swing the naringin, he could push off, and if he used it, he could launch it into the air. In that case, there is a chance to improve his skills, but the result of the experiment was unsuccessful. Nagyon couldn't use the naringin to its full potential. But he didn't give up. Failure always meant a new opportunity. He had to jump before he could use the weapon. The strongest spear and the strongest shield are essentially the same thing. If Nagyon is unable to use his spear, he will try to strike with his strongest shield. Kaijin's sword was chopped in two, and he didn't understand how that was possible. Callan asked if he was okay. Callan deliberately wounded one because it seemed to her that they could leave the body, but they would protect the wounded to the last. Wouldn't Najin do that? No matter how sharp the spear, it's useless if you can't strike. It required concentration, so the hit rate would only go down. Looking at his enemies, Nagyon wondered what to do. He was at his wits' end, and they had been at odds for a long time. He felt like he had almost beaten them, but if he just attacked, he might lose. Deciding to attack before Najin could do anything else, his opponent snuck up on him and drew her sword forward. However, Yulnia stood up to Najin's defense, and the sword plunged straight into her stomach. The opponent only clucked. When Nagyun saw that, he started to think about what had happened because of him, but he stopped himself. It's not worth the trouble and time to waste on regrets. You had to focus on your action and start acting. The enemy wondered if Najin had a backup plan and contacted the knights. Strong people tend to believe only their feelings, so sometimes they tend to overlook what's right in front of their eyes. In that case, Nagyun should take advantage of it. Callan wondered if Najin had deceived her, but she thought he was serious. She decided that he must have understood. Though Callan dodged, her sword was also damaged and cut as well as Kaijan's, so she turned and shouted that they were retreating. At this time, Najin ran in the other direction towards the bushes where something was rustling. He pondered one is seriously wounded, and he will be able to overpower them. Both have broken weapons and decided to flee because they are at a disadvantage. But on second thought, maybe it was a chance. Nagyon wanted to get some kind of clue, then this would be a great opportunity. Behind Nagyon's back lay the wounded fellow students, and he wondered if chasing after these two would bring the knights. What if he makes a mistake and no one arrives to help? After chasing his opponents, Nagyon decided that he had no choice, nor did he have an opportunity that would no longer exist. All he had left was revenge. But why did he go back there? He was running and Rugian and Vadrin appeared in front of him. Pausing for breath, he said there were 3 wounded men and called them with him. Glancing at the parchment with burning symbols, Daran raced through the forest. Suddenly, she saw the boys walking by and stopped, asking them not to be frightened. She introduced herself as a knight and said her name. She started to explain that she was looking for someone and he had mussed yellow hair. Standing Callan, what should they do since they are unarmed and Kaijan is wounded? Remembering the group leader's words of caution, Callan smiled and said they hadn't seen anyone in the area. They needed to avoid a fight. She wanted Darren to leave as soon as possible, and was glad they had gotten her, because Callan thought Darren was dumb as a cork. But suddenly, Darren also remembered Jaius's words about how she always needed to think twice. Stopping, she said to Callan's back that it seemed her comrade was badly wounded. Knowing that Darren couldn't possibly know Kaijan for sure, she turned around and just as sweetly said that it just so happened. However, Darren furrowed her eyebrows and asked why on earth Callan was smiling. Continuing to smile, Callan replied that she was just trying to be friendly and that she didn't really need a reason to smile. To this, Darren replied that people don't usually smile when their comrade is in serious condition, and added that it looks like they're trying to get rid of her as soon as possible. Back at the base, Varen saw Jius yelling for more water and Vadran and Rugian pumping out the wounded. Turning to Jius, Varen asked where Darren was, and he replied that she wasn't there yet. Wiping the sweat from his face, Jius thought about the fact that he had done all he could. The girls lay before him. Yolnia's life was out of danger, the problem was in Jirun. The students looked at him. Najin asked what to do, and Jius said that there was no solution now. He said Varen had gone to fetch a healer and there was nothing left for them to do but wait. A voice at the other end of the room said it was his fault and apologized. Everyone turned around. Teresen was sitting against the wall holding his head. He was saying that he had brought everyone to their deaths and crying. Jius came up to him and said that everything that ends well is an experience the same with everything that ends badly. In Jaius's opinion, it is normal and Teresen has gained invaluable experience, though it is accompanied by the sacrifice of a colleague. Looking down at the floor, Teresen listened to the fact that things happen, and Jius felt that he too was guilty of not realizing the danger of the whole situation. Knights also make mistakes, and it happens that someone can suffer because of them. It's quite common, and knights never stop. That's the way of the knight. Only by gaining experience can you grow up. Looking at the student, Jaius said that Teresen was on a search party, and it was his duty to gather and find those who had harmed his comrades. The knight gave the apprentice a chance to show him he's grown up. Otherwise, he couldn't become a knight, and Jius asked if he could do it. Looking at the knight, Teresen replied of course, and asked to grant it to him. Often, it is anger that makes a person move forward, and Jius was actively using it. He was able to provoke Teresun's anger and drive him to despair. It was very strange to Nagyon. Why Jius didn't want to find the root cause of the incident, and didn't try to convince the students of the true danger of the situation. It looked like an unwillingness to disclose information. Actually, it was. Jius didn't want the students to know the truth. Looking out the window, Jius hoped nothing had happened to Darren. It was because the dragon's descendants were connected to the knights. Eastern Continent, Special First Squad. Solvas said it was too late. In front of them was Peach Rabbit Hassan, who said he had nevertheless brought them a meal and asked what about them. Pink Barsu Solvas asked him if he would share with them. Jade Cat Tanshirin said that Hazan was a real knight, and he asked in return if he was the only one who took care of the food. Looking somewhere, Solvas said she noticed that Hassan had not only brought food, but also brought an uninvited guest. Behind Hazen's back stood a man with a sword saying that the cockroaches were out for a walk. He called the sitters fearless idiots and offered to slaughter them all right there. Looking at Hassan, Solvas asked if he would do anything about it, but he replied that he had food and would grab a bite, and they could deal with the guest. With a disgruntled look, Tanshirin called Hassan a miserable bastard, but he said he should have stocked up on provisions. Standing up, Solvas walked towards the stranger as she drew her weapon and said she would deal with it. The stranger frowned, but Solvas hurried him up, saying that otherwise she would starve to death. Seeing Solvas in front of him, the man grinned and asked her about the weapon, asking if it was the staff of the monkey from the legends. Asked not to be delusional, Solvas replied that the weapon was her Naringan. Glancing at Hassan, who was eating the berries, Tanshirin asked if it would be okay, and he said it was best not to interfere until Solvas herself asked. Calling out to the bearded man, Solvas asked if he wanted to straighten her out. He smiled and asked if she was afraid. He said he would kill everyone except the white-haired one, meaning Hassan. Closing her eyes, Solvus thanked God that she wouldn't have to coax, but warned her opponent that she wouldn't listen to requests for mercy. They attacked each other, and the man used the spring sakura technique. Along with the impact, the pink sakura petals scattered, and Hazen marveled at it. Throwing herself to attack, Solvus raised her head, and along with the petals her opponent flew at her and attacked with the fall foliage. Trying to fight back, Solvus used Naringen, but her opponent managed to dodge, and his next strike was Summer Rain. Clenching her fist and fending off the attack with the Naringen, Solvus thought that if it wasn't for her weapon, she would have died. And suddenly, she struck a crushing blow that even the opponent's weapon flew out of his hands, and he himself flew aside. Angry that the girl had struck him with her fist, the man caught his weapon and, landing on his knee, attacked with the winter wind. Eventually, Solvus tossed the Naringen into the air, skillfully caught it, and simply stabbed it into her approaching opponent. Her co-workers watching the fight had expected just about that, and Hazen complimented her on a job well done. She turned around, leaving the Naringen behind, but it was already dissolving. Solvus offered to eat, but Hassan replied that he had already eaten everything. Jirun, who was sitting by the fire, told Najin that she was jealous of him. Najin turned to her and asked what she was talking about. She envied not only Najin, but all the guys because they were getting stronger, and she was not keeping up with them, even though she was training hard. Looking at her, Najin replied that he wished he had at least half of the skills Jirun had. There is an expression that Najin knew that people spend their whole lives afraid to face their confidence. The best way is to look at yourself in the mirror. And as for your own confidence, perhaps only you can know for sure about yourself. It is absurd to compare oneself with others, Najin thought, and all anyone can do is polish and refine oneself. Perhaps if Najin had told her to turn herself in now, she wouldn't be lying in such a state. Martha, Najin, and Pimmel were summoned by Gius. Najin turned around. He informed them that as soon as they had a break, they were heading east. The plan was to disguise themselves, and Gius had warned in advance that they would need to pose as normal people. More specifically, they were in no way allowed to show off their powers lest it happen. Breathing heavily, Fidorenz looked at Yulnia and Jirun lying there. They had come out to talk to Gius. They stood in the forest, and Fidorenz asked why Turisun was on the search party. He felt the apprentice should be removed from the task. But Gius felt that they should give him a chance to take responsibility for what had happened and should not let him get away with such amateurishness. So he asked Fidorenz to take care of the boys and set off on his own. Fidorenz did not understand why Gius was going personally and asked what had changed. Gius wanted to tell him and asked him to listen carefully. Duran was missing. Standing in front of the students, Nagyun asked what to do if soldiers came at them with swords drawn. Pimmel and Martha immediately drew their weapons, but Najin stopped them and asked why they were preparing for battle. Thinking it was crazy, Najin closed his eyes, and Gius, who was standing next to him, asked if everything was all right. Najin thought it would never work. Looking at his fellow students, he asked if they realized that normal people with a little tension or fear don't rush straight into battle. Pimmel asked if it had to do with psychology, and Martha asked what to do if they were attacked, and Najin turned to Gius and said he'd pass. He thought that Gius's plan wouldn't work because the boys didn't understand what it meant to be weak at all, and suggested that they consider other options. But Gius thought they were doing it to avoid getting caught and decided to explain something to the guys by asking them if they realized there was a battle coming. Looking at Martha, Pimmel asked if it was because the eastern continent was trying to invade, and Najin asked Gius what caused it. Many years ago, one of the generals of the eastern continent infiltrated the central continent to retrieve his men who had escaped. He then went into battle with the knights and ended up dying during the battle, and soon the knight who killed the uninvited guest passed away. That's when all the trouble started. The eastern continent has demanded that they be given the body of the knight who massacred the general. Such a thing was impossible and they knew it, but all they needed was an excuse for conflict. Not to cater to their whims, the body of the fallen knight was not given away. Thus the hearth of the battle began to flare up a little. The first special unit was sent to the eastern continent to gather information, but one of the knights was captured, and the rest isolated. Finishing the story, Jius said that their goal was to meet the first squad to free the prisoner and bring him back. That's why you can't get caught. In the Eastern continent, it was believed that only the first special unit had been sent, and if Jius and the disciples were revealed, the situation would completely change. They could start a battle between the two continents. Jius was sure the boys understood, but he asked them not to worry too much. Turning away, he said that the students should train for an emergency, but infiltrating the continent shouldn't be a problem. Simply put, they must be strong enough to overcome the crisis and weak enough to be overlooked. Looking at Martha, Paimel said it was hard because all they had fought before. Looking at them, Nagyan used the intimidation technique. Paimel and Martha were ready to fight. Najin's attack was over and she asked him what was wrong. But Najin replied that they must learn to respond to such intimidation differently. Without understanding, the guys asked if they were going to be attacked and what they should just stand there, but Najin replied that normal people wouldn't be able to feel intimidated. Raising his hand, Veron said he was back with the healer. Behind him stood a girl covered from the head down. Seeing Fidorance, Varen asked why they had switched with Jius, but Fidorance was already talking to the healer, showing her the way. Still turning around, Fidorance reported that Jius had gone east and Daran was missing. Standing and listening to Varen as Fidorance said that Jius had asked to find them Daran and Naryun. Grabbing his head, Varen thought that once again, nothing Jius said to him, though he had always been like that. But Varen thought it was better that Jius kept his promise, or he would have no choice but to deal with him. Turning to Naryun, the mercenary asked if he had finished his morning meditation, and Naryun said yes and felt himself renewed. Behind the mercenary was Raymond holding a weapon, and the mercenary said that they had prepared a new spear for Naryun, and it was much better than the previous one. When the mercenary offered Naryun to practice with him, the skeleton looked at the spear and it broke in half in Raymond's hands. When Raymond threw the spear up as if she had been burned, Naryun picked it up and put it to the mercenary's neck. Looking at the mercenary, Naryun said his words sounded like orders, and he was not his servant. Reaching for his sword, Raymond thought as he knocked the spear out with a stream of air, and the mercenary asked Naryun to calm down because he didn't mean it that way. But he also asked them to remember that they don't obey him. Without Naryun, it would be harder for them to accomplish their goals, and Naryun without them. The mercenary raised his hand and suggested that their relationship be considered a mutually beneficial partnership. Their common goal was the destruction of the knights, and both sides were in agreement. It was stormy weather. It was raining and the waves were rocking the ship as it approached the island. On the ship stood Jius with his hat covering him from the rain. He said that he could see land ahead and that it was the eastern continent. Behind him stood Nagyan. Saying that it was his first time on this land, Jius warned that he did not know what the situation was like there, and in general, he did not know anything. Of course, Nagyan wanted to go to the eastern continent, but not under these circumstances. He hoped nothing would happen. Fixing his hat, Nagyan asked Jius what he thought he said about two groups going east. In the end, they would be alone, or the second group would arrive. Looking ahead, Jius replied that there had been a change of plans, and they would be alone. Looking at the night, Nagyan wondered if plans changed so quickly, and it seemed like something could have caused it. What Nagyan heard is that the East is off limits to ordinary citizens, probably because they don't interact with anyone there. But Jius said that's impossible. Smuggling is rampant in the East. Paimel asked if that would be better, thinking that they wouldn't be caught that way. In his mind, Jius told Paimel that it was quite possible that they wouldn't get caught, but he hoped that the first squad was all right. The ship arrived at the port, and the men were met by a man who told them to get off and said they should be taken into custody, but he didn't want to deal with them. These men were in front of Jius, apparently meeting the general, but what was he doing in a place like this, stopping smugglers? The people who were not allowed in were outraged, shouting that such a thing had never happened, but the general replied that there was nothing he could do about it. When the general said that their enemies were involved, Jius immediately thought of the first squad and the fact that they had been asked to stay out of trouble. Behind Najin stood Paimel and Martha. Paimel offered to tell him that they were knights, but Martha told him not to do it. Walking up to Jius, Najin asked what had happened, and he explained that one of the generals ahead of them was nothing serious, but they better get back. And when Najin asked if they were turning around, Jius thought there might not be another chance. But in that case, they might lose the first squad. When the general noticed the squad, he turned to them and asked them what their goods were, adding that they should be checked. Looking at the general, Jius thought what to do, and Najin offered to say that the basis of the business is this: unless you are a contractor, we can't show the goods. You never know what feelings a person might have. I wonder if he suspected something wrong, and that's why he pointed them out. Judging by his manner of speech, it's not to say he's hostile and clearly has common sense. As long as he's interested, you have to go straight ahead, and if the general noticed something suspicious about them, you have to play under the confidentiality of business. The general suggested not to make a big deal out of it, and said it would be more convenient if they just reported the goods, and Jius showed the plant saying it was for the plague. Jius spoke about the goods in such detail that even his squad was surprised and wondered if he had prepared in advance. Looking at the sheet in Jius's hands, the general queried its title. Even standing still, the tension was palpable. Worried about how the guys were holding up, Jius looked at them and saw that Najin was holding up very well, but Pimmel and Martha were nervous, which wasn't surprising. Whether the general was fooled or not, if the battle starts, it's going to be a serious problem. They need to hold out a little longer. Najin, on the other hand, decided that this was not the way to go and had to be more drastic. There's a good chance that the general might have detected excessive tension. The general walked toward them and asked to see the merchandise. Najin whispered quietly to Jius that he had a plan, but the probability of success was 7%. Looking at Jius, Najin asked if they would try it or not. Jius thought the odds were small, but better that than nothing, and blinked in agreement. The general walked over to them and reached out for the sheet Jius was holding, but suddenly Najin intercepted his hand. Furious, the general looked at Najin, but the latter said that they were sent by the elder. According to the information Nagyun gathered, all the generals are very involved in politics and are close to each other. This man is a general, which means there's a chance he's been in contact with Naryun. At least that's what Nagyun hoped. In that case, Nagyun decided to take advantage of it, and pulling out a naringen from under his cloak, he said that the elder had given it to him. The general recognized Naryun's weapon. Nagyun was sure that the change had to do with the skeleton and the east. But what is the reason for sending Naryun to the central continent? It could have influenced the general's decision. Placing a hand on Nagyun's shoulder, the general leaned toward him and told him to follow him. On the central continent, someone approached Raurun in the forest. It was Raymond who said that Kaijan and Callan had joined them. Looking at the boys coming toward him, Raurun praised them for their good work, and noticing that Kaijan was wounded, asked if they were all right. Kaijan's shirt was torn and blood-stained, but he replied that he was healed. Raymond wanted to say something else. Duran was walking towards Raurun. She said she was glad to meet him, introduced herself as the knight's apprentice and bowed, asking him to take care of her. 6 years ago, Raccoon and Raurun. At their first meeting, he introduced himself as a descendant of dragons. 6 years ago, the region adjacent to the west. There is a small group of people standing on a hill. Green Sheep Valtanen points to the sea and says that the west is there. The one-eyed, orange-toed Tin listens to him. Listening to their dialogue, Darin said that it was in the west that demons were found. The dragon descendants watched the neighborhood, and Raurun said this was their mission area. Darin asked if the child was too young to be in their squad. He was a dark-haired boy with hair falling over his face and bright green eyes. Looking at him, Raurun replied that it was fine, and in 5 years this youngster would be a competitor even to Duran. Exhaling, Raurun gave the command to go forward, and all the men drew their weapons. It was time to get to work. Raurun was sitting on the wasteland, leaning on his sword. Darin came up and asked what the situation was, and he said that 2 were dead and 4 wounded. Asking Duran about the knights, he was told that only 1 was wounded. She told him she was sorry for the many casualties. He stood up and said it was okay. They're honorable to die in combat on a mission. They're mercenaries bound to honor their contract to the very end. It will protect their families and the future generation. The contract of the dragon descendants is tantamount to a knight's honor. Dragon descendants and knights fought side by side. Daran stood back to back with Raurun. It was snowing. The knights came to Raurun and Tin held out his hand to shake, saying that they had done well as could be expected of the dragon's descendants. Lowering his head, Raurun said that the knights had also proven to be reliable allies, and the dragon descendants might even leave their village to them. Tin held out his hand, and Raurun replied that he would take care of their home for a while and shook his hand. Something happened. A great fire was blazing. The knights stood with their weapons in front of Raurun, kneeling and shouting, "Why?" And so Raurun tells Daran that that day is forever etched in his memory, though she's probably forgotten everything. Looking at him, Daran said she remembered everything because it was impossible to forget. She said he had the same face that day as he does now. However, Raurun told Daran that he was sure now that he didn't want to let her live. Pimel wanted to ask about Na Jin, but he hesitated and asked if he was going to be all right. Martha squeezed his hand, saying that if she were only told. Also thinking about it, Gius replied that they should trust him, and he probably has a plan. It's Najin after all. At this time, Najin was standing behind the general's back, looking out the window. Suddenly, the general swung a naringin at Najin and said that he was sure it was Mr. Naryun's weapon. Then he looked at the young man and asked what Naryun had passed on. Najin stood there remembering what Naryun had said during the 3 days he had been with him. Deciding that first and foremost the manner of speech was important and one should be polite, Najin took off his hat and said that first and foremost. Nothing else came to mind, and in that case Najin decided to say, with all due respect, the general should prove himself to be a trustworthy man. Doubt is a step toward trust, Najin thought, and in that case they would switch roles, but the general asked why the question had arisen only now. Besides, Najin had indisputable proof in the form of Naringin and replied that he was determined to make sure. Thinking it sounded like Naryun, and said that surely Najin must have heard him being called a shabby general. Of course Najin hadn't heard any of this, but it seemed the general had taken his words seriously, and now Najin hoped he and Naryun weren't too close. The general asked again what the elder had conveyed, and Najin put the puzzle of words together. He said that Naryun had said that the dragon descendants were not to be trusted. The elder said that the dragon's descendants should not be allowed to get too close, and the general touched his beard thoughtfully as he heard this. He added that the king needed to take care of the future. However, Nagyun did not know something very important. He looked at the general and didn't understand the reaction. Under no circumstances should His Majesty be mentioned in conversation. That's the reason why Naryun almost killed the general once. He was furious. He figured Naryun would never just let it go. Najin had held up very well until now. Sweat broke out on Najin's neck. He could fix this, but he had to figure out where he'd made a mistake, and he had to do it soon or he'd die. Holding his stomach and kneeling in front of the fire, Raurun wondered what the hell this was all about. The man sitting next to him rushed into the burning village. Tin shouted to Daran to stop him. Chasing after him, Daran stabbed the man in the back. Tin and Raurun, who were watching, were horrified. When Daran turned around, she saw Valthanan already lying on the ground and Tin wounded in the heart with a sword. Now Raurun and Daran have met under different circumstances. He says he remembers them taking the lives of the dragon's descendants one by one. Raujun was staring at something, and Rujin called out to him, telling him to hurry up. Almost out of breath, Rujin suggested that Daran might have gotten lost. Stopping Tar asked what if Najin turned out to be something he wasn't, and asked what Rujian thought about it. Rujian, on the other hand, thought that Thar had asked the wrong person because she was bad at riddles, and she asked what Raujun thought about it. Smiling, Raujun replied that he didn't know, but he wasn't sure yet either. Glancing over at Raujun, Tar heard Rujin say she thought so and clarified what the correct answer was in the end. Looking at the general, Nagyon realized that he had become too good at sensing him, and his lies could have the opposite effect. His Majesty's minions made a mess of things. The reason Naryun dealt with them wasn't just because they were corrupt. It's that respect and honor begins with a title, and these people crossed the line. They called His Majesty by the title of king. The general knew that Naryun would not let it go unnoticed. The boy's behavior was too uncertain for him, and he didn't know where he'd come from. Will Naryun be able to overcome this situation? He looked ridiculous and realized that the general and Naryun were too close. He was sure that the general didn't think he could steal Naryun's naringin. He couldn't even imagine such a thing. An idea popped into Nagyan's head, and he began to say that he almost died last time. The reason is still unclear to him, and the elder didn't explain anything. He doesn't have to pretend. Nagyun is very weak, and this could be his excuse. Asking the general to explain to him, Nagyun told how Naryun had wounded him in the shoulder, and thus he had almost died. He took hold of his wounded shoulder. You didn't have to lie. You just had to tell the truth. The general closed and opened his eyes as he listened. Najin finally left the room, and Jayus breathed a sigh of relief, immediately asking Najin what was wrong. Looking at Jayus, Najin replied that Naryun had supposedly said to wait for his orders here, and he was fully believed, so we should split into 2 groups. After a little thought, Jayus decided that he and Paimel would go together, and Martha and Najin would stay behind to wait for them at this place. Paimel, already excited, grabbed his hat and exclaimed that he could finally take them off, but Jayus forbade him to do so. Standing in the room by candlelight, Najin and Martha listened that it was time for Jayus to depart. Looking at Martha, Nagyon thought that if she was hard to control, she wouldn't have been assigned to him. Now Nagyon was beginning to notice that this girl was quite dangerous. A huge moon lit up the forest at night. A messenger pigeon flew by. A bird flew to a certain young man. He took the letter that was in the pigeon's possession, and after reading it said, "What clever people you are." He ended up saying that people are only trying to benefit themselves. Squinting at Jayus, Paimel asked if he was even allowed to do that. Looking back at the apprentice, Jayus asked what he was talking about, and Paimel reminded him that he had said supposedly a fight was possible as a last resort. They were rushing through the forest, and Paimel went on to say that Jayus and Varan had an agreement. Then what would the knight do in this situation? Explaining, Jayus said that the agreement with Varan extends to the use of the skill and no more, but in any case he would risk his life for the common goal. Paimel was surprised by this answer because he didn't think how important this mission was. What's more, Jayus had another priority: the lives of students. A gray-haired, bearded old man stood next to a shaggy-haired girl. He said that from now on she would live in their village. The little girl looked at the red-haired boy and said her name was Raymond. Remembering this, Paimel asked Jayus that since Raymond was a dragon descendant, she wasn't human. Jayus sat on a rock and told me that dragon descendants was just a clan name. It didn't mean they were dragons or anything like that. Dragons are non-existent creatures. In the clan, they are considered to be something like deities that appear only in legends passed down from generation to generation. The tall, shaggy-haired young man who was reading a letter in the night walked barefoot through the forest, and the branches crunched under his feet. When Paimel saw the figure approaching them, he instinctively drew his sword. The man called out to them and asked if they could share food with him. His hair was covered in leaves and his clothes were torn. Immediately, Jayus thought the man was strange, as if he was standing in front of him, but at the same time he was not. He didn't look like a general. The dialogue between Raurun and Darin continued. He said that before she died, he would use her for his own purposes. Darin thought he had every right to do so, and that's why she left her weapon behind and followed them. But she doesn't want to hurt other people. Raymond ran up to her and slammed her fist into her face. How dare she say that? She asked her why she had killed her family. Grabbing her by the throat, she asked how she felt about taking other people's lives. Darin said the name Raymond. Without letting go, Raymond continued to ask if she remembered people screaming and their smelling of burning. So what was the reason? She stammered and whispered that she couldn't tell. Raurun, who was watching from the side, asked Raymond to calm down. And Daran, he said she wouldn't do anything about it. It's too late. It's already started. Nagyan sat with his head in his hands. Martha came over and asked what he was doing. He said he was thinking about what he should do. Looking at him, Martha didn't say anything in response, but thought about how often Najin worried about something. Scrunching up his nose, he thought the crisis situation was over, but his story needed to be expanded. It's not enough to say he came to deliver a message. How can he make this point clear? What was the reason why Narayan had sent him? It was important for Narayan to get more information. The general would not act recklessly, Nagyan thought. On the other hand, maybe everything would go smoothly if he didn't act. At the same time, the general thought it was foolish to doubt Narayan's loyalty. What was the matter then? The boy could not take away the naringin. Maybe it was true and Narayan had really sent it. I had to check it out and see what only he could really send. Another day, standing in front of General Nagyun, said that Narayan wanted permission. Turning to the young man, the general clarified what kind of permission the elder wanted. Looking at the general, Nagyun said that Narayan wants to go to the capital and blow the head off the leader of the left side of the continent. It seemed to the general like the most reckless thing to do, but it was so like General Narayan, and he thought that Narayan had really sent the boy. Turning back to the window again, the general said he would send a request and gave Nagyan permission to leave. However, the general still felt uncomfortable. He had insurance in case Nagyan was bullshitting him. Pima looked at the stranger and asked Gius if he could see anything, but Gius was worried about the danger of walking through the forest in such a state. Without opening his eyes, the stranger said that one of the people he met had unusual powers. With his fist extended towards Pimel, Gius stopped him and said, already addressing the stranger, that each person had a special potential. However, the stranger said that if it was a joke, it wasn't very funny, and asked if everyone on their continent was so boring. Already Pimmel was shaking with rage, and Gius didn't understand how the stranger could know they weren't from around here if he had his eyes closed. Looking at him, Gius didn't realize if he was dangerous or not, because the stranger didn't look like a general and asked directly who he was. Smiling, the stranger said he didn't even know how to answer. He started telling me he was a legend or an imaginary creature that didn't exist. When he opened his eyes, he apologized for speaking so obscurely. And then he said he was a dragon. Finishing Rudik's story for Mr. Dalchan summed it up with words. After hearing everything Rudika had told, Dalchan closed his eyes and put his hand over his face. He was sitting at the desk. Rudika stood in front of him holding an umbrella in her hand. Dalchan said she had done a good job and that he would have to go through the requests. Saying that she could be free, Rudika nodded her head to let her know she had heard. As he folded his hands and leaned on them, Dalchan remembered how he had told Gius not to use his power for anything. Raising his head, he thought that there was nothing to be done, and the most important thing was that no one was hurt. Pimel, who was sitting in front of the stranger, covered his mouth with his hand and leaned toward Gius, saying that this man was very strange. He also said that the man must have overheard their conversation. Gius thought the man didn't look crazy, and there was no sign of hostility. It seemed strange that the stranger was trying to cooperate. Looking at Gius, he said that the knight was cautious and clarified that it was a character trait. Asking not to worry, he reminded them that they were just making conversation. In response, Gius asked what the stranger meant when he called himself a dragon. The boy looked at Gius questioningly and asked if he had never heard of dragons. After telling him that they didn't have enough information, Gius asked him to elaborate, and Pimel wondered if he really was a dragon. Smiling, he began the story. After winter comes spring. Water comes and goes. Creatures are born and then die. These are the laws that the whole world obeys. But there are things that get around all the laws, and people call these things naringin, saying there's more that circumvents the laws. The man pointed the finger at himself. A surprised Pimel clarified that dragons are not subject to the laws of the world. The stranger replied thoughtfully that it was not quite so simple that such a thing could happen. The young man said that dragons are not human animals or plants, they are conceptual beings, and the more knowledge and understanding of the concept, the more material the being becomes. Gius made it clear what he meant by that. The young man went on to say that dragons obey individual laws, and a dragon's word is of great importance, unlike a human's. And the dragon's promise can be equated with the law of the mundane. Just listened attentively to what the boy was saying. The young man finished the story by saying that he had told them this story to ask them to release him. There was a question in Pamel's eyes, and Gius didn't understand what it meant to release either. The young man went on, but as if to himself he said that he should not have made the promise to them and that they were too clever. Looking Gius in the eyes, he said that in any case, if they released him, he would help destroy the inhabitants of this continent. Varen and Fitterins were rushing through the forest, and Varen, showing the way, said they were going to the right. Turning to Varen, Fitterins clarified that he knew exactly where he was going and then reminded him that they shouldn't leave the students for too long. Saying they would not be going back, Varon reassured Fitteranska that they were almost there. Seeing before him what Varen Fitterins wanted to show him, he braked sharply. In front of him was a sword stuck in the ground. Fitterins recognized Daren's weapon immediately. Out loud he wondered if she had been kidnapped, but there was no sign of a struggle. Turning back to Varen, he asked how he had managed to get the exact location. Varen stood silent, and a black figure with a hat and one hand holding a spear appeared from behind the trees. It was Naryan. He attacked the wolf with a slashing stream of wind, and Fitterins shouted at Varen, "Is he a traitor?" The sight of the massacre between Gius and Naryun. Varon stepped on the ground. Noticing this, Raurun raised his head, and the masked man beside him also turned around at the sound of footsteps. Of course they recognized the knight as the Black Hen. Varen asked them what was going on, why they were all hurt. Looking at them, he wondered if Gius had done all this. Varen thought Gius was making a fool of him for using force. Wasting no time, Raurun turned to Varon and said he had a proposal. Replying that the offer did not interest him, Varen raised his spear ready to throw it. But unfamiliar to Varen, the enemy reported that he was a descendant of the Rauran dragons. Approaching Varen, Raurun said that Varen hates knights after all, and it seems they have something in common. With a look in his eyes, Raurun suggested Varon unite and destroy these bastards. Realizing that they were trying to recruit him, Varen only hummed in response. And so when Naryun tried to attack, Fitterans Varon stood in his defense, deflecting the spear strike with his naringen. The student stood in front of Rudaika. Vadran boasted that he had received a special lesson from Najin. Daragon was furious about it, and Quarren, who had approached her. Looking at it, she asked. Varen said, "Just wait," and Quarren said yes, and she and Fitterins went off somewhere. To Rudaika, they were irresponsible egomaniacs. Could one of them be a traitor? She hoped not, but Gius hadn't prepared her for this situation either. Looking at Raurun, Varon asked what the plan was. Raurun looked back suspiciously. He tossed Varen a parchment and said he needed to contact the knights and they would do the rest. Taking the parchment, Varen recognized it immediately, for it was their means of communication. He asked what the benefit was to him. But Raurun asked if he would not achieve his goal. He hates knights as much as they do. Thinking about what his target Raurun, Varen realized that he was just pretending to know him. How dare he suggest something like that to Varen? He didn't like people like that. I wonder which of the knights belongs to the means of communication, and also what happened here in general, because it seems to be serious. As Fitterins drew his sword tighter, he shouted to Varen to duck. As Varen ducked, Fitterins attacked Naryun and swung his sword. Varen stood next to the knight and called him a fool, for if he yelled, the skeleton would duck too. Fitterins replied that he should have blown both their heads off. The next blow struck Naryun between Fitterins and Varon, and Chicken thought the skeleton was strong, but where did it even come from? Deciding to attack Varon, Naryun moved towards him, but Varon had already summoned Naringin, and he was rushing straight into the skeleton's back. But Naryun deflected the blow with his spear, and the Naringin flew upward. The spear changed trajectory and flew at the skeleton again, and Naryun's weapon fell out of his hand. Then Naryun decided to use the Blade Island attack, and all the trees around it were cut down to stumps. Looking at the falling trees, Varen thought that in such a situation it was not even possible to hide. They had to stop him by any means necessary. Turning to the stranger, Gius said that helping him would be problematic. The stranger's words seemed nonsense to Gius and lacked credibility, so he decided they shouldn't waste any more time on him. Empty talk will get him nowhere anyway. The only problem is whether he'll be a threat to Gius after his rejection. Hearing this, the stranger said it was too bad and walked past Gius into the woods behind him. Looking at the knight, Paimel asked if they would just let him go and added that he would be interested in hearing more about the dragons. However, Gius doubted they could fight back if the stranger attacked them, but they couldn't be the first to attack. Suddenly the stranger stopped and said that for sharing their food he would thank them someday. Raurun climbed the high hill along with Raymond and Callan. From there, Radhika and the students could be seen. Raymond, who was standing next to her, was told to take over Russ, and Callan was told to go with Raurun. Pulling his sword out of its scabbard, Raurun said, "Forward, dragon descendants." As they raced through the forest, Raymond asked if Raurun had thought of a possible ambush, since Varen could have tricked them. But Raurun ruled out that option because their offer was bait for Varon. If he refused to help, he would try to find out what was wrong. It seemed to Raurun that Varen had no concept of comrade, except for Gius. The battle between the knights and Naryun was still going on. Varen realized now that Naryun was the monster everyone had been talking about. The skeleton looked intimidating and Varen was eager to find out what it was. An ordinary knight could not handle a skeleton. However, Varon was not an ordinary knight, so he threw Naringjin at Naryun. However, Naryun deflected the blow, and the Naringin changed direction and flew in the other direction. On the other side, Fidorentz tried to attack, but when his sword met Naryun's spear, the weapon stopped moving. It was certain Fidorentz that the skeleton was only using one arm to block the blow. Once again, Varen's Naringin rushed towards Naryun, who was battling Fidorentz. Behind the skeleton's back, Varen decided it was time to call it a day and lunged with his fists. Taking his weapon, Varen thought that this was no time for jokes because Naryun is great at blocking blows. Perhaps it was because the terrain was open, though it seemed to Varon that this would be a negative for someone who was outnumbered. The skeleton was also so strong that he could deflect attacks with one hand, and Varen shouted to Fidorentz that they should change the battlefield. Fidorentz agreed and asked where they were going. He was already breathing hard himself. Looking at the wolf, Varen wondered if he would be able to stand up to Naryun any further. Pondering that this was stupid, Varon thought that maybe he really should have sided with the enemies. Still running through the forest, Raymond asked Raurun for permission to use the power charge. On behalf of Raurun the dragon descendant, he gave the good for Raymond the dragon claw. Rudica was bearing down on them from the side, and Raurun ordered them to prepare for battle. As she flew past Raurun, Rudica attacked Callan, and struck a blow. The girl was thrown back into the nearest rock. Looking towards Raymond, Raurun ordered her to go, and she ran off into the depths of the forest. Rubbing her arm, Callan stood up, and Rudica said that since they were no longer wearing masi, it was obvious that they had been exposed. There was truth in that. But Raurun replied that the masks were part of the tactic. He felt that if the knights saw their faces, they would not be able to contain their emotions. Vadrin looked at someone, holding the wound on his arm. Behind him, Darrigan was bent over, also holding his stomach wound. It was Raymond. She stood with her sword in her hand, and in front of her, Quarren and Rugin stood guard over Russ, who was sitting near a rock with a sack on his head. She told the girls to get out of the way, but Rugin yelled no way. A look of horror came over Quarren's face. Looking at them, Raymond replied that in that case she had no choice but to massacre everyone. Raujun came out to help the girls and stood in the middle looking sternly at his opponent. When Raymond saw him, she asked him if he remembered her, and he said he did. Saying that his time had not yet come, Raymond asked him to leave, but Raujin drew his sword and said it was not right. Saying that in that case she looked at Vadrin and Darrigan behind her back. Calling Raujun an idiot, Rugin shouted at him to run away, but Raujun stood and drew his sword. Drawing his sword, Raujun used a horizontal section attack. However, Raymond was already in front of his face and said that if he hesitated like this, he would be finished. He remembered the first day he met Raymond. The two of them were standing in the room when the guys burst in and jumped on him. Quarren and Rugin attacked Raymond from above. She looked up and remembered Rauren's words about the student's emotional state being unstable. When she approached Russ, she said she had come for him. He sat there tied up with a bag over his head. Telling him to get up faster, Raymond took off his sack and saw Turisan underneath it. He immediately grabbed her hands and shouted to Raujun to come forward. Raujun grabbed his sword, and Turisan shouted to him not to worry about him and to deal with her. Applying a horizontal section attack, he moved forward. As he approached, Raymond turned on him. Suddenly, Narayan exclaimed that he was fed up with them and asked where he was. Surprised that Narayan had spoken and that he was not mute, Varen clarified who he was asking about. When Skeleton said he meant an ill-mannered, insolent boy, Varen replied that they had plenty of those and needed specifics. After a bit of thought, Narayan replied that he wanted the one in the hat first. Realizing who he was talking about, Varen agreed that Gius was a cocky jerk and clarified why the skeleton was looking for him. Replying that it was he who had wounded him, Narayan added that if Varan brought Gius, he would keep him alive. Varen hummed and said that Gius had gone to the skeleton's homeland. Fedoran, standing next to him, didn't understand why he was telling everything. Saying that he liked Narayan's attitude towards that idiot in the hat, Varen said it would be nice if he gave him a couple of endearments if he met him. And he asked what Narayan would do when he met Gius. He replied that he would avenge his hand and deprive him of his left hand, and then his right hand, and then his legs. Saying there's a small hitch, Varen said he wants Gius alive. Clutching his spear, Narayan said he would destroy Varen in that case. Turning to Fedoran's, Varen said he was stalling as much as he could and asked if he had time to recover. In that time, Fedoran's had truly recovered and mentally apologized to Varen for doubting him. Shouting that he should try, Varen thought that staying one-on-one with Narayan was dangerous and he needed a human shield. Seeing the special first squad, Gius asked what was wrong with them and Pimel stammered a hello. Asking Solvas if they had really fought General Gius saw her turn away. He reminded her that they had been told not to get into trouble. She shouted what was and what was not, and Hassan pointed his finger at her, meaning it was her fault. By the way, Pimel noticed that there were only 3 of them left and asked if the other special unit had been destroyed. His question was answered by Gius turning around. He explained that there was a different situation here, and there was another man in their squad. And looking at the squad, he added that these 3 were to protect their ward. He said he was waiting for an explanation as to why the knight's apprentice had been captured. Lowering her head, Solvas mumbled, and Hassan said that that student's name was Taman and began to explain what had happened. In a prison cell, one of the prisoners asked to call the warden. The guy with the red hair yelled that he could explain everything and that it wasn't fair. Looking at Gius, Hazen informed him that Taman had voluntarily surrendered. Mr. Dalchan says he would like to form a special unit to carry out the mission, so 3 people volunteered. Yus, standing next to Dalchan, asked if everything would be all right but got no answer. The results of the formation were unfortunately in line with expectations. Each squad was stubborn in its own way, so the efficiency decreased. That's what Gius has been thinking about as well. All 3 are strong, and each is trying to solve the problem on his own, or it's bad because they don't match their personalities. Then Hasten recommended a person to their squad. A disciple joined the special squad. Everyone was troubled by such a decision. However, it was surprisingly successful. The apprentice made up for all of the knight's shortcomings. Due to the fact that the squad was not quite strong, apprentice knights rallied and began to act together. Based on this, it was decided to form a second special squad. Looking at the first special unit, Gius clarified if Taman had a plan if he voluntarily surrendered. Hazen answered the question by saying he wasn't sure and explained that they had something going on. Understanding the situation, Gius clarified whether Taman had thought it would be safer to surrender, and clarified whether the knights decided to attack the enemy in that case. Solvas was standing nearby, and she yelled at Taman that it was his idea and don't let him take it out on her. Gius closed his eyes and thought that he couldn't go back without Taman. Pimel noticed that, realizing that the knight was up to something. Turning to Hassan, Gius asked if they knew where Taman was now, and Hassan replied that they had learned that he was alive and in prison. Adjusting his hat, Yias ordered them to get ready because they have an obligation to get Tommen out. The battle continued. Varen was unhappy that the enemy was stronger than them, even in their shattered state, and assumed that Naryun had an overabundance of psychokinesis. Knowing that there was clearly a way to overpower the enemy, Varen decided to produce effective attacks. Shouting for Fedorans to attack from the side of his wounded arm, Varen thought it would make it harder for Naryun to focus on psychokinesis. The wolf listened as Varen told him that once Naryun's power was depleted, the left side would be vulnerable. Fedorans questioned what vulnerable meant. But Varen yelled that there was no need to get too deep into strategy because Naryun was attacking. The enemy was running at Fedorans, and at the same time Varen was yelling for Wolf to think of the others. Would he let the skeleton attack the boys? Fedorans understood. A stream of soaring doom launched Naryun at Fedorance, but he blocked the attack with his blade of faith. At the same time, Varen grabbed his spear and rushed to attack Naryun from the back. But Naryun repelled Varan's attack, and he flew into the pit. He was breathing hard as Naryun approached him, and Varan shouted to Fedorans that this was a chance. Seeing the wolf, Naryun used the attack of the Mystery of Doom and the Wrath of the King, and the spear pierced through Fedorance's chest. Fedorans' mouth was bleeding, but he decided to stand to the last. Clutching the spear that had wounded him, Fedorans realized that there was only one thing he could do now to destroy the weapon. Naryun's hat flew off. Varen attacked. He knew his enemy's spear had incredible strength, but his weapon was Naringin and it was superior in strength. For the sake of using the weapon, he needed a large decoy in the form of wolf. Holding the Naringin in his hands, Varen shouted to Fedorance not to get upset because it was the only way to defeat Naryun. With all his might, Varen punched the skeleton where its nose should be, and Varan's Naringin rushed into the enemy's back, delivering a fatal blow to his heart. The skeleton grabbed Varan's helmet and a faint smoke went up. Varen began to cough. The Emperor of the Eastern Continent was pointing his finger at Naryun and yelling that he was a scumbag who was trying to take over. Naryun kneeled before him with his head bowed. The Emperor yelled how Naryun could do such a thing since he valued him. Behind the skeleton's back lay a pile of bodies. Addressing the Emperor, Your Highness Naryun said that these people had insulted him, but the Emperor believed that they simply relied on him and were his servants. Without raising his head, Naryun apologized. However, the Emperor decided that Naryun should go to the enemy mainland. Standing at the window and looking at the night city that was lit by the moon, the Emperor said that Naryun should try to redeem himself and could be considered an exile. The general yelled that it wasn't funny because Naryun was about to go to certain death. Looking at the skeleton's back, he wondered if he didn't realize what the Emperor was up to. He's going to get rid of Naryun because the warriors only follow him. But Naryun understood everything, and then the general asked why he was doing it. But Naryun replied that the Emperor had ordered it, and he had to follow the order. The skeleton continued to hold Varen, and he, in turn, was sure that everything would work out. Jaius had already suffered enough. Even if the skeleton replaced the arm using its energy, it still couldn't compensate for the strength of the real one. The wolf was able to direct Naryun's attack towards himself, so Varan had a great opportunity. He had to act. Varen now had a weapon, and that became a major advantage. Pushing the skeleton away with his foot, Varen went to attack, and the enemy once again used the strike of hovering doom. Grabbing the Naringin, Varen knew he needed to recover. With a spear strike, Varen attacked the skeleton, and then used the art of spiral attack. A little boy approached a man wearing a mask and asked why he was wearing a mask. The man replied that he had no face, so he wore a mask. Taking a brush, the boy painted the mask, and laughing cheerfully, said that it was even better. The mask had large black circles drawn on it instead of eyes, and there was a black circle instead of a nose, too. It was a memory. The general shouted that until he was dead, the Emperor would not allow him to return, and if anything went wrong, he would cut off all contact with him. With every blow Varen threw at him, Naryun's memories resurfaced. Did the Emperor really want him dead? Suddenly, Naryun was grabbed by the leg of Fedorans already lying on the ground holding onto his wound. When Varen attacked Naryun, the blue skies revealed a red flash in the enemy's chest. Realizing that his strength was leaving him, Naryun thought that despite this, he could still fight. Naryun tried to attack with his fist, but Varen swung at him and slammed him into the ground. A flash appeared, and a shockwave enveloped the neighborhood. Flashback. Naryun is addressed by the Emperor. He says that often after coronation, rulers lose their minds. They do stupid and rash things. Looking out the window, the Emperor asked if he would end up the same way. Bowing his head, Naryun replied that this would not happen because he was the wisest ruler of all. The Emperor asked if Naryun would remain at his side if the same fate befell him. And now, Naryun was lying on the ground. He had Naringen in his heart. He stretched his hand to the sky, saying, "Your Highness." His hand reached for the sky. He whispered that he would stand by the Emperor's side. Naryun's mask split open. In the background, Varon asked Fedorance if he was alive or not. A tall young man who called himself a dragon walked down a path deep into the forest. Sitting on the ground by the rock, Daragon lowered his head. Nearby lay his weapon, a whip. Rujin was on her feet, breathing heavily. Behind her lay the bodies of Quarren and Vadrin. Breathing heavily, Turisun thought that this can't be possible. Why such a big difference in strength? Beside him stood Raojun holding a sword. In front of Turisun stood Raymond with a sword. He thought he couldn't even get close to her. Looking somewhere, Raymond shouted to Tara, since he was watching them, what he planned to do. Behind the rock in the bushes sat Tar Nuljan and the bound Ruth. Nuljan asked what they should do, since he had no idea what Raymond was capable of. Looking at her, Tar wondered what he should do, since he was definitely no match for Najin. Tears were streaming down Rudika's cheeks. Rauren stood in front of her, watching her tears. Bowing her head, Rauren said her eyes would hurt if she cried all the time, and added that it was greedy. Advising him to shut up, Rudika informed him that he better not get distracted because she was going to take their lives. She also asked where the skeleton had gone, and Rauren said it was hard to work with him because he was only interested in the boy. Pulling out his sword, Rauren said that she was telling him not to get distracted, even though she had already let her guard down. He added that she was disappointing him. Flying up to him, Rudika reminded him that she had advised him to shut up. She opened her umbrella to fend off Rauren's attack, but she was already being attacked from behind by Callan. Noticing the girl, Rudika dodged the blow. However, Callan grabbed Rudika by the neck and started choking her. Wasting no time, while Callan held Lysis, Rauren went on the attack. It seemed that Rauren was going to destroy everything in his path, even his comrades, but his attack was controllable. Watching him, Rudika realized that the Rauren's combat power was enhanced by skillful attacks, as they were descendants of the dragon. Standing in front of Rudika, Rauren commanded Callan not to overdo it, and to act according to plan. Standing in front of her enemies, Rudika knew she must not retreat and rushed to attack them. Just as she opened the umbrella, Raymond and Ruth appeared behind her. Rauren asks Raymond how it went when she was sparring with the knights. In Raymond's opinion, the strength of the knights is great. She thought it would be difficult to face them one-on-one. However, she thought that they would be able to defeat them. And so Rudika stands alone against 4 of her enemies who attack her mercilessly. Turning to Najin, Martha asked if Hippo and Elephant were to fight, who Najin thought would win. Looking back at her over her shoulder, Najin asked what those questions were. Martha said that there is a lot of talk that Elephant Candantia is the strongest knight and the dark red Hippo was the best 500 years ago. Listening to Martha talk about who she thought would win, Najin interrupted her and asked what was so childish. With her hands behind her back, she looked at him and said she was bored. Najin was not bored because he was on the verge of death every day. Looking at him, she asked if such research was not important for those who wanted to become stronger and added that they had the same goal. Exhaling and closing his eyes, Najin said that they could not know for sure which of the knights was stronger, but he was sure that Elephant would not defeat Behemoth. Sitting down on the bed, Martha asked why, because Candentia was the best. However, Najin had already said Behemoth is the word knight, She is literally the progenitor. He thought that fighting such a knight meant turning everyone else against him. Martha thought about the fact that strength did not guarantee victory. Martha smiled and said she was glad Najin had been chosen. Without answering anything, Najin turned away and said he had to go to the general's office. An ordinary conversation in a relaxed atmosphere. That warm, forgotten feeling brought Najin to his senses a bit. What on earth is he doing here? Why he came here for revenge? What ties Najin to the dragon descendants? Why did these men take his brother's life? Nagyon is so far from answering all his questions. Going to the window, he saw himself in the reflection. He needed to come to his senses. The general stood at the window. Najin stood behind him and waited. The general turned around and immediately turned away, closing his eyes. He reported that Mr. Naryun seemed to have fallen. With a shriek, Najin asked who dared to attack him and assumed that false information had been delivered. He kept shouting that the general himself had said that Naryun could not be fooled, and in Najin's mind he was thinking, who did it, Kandantia Varan? He thought it might be a test. The general said to calm down and said that Najin would return to the mainland with a companion. After wondering when Geus Najin would return, he said he was glad and clarified where his companion was. The general looked back and said that he had been standing behind Najin's back for a long time. The young man's eyes opened wide. Turning around and looking at the man behind him, Najin realized he hadn't even noticed him. The young man smiled at Najin. It was the traveler who called himself a dragon in the forest. Turning to the new acquaintance, Najin asked him if he was a general. However, the man replied that he was not as weak as them. Politely, Najin asked the young man to leave him and the general alone. The new companion nodded and closed the door. The general looked at Najin and asked what was wrong. Najin decided that now was a good time. I had to make a move, and he said he had a request. Back in the room, Najin plumped down on the bed and placed a hand on his forehead. Seeing this, Martha asked what happened. Najin thought Naryun had been attacked, and he didn't even remember the look on the general's face when he told him about it. He got up and looked at Martha and said that they had just talked to the general about this and that. Martha listened to him while she chewed. Noticing what she was eating, Najin asked what it was, and she said it was rice bars they sell nearby and asked if he wanted to try it. She shoved some food in his face and spread it on his cheek. Najin refused and wondered where she got the money from. He also said she was acting unexpectedly calm. Seeing her embarrassment, Najin said it wasn't a compliment, and he thought she'd be hanging around, but she replied that she was going out at night to practice. Looking at her, he asked if Geus had said anything to her and heard a negative answer. He wondered. Does Geus have a plan? What the hell he's doing? Whether he could safely return to the central continent? Folding his arms, he realized that there was no way to pretend to be a smuggler now, because he was connected to the general. He hoped Geus was paving the way for his return. He is a knight, after all. During this time, Najin realized that knights have incredible strength. Most of the time, knights deal with situations alone. They don't rely on strategy alone because they have strength. Geus was the same way. Though Geus will listen to others, all his plans will be based on his own power. Thinking that if he became the same, Najin decided that he would not be able to achieve his goal. There was an explosion in the city on the eastern continent where Najin was staying. One of the guards yelled for the men to be captured because they were trespassers. The members of the first and second squad who had escaped from the city were rushing through the forest. Looking at Geus, Hassan reminded him that he had said she was the same, and Geus looked at Solvas and reprimanded her. On Solva's back sat Taman. She asked him if he was hurt, and he said he was not and asked her to let him go. Geus kept yelling for Solvas not to pretend like she didn't hear her. She yelled back at him that they had succeeded. Pimel was shocked by the chaos. What's past is past, and Geus asked everyone to concentrate on getting back because someone was waiting for him. Someone knocked on the door of Najin and Martha's room. The two of them looked at the door. Looking at the door, Martha clenched her fists and Najin said he would open it. When he opened the door, he saw no one. However, a voice behind them told them not to be frightened. They turned around and Najin saw his new companion. Najin wondered how and when he'd gotten into the room, because even Martha hadn't reacted. But the young man sitting on the bed said that he asked not to be frightened, because he does that often. Looking at him, Najin asked why he had come. However, the young man asked, "Isn't it strange that they call this continent the Eastern continent? And he calls it left." He went on asking if calling the continent left doesn't matter which way you look at it. Najin stammered, agreeing with him, but thinking about what kind of nonsense he was talking about and wondering whose side he was on. From the expression on the man's face, it wasn't easy for Najin to understand anything. Standing in front of General, Najin said that the descendants of the dragons must be destroyed. Looking at him, the general asked why. Najin was supposed to be a game changer. He told the general that Naryun said he didn't trust them, and if he was attacked, it was necessary to get rid of those who might be traitors. Figuring that with the help of the Eastern continent, they would get rid of the dragon descendants, Najin told the general that they should destroy them. But the general replied that this was impossible because at the moment their descendants needed them and their descendants needed them. It was unsuccessful, but now Najin realized that the general doesn't make thoughtless decisions. In that case, Najin decided to say he'd meet them. They may be up to something, but they need proof. That they will not betray them or Mr. Naryun, proof that he is a messenger from the Eastern continent. A companion approached Najin and asked if he was going to betray them. Najin wondered what kind of nonsense the man seemed so strange, but very interesting. Looking at Najin, the companion said that no matter how much he thinks, he can't figure out who Najin is. Suddenly, Najin had an uneasy feeling. This man was clearly a threat. The general remembered Naryun's words that he was not interested in politics. He only knew how to fight. He didn't feel guilty about having his work done for him. Because of this, he was able to focus on his loyalties, and the general was more reliable than he thought. Tears ran down the general's cheeks. They all relied only on Mr. Naryun. If only he had waited a little longer. Najin and the companion stood across the room from each other. Martha was watching from the side. It was an unexpected question that caught him off guard. Maybe the new acquaintance guesses who he is. However, don't worry about it. He could sense the tension. Turning to the new acquaintance, Najin asked if he knew him. Martha's anxiety was strong. Not being quite balanced, she tried to solve the problem with her animal instincts. It was the best option. She tried to make a sudden, swift attack, but the stranger saw it coming. She couldn't hit him, as if something was protecting him. Looking at her, he told her to feel the pain she was condemning others to when she attacked. As if trying to hide from something, she twitched, and Najin asked if she was okay and asked her to stop moving. Looking at Najin, the stranger said that he didn't know him, but he only looked inside it as possible because he is a dragon. Looking at him, Najin started to talk about the descendants of dragons, but the stranger interrupted him. The stranger said they worship dragons, but they're humans who don't even realize they exist, and he's different from these fakes. Martha looked down at the floor. Najin looked at her, wondering why the stranger was alone. The man said he was tricked and so he can eat the food others give him. He cannot sleep and leave this place on a whim. And Najin sympathized with the stranger, saying he must have had a hard time, and also asked what he wanted from him. Looking down at the floor, the stranger replied that if Najin released him, he would be at his side. Looking at Najin, he felt that he was the man who could free him, and he could not cheat fate. Going on to say that Najin has seen his abilities and should realize that dealing with knights to a stranger is the easiest thing to do. Extending his hand toward the window, he offered Najin a hand to show what he could do. At this time, Jayus stood under the window with his squad and the rescued prisoner. A furious Solvus whispered furiously that Najin had betrayed them. Yus listened in silence. But Najin also noticed that they were back. He wondered how long they'd been listening to their conversation and realized that Jayus might suspect him. Looking at the smiling dragon, Najin realized that he did it on purpose because he also knows about the listeners outside the window. Dragon asked what Najin thought. Glancing over to Martha, Najin stared at the dragon. He said he seemed to have gotten him into trouble, apologized, and smiled. Walking towards the door, Dragon stopped beside Najin and told him he could answer later. Standing under the window, Gius wondered what it meant to get into trouble. I don't think Najin had the most pleasant thoughts in his head. Wiping her mouth with her hand, Martha asked if Najin was okay, because he was too serious. Instead of answering, he asked how she was. Looking at her fist, Martha asked what it was, and said that it felt like she had hit herself, and as expected, she had a powerful punch. Outside the window, Gius called out to Najin, saying that even on the brink of death, he would trust him. Najin turned to the window. Standing against the wall, Gius asked, "What about Najin?" The apprentice walked over to the window. Looking outside, he said he thought the same thing. Gius asked if everything was going to be okay. Najin said yes. Sitting on the ground, the exhausted Rudika looked at the approaching enemies. The dragon descendants have something the knights don't. Someone once said, the strength of dragon descendants is different from that of knights. Knights are strong individually, but can be weakened by uniting. The powers of the dragon descendants are equalized by uniting. All the descendants put swords to her throat. They will easily defeat the knight. However, among the knights are rare and such are found. White hair flew up, and the girl said the task of 4 villains against 2 beauties. Looking at them, she asked who would win. It was Fadian, whose powers increase when they are combined. Next to Nuljin sat Rujian, who asked if he was okay or not because he had a hole in his stomach. Tar was watching from the side. He thought it was because of him. As they were thinking about what to do, Nuljin ran out of hiding, saying that he would try to stop Raymond. Should I have trusted him? No, trust isn't the problem. Thar sent him to his doom. He didn't do anything because he's afraid, but in the end it's no different than running away. Looking at the letter, Dalshan wondered why the white stag. Rudika stood in front of him and said it was Gius's request. Nodding in agreement, Dalshan thought Gius must have a plan. He hoped that nothing terrible would happen. Seeing Fadian, Rudik whispered her short name Fadi and asked if everything would be all right. Fadi smiled and asked if Rudika was really worried about her in this situation. She laughed and said that she was. When Rudika stood next to Fadi, she asked her not to cry because tears would make her see badly, and Rudika replied that this would not happen. The enemies began to attack, and Fadli warned Rudy about it. The knights looked at each other. As the enemies drew closer, Callan rushed to attack Fadi, but Fadi immediately intercepted her sword arm. Rudika's umbrella struck Raymond in the face and a gash appeared on her cheek. Suddenly, a flash appeared at the place where the knights were. It was Raurun attacking. When the dust cleared, the opponents saw Rudika standing at that spot under an open umbrella and Fadian behind her. Raymond attacked first, and Fadi blocked the blow, but then Callan attacked her, but she was prevented from reaching Rudika by her umbrella. Ruth was coming at Rudika from behind. Fadi jumped onto the rock and ricocheted off it, hitting Russ. Looking at a panting Rudika, Fadian asked if she had come too late. She told Rudy that she was using Naringen. Raurun entered the battle. He used a rift attack and hit Rudika. Fadian noticed this and shouted her name. Looking, Najin asked Tara if he wanted to get stronger. Turning away, he said that in that case, there was only one thing he should fix. The last time Tar had sparred, he had given up because he didn't have a chance. In front of Rudika stood Thar. He used his dagger and his ability, a flash of light once a day. Praising Tara, Fadi told him to leave the rest to her. Accelerating at the speed of light, Fadi rushed forward. Her Naringen was mistletoe. Small pebbles flew from the sky and fell to the ground and exploded like bombs. In Fadi's hand lay a small red lozenge. She asked if it was Naringen. The girl with red hair under her kuri answered yes, but they hadn't been able to find out anything about him. When it was in Fadi's hand a while later, the Naringen glowed and she let everyone know about it. Suddenly, it was as if something stuck in her throat and she reached for her neck. Mistletoe Naringen was in Fadian's body. It was then that everyone learned that if Naringen is in the body of its host, it constantly feeds on the life force of its host. The bulk of this Naringen is supposed to be high in the sky, and something Fadian hates with all his heart. When Fadi tries to activate the Naringen in his body, an attack comes from the sky, targeting Fadi's white stag. As Fadi ran, she turned around and looked at the trail she had left. Pieces of trees were stuck in the ground. All she had to do was constantly dodge the attack. She thought that luckily she had always managed to dodge and was fine for now. There were large holes in the trees. Callan was wounded in the arm. Ruth sat on the ground, terrified. Raymond seemed to be able to dodge, but she still couldn't see very well. Suddenly, Fadi appeared in front of her face. Pulling out her sword, Raurun told Fadi that she was paying attention and offered to test each other's strength. Wiping her mouth from the blood, Fadi thought about the fact that her enemies had managed to escape with barely a scratch. She needed to finish this here and now. She couldn't lose. She told Raurun that she didn't mind finishing the battle, and if he retreated now, she would forgive him. Running through the forest, Raymond apologized. She said that if she had protected her eyes, she could have won. She hadn't even reached her original goal. But Raurun reassured her that the hunt for the fox had been a success anyway, because she had wounded her, and there was an unexpected reward waiting for them. Watching Fadi's mouth bleed, Raurun deduced that her ability was draining her body, and she wouldn't be able to use the skills all the time. And now Raurun was explaining to Raymond that Fadi expends himself depending on the fight, and this should be taken advantage of. And now Fadi was whimpering, her whole body aching. Rudica asked if she was okay, but Fadi said that Rudica was not allowed to ask such questions. Listening to Fadi asking Rudica if she cried because she missed her, and Rudy answering that she didn't, Tar closed her eyes. Varen appeared from the bushes carrying Fidorin's body on his shoulder. Varen told everyone that the wolf was not coming to. Fidorin was critically wounded and was unconscious, pierced by a spear. And he brought it. Varen with many scratches and a spear with blood on it. Fadi and Rudica looked at him. Realizing they were looking at him, Varen coughed and clarified something wrong. In the room, Solvas looked at Najin and said he looked weak. Hassan nodded at Martha and said she looked stronger. Smiling at Najin, Taman introduced himself and said he hoped so. Saying that it was nice to meet him, Najin thought that if Taman was a knight apprentice, then he was at Martha's level. Tanshirine started to say something about Udion, but she was interrupted by Gius, who said that this was no time for chatter and that they should get ready. Solvas explained to Najin and Martha that they had to leave because there was trouble. Hassan asked her what she meant by that, since it was her doing. She shouted that she had no choice, because even Gius wasn't completely sure. Taman asked in surprise if they were really going to fight now. Hassan and Solvas, pointing their fingers at each other, argued over who started it first. Taman said that no matter who was right, they couldn't do that. Apparently, these were not the words Hassan had expected from him, because he snickered and Solvas smiled slyly at him. But Taman said that it's also wrong to be violent even if someone deserves it, and here Solvas was already shocked and Hassan was smiling. Standing near the door, Gius called out if they were ready to move out. Paimol gave him a leering look. Najin approached Gius and asked what the hurry was. The knight said over his shoulder that they had escaped from prison and might soon be behind bars. Looking at the knight, Najin asked what the plan was, since if he went out now, he would most likely run into the general. Saying that there was no choice, Gius thought that even if they ran into the general, they wouldn't lose because they had 4 knights and 3 apprentices. Gius also added that they had him Najin. The young man thought that of course they would deal with the general. It would probably lead to a full-scale battle. Looking at his apprentice, Gius thought that it was unlikely that he realized this, and that Najin was probably thinking of the best thing to do right now. Thinking that Najin probably wanted to ask the same thing, Gius turned to him and asked if there was another way according to Najin's opinion. Information about the dragon descendants was almost at Nagyon's fingertips. If they returned, would they have a chance? After all, his goal was not to become a knight. His goal was revenge. He couldn't leave everything halfway through. Everyone moved toward the door, and Martha noticed Najin standing there, and she looked at him questioningly, and he said he was staying. Looking at Najin standing there, Gius asked what that meant, and Najin replied that he was leaving the knight's apprenticeship. Gius mumbled something and asked what it meant. Najin replied that he didn't like it from the beginning, so it didn't make any sense. Calling him a bastard, Solvas threw her fists at him, but Gius told her to stop. Solvas was already on the verge of more serious insults, but Gius told her to shut up. Martha stood puzzled. And then Dragon intervened, saying that things had gotten very twisted and offered to help. A glowing barrier appeared between Najin and the others. Suddenly, the barrier split the house where Najin had been living into two. This line split the floor beneath his feet in two, creating a large chasm between Najin and the others. Watching this, Najin remembered Gius's words when he said that at least he believed in him. The words sounded like everyone there was mesmerized by the abyss. And what about you? The dust from the ruined house has risen in a column. Yeah, me too. It's gonna be okay, isn't it? Running out of the house, Gius looked back and asked if there were any wounded. Solvas looked at Tommen and shouted at him, but he said he was fine. In front of Gius stood Najin and Dragon. Pimmel recognized the stranger in the forest, and Gius asked Dragon if Dragon had done it. As he watched, the dragon smiled at him and then turned to Gius and said yes. Najin thought that there was nothing to smile about since he had almost died. Continuing to smile, Dragon said that this was how things had turned out again. Again, the people who had shown mercy. He reminded them that it was time for him to repay them. He said something with his hands, that it was time for him to show mercy too. Hassan came out of the hole in the wall with a sword in his hand. Hazen tried to strike, but the dragon took the blade of his sword and looked at Hazen and added not to him. With his hand, the dragon shattered the knight's sword into pieces, and then struck, and Hazen flew to the other side of the street. Solvas attacked the dragon, holding the Naringen in her hand, but the dragon waved his hand, and Solvas froze as if frozen. Najin was approaching Tommen, and Dragon noticed it. He also waved his hand, and Tommen also froze. Looking at Tamina, Najin realized that he thought he was an enemy, and so he attacked him. He thought it might work in his favor. Looking back at the others, Tamin shouted that perhaps they could take cover if they could calculate the trajectory of the impact. Waving the Naringen, Solvas praised Tommen and told him to get out of the way because she would take care of it. A general appeared and angrily asked what was going on here, but when he saw the scuffle participants, he recognized. Gius, watching from the sidelines, realized the situation was heating up. Behind the general's back stood Najin. The guards ran to the noise and shouted for the intruders to stop. With a shout, Gius ordered everyone to retreat and separately shouted to Solvas to retreat as well. Solvas tisked. Taking his weapon, the general said he didn't think they'd get away. Dragon told Gius that he would return the favor and let him use it. Waving his hand and clenching it into a fist, Dragon blocked the general's weapon. He turned to him and asked what he was doing. All the participants of the scuffle suddenly vanished. The general looked at the dragon again, and he smiled and said that they had already lost them anyway. Looking angrily at Dragon, the general said he needed an explanation. The general asked why the building was in the state it was in, who they were and how they were related to each other. He wanted to be given information. The order was addressed not only to Dragon but also to Najin standing behind him. Turning to Najin, Dragon asked him to tell him everything. Najin thought he was blaming it on him, and his stupidity had made the situation worse. Is he trying to test him? Yes, the dragon wanted Najin to prove his point. There was a cracking sound, and the building collapsed. Najin thought he was kidding. How to explain all this to him? But he knew he could handle it. The general was informed that Naryun had fallen. His eyes went wide with horror. He closed his eyes and said it was impossible. Behind him stood Dragon, who said that he assumed the general would deny the information. Dragon said it wasn't him, but someone else. The general knows that Dragon always tells the truth. Without even turning around, the general asked, "What about the others?" But this was unknown to Dragon. Standing near the ruined house, the general looked at Najin. They were both silent. Dragon stood in front of them. He was thinking that Najin should be more careful because the general had become more suspicious. Najin wondered how he could blame it all back on Dragon, but he didn't know what Dragon would say. But in Najin's opinion, this jerk could cause even more trouble the moment he opened his mouth. If the general asked about the knights' identities, he doesn't know anything about them. It's possible, but maybe he's being tricked. The general asked how they are related to each other. Maybe he knows everything, that's why he asked. General Haejin seems very cautious. He has never once trusted Najin completely, and he's still full of doubts. One thing Najin was sure of was that General Haejin wouldn't just trust him. If Najin said something wrong, the situation would become dangerous, so Najin decided to say that he didn't know anything about those people. He added that the people had appeared suddenly. Dragon and Haejin looked at him, and the general asked if he had come to the mainland with those people. Only once did Haejin not express any doubts from behind Najin's emotions. Lowering his eyes to the ground, Najin said that it was true, but he didn't know why those people betrayed him. The general is weak on emotions, so it was necessary to focus not on the situation itself, but on feelings. Looking down at the floor, Najin said that he should have known better, and that he had disrespected Haejin and Naryun, and therefore apologized. Deciding that the general's anger should be directed at someone else, Najin said that perhaps they were the dragon's descendants. But Haejin said they couldn't take down Naryun quickly. They have the means to deal with the knights, but they are not as strong alone. Agreeing to this, Najin asked the general if the fact that he was being used bothered him. Now surely Najin knew the general was weak to emotions and talk about Naryun. He was too attached to him. The general turned away and asked how Najin came to follow General Naryun. Deciding not to answer, Najin said that he was afraid the conversation would go on too long and that the situation needed to be dealt with quickly. The general looked at him again and told Najin not to worry because he would go with him. They'd have plenty of time to talk it over. So they were back to square one. Najin realized that this was no easy task. The dragon stood nearby, folding his arms and listening to Najin say that he was happy about the general's decision. There were escaped knights and apprentices in the forest. Gius said 3 men would go to the continent, and the 3 of them should go after Najin. At this point, Solvas waved her fist and said they would kick his ass. When they decided to discuss it, Hazen said they couldn't take that risk. Solvas immediately called him a coward, but Hazen said it was important what Najin's intentions were. Looking to the ground, Martha whispered Najin's name, and Paimel looked at her sadly. Looking at Tamin, Gius asked what he thought about everything. Tamin said that whatever it was Najin's choice. Gius closed his eyes and said that the choice had been made. Quarren and Jirun were sparring in the capital. Jirun told her partner that her strength was unbelievable, because no matter what she did, Quarren could not be defeated. But Quarren said that in practice it comes out that she is one of the weakest, and she would like to be brave like Najin, or calm like Jirun. However, Jirun said that's what makes her incredible. After all, she doesn't back down even in the face of fear, and her courage is commendable. In Jirun Quarren's opinion, she was already strong enough to compare herself to others. And so Quarren lay on her bed looking up at the ceiling, remembering the day. She heard talking outside the door and got up. Flames have a way of spreading. Nagyun's encouragement had an effect on Jirun, and her influence has spread to Quarren. That's how fire burns. But in addition to spreading to others, it can be easily extinguished. Jirun's body was lying on the bed and her face was covered with a cloth. Sometimes a small spark can be the start of a big fire. Rising from the bed, Jirun laughed and turning to Quarren asked if she was scared. Smiling, Quarren replied that she thought so and clarified if it was a joke. Once again, Jirun's body lay in front of Quarren's face. This was no joke. Standing in front of the bunk, Quarren realized it was real. Turasin came up to her and said he realized she was surprised. He reached out his hand to her, but Quarren intercepted it and squeezed it. She looked at Turasun and asked if he knew what the bastards looked like. Yulnia got up from the bed, and Rujian asked how she was feeling, but Yulnia only said she was hungry and clutched her stomach. Rushing to the door, Rujian yelled for Yulnia to wake up. Yulnia turned her head and saw Nuljin lying next to her. A ship left from the eastern continent. General Haejin and Najin were on the ship. They stood on the deck and looked out over the horizon. Najin said the weather was similar that day, the day they first met. The general glanced at the young man, and Najin continued to tell him that he was on the verge of death when General Naryun appeared. At first it seemed to Najin as if the Grim Reaper had come for him. Looking at Heijin, Najin wondered if the general knew that his comrades were knights. But Najin was sure he was guessing it. They stood face to face on the threshold of battle. Strong men always recognize strong men. From that point of view, it's better to pretend like Najin knows nothing and he's a victim of the knight's deception. Confident that he could come up with a believable story, Najin went on to say that Naryun didn't like the food because it was all vegetables. Because that's what he and his brother were doing before Najin died. Looking down, Najin saw the naringan that Heijin was holding in his hand. When Najin raised his head and continued his story, he said that Naryun had given him his naringan, thinking that no one would believe the young man without it. Heijin asked, glancing at his companion, which meant that Najin knew he was going to meet him. Closing his eyes, Najin replied that he didn't know it, but Naryun had foreseen it, and because of that, Najin managed to prove himself in front of the general. However, Najin needs to be extremely careful when mentioning the skeleton. The slightest mistake and he's finished. Along with them on the deck was Dragon. He stood behind Najin's back. Looking at the naringan, Heijin said that this thing was given to Naryun by the king himself, and considering Naryun's character, how could he entrust such an important thing to Najin? Najin replied that Naryun was also surprised when he managed to swing the naringin. The general turned to him, and with a frown, he asked again. Taking the naringan, Najin showed what he could do, and Heijin said that no one had ever been able to do that before, and that Naryun had really chosen him. As long as the situation was under control, Najin's ability to control the naringin is very significant at this point. It's easy to trust a man who seems to have done something impossible. Dragon continued to watch from the sidelines. It was already nightfall, and Dragon approached Najin to ask how he had managed to tell naringin. Glancing at the dragon, Najin dryly replied that he just took it and rocked it and clarified why he was asking. The dragon hummed and said that he didn't even know how they'd fooled them. They're certainly very clever. Showing 2 fingers, Dragon said there was a way to combine the 2 naringin. Then pointing to his mouth, he asked to be allowed to eat the naringin. Najin said nothing and turned away. Heijin's questioning session continued, but Najin was no longer suspicious. Nevertheless, Heijin did not trust him completely. And so the ship docked at the shore. Najin looked at the shore and asked if this was the left continent. The general walked forward and said they were staying on a deserted island nearby. Najin looked back at his friends. The general thought that from this island they could easily reach the continent. Not too far away from where Heijin, Najin, and Dragon landed was the base where the disciples were located. The message parchment in Rudika's hands glowed blue. She said it was Gius. It said that the first special unit was returning, and the next piece of news made Rudika's eyes go wide. She read that Najin was a traitor and everyone in the room turned on her. At the moment, Najin must be considered a traitor. Tar Rujian and Raojun were horrified at the news. Sitting by the fire, Najin cried. A general came out of the forest to ask if the young man was resting. Looking at the general, Najin reported that the surroundings were quiet and peaceful, and Heijin should have rested as well. Najin also clarified if the general had figured out how they would proceed and added that he could contact the allies. Looking up at the sky, Najin saw a bird, and the general said that he had already contacted himself. Najin clarified that the bird was the way to contact the dragon descendants. Frowning at him, the general replied something like that and asked if something was bothering Najin. Najin tilted his head and replied that of course he was worried about something because they were on important business. Najin realized that he had to think of something until an answer came. Once the general was in full contact with the descendants, it would all be over. Back on the ship, Najin told the general that Dragon didn't speak well of the eastern continent, so he had to be careful with him. Looking at the dragon, Heijin thought about the fact that it didn't look very friendly, and on the other hand, why would they leave it alive? As far as Hagen knew, the dragon would never be able to return home again. He remembered the men in the square and was sure they were knights because he judged by their level of combat. But did they really deceive Najin as he told them? If he deceived Heijin, then he's on the side of the knights. The general looked at Najin and concluded that he could be used. Najin wondered where to start. From the side, Dragon was watching, and he could literally hear Najin and Heijin trying to trick each other. Dragon felt that Najin needed to try harder, and if he didn't do everything to free him, Dragon wouldn't stay at his side. A new day dawned, and the detachment from the eastern continent moved on. Najin was breathing heavily, and the general turned on him and Dragon offered to help. They were climbing up some mountain. The general offered Najin to lean on him, but Najin said it was all right. He didn't have to be strong in front of them. On the contrary, his weakness would play into Najin's hands. It's like saying the fact that Najin isn't hiding who he really is. It makes him feel so good about himself. They went up, and Dragon said it had been over 400 years, but it was still in place. He couldn't remember the name. But Najin knew what it was. It was a crystal sea. Indeed, the water in it shone as if it was filled with crystals. Najin had only heard of the sea, but he didn't know it was here. The sea was much more beautiful than he had imagined. He would like to touch or even dive into the sea, but what if the water became muddier afterward? The general watched Najin's genuine surprise. The general decided that they couldn't just walk by this place, so they would make a break here. Najin couldn't believe his ears when he heard that. Standing at the cliff, Najin asked if they needed to go down because it looked like it wasn't easy to do. Turning towards the dragon, Najin saw him do something with his hand, and in the next instant, Najin seemed to dissolve into thin air. Najin was already flying from below when Dragon and Heijin jumped off the cliff and joined him. All three of them plunged into the water, and only Najin failed to land and fell crouching down. As he stood up, the dragon passed by and asked if Najin would thank him, but the young man did not thank him. Solvas peeked out of the bushes watching the ship at the dock. Tommen was next to her, and Solvas said she was reporting the situation, nothing strange she had noticed. In the forest, Tanshirin reported to Jius that Heijin was accompanied by Najin after 2 more generals arrived. There are at least 3 troops following them. After hearing the report, Jius asked Hassan if he had done everything properly and received an affirmative answer. Pulling his hat down low over his eyes, Jius said he had to go. It was now or never. A black raven was flying in the sky. Daran raised her head and looked at the bird. Looking at Kaijan, Daran said that if they wanted to do away with her, then let them, but he told her not to be impertinent. "What's Daran doing in there? She can't shake the ominous feeling." Noticing the hawk, Raymond asked if it had brought news from the eastern continent. Behind her, Callan and Russ were fighting. Assuming something was wrong, Raymond asked if they knew about Naryan's situation, and Rauren suggested that it was unlikely, but that they should read it first. Opening the parchment and reading its contents, Rauren took his chin thoughtfully. Raymond asked what was wrong, and Rauren told her that a general from the east was on his way to them, a powerful and influential man. The problem was that the general was accompanied by one of Rauren's men, specifically Rao Jun. When they reached the shore, Dragon looked at the seated Najin and asked if his name was Rao Jun. Najin sat on the ground and looked at the dragon, asking what was wrong and concurrently pouring water out of his shoe. Closing his eyes, Dragon replied that the name sounded cool. Najin thought that Heijin must have told him. Looking at Heijin with his back to him, Najin thought that this was probably the part he had mentioned in his message to the dragon's descendants. Najin was sure that Raojun had something to do with the dragon descendants, because he was under surveillance. Najin wondered how the dragon descendants would react. If he succeeded, he could get information, but either way, he had bought some time. Looking at Raymond, Raurun asked if she was sure that Raojun was with Rus, and Raymond replied that she was sure. Raurun did not understand what was going on and how the general could know Raojun. He thought that Jius might use him, but it was unlikely. In any case, it was necessary to figure out what was what, and having written a new message, Raurun attached it to the hawk and sent it off. Noticing a bird in the sky, Najin realized that it was the one used by the general to communicate with the dragon descendants. Najin asked the general if the answer had come yet, and Heijin looked back at him and said that it hadn't yet, but it should come today. When Najin heard that, he decided that he had to think of everything today. He turned around and looked at the sea. He wondered if he could come back here again. He turned to his companions and followed them. The students were discussing the news about Najin the traitor. Fadi, who was watching, thought that Jius had meant well but had made a huge mistake. Closing her eyes, Fadi thought that when Jius came back, she'd give him a kicking. The conversation was interrupted by Varen telling the students to go home. Everyone looked at him questioningly, and Rudica also clarified what he was talking about. And Varen said he'd thought about it a long time ago and now he was completely sure, but either way the apprentices were useless. However, Rudica didn't appreciate it and said that even for a joke it was too much, but Varen replied that he wasn't joking. He asked the students if they didn't know they were the material to strengthen the knights. A mother can defeat a predator stronger than she is by protecting her offspring. When he called the second special unit an experiment, he was interrupted by Rudica saying that was too harsh a word. But Varen was unstoppable and told Rudy to shut up, saying she wasn't listening to him or she thought it was better to take the guys to their doom. Pointing to the door, he shouted that they were already taking casualties. First the apprentice, and then the knight. The second squad had failed, and Jirun's death was on their hands. Rudik couldn't stand it anymore. She told him to shut up and flew at him, pulling her umbrella forward and aiming it at Varon, but he managed to dodge. He grabbed Rudica by the throat and began to squeeze. The fox clenched his teeth in pain. Fadi intervened and kicked Varon with her foot, and he shouted, asking if he had said something wrong. In a rage, Rudica shouted that Varon was just having fun with what was going on. But if he really cared about the guys, Varen interrupted her, saying that there was too much idle chatter, and if she wanted to fight, then let her do it in silence. Looking at him, Rudica replied that she would do as he said, but Fadi intervened and asked her to stop. Without listening to their comrade, Rudica and Varon pounced on each other, and the base they were in shattered into splinters from the blows. Standing on Varon Street in front of Rudica, I thought it had just happened. A strong wind had picked up. It was Quarren and Turison. Coming out of the dust clouds, Quarren yelled that the girl's name was Jirun, and Varon could bother to remember the name at least. The sun was setting, and Najin looked at the general and said he would go out to look for food because he had knowledge of the plants on this continent. The general approved of his idea, and Najin asked for one of the blades since he had no weapons with him. Of course, Haijin wouldn't give up his spear, so there was nothing left for him to do but give up the Naringen. The eagle is a bird with incredible speed and hunting skills, a stumbling block and a rival who starved them when they had to forage for food. When it comes to hunting, the eagle has no equal. These birds live to hunt. Therefore, they know about other animal and bird behavior better than anyone else. After luring the eagle with food, Najin took from it a letter from Raorun, addressed to the general. The letter said that if Raojun's hair was black, you could trust him, but if it was golden or green, you could take his life on the spot. Thinking he was almost caught, Najin read the following. Raorun wrote that they had almost succeeded, and only the dark red behemoth Hinsher remained. But will the descendants be able to defeat Hinsher? So getting rid of Hinsher is the way to destroy the knights. Many thoughts were in Najin's mind. The most important thing was to understand what the general had written in the letter and to get information from the next message. The eagle looked at Najin and then began to croak. Najin turned at the sound and saw that the bird had already eaten everything. The general looked at the forest and finally told Dragon that he was uncomfortable and would rather go help. But Dragon said it was better to leave the hunting to the expert. Turning to Dragon, Haijin said that he was the best in hunting on the continent. Couldn't he be called an expert in that case as well? The dragon in reply only hummed and thought to himself that it was better to let the general do what he wanted. In the forest, Najin was already tending to the two eagles, and when they started muttering amongst themselves, Najin threatened them with the Naringin, telling them to be quiet. Najin threatened them with the Naringin, telling them to be quiet. At the same time, the general had already approached Najin's location and listened to what the young man was saying. Taking out his spear, the general swung it in preparation to face whoever was hiding behind the trees. However, when he looked up, he saw a bird in front of him, which was making different sounds because it was stuck between the rocks. When the general noticed this, he went over to help her free herself. Behind him, someone called out to the general. It was Najin holding a rabbit by the ears. He asked if Hagen had something wrong. Najin asked if the general had received a return message. Najin's mind was thinking that it was a good idea that he had taken precautions. Spotting a bird in the sky, Hagen said the message was just flying. It's about time. Taking the message, Hagen unfolded the parchment and began to read. Najin wondered how the general would react to the contents of the letter. Suddenly, Najin noticed something and, pointing his finger, asked the general what it was. There was a flash of bright white light that blinded everyone in the forest. A few months ago, the capital of the Nisal Empire, there was a girl looking into the reflection of the water barrel. She saw a fish swimming inside the barrel. When the seller noticed her, he said that if she was not going to buy anything, she should leave. Looking away, the girl wondered if she would be okay without her. She hoped he wasn't crying in there. The salesman kept telling her to leave. With a thumbs up, Raghia spoke of efficiency. He was talking about slowing down around himself or his own acceleration. A bunch of mages stood in front of him. Raghia explained that the result was the same, but the level of difficulty and scale were different. But the latter was simpler and more effective than the former. With a glance at the great magician Herman, Raghia asked if he was speaking correctly, but Herman stood with a frown on his brow. While Raghia was talking about the key point of weapon development, Xiumin noticed a man standing nearby and recognized him. Combining formula and spell is a long-standing desire of all mages. Many wizards were studying this question, but only Herman could get closer than anyone else. It happened when Herman believed in himself and thought he was very close. However, a young magician appeared and presented a very simple and straightforward solution. A memory. Little Raghia stands in the castle and says that casting the spell that creates the formula is the basic principle. At that point, everyone was discussing that it was very easy and others thought that anyone could not do it, and Herman started saying that he disagreed. He said it didn't make sense talking about unification. Raghia held out his hand, pointing at the great mage. The young mage said that Herman would tell the true meaning of combining the formula and spell, saying that everything is simple and everyone can achieve what they want after the public announcement became meaningless. A crowd of people looked at Raghia and the huge apparatus behind him. People asked if it was a magical weapon, and Raghia replied that the project was not finished. From afar, Xiumin watched the process and thought about the fact that the task had been assigned by the emperor, and here was a bunch of people from the parliament. One MP who was covering his face with a sweater asked why the presentation could not be organized in the capital. Why did you have to bring them all the way to the capital? Raghia walked to his weapon and turned to the men and said that once they saw it, they would understand. When Raghia turned the weapon on, people started talking about how slow it was, and the one MP said it was hard for him to breathe. But to this, Raghia replied that it was okay because the weapon stores and recycles mana. Watching the proceedings, people thought the car had stalled and someone laughed, but Raghia covered his ears with his hands. And suddenly the weapon released such a powerful shockwave that a light appeared, blinding everyone around. The weapon was like a large laser shining so far away, and it was this light that Najin, Hagen, and Dragon saw. When the general's squad entered the forest, Najin asked if Hagen had seen a pillar of light. He assumed it was a dragon or a demon. Leaning against a tree, Dragon interrupted the general and said it couldn't be. Hagen gave him a leering look. Breathing very heavily, Dragon angrily asked what the hell those jerks from the center were doing. When the weapon stopped working, Raghia turned to the parliament and asked if they had seen everything and summarized that this was the magic weapon. There were flames in the distance. Raghia said that thanks to his creation, the empire no longer needed knights. Turning to the general again, Najin asked if he had seen the bright beams streaking across the sky. But the dragon answered the question and said that even if someone didn't manage to see it, anyone could hear the sounds coming from there. Najin looked away, thinking that the dragon was saying something they couldn't understand again. Hagen was silent as well. Noticing the dragon's gaze, Najin remembered that he could hear his thoughts, and thought how much the dragon had developed this skill. In Najin's opinion, the very thought that Dragon could read what was going on in people's heads was creepy. Dragon crinkled his nose and said enough. And the dragon explained that he does not read minds, but only hears what comes out. Therefore, he asked to refrain from harsh thoughts about him. Suddenly, the general interjected harsh thoughts, saying that he had never done such a thing and said that Dragon had misunderstood him. Looking at the general, Dragon thought how disgusting they were. A sword that once belonged to Jiroon was stuck above a small hill with stones around it. The knights and apprentices watched. Musa and Daragan cried behind them, and Quarren whispered quietly that she would return. Fadi looked at the students and ordered Turisun and Quarren to come over to her. Suddenly, Rujian looked up at the sky and asked those present if they had heard anything. Thar asked what she was talking about. She felt as if something had exploded and wanted to ask Raojun too, but looking at him, she told him to shut up. Looking in the direction the sound had come from, Rujian said she was sure she hadn't imagined it. Tar asked what she thought of Jin's betrayal. Without answering, Rujian asked what about him, and Tar replied that he thought they should be prepared for anything. But still, what's going on isn't like Najin at all. Looking skeptically at her comrade, Rujian asked, didn't he understand anything from last time? Jin had already done it, pretending to be a traitor. She looked away and frowned her eyebrows, and said she was sure the same thing was happening right now. She turned to Raojun and asked him if he agreed with her. Raojun smiled at this and said that he believed Najin. When Rujian heard this, she called Jun a simpleton. Vadran called out to them and beckoned them over, saying something about Quarren and Turisun. A column of dust rose up, and Fadi waved her hand, telling Turisun and Quarren to give it their best, because they were stronger. Rudica snickered and assumed the attacks were random, and Varen said to let the kids do what they were supposed to do. Wouldn't they be ashamed of themselves in front of Jiroon? Quarren accelerated, and stopping in front of Fadi, squeezed her right hand with her left, and a whirlwind swirled around her palm. But it didn't work out for Quarren, and Fadi threw a punch at her student, and she flew off to the side. Turisun was next in line. Looking at him, Fadi said she hoped he was sincere in his vows. Enraged, Turisun did something that made the skin on his cheek crack, and by directing that wave at Fadi, he was able to injure her. Rujin, who stood behind Rudica, asked what was going on, and Rudy said that most knights have a surge of power called awakening. Watching the fight, Rudica came to the conclusion that it seems that Quarren has incredible strength and doesn't know what she's capable of. Knights also have limits to how much they can help students. If there were students with unique skills, it would help the knights a lot. The seated Gius was approached by Hassan, who said that the central continent was visible, and Solvus yelled for Gius to get up. Gius stood up and apologized for dozing off a bit. Taman saw that the knights were very tired and asked what to do. They stood on the deck of the ship. Looking at Gius, Solvus said it was because Gius was weak and he didn't argue with her. Hassan thought the headaches were getting to him. Pimmel came up and asked if they were supposed to be contacted, and Gius asked Martha if there had been any messages. Suddenly, Martha was stunned and mumbled that the communication device had been left at Najin's place. The ship docked at the shore, and Gius said the first thing to do was to find Najin faster than the main military force. It seemed to Gius that Najin might be using himself as bait. At the apprentice base, Treason and Quarren were sitting near the river. The young man washed his face with water as he listened to the knights say that they had done a good job today. Looking at Quarren, Turisun asked what would happen to them next. Maybe the second special unit would be disbanded. He wondered what Quarren thought. Turning to Turisun, Quarren told him not to pretend that everything was fine because she hadn't forgiven him yet. Even though the knights say it's not true, Quarren thought he was to blame for Jiroon's death. Lowering his head, Turisun said that Quarren was right. That's why if there's a chance to redeem himself. Musa came up to Varen and asked him in a trembling voice if what he was saying was true. Varen answered that it was true that they were going home. But that's not what Musa meant. Varen said that the apprentices were a kind of material to strengthen the knights, and looking at Musa, Varan couldn't answer for a long time. Finally, he exclaimed that he didn't know anything himself. As the squad from the eastern continent fled, Paimel asked the others on the move if Najin was a traitor. Everyone looked at him, but no one answered. Pimmel looked at Gius and asked if he didn't trust them. Gius looked back at his apprentice and said it was nonsense. But Pimmel kept up and asked why Gius always dealt with everything alone. To him, it looked like the knight had no trust in them at all. He didn't ask to be told everything, but he wanted Gius to at least use them. Pimmel shouted that he had become a knight's apprentice to help them, not to be constantly protected and cared for. Pimmel's speech delighted Solvus, and Tansharin realized what it meant to a guy to be a knight's apprentice. Gius closed his eyes and explained that it wasn't that he didn't trust them. It was that because of the situation, Gius wasn't sure of anything. The only thing left to do now is to trust Najin, but either way, Gius thinks Najin is not a traitor. However, Solvus disagreed with Gius and said that as soon as she saw Najin, she knew everything. She said that Najin was the kind of person who liked to take things on his shoulders, thinking he'd solve everything. She thought it was dog shit to think that Najin was a traitor. Climbing up the mountain behind the general, Najin asked if he had to do it. Heijin said he didn't have to go, but he needed to see it with his own eyes. When they came up, they saw in the middle of the forest a huge crater left by that light beam. Looking at the horizon, Heijin said that the beam was coming from there, and it looked like a natural disaster. Najin said that there were no such natural disasters. The dragon looked around the crater carefully and said who the hell and how. The general looked at the dragon and asked if he knew anything about it. The dragon replied that he could not say anything specific, but it was serious. There are creatures and things that for various reasons have become independent of the laws of nature. People call them dragons, Naringans, and knights. According to Dragon, whoever created this should create the essence of the work and exploitation. A bird flew in the sky. Najin asked if it was that serious, and the dragon said it was just the beginning. In a letter to Heijin, Najin wrote that it would be best not to trust a man named Raojun, but the dragon descendants could be trusted. The dragon descendants allegedly offered to meet to discuss the details and asked Hagen to set a meeting place. The general called out to Najin. The young man realized that after reading the message, he would definitely ask for his opinion. Holding out his hand with the parchment, Haijin poked Najin's face into it, asking what he thought. Allegedly reading the letter, Najin asked if Heijin had any meeting place in mind. Looking sternly at Najin, the general asked if that was all he wanted to say. After all, the letter said that he could not be trusted. Closing his eyes, Najin said that there was nothing surprising about it. In that case, the general told Najin to choose a meeting place, and the young man replied that he would think about it. Turning away, the general added that Najin would go to the meeting place with the dragon descendants. Such news made Najin's mouth drop open, and he asked if he was going alone. On the eastern continent in the harbor, all the buildings were destroyed, and there was smoke coming from them after the fire. Burying his face in a fan, the emperor ordered him to speak. He clarified that even though there were 2 generals there, they were able to take the ship away. His guards apologized, saying that apparently they were knights from another continent. Dropping this news, the emperor clarified whether the dragonkin had traveled with the general. The girl sitting on the stool said she would hate to see Dragon off the leash. The man next to her added and started to rage. Standing on the hill, the dragon said that it is no wonder humans cannot understand dragons, for they cannot perceive higher dimensional concepts. All this dragon was saying to Najin. Najin realized that the general had decided to harness him and thought that maybe it was because Heijin didn't trust Dragon. He thinks that maybe the general will be watching from the sidelines, or he won't just be watching. So Najin decided to ask the general if he had decided to take revenge. Heijin looked back at him and asked again. Continuing to speak, Najin said that even if it wasn't the dragon descendants who did it, shouldn't the criminals be punished? Turning away, the general asked why he was doing this, but Najin said it was all for his sake. Didn't he admire Mr. Naryun? And Heijin replied that this is why he is a general who serves his master. Mr. Naryun was also a general. To do His Highness's will is an honor for Heijin as well as Naryun. It's exactly what he wanted. To summarize, Heijin said that revenge is for the Lord's sake, not for him. Turning to Najin, Heijin asked if revenge was a priority for him. Najin closed his eyes and replied that he was of the same opinion as the general. The dragon stood behind him and said with a sigh that no one was listening to him. With her sword in the ground, Martha crouched beside him. Gius turned to Hassan, asking for directions. Hassan's sword trembled in his hands, and the knight replied that everything was the same. Gius replied that they still had a long way to go. Looking at Gius, Pamel asked, what if Najin was trying to use himself as bait? Gius looked back at his apprentice and said what he thought, and suggested that perhaps Najin was trying to use the second special unit. On the other hand, it seems to Tamin that Najin was trying to gain the trust of his enemies by getting them to attack him, despite the fact that he might get hurt. And Gius thought so too, but there was a problem. Tanshirin said he was underestimating the knights whose attacks a mere apprentice could not withstand. Gius agreed and said that this is why Najin's actions are confusing, and Najin's plan is likely to fail. Najin misunderstood the meaning of the word knight. Knights are not weapons that follow orders, but human beings. Turning to everyone, Fadi asked what to do about Najin. Rudica stood against the wall. Varen sat on the bench and asked what she meant. Rudica spoke up, saying it must be about betrayal. But Rudica thought that Najin couldn't be a traitor. Lowering her head, Fadi realized that Rudic still didn't know. She wondered if the Black Hen knew. And Varen said he believes Najin may well be a traitor. Moreover, perhaps for Najin, the knights are not a means to an end, but a means to an end. Realizing that Varen was more perceptive, Fadi asked if he thought Najin was a traitor. Varen answered not quite simply that Najin was the one who had contacted them. He said that this fact should also be taken into account. And looking at Rudica and Fadi, he asked what they should do. The dragon descendants came to the meeting place. Ruth got into the mud and asked why they had to choose the swamp, but Raymond asked him to be quiet. Raurun said that he would go on alone and that they should wait for him at this place. Looking at the departing Raurun, Russ asked Raymond what they were going to talk about, but she didn't answer him. Looking at Raymond, Russ raised one eyebrow in surprise, thinking that these people never explain anything. How long would they keep things from him? With sword in hand, Raurun walked through the swamp, leaving muddy footprints behind him. Raurun remembered the dragon mother saying he was the only one who could stop the flames of Udion. If he didn't, his descendants would be finished. She said he shouldn't take a child's life. If a helpless child died because of him, he would lose himself. Reaching the destination, Raurun saw a black figure behind the trees. He turned to it questioningly. General. The man in front of him stood with his back to him in a robe. Raurun drew his sword and asked General Heijin if it was you. When Heijin asked Najin about prioritizing revenge, the answer was yes. Revenge is a priority because they took everything from him. Heijin didn't realize how much of Nagyan's heart was wrapped up in anger. He asked without turning around. Raurun's eyes rounded when Nagyan said he was the man who had contacted them on behalf of the general. Nagyan turned around and showed his face. Revenge for Najin and all the others was the path he had chosen. Looking at Raurun, Nagyan realized that it was he who was leading the masked men in the village then. The sensory information that humans rely on the most is vision. Whether a person is strong or weak, it works in all cases. Strong visual effects make a lasting impression. Raurun noticed the burn on the left side of Najin's face. Who does the dragon descendant see the guy standing in front of him as? Najin or Nagyan? He's definitely in doubt right now. All this time they've seen Nagyan, but now he's going to show them the Najin who survived. Could this man have imagined such a thing? Nagyan wondered what the dragon descendant would do now. Looking at Nagyan, Heijin asked what he was going to do. Nagyan asked what he was going to do, but Nagyan said that since he was going to meet the descendants, it didn't mean that Heijin was doing something else. Or the general is going to test him because he doesn't trust him. The general asked what the big deal was and specified what he would do in Nagyan's opinion. And Nagyan replied that he would identify it, or rather observe it from the outside, to make sure it posed no threat. Nagyan had an idea on determining the level of hostility of the dragon descendants. Looking at the boy in front of him, Raurun wondered if it was really Najin. The burn marks were not the Najin they had seen before. Raurun's mind was full of thoughts. He was surprised, but at the same time everything was strange. His train of thought was stopped by Najin asking if he was surprised much. Looking away, Raojun realized that he was the one who had used Raojun's name. But now Nagyun realized that they considered Raojun as their comrade. In reply to Raorun, Najin said that he would call it informational incitement. Pointing his finger at the ground beneath his feet, Najin said that the fact that he was here alone meant that the general had full confidence in him. He asked Raorun if he realized the danger of attacking him now. Najin did not think of taking the life of an enemy in this situation. His main task was to gather information. The initiative was aimed at doing just that. However, it might soon have the opposite effect. Looking at the young man, Raorun thought it didn't matter if it was Najin or not. He was sure it was the child of the flames. Reaching for his sword, Raorun thought that if he didn't take action, things could get much more serious, so he needed to deal with him here and now. Remembering the mother of dragons, Raorun thought he would do it even if he had to risk his life and rush to attack Najin. Dragon and Heijin were watching them from the hill. The general asked how everything was going, and Dragon said he didn't even know how to say it. Putting on his hood, Heijin said that it was time for him to move out, and Dragon agreed. Someone's hand held an indeterminate oblong object that looked like a wand. Dragon's eyes went wide and he quickly turned around 180 degrees. Listening to something, Dragon wondered if he had already returned, and sounds came from the bushes behind him. At the same place, there were already 2 special units. Gius warned them to be careful, because there was swamp everywhere. Solvas asked if they had heard. Gios stopped and listened. Hassan said that the direction had changed, but Gius only hissed back. The group came to a clearing where there was a pile of stumps instead of trees. Broken trunks were lying around. Looking at it, Gius asked what the hell was going on, and Tammin replied that there had been a battle here not too long ago. Solvas stretched out her palm, calling for silence. She looked closely at a spot between the trees, informing the group that there was someone there. It was a tall black figure with long braided hair. She was walking toward them. As they got closer, everyone recognized her as a girl, and Gius had an ominous, uneasy feeling. The stranger said hello to them. Standing in front of the general, Najin asked him to trust this time, so he had a way and Heijin didn't need to do anything. Well, almost nothing. The general was only required to stand still. Looking at Najin, the general thought of a deadly aura, but they say that only masters can sense such a thing. Raorun also felt a frightening aura and thought it was coming from General Heijin. It was a feeling that 2 strong people could recognize each other. Najin started talking about how apparently Raorun realized the position he was in, and that's why. But Raorun interrupted him, saying that he was sure Najin was dead. In Raorun's opinion, Najin acts differently. He asked Nagun he thought he would fool them forever. Apparently Raorun is really sure, so Nagyun brushed off the fake burns and said that he had already achieved his goal, and if Raorun has realized it, there's nothing he can do about it. Raorun, however, thought otherwise. He only needed to take Najin's life and convince the general that he was on the wrong side. Najin thought it was a bluff, and that Raorun should not be allowed to intimidate him. He said that Heijin was behind him and asked his enemy if he was sure he could defeat him. Najin reminded him that he had chosen the meeting place and had called him here for a reason. Raorun went to meet him. He said that if there were any flaws in the area, they wouldn't help them with the general, and it wouldn't stop him from taking Najin's life. It was also a bluff. As General Najin watched them, he was confident that Raorun would not attack. Watching them from the side, the general thought the situation was unusual, and he wondered what they would do. Still holding onto his sword, Raorun said that apparently Nagyon didn't know Najin very well, and that was his mistake. It was a provocation. Najin thought that Raorun was trying to make him attack first. Raorun asked if Najin was not interested to know about his brother. Najin watched and thought that if Raorun made the first move, he would win. Suddenly, however, a dragon landed between Raorun and Najin. The dragon waved his palm toward Najin, and it was as if he began to dissolve into thin air. There was a big clap and a stranger appeared, covering his face with a fan. He said they were a little late. but they were still fast. And so 2 special units approached this very spot after seeing it in front of them. Standing as usual with her hands in her pockets, Jayus asked the stranger if she knew what happened here. Judging by the stranger's clothes, he was from the eastern continent. Hassan looked at Jayus and said he had no doubt he was the one who had done it. Having analyzed the clothing of the squads, the stranger recognized them as knights and informed them that there were people on this place, and he destroyed them all. Taking their weapons, Martha and Pimmel surrounded the man. Jayus shouted, ordering them to stop. However, when they tried to attack, the stranger had already disappeared from that spot and was closer to the squads. Turning on him, Pimmel launched his weapon at the man's back. But the stranger was also able to avoid this blow by rising into the sky. The dagger flew between Tamina and Solvas. Looking at the ground, the man said that since the knights attacked first, he would strike back. Trying to make sure the stranger heard him, Jayus yelled for him to wait because there was a misunderstanding. But it was too late. The stranger's weapon was a fan in his hand, and he was about to use dragon martial arts. Standing next to his brothers in the field, Nagyon told them how great it was and that the ice desert and the crystal sea were much more beautiful. And Nagyon also liked the eastern continent, but he couldn't relax there, so it would be nice to visit it again. Smiling at his brother, Nagyon asked Najin how he liked the life of a knight and suggested that he must be doing just fine. Nagyon also added that he had many friends among the knights, but Najin interrupted him, saying that he was dead. Looking at Najin with wide open eyes, Najin said that he underestimated the dragon descendants and asked where such generosity to that man came from. Can't he just take his life? Nagyon thinks he'll get another chance this good. With each word, Najin squeezed his brother's face harder and harder. He asked why Nagyon was calm and asked him to admit that he had no desire for revenge. Tears came to Nagin's eyes, and he said that his brother was wrong. Najin let him go and asked him to prove his rage. And Najin opened his eyes wide. The dragon was standing in front of him, asking if he was awake. Behind the dragon's back, Nagyon saw Raurun. The dragon said that the situation was urgent and he had no time to explain. Nagyon squeezed the Naringen tightly, and Raurun asked what was even going on here. Nagyon lunged at Raurun with an outstretched hand holding the Naringen, but Raurun was able to dodge it. Remembering Kaijan's words about being unstoppable, Raurun turned to Nagyon and asked if he thought Raurun would allow himself to be attacked. But instead of answering, Raurun Shiroko's eyes opened and he saw Nagyon turn around still holding the Naringen and breathing heavily said a little more. Turning to the dragon, Nagyon asked him to hold Raurun, and then Nagyon would do whatever the dragon asked. Daikon approached Raurun and said that Nagyon had asked him to hold him. Raurun wrinkled his nose and said he would explain. Turning to Najin, Raurun suggested that for starters they calm down and maybe they wouldn't even have to fight. At such news, Najin was dumbfounded and asked where General Heijin was now. Without lowering the Naringen, Najin said he was curious what Raurun wanted to talk about and how he had the nerve to say something like that. Anger overcame Nagyon, and he asked why Raurun had done this to Najin, and don't let him make him laugh by saying that they wouldn't have to fight. Raurun replied that Nagyon had no way of dealing with him. However, Nagyon disagreed with him and pulled the Naringen forward, saying that he needed to find a way to take his life, and that was where Nagyon's power lay. And Raurun replied that he had supposed this, and that was why he had made an offer of this kind. Looking into Raurun's eyes, he replied that he would give Nagyon a chance for revenge. But he added that, not now, but after he's achieved his goal. Until then, he can't die. He went on to say that once he did, he would be honored to die by Nagyon's hand. Nagyon was dumbfounded. But Raurun realized that Najin was definitely dead, and Nagyu was still a child. All this nonsense was making Nagyon's head spin. Maybe Raurun didn't mean it, but was trying to talk his teeth in. The first thing to do was to calm down and understand the situation. Perhaps the dragon and Raurun had some sort of deal. It was possible the dragon could have defected to the descendants' side, or was originally with them. Nagyon thought he was doing the right thing by not trusting him. His target was now in front of Nagyon's eyes, but taking his life was impossible here. Nagyon used to think that Raorun would destroy him in the blink of an eye, but he does not feel threatened by him. Nagyon realized that Raorun wanted to use him. Looking at the guy, Raorun asked if he needed time to think, or if Nagyon really wanted to end things here and now. Nagyon's face expressed anger and confusion at the same time. I wondered if Raorun had originally come here with such an intention. Looking at the dragon, Nagyon thought that if he hadn't started the conversation, he would have been able to deal with the dragon descendant due to the suddenness. Turning to Nagyon, the dragon said that there had been a misunderstanding and let the young man think that he had saved his skin, or else something terrible would have happened here. The man on Nagyon's side is Heijin. The general appeared and asked Dragon why he used warp travel without consulting him. Closing his eyes, the dragon explained that he had no time because the demon had arrived. Heijin was surprised that he had arrived so quickly. Warped travel is the ability to collapse space to a location that is in sight and appear there instantly. Continuing to talk to General Dragon said that they had 2 more skill attempts left, and Nagyon asked about the demon. Turning away, Dragon explained that a demon was a person best never to meet, and it was the one who had turned Dragon into what he was. Looking at Raorun and Nagyon, Hagen began to speak. Nagyon looked at Raorun and closed his eyes, agreeing with him and thinking that he was definitely on their side. It might be better to use General Heijin to destroy the dragon's descendants. However, there's no telling how that might turn out for Nagyon. After all, Nagyon could lose his authority and then be backed into a corner. The situation is completely different from when he was alone with this man. At this point, you should have slowed down. Nagyon shouldn't be in too much of a hurry and nervous. Looking at Raorun, Nagyon remembered that all he had to do was find a way to defeat him. Heijin looked at the sky and gave the command to move out because it was going to start raining soon. Raorun also looked at the sky and saw raindrops. The little boy shouted not to retreat. No matter the number of enemies, one must be confident of victory. That was Raorun at the age of 14. In the house, Mr. Khan was saying that if everything goes well, then Raorun will be the next leader of the group. A man burst into the house saying something about Raorun. A man in a hat sat in front of Khan, and folding his arms, he said that apparently it didn't help. Khan tapped his forehead with his hand. You could say Raorun was born in the war. A child picked up on the battlefield, most likely rejected because he's from another clan. However, his parents had become special people to Raorun. Raorun approached the sakura tree, and the girl standing behind him asked if it was him. Looking at her back, Raorun tisked because she had noticed him again, and then said that the dragons would get tired of her being there so often. This girl was pregnant. She was holding onto a tree trunk with one hand and holding her belly with the other. Raorun turned away and said that he was sure the child would be born healthy and asked her not to worry. She asked him if he had fought again. Bowing his head, Raorun replied that it was not a fight. He explained that the boys were always bullying him and mixing him with mud, so he fought back. Looking at him, the girl replied that his behavior was unbecoming, and after this, no one would trust him on the battlefield. He wanted to say something in his defense, but the girl gently ruffled his hair. She smiled and told him that whatever path Raorun chose, his mother would always be at his side. He took her hand off his head and said he wasn't a kid anymore. His cheeks turned red and he said it wasn't out of anger. Putting her hand on the tree, the girl said he was right, and the dragons would soon tire of her. She asked if he would come and pray in her place then. Turning to him, she smiled again and said to pray for their first child to be happy. The moment Raorun heard those words, he realized 2 things. The first was that his mother loved him very much and believed in him. And the second is that he'll never be a part of their family after that mom died. Looking at her body, Khan screamed and Raorun stood silently watching. But she had time to give birth to a child, and when Raorun saw him, he said, "Nice to meet you, Raojun." 3 years later. Standing in the forest, the girl called out to Raorun, asking where he had gone. When she saw him at the stone wall, she exclaimed that she had found him. Raorun stood with his sword in his hand, staring at the floor. He turned around and saw Ruyan smiling at him, asking why he had gotten so far away, and she could barely find him. When she saw him practicing, she suggested he come down and find someone to spar with. Looking at the sword, he said that no one would train with it because they don't like it. Many don't even want him to be ritualized. Looking at him, Ruyan clarified that that was why he was moving farther away each time, so as not to cross paths with anyone. Raorun was silent in response. Ruyan praised him for not getting into fights with everyone. Raorun said that his past behavior confirmed his shortcomings. Smiling, she asked if he was going to leave the place while he was distancing himself. Putting his sword back in its scabbard, he said he didn't know, and as if in between he asked if Ruyan would follow him if he did. Hearing this, Ruyan asked if she could really do it, and as she approached them, she exclaimed that it was a joke. Putting her hand on Raorunu's shoulder, Ruyan said that everyone has a lot of faith in him, and if he leaves, it will be a huge loss. As Ruyan continued talking, she reminded him that he had June and Raorun remembered his mother's words about praying for their first child to be happy. One-Eyed Khan said he disagreed. In his opinion, allowing outsiders to visit their settlement is tantamount to spitting on tradition. The dragon descendants use their powers to work as mercenaries. Unlike in the past, when battles became fewer and it became difficult to make a living, there were people who looked at the strength of this clan with interest. In addition, it was time for a change of clan leader, which led to many arguments. Candidate Rushel asked if knights were not trustworthy people. Candidate Rauken was arguing with Rushel because knights are allied with mages. Khan watched these conversations from the sidelines. Turning to the man in the hat, Khan asked if the Mother of Dragons had said anything. Kai Dal, the leader of the dragon descendants, was in the hat, and he replied that she was still silent. He reported that he could feel himself growing weaker by the day. Saying that the appointment of the leader to the new post would have to be hastened, Kai Dal ended the meeting. The girl said that their thinking was as slow as they were. She thought that if they had acted as before, they would have been buried under the snow by now. Her interlocutor replied that Ruyan would soon become the next mother of dragons, and once that happened, the odds would be on their side. The girl asked if Ruyan would do the right thing, and the man said that he would not worry about it, because Ruyan would live a good and prosperous life. The man smiled and added that his daughter was very strong. Looking at his back, the girl thought she hadn't mentioned it, but did he really know nothing about those two? When Ruyan and Raorun returned to the settlement, little Raojun rushed to hug his brother. The young man replied that this was unusual and asked if he had to do it. Khan replied that he should observe the situation as it was the last option. Looking at Khan, the boy asked if they needed to stop Ruyan from inheriting. After all, if they wanted to use the Mother of Dragons. Khan disagreed, saying that the children were not to blame for anything. The second youth behind Khan's back said that Raymond had already started wielding a knife and she definitely had talent. To this, Khan replied that June's brother was much more interested in the sword and he didn't know if it was normal. They used to grow up early and take up arms as children. The guy with gray hair replied that Khan still had Raorun, and if they were related, there would be no problem with a successor. Without turning around, Khan replied firmly that Raorun was still his son. The interlocutor agreed with him, and the second guy asked if Raorun would be at the ritual. Khan said that Rune may not want it, but if he agrees, there is no turning back. What's more, Khan doesn't want him involved in anything. The interlocutor offered to take care of everything, and the backlash too. After all, Raorun's power would help them in case of a dangerous situation. Khan asked more sharply than the boy was listening to him, for he had said that he did not want to involve Raorun in adult squabbles. The young man replied that it was very smug, because this was not a fight, but politics. If they make the slightest blunder, they will face a battle within the clan. Looking sternly at Khan, the guy said that if the battle starts, there will be no one left alive, neither Raymond nor Raojuna. He said that if he were in Khan's shoes, he would surely hand Raymond the sword, and Raorun might have incredible power to help them. Is Khan sure they won't touch Raorun? Then what good is he to them? Little Raojun looked up and asked his brother if he was going to leave. Raorun looked at his younger brother, but Ruyan looked over his shoulder and asked June if he had told him. Holding up his hand, Rao Jun replied that it was his father who said that, and he told Jun not to try to stop his brother, because if he left, he would be happier. On arriving at the house, Khan's first order of business was to tell his son to participate in the ritual. Raorun didn't expect that, but his father folded his arms sternly and said that it was an honor to go through the ritual and become a full member of the dragon descendant clan. However, Raorun wanted to argue with this, but his father told him to become a warrior and protect his family. The man whispered something in the ear of a long-haired man. The man asked if Raukhan was going to start the battle. He felt that if it was true, then they should be ready. And so in the night, a party was assembled. On a snowy night, a large fire was lit in the center of the settlement. The men lined up in 2 columns around it. What was going on was called a ritual. It's how the clan managed to survive as mercenaries all this time. The dragon descendants have an innate physical advantage, but it is their core strength that seems to have been linked to the right. It is said that the power gained is comparable to that of knights. It is the clan leader who is able to perform the ritual. Therefore, becoming a leader for posterity is important. One of the knights asked another if this was what they needed, but his comrade said they were interested in the ability of the Dragon Mother's prophecy. Historically, the victory rate of countries that hire dragon descendants is much higher. Legendary mercenaries who bring victory can be defeated by the ability to predict what will happen. The Mother of Dragons. As long as they have the ability to know the future and control it, physical power is nothing. The woman said that in no way should it be thought that this power is the ability to predict. Ruyan replied that she knew that. The woman went on to say that the power lies not in seeing the future, but in feeling the direction of the will. More precisely, Ruyan will see what can happen, not what is happening. In other words, the future can be changed by the influence and direction of the will. The woman asked if she was ready, and Ruyan bowed her head and said, "Yes, Mom." Her mother took her by the face, saying that this curse would haunt her constantly from the moment she received it until the end of her life. Looking into her daughter's eyes, the mother asked Ruyan to endure it, to endure the helplessness. The ritual is a sort of borrowing of the dragon's power. Raorun didn't believe in such superstitions, probably because he wasn't part of the clan. Nothing had changed in his life except that now he had to follow certain rules, and so Raorun became a dragon warrior. Looking at the snowy mountains, Raorun thought about what it was like there. He remembered his mother's words about choosing a path, but thought there was nothing he could choose. A voice behind him called out to him. Raorun turned around and saw Ruyan asking if he was used to it. Turning around fully, Raorun asked what he was used to and clarified how Ruyan's role as the mother of dragons. She replied that it was difficult because she had the constant feeling that someone was invading her head. Looking down at the floor, she said, scrappy moments leaked out every time, regardless of her will. Raising her head and smiling, she recounted her mother's admonition, and then added that it would be better if they ran away somewhere. Without looking her in the eye, Raorun asked if she saw what he would become in the future. When Ruyan wanted to answer, her father came up behind her and said that Raorun would be the protector of the family. Looking at Raorun, her father said that his role was defined from the beginning. Father Ruyan began to tell that long ago the Mother of Dragons had predicted to Raukhan that on the battlefield he would find a child who would survive. This child is destined to be the protector of the family, and the man added that Raorun is a very incredible person. Watching Ruyan tell his father to stop, Raorun realized that his father hadn't brought him to the settlement. He had just brought him. Raorun also remembered Khan's words when he said that Rushul was a cruel man, and he could do anything to become the clan leader. And if Rushul becomes the leader, he might hurt Raorun. But Raorun asked his father if what Rushul said was true, and Khan replied that the Mother of Dragons had indeed said exactly what Rushul had said. Raorun replied that he had tried and trained harder than anyone else, but even as a warrior after the ritual, he had not become part of the clan. All the time, Raorun wondered who he really was. He ended up being a tool to protect another clan. He asked his father if his fate was predetermined from birth and ran out of the house. Khan shouted his name after his son. Standing by a sakura tree blooming all year round, Raorun touched the trunk and said, "Mama, who am I?" On the other side of the tree stood Ruyan. She asked Raorun if he had come. Looking at Ruyan, Raorun asked if she knew he was coming here and how far into the future the Mother of Dragons saw. Without turning to look at him, Ruyan asked since when he addressed her formally. She had a feeling he was getting distant. Raorun decided not to answer this and asked Ruyan why she had come here. Crying, Ruyan replied that she was talking about the endless scraps that popped into her head, and one of them was about his mother. His mother said she was very worried about him, because he and his father are similar in that they both keep their emotions inside. It won't be easy for the two of them to get along without their mother. His father is even-tempered but private. But he always felt the same way as his mother about Raorun. It's still hard for her to say anything to Raorun, but she tries her best to make him feel comfortable. From the very first meeting to the very end, she will love him. Raorun's first son, she wanted him to be happy. When Raorun returned to the village, he found his father's body on the ground. The two daggers that had taken his life were sticking out of his back. Raorun stood in the middle of the village near a pile of lifeless bodies. Blood dripped from his sword. He had avenged his family. Behind him stood Ruyan, and she reported that since the two leadership candidates had died. She, Ruyan, Mother of Dragons, appoints Raorun, son of Raukon, as the main and only candidate for the role of clan chief. Standing at the gate, Khan told his son Raujin to run and not look back. The last thing little June saw was his father being attacked by tribesmen. What does stream of consciousness mean? All humans are driven by a purpose. There's a point where these very streams of consciousness collide. It's called the intersection of the streams. Numerous intersections that in turn accompany many others. The resulting bundles of intersections are reflected in the Dragon Mother's eyes. There is no meaning in the stream of consciousness. Everything just follows each other's will. Standing in front of Ruyan, Rushin informed her that the leader was dead. He saw that she was not surprised, however, and realized that she had seen it coming. Turning away from her, Rushun said he was disappointed because she had anticipated the big moment, but had not said anything to him. However, Ruyan asked did they tell her that her ability should work for the good of the clan. Turning to his daughter, Rushin answered of course, and said that she should know that if Raukon became chief, their clan would be wiped out. Screaming, Ruyan asked that even without looking at it, how could they do that to Raorun? And Rushin replied that once Raorun learned the truth, there would be a turning point in the descendant clan. It was prophesied. Looking into his daughter's eyes, Rushin said that today Raukon will lose his life. Looking at her father leaving, Ruyan cried out, but Rushin replied that it had already begun and the choice had been made in favor of the clan. Pressed against the wall, Ruyan Raorun asked the Mother of Dragons if she knew this was going to happen to his father. Lowering her hand, Raorun asked how far the hell she could see the future. He asked why they were doing this to him and why. However, Ruyan replied that it was for the good of all. Folding her hands in front of her, Ruyan said that this was the way in which their descendants would live. She believed that Raorun should be their protector. Looking at him, Ruyan replied that she wasn't thrilled about that future either. Standing late at night on the street, Raorun said that unfortunately they could not fulfill their request. Two knights stood in front of him and asked why, since they had already agreed on everything with the man named Rushul. But Raorun told them to come another time and informed them that that was all he could tell them. One of the knights became indignant, thinking Raorun was being disrespectful. When the knights left, one of them called the mercenaries names, and the other said that it looked like something had happened, and the situation within the clan was not good right now. The first knight wanted to suggest something, but the second interrupted him, saying that it would be difficult, because Raorun's hands were already stained with blood. His partner asked if he was afraid, but the knight said he was fed up with mercenaries, and what's more, he's just a chaperone. The knight said that here it is, and reputation even in the village of mercenaries cannot get into his escort, said that this is the only time he will help. The attendant added that he was still as helpless even after becoming a knight. Suddenly, the knights came upon a small boy sitting by a tree. His head and coat were already covered with snow. The people in the settlement were discussing that they didn't think it would end so quickly, and that Rushol's squad had been defeated in the blink of an eye. Some said that if it wasn't for Raurun, something terrible could have happened. Some said that the other could not have been expected of Raukan's son. Some said that Raurun was not the native son of Raukan. Some said that Raujin was not seen at all, and some said that Raurun had set up the whole thing. Some even managed to discuss the relationship between Raurun and the Mother of Dragons. Raurun heard all this every time he went out. Raurun announced that he would go in search of Rajun, a full-fledged candidate for the role of clan leader. The only way to stop an intra-clan battle from developing is to show that Raurun is not really eager to become leader. So Raurun found himself in the outside world even though he didn't want to. Raurun walked purposefully into the forest, for that was where the Dragon Mother had told him about. The people of the clan went to the Mother of Dragons asking if Raurun had run away, but she said that Raurun was not that kind of person, and he knew the sense of responsibility. As he entered the forest, Raurun thought how dense it was, and that it was necessary to find Raujun before it got dark. Suddenly a voice came from behind Raurun's back saying it was the first time he was seeing him. Kneeling on her knees, Ruyan cried. People asked her worriedly what was wrong with the Mother of Dragons. Raurun turned around and saw a small boy with golden hair. He held an axe in his hands and stood beside the chopped tree. Looking at Raurun, Nagyon thought that he should not fall for his trick, since he had probably told him this to get emotional. Closing his eyes as if remembering something, Raurun said that Najin had then informed him that his twin brother was ill, and that now Najin would have to fend for himself. Najin's eyes opened wide. He didn't understand why Najin had told him everything. Standing in the cave, Raurun asked if Nagyon wasn't curious about what Najin was really like. Nagyon said nothing. He stood silently at the entrance to the cave while the snow fell silently outside. Nagyon hummed and said that no matter what Raurun told him, he wouldn't believe him. He wasn't interested in what had happened. For Nagyon, only facts matter, and the facts are that Najin was his family, and Raurun took his life. Closing his eyes, Raurun agreed with him and said that for Nagyon, facts were more convenient than truth. It was all about revenge, and Raurun understood him perfectly well in that regard. Looking at the young man in front of him, Raurun wondered why he had revealed himself so quickly. Maybe it was Najin pretending to be Nagyon in front of him. But that wasn't the most important thing to Raurun right now. What mattered was that he was a child of fire. Udion's city of fire, he was there. The one the Mother of Dragons mentioned passed through. One who is beyond the power of the dragon, one whose will cannot be read, one who cannot escape. He is the child of fire. He is the spark that will ignite the dragon. Looking at the cave, General Hedgen asked what was in there. The dragon said he didn't even know how he said it. Also looking at the cave, dragon said that they both have something to hide, but they do not oppose them, so there is no need to worry about that. But Hedgen said he doesn't care how they treat him as long as they don't have ideas that threaten the country. To which dragon said they were both loyal to their country, but he could be a threat, which is why the general uses him. In between, dragon asked why Hedgen was questioning him if the general knew what was going on inside him anyway. Turning his back to dragon, the general replied that because dragon never lies to him. Hearing this, dragon smiled, and the general corrected himself, saying that dragon couldn't lie to him. An explosion rang out in the swamp where the two special units and the demon were. A splinter hit Solvas's hand, and Gius cried out her name, and Solvas called out to Mina. Behind the trees was Taman and Hassan. They shouted that they were doing well and asked how the others were doing. Tangerine stood in front, sword in hand. Behind her, Pimel and Martha reported that they were fine too. Looking at Martha, Gius asked why he and Pimel had attacked the stranger, and Martha shouted that they really didn't mean to do it. Behind Martha, Pimel spoke up, saying that he was only contemplating a response in case of danger, but he wasn't going to attack first. However, it was as if his body was more important. But Solvas apparently disagreed with him and shouted at him not to make excuses, but to apologize. Raising his head and looking at the demon in the sky, Yus realized that Pimel had been manipulated or something like that. Solvas looked at him and asked if they would be expecting an apology, and Gius replied that he was 100% sure that the enemy was before them and needed to be destroyed. Gius gave orders to hasten to take his disciples and retreat, while the rest of them were to prepare for battle. Looking at the ground, the demon was surprised that the knights were able to understand his ability and even its scope. He realized they were fast thinkers. Moreover, knights have a special skill, but it didn't matter to him. With a wave of his fan, the demon used a falling dragon attack. The arrow, black as a cloud, was aimed at Solvas. Scattering Solvas threw her naringen into the sky towards the black arrow. However, her naringen seemed to dissolve into small pieces when this arrow, already resembling a dragon, approached him. Seeing this, Solvas ran back, and Gius shouted for Hazen and the students to leave quickly. Tommen turned around to hear what else the knight had to say, and Gius shouted for them to think about their next move. As the students fled, Gius began to explain that their enemy is not simple, and is believed to be one of the generals of the Eastern continent. Gius thinks they're lucky to have met him here because they can expose his weaknesses, with their lives on the line. Looking up at the enemy in the sky, Gius asked him why he had come to them from as far away as the Eastern continent. He has a military purpose. The demon raised his head and asked if that was how they were going to get the information, and added that they wouldn't succeed because he wouldn't tell them anything. Solva's nerves couldn't take it anymore, and she yelled that they didn't need it and weren't even interested. Gius asked her not to answer. Saying that there had been enough talk, the demon once again extended his hand with the fan forward. Gius was beginning to think that if the demon had mind manipulation abilities, then their enemy was very cunning. Suddenly Solva screamed, pointing at the empty nabe. She screamed that he was gone. The demon was already behind them, and folded his hands behind his back, and said that he needed to see what skills the knights had. Hearing this, Solvas turned around, but the demon had already managed to use the falling dragon attack. Getting close to Tanshirin, the enemy attacked, and when Tanshirin drew her dagger, the demon cut him in two with its fan. Tanshirin looked at the enemy and wondered why there was no physical action, and Gius shouted that the next attack would be a real one. But Solvas accelerated again and launched her naringen to counter the demon's attacks. But once again, the demon's black stain covered the entire sky, and there was no effect from the naringen. The demon standing next to the squad said it was starting to annoy him. Gius decided to attack him from behind. But when Gius swung in place, his opponent was no longer there. Looking around and clenching her fists, Solvas asked where he had gone. While Solvas and Tanshirin were looking around the swamp, Gius had already raised his head to the sky and saw the demon there. The demon covered his face with a fan and wondered what to do the next time Gius would be able to predict where he would be. Looking back at Tanshirin, Gius asked if she had any thoughts. She replied that the enemy didn't strike accurately, but that they had to be ready for the next one. Now Gius turned to Solvas and asked what about her. She said she had noticed two things. First of all, this man doesn't have lightning speed. In addition, he did not do any training before using the skill. After listening to her, Gius asked what was in the second, and Solvas said it was very strange, and it was about them. Aren't they too predictable now? This Gius didn't understand, and she began to explain that to begin with, they attacked first, and if the enemy fights back, they are still fighting against one man. She summed up by saying that she didn't understand their behavior. Tanshirin wanted to say something to justify her behavior, but couldn't find the words. Is the demon skill able to enhance the psyche function of a person satisfying certain conditions? A demon can't create emotions that don't exist. A person who has been exposed to the skill hardly understands what is happening. Afterwards, he doubts his judgment. Self-doubt limits subsequent actions and even thoughts. All of this applies to ordinary people, but knights are far superior. In other words, knights who have been manipulated are unpredictable. The demon has the exact same attack as the skeleton. The difference is that the skeleton's straight punch was powerful, and a demon's attack consists of a direct hit with low physical interaction and a powerful follow-up. Instantaneous movement was impossible since the enemy was not near the knights. Eventually, Gius came to the conclusion that the demon wasn't here. Looking at the knight, the rival asked how he had guessed. Looking at the demon, Jaius asked, since they didn't know where he was, but he was exposed, why not expose himself? And Jaius offered the demon to fight one-on-one and make the most of what they had. Appearing behind Jaius's back, the demon sighed and sarcastically said how scary it was, and then added that unfortunately he had to go. Looking at Jaius, the demon said he was sorry because he wanted Jaius to use his power so badly, and then he disappeared. Jaius pondered the demon's words about his power, but at the same time Solvas began to resent Jaius's words when he offered to fight one-on-one. But Jaius waved her off, saying he was just trying to check his reaction and he'd done the same thing last time. But Tangerine realized something for herself. Juice had an idea in his head that he didn't like at all, but he had no choice. He'd have to ask for help. Taking the mask out of his pocket, Rauren held it out to the general and asked him to look at it. Taking the mask in his hands, Heijin called out Naryun's name and asked if that was all that was left of him. Rauren closed his eyes and said that the skeleton's body seemed to be with the knights. Nagyon exclaimed that he might still be alive. Not understanding Nagyon's joy, Rauren turned around. Heijin agreed and asked the descendant if that was a possibility. And Rauren replied that it was not to be ruled out, but that it was not worth getting your hopes up. Moreover, the report said that they had dealt with him. Hearing this, Nagyon concluded that there was a third person who had seen the report. He wondered who it was. Looking at Rauren, Nagyon asked if this was reliable information, and Rauren replied that the source was never suspicious. Still looking suspiciously at Rauren, Nagyon assumed that someone was behind his back, and perhaps the situation was more serious than he had realized. Looking outside, the general said that it was snowing more and more and he didn't want to linger. Rauren suggested waiting until dawn, but the dragon said we should move now. We can't let the demons see their tracks. Looking at the general's back, Nagyon asked where they were going and added that they needed to find out what happened to the general, but Heijin interrupted him. The general said the mission was a priority and he'd give them the location in the morning upon waking. After these words, Rauren and Nagyon as soldiers answered yes, general, but the dragon standing behind them remained silent. Nagyon put on his hood and walked to the entrance of the cave. Looking at the snow, he thought about the general's words. He decided that the general was not the one in charge of the parade. Remembering what was written in the report, Nagyon came to the conclusion that the last thing left was the Hinsher behemoth. Definitely, they should go out to capture her. Looking at Rauren sitting on the ground, Nagyon thought he was using Hinsher to destroy the knights. Nagyon also thought that he would soon be able to break Rauren, but in the meantime, he was thinking about how to get revenge on him. Rauren's words earlier helped Nagyon make a choice. He was going to take his revenge in full force. He chose the perfect revenge. Leaning over to Rauren, Nagyon told him to get up because it was his turn. However, now was not the time. Nagyon will act when he is certain. Rauren opened one eye and told Nagyon that he had scared him, and he thought the young man would take his life now. Nagyon said he had thoughts, but he knew he couldn't fight him with his own power. So he decided to take the obvious route. Rauren stood up and said that he had done well, because if they were enemies, they would gain nothing from it. Lowering his eyes, Nagyon said that Rauren need not worry about his promise. Turning to Nagyon, Rauren said that for the dragon descendants, a promise made to someone was tantamount to an oath to the entire clan. When Rauren had gone on duty, Nagyon sat down and thought again about the fact that he had a better form of revenge. Nagyon was going to destroy everything when Rauren was on the verge of success. And then he would fight in despair, and then Nagyon would destroy him. After finishing her search in the swamp, Solvas reported that she had found no traces, and Jius said he had nothing either. Standing behind Jius, Tangerine suggested heading elsewhere. There was a flash of light in the distance and footprints began to appear across the swamp. Something rushed to attack Jius. Grabbing Jius under the arm, Fadian said that apparently someone hadn't gotten a good kicking in a while. Looking at the arriving squad, Raymond asked if they had arrived and Rauren said yes. Ruth, standing behind Raymond, raised an eyebrow at the men. Rauren added, "Thank goodness everyone was safe." The dragon and Heijin were behind him, and Nagyon was the last in the column. Looking around at his enemies, Nagyon saw the bowed head of Daran behind them and was surprised. Daran mentally begged Nagyon not to look at her or call out to her, but all she could get out loud was, "Oh!" Looking at Daran, Nagyon wondered what she was doing here. Then he remembered the phrase "coon" and then "hippo" and decided that preparations were in full swing. Looking at the familiar face, Daran said, "Are you by any chance?" But Nagyun didn't let her finish and said that he was the man who had accompanied Heijin. Pulling out a Naringin, Nagyun said that the night sky blue coon was the elder's enemy and pounced on her. I needed her to shut up. Callan twitched, but Raorun raised his hand, ordering her to stop. For Nagyon, neither the dragon's descendants nor the dragon were important to him. His goal was General Heijin. Everything would be fine as long as he trusted him. And for that, Nagyon was going to attack, hoping Daran wouldn't get hurt. Just as Nagyon expected, Daran was able to dodge. She screamed, asking why he was doing this to her. He turned around and shouted at her too to stop pretending she didn't know who Narion was. Of course, Daran didn't understand anything he said. She started to ask what he was talking about, but Nagyon yelled again to shut her up. Pointing his sword at her again, Nagyon said that if she cared about her life, she should choose her words more carefully. This was her last warning. And the gears seemed to turn in Daran's head, and she thought that if she said something, it might create danger. Remembering Gius's words that she should think twice before doing anything, she realized. Looking at her, Nagyun worried whether Daran had gotten it or not. The dragon behind Heijin chuckled. As she approached Raorun, Callan asked what it was. She felt as if she were watching a performance. Nodding in response, Raorun said she was good and confirmed that it was indeed some kind of performance, and added that it would take some getting used to. Puzzled by this answer, Callan asked if Raorun was going to let things slide, but Kaijan stood beside her and said it wasn't just that. Callan looked over her shoulder and screamed that Kaijan had almost died because of her, but Raorun told her to calm down and stop screaming. Kaijan came over to her and patted her shoulder. Callan lowered her head, and Raorun said he understood her concern and was not ignoring the situation. In Raorun's opinion, it was necessary to do as he says for now, because it won't be long before they use Najin and the eastern continent to accomplish their goal. Looking at Nagyun, Heijin said he would step back because he had a message to send. Looking back at Daran, Nagyun thought there was something good about her presence. In case of an emergency, they could use her power. Looking at Raymond, Nagyun asked where Daran V's weapon was. They seized it. Daran looked questioningly at Nagyun, and he told her she could talk, but the most important thing was to be wary of that bald man. Hearing this, Daran immediately straightened up, and Nagyun asked if she was injured and could fight. Lowering her eyes, Daran said she had come unarmed and uninjured since she had not and would not fight. Not understanding what she said, Nagyun asked again. Daran explained without raising her head that she had thrown away her weapon and surrendered. Looking down, Daran said that she deserved to die at their hands. In the past, Daran helped destroy a clan of dragon descendants. Therefore, her death is her form of redemption. Nagyun began to think about her words, why she was still alive. If the dragon's descendants wanted revenge, why didn't they take her life at once? The capital of the central continent of Nisel. Before the man stood the great magician Herman, who informed the woman that she had arrived. The most powerful demonic knight of the time who took people's lives has been defeated, Knight Hinsher. It was with her that the age of knights began. Knights revere her and consider her a symbol of honor. She awakened after 500 years trapped in an ice trap. She's also known as a hero. Closing her eyes, Hinsher said she asked not to be called that. She didn't think she was that prominent, just a knight. But Herman contradicted her, saying that not only he but others thought so. He wondered what had brought her here. Frowning her eyebrows, Hinsher said she was called because a battle was coming up. In the same room, the men of Parliament entered, and one of them said it was a great time for a hero to shine. Looking at them suspiciously, Herman decided that they were sure that there would be a battle, and he said that he thought it was a hasty decision to call on Hinsher. Smiling, the man standing in front replied that one way or another, the outcome would be the same, and turning to the hero asked what she thought. He asked if Hinsher would fight for the Emperor again. Hinsher wanted to answer but hesitated. Gathering her thoughts, Hinsher replied that she fights only for honor and justice. Looking at his minions, Heijin asked, what if a battle starts how they think it will be? Thinking that a battle was coming, Nagyun looked at Raorun, who said that he thought it would turn into a fight between knights and generals. Also, Raorun believed that the most dangerous of the knights was the snow-white elephant. The general said he had heard of it, but didn't know if the rumors were true. But Nagyun was surprised that Raorun didn't name Behemoth. Raorun believed that even if the rumors were true, the elephant should be shunned because she is a monster against whom there are no weapons. Raorun went on to say that there is not a single person who can repel her attacks or stay alive afterward. That goes for everyone. Folding his arms, the general said that Raorun had hurt his ego a bit, and anyway, to know what she was capable of, you had to see her live. But Raorun continued to stand her ground, saying that she alone unarmed is stronger than a dozen knights. And he doesn't doubt the general's abilities at all, but sometimes a mere glance is enough to realize the obvious. Frowning, the general asked if they were doomed to defeat. Raorun had said that there was no way to destroy the elephant. Pointing his finger, Ruth said that Raorun was being pushy. However, the descendant kept saying that it wasn't quite true. Recalling that Raorun himself had said she was the strongest, Heijin decided that meant she wasn't so easy to destroy. But Raorun didn't say she was invincible either. He said she's stronger than a dozen knights, and that's what they're going to find out. Raorun concluded his speech by summarizing that the prerequisite for hunting an elephant was the dark blue turtle dalchan. He had to be taken alive. Paimel's hand curled into a fist as he watched Heijin's group from the hill in the distance. He reported that Najin was there, and Duran was with them. Looking at the apprentice, Hazen asked what they were going to do. Tommen stared pensively at the floor with his fist to his face. Looking back, Tommen said they didn't know how long Najin and Darin would be there, and they need Hassan for combat power and also to guide them. Martha will help them pinpoint the exact location of the enemy, and Paimel will be in charge of surveillance and confirmation. If Tammen leaves, it will be difficult for them to adapt if there is an emergency. There's no communication yet, so there's no way to call for help. He decided that for the time being they would continue the surveillance in the same formation, and if the opportunity arose, they would conduct a rescue operation. Breathing heavily, Fitterens asked if everyone was alive. Rudica and the students were standing in the room. Rudica looked at him with a sad look, and then turned away and lowered her head. At first Fitterens felt sadness, but then he was overcome by anger and clenched his teeth. Varon and Fadian arrived, and gave Gius the latest news that Jiren was dead and Fiteren was in critical condition. Seeing Gius's reaction, Varon asked if this was what he expected from the second squad, and asked him to admit that he screwed up. Fadian lowered her eyes, but Solva started shouting that she didn't know all the details, but Varon interrupted her and told her to keep quiet if she didn't know. Turning to her, Varon added so she wouldn't interrupt when the adults were talking. Varon was not happy with the situation. He said that they were no different from the students, and how could they call themselves knights after all? Varon wanted to add something else, but Gius said that was enough. Was Varon wrong? However, Gius said that there are times when even knights are wrong. To think of yourself as perfect and perfect is arrogance pure and simple. Covering his face with his hands, Gius said that Varon was right in that he couldn't have known things would turn out this way. It was his fault. Sighing, Solvas thought that now Gius would blame himself again. Fadian closed her eyes and lowered her head. But Gius knew this wasn't the end because the second special unit hadn't failed yet. Looking at Terra and Tanshirin, Solvas asked why such an atmosphere is there something going on between them. Lowering her head, Tanshirin said he was her little brother, but Tar said no. Also looking down at the floor, Tar said he never thought of her as his sister. Fadian and Varon were hiding behind a tree. She asked the knight if he knew about Koshka's past. And Varon said that Tanshirin used to be part of some magical community that did all sorts of crazy things. When Jaius heard them talking, he said that they had destroyed the sect a few years ago, and Varen added that the sect was called Malto. This sect held entire families hostage to recruit recruits, and so Varen realized that Thar was filled with a sense of revulsion. Looking at Varen, Jaius asked if it was because Sister Tara was in a cult. But Varen thought Tar only thought so, but his main problem was self-hatred. Varen went on to say that Tar doesn't realize this, so he mistakenly hates his sister. Jaius noticed that Varen was well informed. Looking at Jaius and turning away, Varen said he was an expert in such matters. Solvus shouted, asking eventually whether Tanshirine and Thar had a fight or not. Already starting to speak, Tanshirine said it wasn't that, but Solvus turned away, saying that surely Kat had her reasons. Patting Tara on the shoulder, Solvus asked him to hate Kat less, because he doesn't really want to, but he's still trying for some reason. Poking Tara, Solvus cheerfully added to make him think about what she said. The blow was stronger than just a friendly shove, and so Tar took hold of his shoulder, rubbing it in pain. Continuing to smile, Solvus said that they are mortal and never know how their life will end. Sometimes it is too late to get the past back. It started to get dark, and Paimel, who was walking behind Martha, asked if she was cold, but she said she didn't see any problem. Turning around, Tommen apologized, saying that they couldn't make a fire. Martha replied that everything was fine and there was no reason to worry. Tammen said the chances of success are slim, so they can't wait too long, and they'll try to do it tonight. Hejin and Raurun, who were on duty, tensed up. The descendant asked if the general had felt it too, and he said there was someone there. As soon as Raurun turned and called the names Callan and Raymond, they both snapped out of their seats. Kneeling, Martha leaned on her sword and informed Pimmel that they were coming. He answered perfectly. When Callan and Raymond got close enough, Pimmel and Martha also burst out of their seats and ran the other way from them. The boys were following the instructions of Tammen, who had said that as soon as the enemy spotted them, they should run away. It was just a matter of getting their attention. At this time, Tommen and Hassan were hiding behind the rocks, from behind which all the enemies were clearly visible. Watching, Hassan calculated that without Najin and Duran, there were 5 enemies, 4 against 5. It's worth a try. As Tommen reached for his sword, he was heard, and Nagyon pointed to a hole in the rock and shouted that they were there. Looking over there, Nagyun mentally asked them not to fight. It couldn't be allowed to happen. He prayed that they would just run away. The first to notice the presence of the others was Dragon. As soon as Dragon heard Tammin and Hassan, Nagyon noticed it. He realized everything from the look in Dragon's eyes and wondered what he had seen. But then Nagyon himself noticed Tammin's red hair in the hole. Nagyon wouldn't have been 100% sure if it hadn't been for the dragon's reaction. Thanks to this reaction, Nagyun had no doubt about what he saw. At this moment, Haejin was watching Nagyun to see what he would do. Observing Nagyun, the general immediately noticed signs of strange behavior. Noticing the general's gaze, Nagyun realized that his behavior seemed suspicious. That's why Nagyun made that decision, and pointing his finger, he shouted that he noticed strange people there. He feared that his identity might be revealed, and his comrades might be destroyed, so he made the decision to make the change. It was the only right decision Nagyon could make. Hearing this, Hassan behind the rock wondered if Najin was really a traitor, whether his comrades would be able to understand his actions correctly. Seeing the general pull out his spear, Hassan said we should leave. But Tammen said that since they had already come, we should do something. Of course they wouldn't risk their lives. That's why they set off the explosion. The general turned toward the direction where the flash of light had appeared. A column of dust rose up and visibility became much less. At this time, Hassan began to act. Noticing a knight running along the wall, Haejin rushed to attack him. When Haejin struck, Hassan couldn't repel it, but he didn't take much damage either. Looking at the general, he thought it was close. Daren's hands were tied, and when she saw Hassan, she cried out. Immediately, Tammen lunged at Kaijan, who was standing next to her. When Haejin came close, the knight decided to introduce himself for some reason and said that he was Peach Rabbit Hasten. Continuing to speak, Hassan said ironically, but he has an intolerance to peaches. At this time, the dragon began to use his abilities. When he stretched out his arm, a bright, glowing ball of light began to appear around it. Nagyun looked up and didn't notice Tamin coming towards him. He stabbed at Nagyun's shoulder from below and spurted. When Daran saw this, she was surprised. Hassan screamed, and Nagyun fell to his knees. Tamin had already disappeared. Standing up straight, Hassan thought he had to get out of here, but Haejin, as if reading his mind, said he wouldn't let them go. Turning to the general, Hazen thought he had too big a spread and assumed he would be able to slip through. But from behind, Raurun attacked Hassan and wounded him badly in the shoulder. Tamin turned around and cried out. Hassan breathed heavily and began to bend down. Noticing the student's reaction, Hazen whispered to Tamin not to worry because his right arm was still fine. On the ground, Nagyon looked up at the sky. Blood was gushing from his shoulder wound. In Nagyon's mind, he thought he was still alive. Even though Nagyon had lost a lot of blood, he was still conscious. The wound was not deep. He sat down on the ground and thought that Tamin had struck on purpose. The apprentice had quick wits, which was important for a knight. Looking at him, Daran asked if he was okay. Kaijan held out his arms to keep her from passing and told her not to move. The plan was simple. Tamin saw what Nagyon was doing and understood his intentions. Nagyon gave the signal to escape. Tamin also realized that Nagyon was still under suspicion. Otherwise, there would be no point in what was happening. Therefore, Tamin decided to help Nagyon. His attack was intentional. However, the general was stronger than Hassan thought, and Raurun was not bad either. Hassan thought he should get Tamin out before it was too late. Looking at the surrounded Hasan, Tamin wrinkled his nose and mentally cursed. He thought that Hassan was in this situation because of his faulty calculations. Clutching his sword in his hand, Tamin decided he had to help Hassan. That's when the trouble started. Looking at Hassan, Haejin asked what he said his name was Peach, why he was following them. Breathing heavily, Hasan said that he was only trying to find out the reason why the general of the eastern continent ended up on the central continent. Haejin asked with a frown, forgetting the circumstances under which they had first met. He didn't think he had the right to say such a thing. Standing behind Raurun said it's useless because knights have always been so arrogant and think that only they carry justice. Finishing, Raurun said that they should take his life anyway. There was no point in talking. Noticing Tamin, Hazen shouted, asking what he was doing, and ordered him to get out of here. But Tamin thought Hassan would die if he left him, so he thought he should help. In his thoughts, he didn't notice Kaijan approaching. When Kaijan attacked, Tamin managed to dodge. He drew his sword and looked at Daran, wondering why she was standing there like that. Standing surrounded by enemies, Hasan thought that the situation was too confusing. He had no way out. At the same time, Nagyun thought there must be a way. He remembered Gius's words that since he was weak, he wouldn't do anything on his own. When they sailed on the ship, Gius said that Nagyun always looks at the surrounding stop and thinks of different ways to solve a problem. Nagyun assesses the situation. He looks carefully and understands what to do. As he grasped the wound, he cried out in pain. Daran ran up to him, asking her to untie him so she could examine the wound. When Daran leaned over, Nagyon told her to listen to him. Otherwise, they would all die. Pain was a game to get Daran to come to him. The look on Daran's face was agonizing. She wished to die at the hands of her descendants, but at the same time, she couldn't watch her comrades die. Daran just needed someone to push her. Looking at Nagyon, she asked what she should do. Nagyon said it wouldn't be easy, but it wouldn't be hard for her. She is a knight. The general rushed to attack Hassan. That's what Nagyun said, that Daran will have to cover Hassan when Haejin attacks. The important thing was to do it in time, not too fast to interrupt Hagen's attack and not too slow to get hit. As long as someone else blocks the attack. And between Haejin and Daran, Raurun stepped in to block the general's attack. Nagyun expected it to be like this. It was a defense because Daran was more important than the other knights. Gritting his teeth, Raurun ordered Daran back to his seat. If Daran dies before the dragon descendants reach their goals, it will be a very big problem. Did Hajin know how important Daran was to the dragon descendants? Of course not. General Hajin was very careful. He didn't trust Nagyan for a moment. And the head of the dragon descendants probably didn't trust him either. I'm sure the misunderstanding will be resolved very soon. It won't solve everything. However, the rift between Raurun and Hejin was now unavoidable. This rift would get bigger and bigger. In other words, Geus was right when he said on the ship that Nagyan's abilities were limitless. Young Raurun asked the mother of dragons who the flame child was. Standing with her back to him, Ryan replied that she didn't even know. Since Raurun is good with numbers, she said this: "We must assume that the past is 1, the present is 2, and 3 is what is unknown, although they may not know about 1 and 2 either." Ruyan only knew that based on the first and second she could draw conclusions about the third, fourth, and fifth, and then observe. The child of the flame is something they don't know. He can turn a third into a fourth. Ruyan looked at Raurun and asked if he understood. Raurun replied that he could turn 3, 4, 5 into 4, 8, and 16, or in other words, he could change the future. The mother of dragons stood with her hands folded in front of her. She said that the child of the flame would change everything, as 3 was about to become 4. Nagyon is the child of the flame. He sat there holding his shoulder wound and watching the events unfold. As the events began to unfold, Russ hid behind a rock, thinking that it was better that he didn't get it either. Glaring angrily at Daran Raurun reminded her that they had agreed and asked why she had interfered. But Daran shouted back, saying that she was only fulfilling part of her agreement. Her answer puzzled Raurun, but the general was angry and asked if there was something he didn't know. Turning to him, Raurun asked what he was talking about, since that wasn't the point. They were allies out of necessity, not trust, and Nagyon took advantage of that. Hejin is very generous but always distrusts people. And so, hearing Raurun's answer, the general realized that he had not heard a simple no in response. General Hejin is no fool. He'll prioritize and decide what to do immediately, just like he did before. And Hassan had very good wits, so he would definitely seize the moment. Hassan looked around and realized that there was no one behind him. While Hejin and Raurun were figuring things out, Hassan quietly disappeared. When Hejin noticed the escape, he rushed to catch up with the fugitive. When Daran saw that Hejin was being chased, she shouted for the general to wait and rushed after him. Raurun was furious at the events taking place. He wondered what was going on here and shouted Kajin's name. Kaijan looked at the Taman he was guarding and burst out of his seat at Raurun's command. Watching him go, Taman thought about how dangerous it was and then looked at Nagyon. They didn't say a word to each other, and Taman also rushed off running. The dragon was sitting against the wall, covered in dust. He realized what the thing was and thought that the technology of the people here was really mind-boggling. Looking at his injured arm, Dragon thought he would need a few days. Looking at those present, Dragon thought that this was the best he could do for them, and the rest was up to the knights. Blood dripped down Nagyon's arm. He looked back and told Russ to get out. Russ's eyes went wide because he didn't think anyone had noticed him. Ruth scratched his head casually as he came out of his hiding place and said that he didn't want to get hit and killed. Then he raised his eyebrows and asked if there was a problem. Nagyun replied that he had waited until they were alone because he wanted to ask something. Russ lowered his head and said he probably couldn't give Nagyon an answer because the dragon descendants wouldn't tell him everything. Walking toward Russ, Nagyon said it didn't matter because he would ask something that Russ knew the answer to. Looking closely at Russ, Nagyon asked on the day Najin died, he was the one who showed the way to the dragon descendants. Russ looked at Nagyon frightened and saw that his hand was clenched into a fist. Russ started to say that he remembered that day. Then he laughed and said he wasn't going to say anything. In fact, Ruth was also waiting for them to be alone. He stiffened and took the axe in his hand, continuing to say that the wound Nagyon had inflicted sometimes bothered him, so it was time to pay up. Snickering at first, Nagyon raised the Naringan higher and added that Rus was very predictable. Nagyon's words didn't hurt Russ because he thought that was his charm. Looking at Russ, Nagyon asked if he wanted to know what would happen next. Ross confesses everything, since he doesn't want to die a miserable death. There was a moment of silence, and then Rus asked Nagyan what the hole in his head was, if he realized what he was saying. And Nagyan replied that he realizes he's fine, but Rus seems to have trouble understanding what he's being told the first time. For the very smart, Nagyan reiterated that he would wipe him out right here and now. Rus was silent at first, but then he laughed and started pointing his finger at Nagyan, saying, "You're me with a body like that." However, Nagyan answered a short yes, and Rus asked what was wrong with him. Had being with the knights boosted his ego so much? Then Rus opened his eyes wide, apparently to intimidate his opponent more, and told Nagyan to realize that he was dead, and no one could help him. Of course, Nagyan wasn't scared, and asked if it was true. Rus immediately started to say that he was scared and pissed off. Nagyan only replied that Rus hadn't changed a bit. In Nagyan's opinion, that's why Rus failed that time. However, Rus said that they were completely different situations. He thought he was all alone among the knights and undercover. Ruth said that Nagyan could just apologize and he would forgive him anyway. When Nagyan heard that, he said sorry and added that he overestimated him. In fact, Ruth turned out to be an idiot. Apparently, Nagyan's answer didn't satisfy Rus. He shouted "die" and started attacking his opponent. A moment later, Ruth was on the ground and Nagyan was still standing like a statue. He didn't even realize what had happened, and Nagyan had already thrown him over his shoulder to get up, because Rus wasn't going to end it like that. As he climbed up, Rus thought that Nagyan was standing in front of him, and he was sure of it, which means he's weaker and slower than Rus. He's better than Nagyan in every way. The reason why Rus couldn't defeat Nagyan: he knew very well that Rus was stronger than him, and he knew what Rus could do to defeat him. However, Rus is unaware that Nagyan has anything that can suppress him. The tactics are essentially the same as last time. Provocation, creating a situation where the trajectory of the blow is predictable. Thank God Ruth hasn't changed at all. Make strengths ineffective while making the most of your own. That is Nagyan's strength. When Rus drew his axe, Nagyan set up a naringen and deflected the blow. Seeing this, Rus realized it wasn't an illusion. He didn't understand how Nagyan could dodge his attacks with such poor stability. Before Rus could come to his senses, Nagyan clenched his fist and punched him in the jaw and then straight to the liver. Nagyan uses his strength to create weakness. Rus didn't understand how he could strike with his left hand. Walking up to Ruku and pointing the naringen at him, Nagyan said he was giving him one last chance and he should tell everything he knew. Ruth wanted to be stronger than anyone else, but Nagyan overpowered him without any effort. No one among equals has ever even been able to stand up to Rose before, and Nagyan said Ruth would never defeat him. The expression on Nagyan's face Ruth saw in front of his eyes again. Ruth said that everyone was talking about Nagyan, but Ruth didn't understand what they liked about him. They didn't even know they could have died because of him. Looking at Nagyan, Ruth said he was there that day too, the fire in Udion. As they approached the burning building, Nagyan shouted and called out for his brother. He was already coughing from the smoke. And then he saw Nagyan standing there looking at the flames. Nagyan said thank God he was alive and said that all the villagers were in the shelter and they should go too. Then Nagyan noticed a burning torch in his brother's hands. At the same time, Rugian's screams were heard. She screamed to be let go and reached for the house, saying her father was still there. But the house was already engulfed by huge flames. Its roof had burned through, and the fire was burning from the inside. It was obvious that no one had survived. Turning to his brother with a smirk, Nagyan replied that he did it. Looking at his brother in horror, Nagyan asked why he did it, and Nagyan smilingly replied that of course for his sake. Looking at brother Nagyan, I wanted to ask why you did it. I wanted to, but I couldn't. Nagyan had become very distant lately, and Nagyan was afraid that his question would confirm doubts that his brother was no longer the same. When Rus finished his story, Nagyan asked why he wanted Nagyan dead. Because he burned down the village. But Rus didn't understand what Nagyan was talking about and said he didn't care about the village. And Nagyan asked what the reason was, since Rus isn't even descended from a dragon. Smiling, Rus replied that Nagyan didn't know anything then, and he really thought he would find out from Rus. Eyes wide open, Russ said that Nagyun wouldn't learn anything and would suffer the rest of his life trying to find out the truth. Nagyun lowered his head and agreed that he would, but he wondered if Russ really knew something or if he was just pretending. But Ruth asked if he was trying to get him to talk like that. Pointing his finger to his forehead, he said that he had a good memory and remembered all the little things. Nagyun closed his eyes and thanked Russ, saying it was good that he had a good memory. Russ looked at him questioningly. Finishing his sentence, Nagyun said that he thought Ruth was so damn predictable. The dragon approached Nagyun from behind. Hassan was rushing through the forest with his sword in his hand. Behind him, the general was running just as fast. When he saw the knight close enough, he decided to attack. Heijin was much weaker than Naryun. If Naryun destroyed everything in his path, Heijin was like a cautious hunter, concentrating all his power on the target. Heijin stopped and took aim at Hassan with his spear. Something confused the general. Looking at Hassan, he thought his escape trajectory was strange. Daran appeared behind Heijin. The others had already caught up with Daran and the general. Raorun asked what had happened since Heijin had lost Hassan. Kaijan took Daran by the head and knelt down. The general was still glumly looking around the area in front of him. He realized that the enemy had set traps here. Coming closer, Raorun asked if the general would pursue Hassan, and Heijin informed the descendant that there were most likely traps set in front of them. Turning to Kaijan, Heijin told him to go after the knight slowly and carefully, and if he found anything, he would have him come back. And he told Raorun that he had something to tell the general, but first he had to regroup. Raorun agreed with him. Watching Hagen, Raorun thought that Naryun was cruel, and the general was a cold-blooded tactician. His priority is to take the least amount of damage. From behind a tree on the hill, Taemin watched the small group, and then he ran away. For a long time, the general looked at the terrain in front of him. Then he quickly climbed up the mountain and saw that there was no one there. He realized that they had disappeared. Squinting, Dragon said that Heijin wouldn't just leave it at that. Standing at the entrance to the cave, Nagyon said that's why they were hiding and that the dragon could hear everything in his head. In the cave sat a bound Russian. Looking at the dragon, Nagyon said he knew what Russ was thinking. The dragon had said earlier that Nagyun could help him, and now Nagyun was ready to offer him a deal. Juice came up to Fadi and asked how she was feeling. Fixing her hair, Fadi looked at him. And then she gave him a flirtatious look and asked if he was so worried about her why he'd gotten into a fight, and gave Juice a peck on the cheek. He apologized, but Fadi exclaimed that she was joking and he had no sense of humor at all, and took his head under her arm again. Looking at her hand, Fadi sighed and said it was the same. As soon as she picked up the weapon, it rejected her. Thinking the stupid Naringen was making her jealous, she clenched her palm into a fist. Fadi and Gius talked about the events that had happened, about Quarren and Turason, about the other guys and how they would leave it up to Rudaku. Tanshirin and Solvas approached them, and Kat asked if everything was going to be okay. Solvas didn't understand the question. But Tanshirin explained what she was saying about Gius. Is this kind of relationship normal? And Solvas replied, so what if he got a beating? Even though Fadi is much taller than Gius, these two have been quite close for years. With sadness in her voice, Tanshirin replied that sometimes she felt like they relied on Gius too much, and it put pressure on him. She added that she sometimes wondered if they would have made it without him or not, and Solvas laughed and blushed and replied that she now realized what she was talking about. Varen watched them from the side and said that they were all no different from each other at all. Hearing this, Solvas shouted, and then looked at him sternly, asking if it was a compliment. Tanshirin also questioned. When Varen looked at Gius, he said he was the same, can't do anything without them. He went on to say that not everyone can actually do something on their own. There are very few people like that. Pointing a finger at himself, Varen said that he was one of those people. Solvas said that Gius was the opposite of them. However, Varen asked what it was about, and she said that Gius is always trying to carry the burden of responsibility on himself, and apparently Varen doesn't know him very well. Varen didn't like that, and walked absent-mindedly toward the girl. He interjected badly, knowing, I don't know badly, Solvus replied. Is she wrong? Turning away, Solvus said that someday Geus would get in trouble and use his power without consulting them. Turning to Geus, Veron told everyone that he had already done it. When Geus heard what he was talking about, he said that there had been a misunderstanding. Looking at his reflection in the puddle, Nagyun said that the dragon had spoken of being able to free him. Looking up, Nagyun said he wanted to start by asking what or who the dragon was trying to free himself from. With a slight hesitation, Dragon replied that it was from the eastern continent, if you could call it that. But then he said it's more accurate to say from a demon. It's the one the dragon asked us to avoid. He has all the power of the eastern continent. Nagyon looked at the dragon, who explained that the demon was a dragon who had sold his kin. Once upon a time, there were many dragons in the east. However, they were forced to leave that place because people started to profit from them. The humans tricked and used the dragons. Eventually they got fed up and left. The only one who showed any sympathy for humans was the demon. Why would it sell out its own race? Because the demon had a purpose. More specifically, it devoured its own tribesmen. Now Nagyon understood why the dragon wanted to be free. Smiling, the dragon added that Nagyon had to realize who he would have to fight for his release. Of course, that's why Dragon was only too happy about the deal Nagyon offered. It was night, and Nagyon said he would go and look inside the cave. The dragon asked him if he was sure he could help him, and Nagyon said yes. Standing at the fork in the road, Nagyon thought that the dragon's words were certainly true, and the look on Russ's face confirmed it. In the end, what Nagyon found out. Nagyon received special powers from the dragon descendants, and they took his life for not keeping his promise. However, in addition to the deal, there was another vow. If it is the same promise, why is it mentioned twice? The power of the oath. Is the power of the dragon descendants something similar to the oath of knights? Child of the flame. Nagyon didn't quite understand the meaning of the phrase. He thought it was some kind of Najin code word. When Nagyon returned to Dragon and Russ, he saw Russ mooing as if trying to say something. Then he saw the dragon's eyes open wide. A demon approached the cave. He clapped his fan and said aloud, "Found it." Turning back to the dragon, Nagyon asked how he could be addressed. Dragon didn't get the point of the question, and Nagyon explained that he had just called him Dragon all along. At first, the dragon put his head down and started thinking. After a couple minutes of mooing, he answered that he couldn't. Nagyon didn't understand him, and the dragon replied that their names had different meanings. The dragon is an abstract being, and the name of the dragon is not just a name, it refers to existence itself and means existence itself. It goes beyond the linguistic dimension. If a person who knows the dragon's name says it in the presence of another person, he will not accept it. Once you know the dragon's name, you will know much more than just the name. It can't and shouldn't just be divulged. That's why the dragon is in this position now. Dragons are considered majestic creatures, but they're not. Lowering his head again, the dragon told Nagyon to look at him. He is shackled and can't say a word. Answering, Nagyun said that he never thought of dragons as majestic creatures, and in the end, what to call a dragon. Footsteps sounded at the entrance to the cave. The demon smiled as he entered the cave and asked if they were happy to see him. When he saw him, the dragon shouted at him to stay back. Ruth was puzzled by this reaction. Stopping first, the dragon cheerfully said, "What if he didn't listen to him?" and staggered forward. The dragon stood and began to conjure something with his hands again. Some lightning bolts flew at Demon, and he easily dodged them. The lightning bolts flew into the starry sky. When the lightning bolts landed, there was an explosion, and Demon turned to look at them. He asked if they were all right, because they seemed to be hiding. Clenching his teeth and making a sound, Dragon looked at his hand, which looked like a cigarette had been extinguished. The wound opened up and began to make a hissing sound. Turning to Nagyon, the dragon thought that they should not meet under such circumstances. Hearing his thoughts, the demon asked who he was addressing. Continuing his speech, Demon said that it had been so long since he had heard that word, and so he thought he was addressing him. At that moment, Nagyun realized two things. The first was that this was the demon, And the second was that it was clear from Demon's reaction that he couldn't read Nagyon's mind. But what does it matter? A demon is just as abstract a creature. The dragon turned to Nagyon and told him he had to run. The farther away he was from the main body, the less the demon could influence him. Seeing Russ sitting and tied up on the floor, the demon thought about what was going on here and came close to Russ. As the dragon and Nagyon were having an altercation, they heard a sound and looked around. They saw a pool of blood and a demon who said something disgusting. Seeing this picture, Nagyon thought he was imagining things. He froze in horror, and the dragon voiced his thoughts. He said that the demon had eaten Russ. Licking the blood from his lips, Demon said that now he knew what was going on, and said Najin Oi, or Nagyon. When the dragon clenched his fist, the demon felt as if something was binding him. The dragon shouted that he would try to hold him off as long as possible, and Nagyon had to run. Closing his eye from exertion, the dragon said that Nagyon needed to run either to the Peru or get out of there altogether. The demon smiled and said, "Open your eyes," and called the dragon's name. But Nagyon didn't understand what he said because he didn't know him. Waving off Dragon's blocking, Demon told him that he was quite the creature. The demon's specialty is the ability to neutralize the enemy's consciousness, to completely control the situation. For a demon who lived through countless eras, information about people was in incredible quantity. You could say he had people in the palm of his hand. Waving the fan, Demon thought he would see how strong Nagyon was. This technique works even with the strongest. Watching what Demon Nagyon was doing, he thought he must do something, or had already done something. Something must happen. Nothing happened, and then the demon tried a friend attack. He continued to stand there with the fan pointed at Nagyon, but nothing happened. No matter what Demon did, nothing happened, and Nagyon stood still. Demon didn't understand why this was happening. To the demon, Nagyon was a man he'd never met before, or rather, never tried to figure out. He was Demon's natural enemy. Countless people tried to resist the demon, but they were all insignificant. No matter how strong they were, he could easily overpower anyone with his abilities. Anyone who posed a threat was the cherry on the demon's cake. He had no fear. But who is he, and why don't the demon powers work on him? Could it be because Nagyon is an extraordinary being? Of course it can't be. The demon overlooked a skill condition. The trigger for the ability is enemy hostility. The demon used the enemy's hostility as the root from which the other senses emanated. By amplifying people's feelings, he could limit their actions. The demon was practically invincible when it came to those who were hostile. Nagyon, however, was different. There was no anger or hostility. He only wanted to find a way out of this disastrous situation. The demon had never met anyone like Nagyon, weak and able to stand up to him. No matter what you multiply by 0, you always end up with 0. Remembering what Demon Nagyon had said, he wondered if it was the dragon. He couldn't perceive what was said, and it was a strange experience for him. Turning to Nagyon, the demon said that since he was curious about what was in Russ's head, and at that moment he pointed to his own head, he could tell him everything. The dragon shouted warningly that he was a demon, and that Nagyon should not let himself be fooled. And Nagyon asked what the demon wanted. Pointing his finger at Dragon, Demon said that Nagyon would hand over the drifter to him, in which case Demon would continue to cooperate with him. The demon said he would be more useful to Nagyon in his revenge. Nagyon turned to the dragon and shouted that there was no need to think. But Nagyon realized that if the demon was aggressive but trying to negotiate with him, it meant that something had not gone according to his plan. Nearby, the dragon screamed. And so after a bit of thought, Nagyon told the demon that he roughly realized how strong he was and that he could definitely help him get revenge. And pulling the Naringen forward, Nagyon said he had no time at all to play demon games. Of course, Nagyon realized that the demon had mercilessly devoured Russ. Even if he didn't see him as his supporter, then it would be the same with Nagyon. Laughing, the demon called Nagyon smart and walked up to him, holding the fan to his forehead and trying to attack. The attack didn't work, and Demon said it didn't matter that his powers didn't work on Nagyon, because he could just destroy him with his power. There was an explosion in the cave and a column of black smoke hit the sky. Everyone saw it, including General Hagen. There's nothing left of the cave at all, just a big hole and a pile of rocks. Nagyun managed to get out from under the rubble and heard a voice somewhere saying that it had been a long time since he had been betrayed, and he was glad he had trusted him. It was the dragon. As he climbed out from under the rubble, he thanked Nagyun for his loyalty. He turned around and held out his hand, saying that for that, he would become Nagyun's power. However, the demon also got out from under the rubble, but the dragon was able to attack him, and he flew into the sky. While Dragon was holding Demon, he informed him that he wouldn't last long, so Nagyun should try to find a solution. Turning to Nagyun, the dragon looked him in the eye and told him he had to do it. The demon screamed, asking the dragon to open his eyes. Something happened, and Dragon's arms separated, but he said it's okay. It's the second time. Continuing to hover in the air, the demon said he was going to eat the dragon soon anyway. Looking at the dragon, Nagyun realized that the phrase "find a solution" meant that what the dragon couldn't say because of his limitations. If Nagyun realizes what Dragon was trying to say, does that mean he can turn the tide? And then, behind Nagyun's back, landed none other than General Hagen. Geus and Varen were watching from the hill. Geus said only now. Varen launched the Naringen at Hagen, but Hagen heard it and was able to fend it off. The Naringen flew back into the master's hands. Getting down on one knee, Varen said that the lousy guy who is there appears to be one of them. And then they saw the demon. Varen hummed thoughtfully, and Geus remembered that it was him he'd had a bad feeling about. Geus turned to Varen and called out to him, but he said he didn't want to. He said that the skeleton had similar abilities and that he was dangerous at first sight. Then he added that if Geus wanted to, he could go alone. But Fadian volunteered to go with Geus, and Solvas offered a quick run there and back. However, Geus said it would be wrong to ask Fadi and Black Hen is right, he should go there alone. Looking at Varen, Geus continued to say that there was nothing to worry about, and that if anything did happen, it would be all right, because that's what Varen thought. After listening to Geus's speech, Varen thought he was a lousy guy, and then said he would go with him after all. Then he got close to Geus and told him that if he tried anything like that again, he'd kill him. According to Varen, Geus blackmailed him and threatened to use his power. And Geus replied that Varen could think whatever he wanted. Geus was glad he went with him anyway. Raising his Naringen higher, Varen said it didn't matter anymore, and Geus needed to hold on tight because he was responsible if Geus got hurt. Seeing Varan and Geus Nagyan approaching them, he wondered if he was their target. Turning to the dragon, he thought his goal was to defeat the demon, number more to escape him. The demon's goal was to devour the dragon, however Nagyun felt hostility towards him and wondered why he wanted him dead. Another important point was what Hagen was doing here and what his purpose was. Who he came for. Nagyun or the dragon, or maybe a demon. Compared to these monsters, Nagyun was just a flame that would be extinguished in the wind. However, there is something that the flickering flames can do. Because Nagyun is weak, he can control the situation. Turning to Demon, Hagen asked what he was thinking about being here. After all, they had come on His Majesty's orders, and now Demon wasn't helping at all. Closing his eyes, Demon said he was the one who sent Hagen and that homeless man here, and don't let Hagen say he doesn't know it. The general was overcome with anger when he heard this. He curled his lip and furrowed his brow. Demon said that he wanted Hagen to focus on the knights, and Hagen concluded that the general and Demon were not on good terms, and Hagen asked Nagyun if he had anything to tell him. Since the general was still addressing Nagyun as Raojun, he asked Nagyun in general Raojun. The general said he always treated Nagyun with respect, and this is what he got in return. What a disappointment. Bowing his head, Nagyun replied that he was grateful for everything and would never forget the crystal sea that Hagen had shown him. Suddenly he said his name was Nagyun, and he used him to accomplish his goal. And then he apologized for it. When the general heard that, he said he was sorry, and Nagyun thought he shouldn't have been honest with Hagen. Apparently it was a whim. Behind Hagen stood Varen. The general told the knights to go their own way, because they have no reason to fight here. Varen replied that he wasn't eager to come here. He said that the general had the same abilities as the skeleton. Maybe he didn't want to fight them either. It seems those words were a mistake because Hagen turned around and asked if Varen knew Naryun. Varen didn't understand the question, and Hagen told him that the abilities he had seen before belonged to Naryun. They were dragon martial arts. Apparently realizing everything Varan said, "That's who you mean," and then turned his head and said he didn't know Naryun. However, Hagen had already rushed to attack Varan, and he repelled the attack with his Naringen. A battle started between Varen and Hagen. Hagen told Varen to tell Varen where Naryun was now. But Varen didn't answer, and Hagen continued to attack him. Smashing rocks around him, Varen told him he was bald, not bad. Knows how to fight. However, Hagen had one question. Where is Naryun-san now? And Varen answered that he didn't know. He realized that for Hagen, honesty was a priority, and he wouldn't take his life until he had an answer. Varen took advantage of that. He sent his Naringen to attack Hagen from the back and attacked from the front. At that time, Nagyun was running away from the place where the massacre was taking place. There was an explosion behind him. He thought he didn't know how the knights got there, but it was for the best. And he knew that Gius had left Hagen for Varen and was on his way to him. The assumption was absolutely correct. Gius caught up with him, shouting Najin's name. Not knowing what Najin had been doing all this time, Gius was still glad he was alive. The dragon kept trying to hold the demon back, but the demon repelled his blocking and said that the dragon was pathetic for using his power so quickly. And the dragon replied that only the demon would go out of his way. He used his powers on Hagen because he would never do such a reckless thing. And demon replied that it wasn't something to worry about what to worry about now. Demon didn't understand what fueled the dragon's courage to cross him. Breathing heavily, Nagyun stopped behind the rock next to the dragon, thinking he was almost there. Mentally, Nagyun asked Dragon to read his mind and then lunged at Demon, but the demon turned around to face Nagyun. In this situation, there was only one thing Nagyun could do: use one of his strongest weapons. However, Nagyun's power would not be enough, and there was a high chance of hurting himself. Yet he had his knights with him. Just as Gius arrived, he shouted that it was too reckless. Just one move before the spear catches up with him. The demon wondered if Nagyun knew how to use the spear. The demon tried to grab the Naringen, but something stopped him. He turned to the dragon, not believing that he was ready to reach the state of exhaustion. And the demon shouted dragon to them. It was as if the name brought pain to the dragon because he cried out, and on the demon's cheek a wound opened and blood flowed. Looking at Nagyun, the demon wondered if he had wounded him with his spear. He decided that there was something in Nagyun that could hurt him. Opening his mouth, the demon decided that he needed to devour Nagyun first. Seeing that Nagyun was smiling, Demon said that he was able to wound him, but he wouldn't be able to do anything else. Gius, who was standing behind Nagyun's back, immediately realized that the young man had something else in mind. It was all unimportant to Nagyun because his goal wasn't to deal damage. The more often the call is repeated, the more distinctly the name is heard for others. And Nagyun realized that was what the dragon had been trying to tell him all along. The dragon tried to say his name, Camellia. When Nagyun said it out loud, something began to happen. The dragon's eyes shone with a blue light, and the demon shouted for Nagyun to stop immediately. A huge white ball appeared in the sky. Gius ran to Nagyun, and he looked at the ball standing there like a dumbfounded man. The light from the ball illuminated Varen and Hagen as well. Suddenly, a huge hand emerged from the rock where Nagyun, Gius, and Dragon were. Inside that huge stone hand, it was as if the demon had frozen, and Nagyun and Gius rushed to flee. Behind Nagyun's back, a dragon was running, and the young man asked him what the hell that was, and the dragon said that the demon was releasing the power of the main body. Gius shouted to Nagyun to run faster, or the demon would catch up with them, and Nagyun replied that he was running as fast as he could. And suddenly that huge stone hand covered Gius and all the escaped ones with a shadow. A hand came down on them. Dust flew into the air. Darkness enveloped them. Gius told Nagyun to come to his senses. Gius's face was all muddy. He said the huge hand was starting to move again, so Nagyon had to use the blind spots to escape. Getting up from the ground, Nagyon asked Gius what about him. Gius asked why Nagyon was worried about him now. After all, Gius is a knight, which means he always has a plan. And the first part of the plan is to send Nagyon as far away as possible. Nagyon couldn't find the words to answer, and Gius asked him to stop acting so recklessly because he was much more important than he thought. Looking at his apprentice, Gius told him to leave for the forest because Fadian and the rest of the apprentices would meet him there. The last thing Gius told Nagyon was to survive, and the dragon and Nagyon fled together. And so the huge hand began to move again, and Gius stood beneath it like a tiny dot. Looking at the demon, Gius put his palms together and asked, because the demon wanted to see his power. And Gius said that we would show him right now. The demon replied that the time was not right, and suddenly Veron stood in front of Gius. Looking back, Veron called Gius a jerk, and Gius asked the demon how he felt about his power. There was an explosion behind them, and Nagyon looked back. The dragon said he had to leave. But Nagyon asked me to explain what it was all about. Isn't there anything that can be done? And since Nagyon said the dragon's name, he didn't get his freedom. And the dragon answered that, not completely, but the demon's power has weakened over him. However, he still can't tell anything about him. Looking at the dragon, Nagyon asked what to do since the dragon said he would help him. But the dragon replied that he had not found freedom 100% and he needed time to regain his strength. After a bit of thinking, Nagyon asked if they had more time to do something dragon could do, and he said it all depended on Nagyon. At this time in the forest, Solvas, pointing to her hand, asked Fadian if they need to go there. Closing her eyes, Fadian replied, of course not, because they needed to stick to the plan. She added that in a situation like this, they should trust their comrades, and wondered if Gius was okay. Looking at the huge stone hand, Veron realized he had made a mistake because he thought he now had an advantage. Looking at Veron, Gius realized he was much worse than he thought, and Veron said he hated knights. And of all the knights, he hates his light blue giraffe Gius the most. However, Gius thanked Veron for the compliment, but he turned around and asked if you thought it was a compliment. Pointing to his hand, Veron said that Gius had better prepare for the consequences, and Gius replied, well, look in front of you. Both of Demon's hands were busy, and Veron questioned first, and then said he was looking in front of him as it was. Naringen flew into Demon's back. But suddenly, there was Hagen who wanted to stop Naringen and swung his spear at him. Seeing Hagen, Gius asked if Veron wasn't done with the general, and he said he had to rush here because of that madman. Veron explained that the bald man was a pretty strong opponent, and he realized that there was no point in taking his life, so he just blocked him and came here. Looking around, Veron asked if it would be better to run away, however Gius replied that they needed to give more time to Najin. Hagen rushed at them, and Veron said with a cluck of his tongue that it wasn't going to be easy. Veron is a knight who is not only skillful in battle, but also able to adapt to the situation, a jack of all trades. In Gius's opinion, Veron is the most untrustworthy knight, but at the same time, the one who can be trusted with anything. And so Veron and Hagen fought each other again. Hagen used an attack and managed to wound Veron in the shoulder. Veron thought about it and decided that although Hagen's spear looked shabby, it was quite sharp, so it would be best to keep it close to his hand. He thought it would be difficult for the hand to attack him at this rate. Standing in front of Hagen, Veron told him to attack. And then a huge hand came down on the spot where Veron and Hagen had been. Gius cried out. As he climbed out from under the rubble, Veron heard Gius screaming and thought he would be better off if they were both dead. Seeing the Naringen in front of him, Veron tried to grab it, but then he wondered if he would be allowed to just grab his weapon. Hagen appeared in the darkness and attacked Veron, and a beam of light pierced the knight. Looking at the hole in his cloak, Veron thought it was a good thing he hadn't been hit. But he was having a hard time fighting after the battle with the skull. What's more, Veron saw that this bald man uses trickery, and his style is different from how he looks. Looking at his colleague, Gius thought that even Veron could be vulnerable. If this continues, both Veron and Najin could die. Remembering the dead Jirun, Jius closed his eyes and decided that no one else would lose their life. Turning to Varen, Jius apologized to him and said that from the looks of it, he would die at his hands. Not far away, Raurun was watching from the cave. He saw the blue lightning that he already knew. Looking at the dragon, Nagyun asked about the skills the demon had used in the cave and clarified that they were not related to physical strength. But all the dragon answered him was that he couldn't tell. Reflecting on what was going on then, Nagyun asked if it had anything to do with the demon's opponent's psychology. Clamming up Dragon still repeated what he couldn't say. But Nagyan didn't stop and asked if Dragon knew why the demon's abilities didn't work on him. However, none of Nagyan's questions could be answered by the dragon. Seeing the blue lightning bolt, Solvas asked if her eyes were deceiving her, and then asked why Yius was living one day at a time. And Fadi told her that the opposite was true. Jius always thinks about tomorrow, but always excludes his existence in it. After listening to her, Solvas asked what to do since they couldn't just stand by and watch. Without thinking long, Fadian replied that they had no choice. They had to go. Varen hated the knights because they passed off violence as justice. And Varen wasn't saying that violence can't be justified by justice, just that they use chivalry as a shield. As a shield against critical thinking is abhorrent. In this sense, Gius was an unusual knight. For him, honor wasn't an absolute standard. Rather, it was something where you could turn a blind eye for more important things. Watching Gius, Varen always thought he was a very unusual kid. He doesn't look like a knight at all, but that's what makes him one. Watching Gius, Varen realized that his priority was the future. But he was still a strange guy. Varen didn't really hate or dislike Gius. He just didn't always do what Varen wanted him to do. Now was the moment that became the reason Varen despised him, even though he knew Gius was using the Force to save him. And suddenly Varen noticed that Gius hadn't turned his hands yet, which meant that the skill hadn't been activated. Nagyun approached Gius and Varon, breathing heavily. He thought Gius was lying to him. And Nagyun yelled out that Gius thinks it's cool to die. Why doesn't Gius start thinking about the day after tomorrow instead of just living for tomorrow? Hearing this, Gius turned around and asked again, and Varen laughed. And Nagyun kept yelling that Gius was just trying to take it out on him, but he wouldn't let him do it. When Nagyan questioned the dragon, he knew he couldn't answer the questions, but Nagyan could tell by the look on his face. And Nagyun realized that the demon had the ability to control and he was immune to his skills. And Varen said the boy was right, that if they dealt with the situation and then Gius died at his hands. Calling Gius an irresponsible jerk, Varen asked what they would do next. Varon now turned to Nagyan, asking what he was up to, and the young man replied that they needed to hold out for a while. And Nagyan added that you don't have to attack or win, you just have to hold out for a little while. Suddenly, Gius pointed his finger in the direction, and Varen saw what was there and was puzzled. Gius shouted the name of the dragon Camellia again, and the dragon's eyes shone with blue light again. In fact, Nagyun realized that that lightning bolt was a signal not to use the event horizon, and also a signal for others to be summoned. Solvas and Fadian arrived just in time. Looking around, Gius asked how Nagyon knew they were coming, and he replied that Gius himself had said they were waiting in the forest. Looking at Gius, Fadi said she was glad to see everyone. Solvas behind her resentfully, and Nagyon repeated Camellia, and Dragon extended his hand. Dust rose around Nagyon, and Gius screamed, but the boy thought he'd made it. He stood in front of Heijin. Before getting back into the thick of things, Nagyun asked Dragon exactly how his movement in space worked. But the dragon stammered, saying that it was hard to explain everything in words, and Nagyon thought he was not an idiot who didn't know how his skills worked. Turning back to the demon, Dragon said he was still full of energy. However, Nagyon was up to something and asked if demon could be said to be the same dragon as Camellia, and the dragon said yes. Mentally, Nagyon recalled that Dragon said he would help him, and Dragon said yes. So Nagyon asked Camellia to focus on his thoughts because from now on he would give instructions mentally. The whole group of knights found themselves in the forest. Fadi understood what had happened, but Solvas screamed and asked what had happened. Looking at the hill in the distance, Gios said that they had been moved too far away, and now it would take a very long time to get back. Solvas was burning with anger, and Gios asked her to calm down because they don't know the whole situation, and it seems that Dragon is on Najin's side. At the Dragon, Gios asked about the intentions, and Camellia replied that he was only carrying out part of Nagyan's plan to find out the details later. Waving her fist, Solva shouted that she didn't believe him, and the Dragon needed to be finished off right here. Gius had many thoughts running through his mind. He wondered if Nagyan wanted to retreat, why he had stayed there, and why he had called Solvas and Fadi. While Solvas was screaming, Varen squatted down and asked her to stop because his head was already splitting. Taken aback, Varan turned to Gius, saying they had something to discuss. Turning to Varen, Gius realized almost immediately that Varen had left his spear there. Gius couldn't stand it any longer and yelled out what was going on and if Najin was okay. Varen put his finger to his mouth and asked him to keep his voice down. He mentally saw through his Naringen as Nagyon stood in front of the general and informed everyone that he was trying to talk. Watching everything from above, Demon realized that they used space travel, but didn't understand what Nagyon was going to do without the knights. Clenching his right hand, Demon realized he had used too much force. The demon realized that Hejin was here, so it didn't matter, but he still wouldn't be able to do anything on his own. Putting his hand to his mouth, Nagyon thought it was good that the demon had lowered his defenses, but he was still wary. Now Hejin spoke up, saying he understood Nagyun, and asked if he would use his good treatment of him in the past. Frowning his eyebrows, Hejin said he wasn't soft-hearted enough to forgive Nagyon for betraying him, and Nagyun replied that he had no excuse either way, but asked Hejin if he was sure he was acting on his own volition. After all, Hejin said he wanted revenge for Mr. Naryon, and doing his duty is the way to serve him. So Nagyun asked again, "Is the general sure that he is himself at the moment?" Nagyun went on to say that he was willing to die by the general's hand, but if he was being manipulated, would he be able to forgive himself? Hearing all this, the general remained silent, but raised his eyes and looked at the demon thoughtfully. Noticing this, Demon asked if the general would turn his back on him just because this kid said something. Answering of course not, Hejin said he was still curious if Demon had used it. Closing his eyes, Demon said he was disappointed because the best thing Nagyan could do was drive a wedge between them. And then he raised his hand. Holding out his palm, Nagyan realized it was time to act and noticed that the demon was starting to get nervous. And Nagyan told Demon that he just wanted to propose to him, so he took out those who might interfere. Seeing that Demon was obsessed with Dragon, Nagyan decided to capitalize on this and told him he could have him absorb Camellia. It was dawn. Demon asked what Nagyan wanted in return, and he said that someone was coming here soon, and Nagyan wanted Demon to take his life. In the capital at this time, Hinsher was screaming that they were wreaking havoc on their continent, and for sure it was people from the east. Dalchin replied that the situation could escalate if they acted impulsively, yes, and furthermore, she didn't need to get involved. But Hinsher waved her fist, shouting that they should be sure that they would be destroyed, and if not her, then who else would be, as the other knights are many times weaker than her. Frowning his eyebrows, Dalchin said that it was only her opinion, and let her never say such things in front of others. They also had someone they could trust. And another man came into the room, casting a shadow on the floor. The people of Parliament were discussing what from the east had once been sent to infiltrate their continent. One said he heard a mage being taken away, and another said he heard the general was behind it all. Parliament felt that the men from the east were brazenly showing contempt for them and did not understand what the knights were doing at such a difficult time. The purple mouse Arton was watching all this. Closing his eyes, he said again, they were at it again. He didn't understand why Parliament hated them so much. Next to him stood Marion's white dog, who said it was because of the events that have been happening lately. In Marion's opinion, if a battle starts, the knights will gain even more power, and they want to keep them in check. Copper Snake Kamena approached them, asking what good is a battle if they can't even rally together. Power really is blinding. Hearing this, Marion said she should have refrained from making such remarks, Watching the Knights of Parliament, the men of Parliament wondered where their vaunted honor lay. They're no different from animals in terms of strength. Knocking her fist on Arten's Gudikamana asked how he could say such a thing to people who had sworn allegiance to the emperor himself. Hinsher came into the room and Parliament said she would start swinging her fists again. Hinsher is someone who possesses the skill of the eye of discernment. The ability allows you to recognize other people's intentions and sometimes even lies. It was said that it was rare for her to be able to read the minds of others. She walked down the hall and everyone bowed their heads, and one of the MP people thought the skill was annoying. Her teacher used to say that in the future, knights like them might become commonplace. And so it was. The knights became much stronger, and their numbers increased, but peace and stability could not be achieved. Knights are strong, but not experienced enough. They are powerful, but not perfect in command and control. Can the knights ever be full-fledged heroes? Teacher Hinsher apologized for putting too much on her. But she must endure because that's what it means to be a knight. Folding her arms, Candentia asked if Hinsher was confident in her abilities. Frowning her eyebrows, Hinsher interjected and Dalchan also yanked Candentia back. However, Candentia said that such an important task should not be entrusted to just anyone. She had heard of Hinsher's skills, but had never seen them in action. Dalchan said it was very rude, and Hinsher replied that she was confident in her abilities. Bowing her head, Dalchan apologized, saying she didn't have to answer such questions, and Candentia asked even if she would be her opponent. With the same frown, Hinsher replied that it didn't matter to her who the opponent was because she was confident in her strength. Standing her ground, Candentia asked if she was sure she would win, and Hinsher said she was sure she wouldn't back down. Taken aback, Dalchan told Candentia not to let it happen again. Their position could become precarious if she continued to treat her like this. But Candentia said she had no bad intentions. And if Hinsher's eye works, she must have seen it. Dalchan wrinkled his nose and asked if she meant it, and Candentia said she knew right away. Asking what she realized, Dalchan got the answer that although Candentia doesn't have such skills, she knows why Hinsher is respected by everyone around her. In Candentia's opinion, Hinsher is strong, and she is an outstanding knight, far more outstanding than she is. Looking up, Candentia asked if she could become such a knight, and Dalchan replied of course she should. At last Raurun arrived at the scene of the battle. He was breathing heavily. General Haejin Nagyun and the demon stood in front of him. Raurun thought that things were not as he had imagined. There was no juice, and the atmosphere was very strange. Raurun asked the general if he was all right. Raurun was approached by the demon smiling. The descendant was puzzled. Nagyun watched intently. Before that, Demon said he doesn't believe Nagan because he's probably doing it to save his own skin. Looking at the demon, Nagyun replied that it was not necessary to believe him, however the demon should trust the situation. He added that there would be no point in him staying here if his goal was survival. But as the demon could see, Nagyun needed something else. And Nagyun said that all he wanted was revenge. He said that he came to the conclusion that Nagyun had told him that Demon could kill him at any time because of his incredible strength. It's like Nagyun said, neither the knight nor the dragon will help. Continuing to speak Enlo Demon on the idea that he was trying to flatter him. Demon said the request was reasonable. Listening to their dialogue, Haejin wondered if Nagyun was really going to confront the demon with such blind confidence. For Nagyun, it wasn't a blind certainty, he just knew the demon would accept his offer. The first reason for that is the look on Demon's face. Even though he's trying not to show it, Nagyun can see that he's exhausted. The demon's power was almost depleted, and it would most likely be disadvantageous for him to drag things out. But that was just Nagyun's guess. He had a better reason than that, the demon's words asking him to give up the dragon. Apparently the demon is obsessed with dragons, which is why he has such a wild desire to devour Camellia. The only strange thing was that because of the dragon's obsession with him, the demon wanted to destroy him. Maybe it needed some conditions to absorb him. You could say that the demon made him an offer when he said he would help Nagyun in return. For the dragon, words have a different weight. The key is to hide the fact that Nagyun has this information. He has to act like the demon has the upper hand. Demon said that no matter how much he thinks about it, it's not making any sense. Raising his hand, he retracted his skill, and the stone hand began to crack, and then the whole thing crumbled. He smiled and walked over to Nagyon, saying he had nothing to lose by doing so he'll see what happens. So Demon stands in front of Raorun, and the general says Raorun is the chancellor of their country. Raorun realized that the one in front of him was the demon. The demon raised his hand into a fist and slapped it on Raorun's shoulder, saying it was a pleasure to meet him. Looking at them, the general said he couldn't do that, at least not right now. Nagyon and Demon turned on him, and the second one interjected can't, and Heijin explained that the dragon descendants and their continent made a deal. That's the main reason. Clutching his spear, Heijin said that if the demon tried to harm this man, he would not stand by. Laughing Demon said that their arrangement would have to be postponed because he couldn't fight General Heijin, and Nagyon had to agree. He, Demon, and the general returned to Raorun's squad. Raorun asked if everyone was back and if there were any wounded. Raymond came to him and told him that everyone had returned, but that they had not been able to accomplish anything. Raorun reassured her by saying that it would hardly help them. The demon walked up to Kaijan, and Callan asked what was wrong, and Kaijan said that there was something different about Demon. When Raorun leaned over to Raymond, she asked about their plan and clarified if he would be okay. And Raorun replied that he didn't know. They must continue what they started. He asked what about Daran, and Raymond looked back at her and said there was no problem with her. When Daran saw Nagyon, she was taken aback and wondered why he had returned. However, Nagyon did not expect this turn of events at all. The demon accepted his proposal, but Nagyon didn't expect his plan to work at all. Moreover, the reason Nagyon returned was because of Daran. When Nagyon told her about it, Daran asked why for her, and Nagyon said he wanted to hear something from her. In Nagyon's opinion, only Daran could tell him what he wanted to know. And Nagyon, looking at Daran, asked to tell what happened the day the dragon descendants were exterminated. Laughing, Daran offered to discuss something else, like how Varen had cried or something. However, Nagyon didn't want to hear anything else. He explained to Daran that it was important to him. He knew it was too painful a subject for her, but it was important for him to understand what had happened that day, why they wanted to get rid of the descendants. Daran said that whatever she said would sound like an excuse. Moreover, it would be wrong for her to speak for them. Tilting her head, she reported that the fact that she had exterminated the descendants herself remained unchanged. All in all, Nagyon realized that something really happened that day. He told Daran that many lives would depend on her actions. Nagyon continued, asking if she would really sacrifice people's lives for those long gone. In Nagyon's opinion, if the dragon descendants are one clan, then they share a common weakness. The dragon descendants were a formidable clan who had cultivation in their blood. Standing by the forest, Daran asked if he was the one about her. Snow was falling on her blue hair. Standing beside her, Valtanen replied that he was the one about the situation. Tucking her hands into her sides, Daran said that from time to time they get messages to protect others. It's normal. However, it was strange to Valtanen that the descendants had entrusted their village to them, even though for many years their territory had been closed to outsiders. Smiling, Daran replied that it was an indication of the descendants' trust in them. Someone from the shadows lunged at Daran. The guy with the staff jumped on top of her and hit her right on the head. Smiling, he asked Daran's opinion, and she said that Rian was definitely making progress. It was a little boy from a clan of dragon descendants. He ran away from them, and Daran ran to catch up with him. Valtanen thought for a moment. The one-eyed knight Tin said it was the mother of dragons. Opposite him stood Daran and Valtanen, who didn't understand what he was talking about. Tin explained that the mother was practically the leader of the clan, and recently she fell into a coma from some disease. The dragon descendants were offered a deal by the knights in exchange for her treatment. So the mother of dragons was sent to the capital with her attendants, and the knights were sent to the village for protection. Turning away, Daran said that everything was going well and that they were following orders. She liked the village very much because the people of the clan were friendly. Listening to the story, Nagyun immediately thought that the two sides had made a treaty. But then what was the benefit to the empire? This could mean that the descendants had their own leverage over the knights or had already gotten their benefits. Turning to Daran, Nagyun asked what happened, but she said she didn't know and was still thinking about it. Preparations for the festival were in full swing. It was said that it was a traditional event where they prayed for the safe return of the warriors. With her sword in the ground, Daran lifted her head to look at the pile of logs. She wondered if the fire would be here and if it was too big. She was told not to worry because they could handle the fire. The Valthanan behind her said he was going on a scouting trip, and Daran went with him. Following Valthanan, Daran listened as he says he's grateful she always walks with him, but he knows it's out of his hand. One of Valthanan's arms was missing at the elbow. Daran shrieked that it wasn't, and then apologized, saying she didn't mean to belittle him. Suddenly, Valthanan announced that he was leaving after this mission. Daran was surprised by this news and asked why. And Valthanan said that ever since he lost his arm, he had been thinking about going home. He also added that it was foolish to dream of being a knight in such a state. Daran felt sad, so she didn't say anything. After walking through the forest for a bit, Valthanan said that the festival would be starting soon, and it was time to head back. As they entered the village, they both noticed that it was very quiet. Daran looked around and saw a small boy curled up in a ball and crying. It was Rian. Walking up to him, Daran asked what he was doing there all alone. Noticing that he was trembling, she asked what was wrong. Daran assumed he was being bullied or crying because of Rinzia. She wanted to ask something else, but there was a loud bang nearby. Looking in the direction the noise came from, Daran and Valthanan saw Tin standing with a sword in his hand. He shouted something about a toad and ordered them to run and stay away from them. Not understanding what he meant, Daran asked again, and suddenly a man rushed at her from under the awning where Rian was sitting. A man attacked her. It was a guy with black eyes, but his face was distorted with anger and his eyes were burning green. Grabbing Rian, Daran covered the boy with her body. Tin asked if she was hurt. She said she was fine, but there's Rayhan. He had a wound on his arm and Daran asked if he was okay. Tin yelled for her to get away from him. Looking at the boy, Daran saw his eyes change. They were like a snake's. Standing in the square, Daran held a red apple in her hands. Rian watched her from hiding. In an instant she was behind the boy's back. His eyes went wide with surprise. Daran spent a lot of time with him. They played catch-up, and she also taught him various moves. And now, instead of a cute little boy, Daran was looking at a zombie-like boy. His mouth was drooling, and he was growling. Standing behind her, Daran Ting shouted for her to get out of there immediately and not let him touch her. Tina was already being attacked by a mob of similarly zombified descendants. He shouted to Daran that the infection was transmitted through open wounds. Turning around 360 degrees, Tin blew off the heads of those running at him in one fell swoop. When Daran saw this, she froze, and Tin shouted that they had to blow their heads off or they wouldn't die, so Daran had to aim for the neck. But Daran began to ask what was going on and why the inhabitants so suddenly, but she was not allowed to finish her speech, but the zombie Rian was already flying at her. Tin came over and slammed the zombie into the wall of the nearest house. Daran screamed, but Tin grabbed her by the sweater and yelled for her to come to her senses. Looking into her eyes, Tin said that they were no longer human, and Daran should only think of them as monsters. Valthanan came over and asked what was wrong. Tin said that people had suddenly started to change and become aggressive, and those who were attacked were also sick. Excitedly, Daran asked if they could return to their original state, however Tin asked in response, what if not? In that case, Tin decided they'd have to destroy everything in the village. Valthanan also hoped that people might get better, but Tin kept saying that it might not happen. After all, they are descendants of the dragon and their abilities are greater than others. If the infected can get out of the village, there will be trouble. After a little thought, Daran decided that in that case, she could set fire to the logs that were lying around for the fire. Behind Tin, the village was in flames. He said they should always be prepared for the worst, but of course he hoped it would get better. Saying that as knights they must make the right decision, Tin informed that they would seal the dragon descendants. Looking at Daran, Nagyun asked where Tin was now and what he was doing. Daran's eyes glistened with tears. She said that Tin had died at the hands of one of the dragon's descendants, and Nagyun said he was disappointed. Daran turned to him sharply, and he explained that he thought the knights were noble and they just destroyed the whole clan. He asked if what the knights had done was justified. He thought they should have handled the crisis more humanely. Hearing this, Daran turned away again and stared at the ground, whispering that Nagyun was right. After a moment of silence, Nagyun said that he thought the knights were a hypocritical group of thugs, and maybe it would be better if they disappeared. Raising her head and looking at him, Daran asked what on earth he was talking about. Folding his arms, Nagyun thought about Tina. Even for a knight, his thinking seems unusual. How could he make such a decision so quickly? Apparently, it took him only a short time to gather information and be confident in his decision. This kind of thing doesn't happen very often. Perhaps he was even aware of the phenomenon that caused the dragon descendants to change. But then why would he hide it? With that attitude, it will be very difficult to regain the knight's trust. What happened while Daran was away? If the dragon's descendants have any information, there's no way they don't know anything. Then who and why are they trying to take revenge? What if the descendants' plan is not based on revenge? Raurun, standing in the shadows, watched Daran and Nagyun from behind a tree. With an outstretched hand, Varen motioned for them to stop. Gius turned around and asked if they were back. Varen saw someone show up, and it clearly wasn't Najin or those people. He saw this man exploring the area, wandering back and forth, maybe looking for tracks. But something seemed familiar to Varen. As the man approached the spear, Varen spat on the ground. Varen said she startled him when she turned suddenly. Taking the spear, Hinsher immediately realized that the Naringen belonged to Varen. Hearing this, Gius asked Varen if he was sure about the dark red Hinsher hippo. When Varen stood up, he told Gius if he understood everything the first time he didn't need to ask again. As usual, Solva shouted, asking what Ms. Hinsher Dragon was doing here, saying he had heard of her too. Varen asked what she was yelling about. His head snapped up. The dragon just squeezed his eyes shut and remained silent. When Varen turned to Gius again, he asked him what was there, but Varen asked him to wait. Stabbing the spear into the ground, Hinsher reasoned aloud that Varen couldn't lose, but thanks to the spear left here, she would be able to find him. Varen's hand hovered in the air. He was saying he couldn't see anything but the ground. While Varen thought about what to do, Gius thought about the fact that Nagyun must have a plan. In the end, Gius decided that immediate action was needed and a reorganization was necessary. Turning to Solvas, Gius asked what she had, and she replied that Hassan had still not been found. And Gius began handing out instructions. Solvas was ordered to find Hassan and join forces with him in a squad. Fighting was forbidden. Varen and Fadi were ordered to go back for the spear, and if they came across Hinsher, they should ask her why she was here. Left alone with the dragon, Gius asked him if Nagyun had said anything to him before he left. Turning away, Dragon said he wasn't sure he could tell Gius that, though he probably already knew it would turn out this way. And turning to Gius, Dragon said that Nagyun had informed the preparations before he left. That was not what Gius had expected to hear. He wondered how far Nagyun had tried to calculate his actions. The parchment on Rudika's desk suddenly lit up with a blue light as the knights communicated with each other. Taking Rudik's parchment, she read the message. It was about Gius. Hitting the tree so it cracked, Rujian asked if he was sure it was right. Because she feels like they've been tricked. Vadrine asked why she didn't believe him, since Najin had shown him the method. He said it was definitely working, hitting the tree. Not believing her eyes, Rujian answered, and indeed, she did. She stood there with her mouth open while everyone else closed their eyes. Musa came running in saying that Mrs. Rudika is gathering everyone because she has an announcement. The students approached their base. Rudika stood with her back to the students. She said that first of all, they were all good. The students shouted, thinking that finally they would be given an assignment because they were already tired from practicing. Turning back to them, Rudica informed them that the second squad had been disbanded for the time being. Everyone's eyes widened. Rudica continued and said that they would all be transferred to the internship organization. Fitterens sat in the house clenching his fists. From the window he heard Rudica speaking. The mage Regie said soon. The girl next to him asked him about the battle, but he said he meant the outcome of the battle. He poked at the table and said the key to this is Hinsher. Regia felt that the outcome was almost a foregone conclusion, and the knights were about to be finished. Unless, of course, there were no variables. Looking at the young Heijin asked what Nagyun was going to do, and Nagyun replied that the general should not worry, for he was not a knight and would not let anyone stand in his way. The general wanted to object, but Rarun came up behind him and asked to speak to him for a moment. Watching them talk, Nagyun thought that at first glance it might seem like he was alone, but he wasn't. There was a complicated relationship between them, in which no one trusts anyone, and everyone tries to use each other for their own purposes. Such a situation was only to Nagyun's advantage, since everyone should be restrained in their show of force. The goal of the dragon descendants is to destroy the knights, and from the looks of it, Rauren is using Nagyun to accomplish that goal. The general's trust in Nagyun was completely lost. However, he is someone who puts his mission and the interests of his home continent first. Demon was the only problem. Neon turned around and looked at him. Demon was sitting in the lotus position on top of a pine tree, meditating. It was impossible for Nagyun to understand what the demon was thinking. It was clear that his main goal was to devour the dragon. And it wasn't clear if he would help Nagyun with the fulfillment of his goal or cheat. At this time, the demon thought that the descendants would not obey him. Heijin would try to keep him in line, and there is someone he cannot control. In front of the man in the hat was a cat meowing, and the man asked that he seemed to like eating it, so why did he refuse? A cat that looked like a tiger suddenly said it was him. The man wrinkled his nose and said, "Ew, what are you doing?" The cat replied that he was on the left continent, and the man should arrive there to help him. But the man folded his hands behind his back and turned away, saying he didn't want to. However, the cat decided not to stop and said that Naryun was overcome. The man suddenly stopped. There were 3 masked men sitting in the room. They were told that based on their answer, the teacher would choose a dragon martial arts follower. The teacher's first question was what color his hair was. One of the 3 answered that he didn't know if it was gray, and the other said green. Standing behind the bars, the teacher asked what the rationale was, and said that the one who hesitated with Merowan's answer would be the one to answer. And Merowan replied that the teacher had been chancellor for a long time, and given his influence, Mioran thought gray hair was logical. With this, the teacher agreed, and said that the next one to justify his answer would be the one who answered instantly Asadun. And Asadun replied that he had seen through space. The teacher smiled and replied that it was not bad, and that he would give the student another chance. The teacher called Naryun's name, but the student replied that he did not know the answer. One of the students looked at Naryun and thought that no matter how much intelligent information he had, he could not be persuaded, fortitude, or stubbornness. The teacher said that he had decided that Naryun would become the king's retainer and martial arts follower. The man in the blue kimono exhaled and said that he really wasn't going to go there, but there was nothing to do. It was time to go. Retrieving the spear from the ground, Varen asked where Hinsher was, and Fadi assumed she had already left. However, Varon said he had to look a little more because he needed to meet with Hinsher. Fadi asked why. Examining the spear, Varen said that Fadi must have realized by now that Hinsher was being hunted, and considering how far the enemy had gotten. So Varen concluded that someone was informing the enemy. Varen thought there was a high probability that it could be one of the knights, and said that if it was, it could be. But Fadi interrupted him, saying he might be the one who hates knights. Swinging the Naringin, Varon said that it was because of Udion that the dragon descendants had become active, and they could surely get a clue from Hinsher. Fadi approached Varon and grabbed his elbow. Varon asked what she was doing. Maybe she really was stabbing her eyes. But Fadi said if he's an informant, she can't let him get to Hinsher and struck. Slowing down, Varen asked what she was doing and who she thought he was. Looking at the mountain where Varan and Fadi had gone, Gius thought just as long as everything was okay and they didn't get into a fight. Upon finding Hazen's troop, Solvas shouted out what they were doing here. The disciples stood around Hazen, sitting on a rock, and listened to his stories from the past. Varen and Fadi started fighting. Fadi shouted that he had decided to run away, and Varen exclaimed that she had been caught. After a while, Varan gave Fadi a punch to the jaw and laughed, asking her what she couldn't still use the weapon. Fadi told him to shut up. Striking again, Varen tore forward, and when Fadi landed, she realized Varen had disappeared. Suddenly, he appeared and threw the Naringan at her. Fadi managed to intercept the Naringan right in front of her face. However, Varen did this on purpose, knowing that if Fadi picked up the weapon, the Naringan inside her would cause her to reject it. By the time Fadi realized he'd tricked her, it was too late. The Naringans pushed away from each other and Fadi flew downward with a crash. Walking over to the lying Fadi and proudly holding the Naringan in his hand, Varen said that this was the end. Something hit Varen in the helmet. Solvas ran at him, shouting at him to get away from Fadi, that he had finally shown his true colors. The knights of Hassan Solvas Tanchurin lined up around Varon. Gius asked what had happened here and ordered Varon to explain himself. Clutching the pendant in his hand, Varen thought this is what it was all about, and said he didn't want to explain himself. Whatever Varen says, he can't convince Gius, or rather, he won't convince him, so he sees no point in explaining himself. Varen turned around and said he was going to Hinsher and let them decide whether they would let him go or fight until someone died. Clenching her fists, Solvas wondered if Gius was going to do anything about it since Varen had attacked Fadi this time. Walking up to Varen, Gius folded his hands behind his back and stood back to back with Varen. When Solvas saw this, her eyes went wide and she said questioningly, "Mr. Gius." When Gius was leaving, he told Tammin that he would leave them to him. Now Tammin stood there wondering who Gius meant, the disciples or the dragon. Looking back at the dragon standing with his back to him, Tammin thought, wondering what tricks he had in store. Continuing to scream, Solvas asked what Gius was doing since it was obvious that Varen was attacking Mrs. Fadian. And Gius replied that she was right. Varen and Fadian are fighting here one-on-one. However, Gius felt that the most important thing right now were the facts, and he explained this to Solvas. Tanchurin intervened, saying that they were talking about Varon, and she didn't understand what Gius meant by facts, because everything was clear. Hassan bowed his head and asked if Gius trusted Varen, and Gius answered that he did not, but Varen never does anything without a reason. No sooner had Hasten said what he wanted than Solvas grabbed her Naringan and lunged at Gius and Varen. Pointing the Naringan directly at Gius's face, Solvas asked, Gius is saying that there is a good reason for what Varen did to Fadi. It appears that Gius will side with Varen if the knights do not retreat. And Gius said yes if they all attack Varon. And then he added that if they let Varon go, he would follow him. After that, they will help Mrs. Fadian, and they will find out what really happened. Whether there was an acceptable reason for what happened, Gius said they would decide on the facts. Solvas was given the choice of either fighting Gius and letting Varen go to Hinsher, or helping Fadi and letting Gius go with Varen and then finding out. Determined to dilute the atmosphere, Varen said he had chosen and let them kill Gius, but Giraffe told him to shut up. Turning away from them, Solvas said that if something happened to Fadi and Varon's reason proved inconclusive, she would remember this moment. And Gius told her not to worry, because everything's gonna be fine. When Solvas was leaving, Gius asked her to take care of the deer. She remained silent, and Hessen said it sounded more like a warning. Taking out something that looked like potatoes, Varen said, "Damn the knights," and turning to Gius, he asked if he wanted to eat. Waving the food away, Gius said he was fine and asked if Varen had better tell him what had happened. Covering his face with his hands, Varen said that Fadian attacked him suddenly and he was scared out of his wits, but Gius told him not to lie. Spreading two fingers, Varen told Gius that he didn't believe him. But Gius said it didn't mean he didn't trust him, just that he knew him and Fadi. He asked if Varen had said he hated knights, and Varan confirmed what Gius said. Gius asked if Varan wanted the knights to cease to exist. Turning away, Varen pretended to adjust his spear and said, who knows, either way they needed to hurry to get to Hinshire. Varen went on to say that Hinshire might get lost, in which case they would take longer to find her. But Gius pondered Varen's words. Gius had no choice but to push harder because Varan wouldn't reveal anything. While Varen was warming up with his spear, saying that they'd find Hinshire faster from the air, Gius came up to him and asked if it was because of that necklace. Throwing the Naringan into the sky, Varan turned around and with his hand felled Gius to the ground. Holding Gius's face, Varen leaned in to ask how the fuck Gius knew about that necklace. Black Hen Varen was a knight who loved to fight, and he didn't give a damn about these strange rumors. The first one to approach him was the Black Chicken Varen, who asked if the weather was fine, looking at the lightning in the sky. During sparring, Varen told him that he definitely has talent and is a very fast learner. Varen went on to say that maybe he could handle Ronu better, so why don't he become a knight? Don't let him bury his talent. The only one who appreciated his talents was Varen, and Varen was his friend. Watching Varen stand at sunset, he asked why they were saying goodbye to where Varen was going, and he told his friend that he was going where he was needed, and the friend said he would wait for him. Varen took hold of the helmet he always wore and removed it. The golden hair was hidden behind it. And the young boy Varen said he hoped he didn't hate knights too much. Did you foresee what would happen next? Varen looked at the helmet on the ground. Looking at the people who stood around the lifeless body, Varen lifted his helmet and said that he still liked knights. Varen thought knights were tough and righteous, and he was protecting him all this time. Putting on his helmet, little Varen said he believed he would make an awesome knight. Leaning over Gius, Varan repeated who he thought he was, and Gius said he was a light blue giraffe. And Varen told him not to mock, because he knows that's not what Varen is saying. But Gius said he answered his question. After all, anyone can tell you that Varan has a special affinity for just one subject. That's why Gius has come to the conclusion that Varen is not an enemy, but is simply trying to achieve his goal with the necklace. However, Gius had not expected such a strong reaction. It could only mean one thing. Varen stepped away from him and asked if Gius knew about the night hunt. Gius replied that he had heard rumors. Looking down, Gius said they spread after fellow knights went missing on a mission together. Are these rumors relevant to the case? Looking at Gius, Varen asked if he could tell him directly the truth about the night hunt. Moving slightly aside, Varen admitted to being an enemy of the knights. When Gius heard this, he couldn't believe his ears and asked again. Varen's Naringan, which had flown into the sky, had made a circle and was now aiming straight at Gius's back. Meanwhile, elsewhere, at the same time, Callan stood with a bloody sword pointed at Nagyan. Holding the wound in his side, Nagyan looked at Callan, who said she would take his life. He was on the verge of a bloodbath. Breathing heavily, Nagyan realized he couldn't dodge the next blow. One could say that Nagyan had brought this situation upon himself. A few minutes ago, he had been standing behind a tree, watching Raurun and Hagen talk. Watching them, Nagyan thought that the two of them had been socializing a lot lately in secret. What they're doing, working out a plan. When Raurun noticed that they had been discovered, he turned and asked what was the matter. Nagyan had overheard them. After making an excuse, Nagyan said he wanted to talk to Hagen, but seeing how engrossed they were in the conversation, he decided to wait. Turning to the guy, Haijin asked what Nagyan wanted to talk to him about, and Nagyan decided to just try. Pulling the Naringan forward, Nagyan said he would like to give it back to the general, saying that he felt it should belong to someone other than him. Closing his eyes, the general replied that they had already had a discussion on the subject, and he and Raurun had come to the conclusion that Nagyan should have the Naringin for now. In Haijin's opinion, Nagyan still needs something to defend himself, and he's the only one who can possess this Naringan. In the end, everything worked out in Nagyan's favor, and he said that if it was necessary to return, the general should only say so. Though Nagyan realized that no good would come of leaving the Naringin in his possession, and Raurun and the general had been treating him differently lately. It seemed that Raurun and the general were playing a trick. What are they hiding from him? Did they leave their weapons with Nagyan for something? Callan was sitting in a tree and said he was lucky. Nagyan didn't understand, and she explained that she was saying that he was nothing without Naringin. Looking down at Nagyan, Callan added that he wouldn't stand a chance against her without Naringin. Thinking that Callan had shown up just in time, Nagyan decided he would use her to learn something. Callan herself wore a mask with a versatile arrow, seems to have an impulsive and unpredictable personality. And strangely enough, she's very hostile to Nagyan. Knowing that she was very proud, Nagyan said that he was sure he could easily beat someone like her without a weapon. Since Callan is still very fond of showing off her abilities, she jumped down from the tree and told Nagyan that they would look at it some more. Looking away, Nagyan wondered if that wasn't enough, but Callan told him in a commanding tone to stop looking around and draw his weapon. Nagyan had only one chance. Clenching his fists and turning to her, he said that all he needed to defeat her were his hands. Seeing Nagyan Callan stand up, she immediately recognized the galaxy's style in that stance. And Callan rushed to attack Nagyan, and he told her that every galaxy-style technique has its own unique moves. She threw a punch, but Nagyan dodged it and swung his fist to say it before waiting for a pause and striking at the right moment. When Nagyan's hand came right up to her face, he asked if she still thought bare fists weren't enough. Punching Callan would be pointless because Nagyan wouldn't even leave a scratch, and by stopping the punch he humiliated her even more. Of course, from this, Callan immediately became furious and said she would finish him off. Holding on to his ribs, Nagyan thought his prediction was right, but he still couldn't dodge, and now she would deliver a more powerful blow. Seeing Callan Nagyan rushing at him, he thought about what to do, but Raymond appeared between them and told them to stop, and that it was enough. Seeing Raymond, Nagyan realized that no matter how much he looked for her, he wouldn't find her because she was following him, and that's why he was spotted then. Glancing at Nagyan, Raymond reported that Raurun had ordered it from now on. When the general and Raurun were talking, Heijin said about Nagyan that even though he is weak, he has a force to be reckoned with. Looking at Raurun, Hagen listened as he said that Nagyan with Naringin is a great danger, and not only he, but the knights know it. And the general asked why, but Raurun asked him to take a different perspective. They had a stronger ally. Thinking she heard what she heard, Callan asked again, meaning they wanted her to treat Nagyan as a comrade. Standing puzzled at this news, Nagyan wondered what was going on. Callan shouted throughout the forest, asking what was the point of this, and how Nagyan could be their comrade if he had almost massacred Kaijan. She kept yelling at Raymond and waving her hands, saying that she couldn't accept it. Looking at them, Nagyan couldn't understand anything either. He thought it would be nice if they considered him an ally, but why go out of your way? They might have a trump card up their sleeve. Closing her eyes completely calm, Raymond said that it was Raurun-san's order. Agreeing, Callan lunged at Nagyan with her sword from behind, saying that she would only accept it after she had repaid her debt. However, Raymond, still as calmly but already threateningly and in a different tone, turned around and said that Callan should know that she didn't like repeating herself. Raurun walked over to them and, putting a hand on Raymond's shoulder, said he understood Callan's resentment, but Kaijan had already accepted the situation. He also reminded her that she had already avenged him, but Callan continued to resent the fact that they had to accept someone like Nagyan. And Raurun explained that he believed they could cooperate while they were in the same boat, and that Nagyan's ability would be a great help to them. Raurun's words did not calm Callan. She asked how this weakling could help them. Nagyan looked back at her and thought she had lost to this weakling. As if reading his thoughts, Raurun asked her if Nagyan hadn't gotten the better of her, over her and over Kaijan too. That is Nagyan's ability. At first, Callan started making excuses, saying that she was the one who had let her guard down and if it wasn't for Raymond. Then she screamed that she couldn't accept it anyway. Closing his eyes, Raurun said it looked like they had no choice and gave orders to Raymond to attack Callan and Nagyan. Turning to them, Raymond heard Raurun telling her not to spare them and to fight seriously, and Callan and Nagyan thought why them. And Raurun thought that Callan would understand more quickly by experience than by explaining it to her 100 times. One would demonstrate, and the other would be convinced. When Callan opened her mouth again to begin to resent her, Nagyan interrupted her and told her to trust him and do as he said. And so Nagyan, along with his new comrade, was able to drive Raymond to a dead end to a cliff leading directly into the river below him. Behind their backs stood Raurun, who said enough was enough, and then asked Callan what she thought after her experience. Looking back at Nagyan, Callan thought about how she could stand up to Raymond just by following his instructions. Although Raymond didn't even look tired, let alone injured, and one could say that Raymond was superior to them. But Raurun knew that she was cornered only because of the terrain. He wondered what would have happened if they had continued the fight. That's how Nagyan became a fellow dragon descendant. Callan handed him a piece of meat and said what had happened before would not happen again. Everyone sat around the fire. Nagyan took the meat and said okay. He thought she genuinely considered him an ally as far as he could tell. He also remembered Daran and wondered if she had interpreted his words as hostility to the knights. It would be hard to know, even if she had. Nagyan had two options. He could target the vulnerability of the dragon descendants, or he could use demon, and regardless of his decision, he would interfere with their plans. Thus, the situation was not favorable for Nagyan. He felt uncomfortable sitting by the fire. Raurun sat cross-legged on the log opposite him. He looked at Nagyan with a sidelong glance, wondering if he was wary, though that would be logical. Raurun knew that all Nagyan had to do was wait. In time, he would realize his true intentions. Meanwhile, on the eastern continent, a man in a kimono wandered in the mountains, thinking that he must be somewhere here. Hearing the sounds, the man went there and saw a warrior. Asadun exclaimed and said that they had to go because the demon was summoning them. When Asadun heard this, he remained silent and turned to leave. But his comrade said he was serious and then informed him that Narayan had died. Turning around again, Asadun said, "Let's go." Behind him lay a blue dragon that was already lifeless. They were Generals Asadun and Mioran. They joined the detachment and moved on their way. When Nagyun first saw them, he thought they were easier to talk to than General Naryun. Deciding to be quick, Asadun immediately asked who was to be killed, but Mioran replied that they were allies. Bowing his head, General Hedgen said that it had been a long time since their last meeting and clarified how they were doing. Approaching Nagyon, Mioran asked if he was the one who had mastered the Naringen. But suddenly Demon appeared with a snap, slamming his fan shut, and cheerfully asked what their plan was or if they needed anything else. Rauren answered his question by saying that they didn't need anything and could start. And Rauren voiced their first priority, telling them exactly what their next destination would be. Daran and Nagyon's eyes went wide. As she raised her hand to wave, Celestial Sphere exclaimed happily that she hadn't seen them in ages. Behind her stood a young man with a large backpack on his back. Recognizing the girl, Rujin exclaimed. Celestial Sphere said it had been a long time since the chickens had seen each other. Rudica came over to her. Looking at the sheet in her hand, Sphere asked if Rudik knew why she was here, and began to say that she had come to report on the current situation. And she also needed to do an inspection, deliver supplies, and deal with the second squad. Watching Sphere ask if the knights had decided who would be transferred to the apprentice organization, Rujian said that today was the deciding day. Looking back at Yulnia standing nearby, Rujian asked what was wrong with Nuljin and was told nothing yet. She immediately asked what she was going to do. Looking down at the ground, Yulnia said she wanted to stay here now to be near him. Then Rujian turned to Raujun and asked him if he had already decided what he would do next. Smiling, Raujun replied that he wasn't sure yet. Rough Jane exhaled angrily and said that he always said that. From afar, Fiderins was watching the conversation between Sphere and Rudiki. He was spotted, and Fiderins thought it couldn't be the Celestial Sphere. The guy standing behind the sphere turned out to be a blacksmith. He put down a huge box and said it was a new weapon that would replace Pilar's great sword. The blacksmith said it was the masterpiece of Master Luth Grondin. Fidorins stared mesmerized at the huge, beautiful, double-bladed sword. Fidorins lifted the sword with ease. A bright blue stone adorned its middle. Looking at it, Rujin said she envied him. Suddenly everyone tensed up and looked back at the bushes. There seemed to be someone in the woods behind them. A bound Daran ran towards them as fast as she could. When she reached the base, she fell to the ground and shouted for everyone to run. In an instant, they were attacked, but Rudica reacted quickly and deflected the blow with her umbrella. There was a flash of light. From the dust cloud, an armed Raurun ran at Rudiku, but Fidorans was already on top of him with his new sword. Then all of Raurun's other allies came out. There were many of them. When she saw Najin among them, Rujian was surprised. Behind her in a stance stood Yulnia and Raujun holding a sword. But Nagyun pondered how the general knew about this place. Pointing a finger at Fidoran's Raurun said that according to the information, the last person to fight Naryun was him. Looking at the knight, Mioran gave out only understandably, but Asadun immediately asked, so he would just straighten him out. Glaring angrily at Fidoran's Raurun, said of course, and then added that they might not restrain themselves. The demon soared through the sky, deciding that now was a great time to watch from the sidelines. Generals against knights. Only silence followed this skirmish. It was a silence of desperation, trying to seize the moment despite being outnumbered. However, there was one person free from this storm of deadly auras. Nagyun was the only one who realized the gravity of the situation. He thought the fact that he had been brought here made this fight hopeless. Nagyun's presence can't help but cause confusion among both students and knights. Therefore, he had only two options. The first to portray complete loyalty to Raurun's band. The second to completely abandon his purpose and join the knights. Whichever way Nagyun chooses, it puts the knights in a quandary. That was checkmate on Raurun's part. How can Nagyun feign loyalty to his descendants but still play into the hands of the knights? There was no such method. All Nagyun had to do was wait for an unforeseen turn of events. Looking at Callan, Fidoran said he was sure it was her. Quarren turned and asked what he was talking about. The silence was broken by none other than Mioran. He asked Fidorans if he was the man who had taken Naryun's life. Realizing that he was about the skeleton, Fidoran said yes and added that that was why they had better let the others go, since he could handle them alone. Watching him, Rudica wondered what he was doing, and Fidorans asked his enemies if they too were not cornered. Frowning his eyebrows, Mioran said how unfortunate it was that Fidorans showed his vulnerability. And then Mioran added that this wrong decision by Fidorans would lead to the deaths of those young men. When Fidorans turned to the students to say something, it was too late. Asadun jumped on Mui's. After such an attack, Mu's body landed on the ground. The knights look on in horror at all this. Fidorans shouted about how they could attack the weak, and it was better they didn't touch them. But Mioran said he was distracted, and it was better not to be. And then Mioran attacked Fidorans. The impact sent him flying high into the sky. Watching from the sidelines, Callan said it looked like they'd be better off staying out of it. When Fidorans rose, Mioran snapped his fingers and said he admired his courage. Even at a time like this, he never let go of his sword. However, Mioran realized that Fidorans wasn't skilled enough to take Naryun's life, so once again he asked who did it. Fidoran's mouth was bleeding. Clenching his teeth, he repeated that it was him. Putting his palm to his mouth, Mioran said he could see he was loyal, and he values that quality. Loyalty. That's why he knows how to win. He said another form of devotion needed to be weighed on the scales. The next person Asadun attacked was Yulnia. He realized she was using the galactic arts, and said he was surprised that the fugitive's techniques still existed. Apparently Rudica wanted to protect her student, but instead she got hit too, and blood spurted from her mouth. She managed to grab Asadun, and all the other students rushed to her aid. However, this was no problem for Asadun, and he scattered them all with ease. Nagyun clenched his teeth and realized that they would all die soon. Would it be right to just wait? Closing his eyes, Nagyun knew there was nothing he could do now unless something unforeseen happened. A beam of light appeared in the sky. Nagyan was surprised to see who was coming. Yulnya turned her head and saw Nuljin. Noticing him, Asadun asked him what was so eager to die. Nuljin attacked. Stretching out his arm, Asadun said that it was most likely due to the sudden change in terrain, and for sure Nuljin took more damage. Continuing to keep his hand in the ground, Nuljin raised his head and said it didn't matter because he didn't expect to win. Looking at him, Asadun said that this method would not work a second time. Lying on the ground, Duran looked at Moose's body in horror. Rujian was crying. Duran whispered that enough was enough and she had to stop. She tried to break the ropes that bound her, but it didn't work. Someone came up to her. Looking up, she saw Kaijan with a sword, saying she would have to keep her promise and she would watch helplessly as they died. Looking at Raorun's allies, Nagyon thought they had more than enough men. Wouldn't it be better for them to join in and leave quickly? After all, their actions just prolonged the conflict and wasn't the goal to destroy the knights. It felt like a strange atmosphere. I wonder if they're waiting for something. But what exactly? And if Nagyun is their comrade, why didn't they tell him? Looking around the area, Nagyun met Rujian's gaze. He knew that expression conveyed disappointment. The look on her face told me why you were standing there. You really are a traitor. It's just like last time. Raorun was watching Nagyon. That's why he knows he can't do anything yet. Maybe it's a trick to test him. Quarren stood next to Rujian and shouted that Najin was a piece of shit, and he should be ashamed of himself. She continued to shout that even though everyone thought he was a smug jerk, Jirun had always had a high opinion of him. When Nagyan heard that, he immediately thought it meant she was. She's gone. He remembered them sitting around the campfire together. He hoped she was injured and just couldn't join the fight. After the news that Jirun was gone, Nagyan finally made a decision. Tears came to his eyes. He thought that maybe it was for the best, because if she were alive, she would have met the worst end here. He decided to confirm his comrade's suspicions. He thought he had no choice because he sensed something else was coming. Watching Fedorans fight Miran, Nagyon thought that this way he would stop it and save everyone. While Myoran was fighting the wolf, he realized that Fedorance was incredibly straightforward and not trying to use subterfuge. He's the kind of guy who feels more anguish seeing one of his loved ones get a scratch than losing a limb. And Myoran decided that if he focused on that trait, he might get a backlash. He hoped that Asadun wouldn't have time to kill everyone. On one of the hills stood Hinsher watching what was happening in the forest. Frowning her eyebrows, she pondered whether this was the right place when suddenly behind her back someone said, "I've finally found you, dark red Hinsher Hippo." Turning around, she saw Varen. His black cloak fluttered in the wind. Saying she was busy, Hinsher turned away. Varen, however, pointed the Naringin at her. Holding his spear in his hand, Varen said he didn't come here to play games. Seeing Fadi rise from the ground, Solva shouted, asking if she was okay. Holding her hand to her head, Fadi said it was a temporary respite and then immediately asked where Varan was. She asked not to say that they were all, but Tanshirine didn't let her finish saying no way there was no fight. Solvaz lowered her head and said she couldn't understand Gius and left without finishing her sentence. Tammin looked questioningly at Fadi. The dragon was silent. Fadi lowered her eyes and said sadly that she realized what had happened. It was all about Gius. He'd decided to go it alone again. Turning back to Fadi again, Solva spoke up. Does Gius not care what happens to her, and she doesn't understand why he should have taken Varen's side? Without raising her head, Fadi told Solvas not to worry too much because it's Gius. Grabbing her bicep, Fadi cheerfully said she'd have to teach Gius a lesson since he'd upset their cutie, and Solvas shouted if she could do it. Something rattled, and everyone turned around at the sound. A black shadow came out of the forest, asking why they were all so serious. Laughing, the man said they looked like they had seen a ghost. The fight between Asadun and Nuljin continued. Asadun used dragon martial arts, and his opponent used galactic martial arts. Seeing Nuljin after his attack, Asadun said he couldn't believe he was unharmed. Apparently, he underestimated his opponent. Watching from the sidelines, Nagyun realized that it wasn't really like that. Nuljin had already exceeded his limit. Nuljan's hold on Nagyon won't help, and if he interferes, it won't make much difference. But Nagyon was the only one who could do something. He must figure out how to change the course of events. First clenching his fist and then relaxing his palm, Nagyon thought they were finished. Nothing came to mind, and he mentally apologized to Nuljin. Raurun was watching Nagyon. Suddenly something rattled and everyone looked around for the source of the sound. Looking up, Nagyon saw sitting on a hill snapping his fingers at the youngest great mage Ragia. Noticing the look in Nagyon's eyes, he said he never gets it right the first time. Raising their heads and noticing him, the knights were surprised by the presence of the white raven. He snapped his fingers again and then exclaimed that he had succeeded. A red dog knight appeared behind Mioran. The general extended 2 fingers and a flame trail ran to her, but she was able to dodge it. Looking up at Ragia, Mioran saw that there were other knights on the hill with him. Waving her fist threateningly, Solvas shouted for her enemies to freeze and asked who dared to attack their men. Behind Asadun stood Artan behind Mioran. A girl knight with white long hair also appeared. The moment to make a difference came for Nagyon. He shouted to his new comrades to be careful because the newly arrived men are all knights. Turning around, the generals listened to Nagyon say that defeating so many knights would not be easy, but it was possible if they acted on his strategy. Nagyon continued shouting that he knows it's possible since he knows all the strengths and weaknesses of the knights as well as their advantages. Solvas was furious and clenched her fist, saying that Nagyon was petty. Hassan, who was standing next to her, remained silent. When Mioran turned to Hagen, he told him it was true. It was important to Nagyon what would happen next. He had to come up with a solid strategy to turn the tide. Looking down at Raurun, Ragia caught his gaze, and the dragon descendant smiled at him. When Ragia found Fadi's squad, he told them what was going on and said they needed to rescue the second special squad. He said that the longer they delayed, the greater the chance that the unit would be destroyed. Staring at him blankly, Fadi listened as he said that if they didn't get there, the order of knights as they knew it might fall into chaos. Noticing the look in Ragia and Raurun's eyes, Fadi remembered telling Gius that it might be a white raven. Then Gius didn't understand her, and she explained that if there was a traitor among them, it might be Ragia helping the dragon descendants. Closing his eyes, Gius said it probably wasn't him, but Fadi had said that Ragia was a prime example of someone who was annoyed by class knights. Fadi disagreed. She said that, moreover, Ragia was constantly trying to do anything to disobey orders. But Gius said that's why it wasn't him. He said people with a temper like his can't stand it when someone crosses them. Standing up, Ragia thought to thwart those brazen enough to get ahead of him in accomplishing his goal. Looking at the generals, Nagyon thought they had a good formation. Asadun is too unpredictable, so you can't put him in the vanguard. Looking at Ragia, Nagyon wondered whose ally he was, the knights or the dragon descendants. But it didn't matter now. We had to make sure it was a stalemate. If the generals start losing, Nagyon will devise a more reliable strategy. Assuming everyone remembered his orders, Ragia told the knights to begin. Fadian and Hassan had to evacuate the injured students, because having people with injuries around would only get in the way. The rest of us will have to fight as hard as we can. Seeing this, Nagyon shouted for the generals to start. He thought it would be best to reduce the numbers of the enemy, while some of them were occupied with the wounded. Hurrying the students, Fadi shouted that they should leave the battlefield so as not to interfere with the knights fighting. Martha asked what they should do with the prisoner since they couldn't save her. Running up to the student, Fadi yelled for her to leave because she would take care of Darin herself. As the students were leaving, Rugian turned around to look at Najin, but Tar hurried her to keep going. Glancing in the wake of the students who were fleeing, Raurun ordered Callan and Raymond to advance. At this time, Hagen was attacking Tanshirin and Solvas. His attacks made the trees break into pieces and fly upwards. 3 generals and 3 dragon descendants against 6 knights. Nagyon shouted to Asadun to move back. Ragia watched from the hill. He realized it was a trap, and Asadun didn't want to be surrounded. Ragia ordered Artan to concentrate on Hagen. For Fadi, the order was to corner Hagen. She yelled back that she would try. Noticing that Heijin was being surrounded quietly, Nagyun ordered Mioran to get rid of the knight with the huge sword. Applying a palm strike attack, Mioran sent Fedoran's flying with one hand. The wolf landed behind Fadi and she asked how he was. Fedoran's replied by shouting that he was fine. The battle space was broken. Surrounding the generals became more difficult. Looking at Nagyon, Ragia thought it didn't look like he was going to win. Looking around at all the men, Nagyun wondered if there weren't 6 knights. In that case, there was one more missing. But Hanarin was already running to attack Nagyon. But Nagyon was covered by Asadun, and Hanarin ran past. Asadun said that this attack was meant for him, and apparently he is a big pain in the ass for the knights. Nagyon's not helping with his backwards and forwards advice. Asadun wanted Nagyon to order him to take someone's life, and he'd do it right away. However, Nagyun decided to wait until one side had suffered serious damage. Then he would deal with the descendants and the demon's purpose. There was also a dragon standing on the hill. Ragia turned to see a flash in the sky, and Fadi screamed that it was a child. Without finishing listening, Ragia said they didn't have time right now and pointed his finger saying they had a new target now. His finger pointed at the enemy commander Najin. Ragia felt they had little time if they didn't deal with the young man. Fortunately, both sides were about equally balanced, and that's probably because the generals did what Nagyon asked. What bothered Nagyon a bit was how the generals followed his instructions. Why would they trust the instructions of a man like him? And the most suspicious of all was Raurun. He was the only one who hadn't done anything yet. What he's waiting for. What he's waiting for. Maybe Nagyon is missing something. Remembering Ragia's words that if you don't get rid of Najin, you'll all lose, Nagyun thought about who you are. Looking down, Ragia said he had high hopes for Nagyon when he found out he had blocked the knight's attack. Perhaps he had relied on him too much. Down below, Phi was yelling for Ragia to stop and listen, but Raven ordered Arton to start. Seeing his opponent, Nagyun wondered if he wasn't going to hand him over to the knights. As Arton drew his sword between him and Nagyon, Raurun stepped in, fending off the knight's attack. On the other side, a white-haired girl who had also come from the capital came at Raurun. Nagyon frowned his eyebrows and couldn't believe his eyes. Raurun stood behind him to protect him. Watching the fight, Ragia analyzed everything he didn't feel like pushing Hanarin. Walking up to Fadi, Solvas yelled that she couldn't believe that Nagyon could be a traitor. She thought Ragia was trying to get rid of him too quickly. When Solva said she wouldn't follow orders from anyone but her own, Tanshirin said she agreed with her. Hearing their conversation, Fedorans shouted that this is not the place or time because they are already hard to beat even when they work as a team. Turning back to him, Fadi asked them what now and orders not to follow. The white-haired girl fending off the attacks shouted, asking what they were doing. She thought their attention should be focused on the enemy in front of them. Divergence. Knights and generals are fundamentally different from each other. Each knight's strong sense of justice prevents them from uniting, whether it was a setup or not. However, Nagyun thought there was no way it could be possible. Sighing, Ragia lowered his head and said that the knights are dumbed down, and that's why they can't win. They don't understand what's really important. However, Ragia thought that all was not lost. Nagyon, who was watching Ragia closely, saw where he was looking. A black silhouette floated in the sky. Nagyon realized that it was actually the demon's abilities. Waving the fan, the demon thought it would be a good idea to reduce the number of knights. Ragia had to ask Hanarin to work harder. Already attacking the demon, Hanarin said whatever you want for Ragia. Eventually, Asadun decided it was time to stop following orders and restore order. Rega shouted for the knights to assemble. Is this what they call honor and justice? But Demon and General Hagen were unaware of the event horizon, and Raurun thought he was all spent, and so he began to act in earnest. For Nagyon, it was the power that could change everything. He thought the giraffe was definitely going to show up, or he would show up later. Behind Nagyon's back, something flew up into the sky. It left behind a bright light, as if it were a comet. And then that blue beam struck right in the middle of the battlefield. Everyone in the middle of the battlefield was blinded by the bright light. Squinting because he couldn't see anything from behind the column of dust, Nagyan thought maybe he was here. When the dust cleared, everyone saw who was standing in the center. It was Hinsher. She looked sternly at those around her holding her sword. When Ragia saw her, he thought it was all over. Nagyun didn't realize it was her right away. He realized later that it was the hero. With a hum, Hinsher said that she seemed to have arrived at the right place. Seeing Rauren's reaction, and then remembering the words first Kun and then Behemoth, Nagyun realized that she was the one they had been waiting for. Solva stood open-mouthed in surprise, and Hassan shouted for Hinsher to run because they were generals. Fadi frowned her eyebrows, thinking that this woman was a symbol of the knights, and her death would hit them very hard. She remembered that Varen had tried to stop Hinsher. Moving from her seat, Fadi shouted for everyone to protect Hinsher and Solvas, and Fedorans ran after her at the generals. And Rauren told the generals to take care of Hinsher. Fadi said that if they massacre the generals on their side, the descendants will do nothing to Hinsher. At first, Ragia was silent and then said, "Didn't the knights already realize that this was the end for them?" Dropping his sword, Rauren went up to her and said that he had been waiting for her, and then he sat down on one knee and bowed his head. He said he didn't want to fight her and didn't care what she did to him, he only asked that she listen to him. Hinsher immediately realized that he would not resist because she possessed a gaze capable of reading anyone. That's why Hinsher won't fight Rauren, because that's what it means to be an honorable knight. The moment Rauren got down on one knee in front of Hinsher, Nagyun realized what those words meant. It was Darren who was the witness, or rather proof, of the brutal massacre of the descendants. It didn't matter whether the massacre was justified, it was the fact that such an event took place that mattered. She embodies the very essence of a true knight, fairer than anyone and nobler than any knight. Her name is Hinsher. The reason why Nayon was accepted as a comrade and the generals quietly obeyed his orders was to prevent an unforeseen situation. Nagyon's very existence was causing division among the knights. Looking at Rauren, Hinsher said that he was the one who had brought her here. Rauren said she felt she was the only one who could resolve the matter. The knights have forfeited their honor for not repenting of the massacre, and also persecuting them is direct proof. Rauren raised his head and asked if Hinsher still believed that knights were noble. Looking around at all the knights present, Hinsher squeezed her eyes shut and said she knew Rauren wasn't making it up. The situation didn't look good for Nagyon. He thought that neither Hinsher nor the knights would be able to control the situation. Thinking he had no choice, and that he had to do it, Nagyon squeezed the naringin. The blade cut his hand and blood dripped to the ground. He flew into the air and everyone looked at him questioningly. When he reached the level of the hill where Ragia and the dragon stood, Nagyon turned his head. Looking at Camelsia, he said his name, but the dragon extended his hand and asked how Nagyon dared betray his trust and trying to break his promise. The dragon's eyes lit up with a blue light. He used his powers, saying that in that case, only retribution awaited Nagyon. The dragon attacked Nagyon, and his hand went through the young man's chest. Glancing at the sheet, the girl read out the names of the knights, Ragia Hanarin, Darangius Varon, and Hinsher. She thought, how could they all suddenly disappear? She looked at Rugian and asked, she doesn't know anything specific because they backed off, and Rugian nodded. Folding her arms, Kamena said that Rugian could go. The green buffalo dauphin stood beside her. When Rugian closed the door, Kamena looked up and said she couldn't understand anything 6 knights were missing, among which 4 were free. There was also a heroine of knights among them. With so many knights among the generals, there should be casualties. How could they have disappeared without a trace? Tapping her hand on the table, Kamena thought the returning knights were silent. Just when she thought someone might start talking, she was told. Fidoran said he can't say what happened so hastily because he doesn't know what happened. Thinking back on the conversation, Kamena wondered where the indecision came from. Or maybe it was fear. Looking at her, Daphne suggested that maybe something had happened to Hinsher, but Kamena didn't let her finish saying she could jinx it. Turning away, Dauphin asked what they were going to do with the students. Kamina thought about it, but didn't say anything. Standing in front of her comrades, Rudica announced that the 2nd Special Unit had been disbanded, and they would all be going home. Outraged, Fitterins recalled that they had been told that apprentices would be moved to an apprentice organization. Fadi, who was sitting next to her, said she didn't know anything about it. Fitterins asked her if she thought the apprentices would continue to strive to become knights. In fact, Fadi thought it was better for the students to leave while they were still in one piece. The 2nd Special Unit failed. Seeing his friend, Raojun said he was glad to see her. She looks better now. The other students also saw Rujin, and Martha asked if it was true that Najin had died. Martha thought he couldn't have. However, Rujin said that she had seen it all with her own eyes. The students were horrified. Looking down at the ground, Rujin quietly said with sadness in her voice that she had seen Najin get punched through the stomach. Nagyon's very presence divided the knights and confused the cause they fought for. With Hinsher in place, all that remained was the fall of the knights. Exhaling steam, Ragia said that he had never expected Nagyun to die at this very moment. That life alone was able to neutralize the situation somewhat. It was a clean move. However, Rujian raised her head and said that she didn't think Najin had really died. She said they had all seen what Najin was capable of. Vadrin shouted happily that it was no reason for him to do so, even when they thought it was impossible and were faced with a do-or-die moment. Najin did everything and kept fighting. He had achieved everything he wanted to achieve. Turning her back to everyone, Rujin said that he was a terrific guy, and though she hated to admit it, he was. That's why she thinks his death and betrayal must be to please Najin. Snow was falling on Ragia's hair. He kept saying it was only a matter of time and times were changing. History always repeats itself. The age of barbarism was replaced by the age of romance, followed by an era of stability. What mattered now was what would follow. That could be one outcome. Either they sink into destruction, or they will enter an age of glory. Approaching the man in the robe, Ragia asked what he thought worthy of the knights of the beginning of the glorious era. Geus walked across the swamp to Raurun. The problem wasn't solved, it was just sidelined. It was snowing. Raurun turned to look at Geus. It would all come to a head, and when it did, it would be a tragedy. At this moment, the knights are like smoldering embers that are extinguished by the breeze. The situation was desperate. The dark red Hinsher Hippo, the slaying of the dragon's descendants. Witness. The elements converged, changing the course of the battle in favor of the dragon descendants. What began as a defense against invaders of another continent turned into a cover-up of a shameful massacre. The knights didn't notice anything, but that didn't matter. All that mattered was that Hinsher saw it that way. A heroine turning her back on the knights would mark the downfall of the order. That's what Crow meant by losing. That's how he thought the situation should have ended. Smiling at Nagyon, Ragia said his opinion of him had changed. He couldn't even think that the boy would choose to die there. Standing amidst the snow-capped mountains, Ragia wondered if Nagyun was being a bit reckless. What he planned to do next. If it wasn't for Ragia, Nagyun really could have died there, and he was lucky to be pulled out in time. However, Nagyun said he read the look on his face. He guessed Ragia would, considering how badly he wanted the situation resolved. Looking at the mage, Nagyon asked if they were done with their questions, or if there was something else Ragia wanted to ask about. Smiling, Ragia said that he really grasped everything on the fly. Turning away, the mage reminded Nagyon that he had talked about wanting to know what happened next. And looking back at his interlocutor, Ragia said that Hinsher had been attacked. Instantly angry, Nagyon angrily asked what that meant. But Ragia reassured him that it wasn't what he thought. The one who attacked her was Varen. Now things were about to get interesting. After several exchanges of blows, the knights overpowered Varen. Hinsher disappeared along with the dragon's descendants. Listening to this story, Nagyon thought that the dragon descendants intended to tarnish the honor of the knights with this massacre. And it seems Hinsher has been instrumental in the Order's downfall. Both she and the Eastern continent served to destroy the Order of Knights. Squeezing the Naringan tighter, Nagyon thought they must be seeking revenge. Behind Nagyon stood the dragon. The young man wondered why he was smiling. He wondered why he was grinning. Raghia walked past Nagyon, pushing him with his shoulder. Nagyon asked where they were going. As they approached the tree where Hanarin was standing, Raghia said that they had already arrived, but Nagyon replied that they were in the middle of nowhere. Smiling, Raghia replied that he would give him a gift for preventing the chain of events. Turning to Nagyon, Raghia said that this would be a weapon that would match the strength of the knights. Half a year later, the capital of the central continent of Nizel. Vadrin looked away. Noticing his comrade's hesitation, Darrigan ran up and asked if he was thinking of Rugian, but Vadrin shouted that he was not. Turning away from him, Vadrin said he was just curious to see how they were doing. Thinking, wasn't that the same thing Darrigan said out loud, that Vadrin was right anyway, and it looked like the Udion boys didn't have as much fervor as they thought they did. Everyone who lived in Udion after what happened reported that they were returning home. Looking back at them, Vadrin said he didn't think they had actually given up. Calling out to Darrigan and Vadrin, Quarren said that they would be in big trouble if they left today. Darrigan sighed and called his friend to come with him. It's been over 6 months, over half a year since the dragon descendants and generals crossed the border, causing chaos. The people of Parliament standing around the fire bowl were talking about how the unknown masked men were active again. They asked what the knights were up to. Dalchan stood in front of them and said that the knights were doing their best. He added that the situation would be resolved soon and they could take it easy. His parliamentary interlocutor asked how he could not be worried, since it is not for the knights that the battle is fought in the first place. And Dalchan replied that it was just an excuse because the Eastern continent would find any reason. It's important that they focus on strategy. However, the man was not going to calm down and said that their universally respected Hinsher was also missing, or maybe she was, and he raised his hand up, hinting to them. The second man from Parliament asked what strategy Dalchan was proposing. He asked if it was time for the knights to act and show all their capabilities. Because the symbol of the Insher is powerful and enduring, Parliament decided it would be better not to mention it for the time being. A man came into the conversation and said they would show them. Show them why knights are really knights. The sun was going down. Raghia caught a paper airplane with a message in it. He unfolded it and read the contents. Upon reaching the end, Raghia groaned and said it was going to be a problem. The Emperor's shield and the strongest knight in all time, Candentia, becomes the Emperor's spear. Dalchan came up to Candentia and she cheerfully asked if he had come to see her off. She asked if he would miss her while she was gone. Closing his eyes, Dalchan told her not to say such things, because people would misunderstand. But Candentia asked him that there is no conscience at all, for even Daran would have understood correctly. When Candentia asked what he wanted to talk about, Dalchan asked her to be careful, saying that he sensed something wrong. Smiling, Candentia said she couldn't believe Dalchan was worried about her. Poking him in the chest with her elbow, Candentia cheerfully told him to worry about himself, but Dalchan nonchalantly replied that he wasn't the one going there. Turning away, Candentia asked if he was seriously worried about her and thought it was impertinent, and then added that she was leaving. As Candentia sped away, Dalchan was buffeted by the wind, and he looked at her, thinking that he hoped everything would be all right. Laying her head on Raghia's shoulder, Hanarin heard his heart beating and asked what was wrong. And Raghia replied that Candentia had left her post as Night Guardian. Holding his palm out in front of him, Raghia threw out the letter, and Hanarin raised her hand to catch it and asked if that wasn't good, and he said it was terrible. Raghia said that maybe there was no way out, and all they can do is hold their fists up for their masked friend. When the mage said he was giving the weapon to him, Nagyon asked what would happen if he refused. Looking at Raghia, Nagyon said he knew it wasn't a gift, even though the mage said otherwise. He knew that Raghia wanted something from him. In his mind, Nagyon asked Dragon to signal him if the mage lied, like a cough. Covering his mouth with his hand, Camellia pretended to choke. Continuing to smile, Raghia said he was very straightforward, and it was good to be wary. For Raghia, it was very simple, and he told Nagyon that he was using him, and Ragia was using Nagyon. However, at the moment, Nagyon was no match for Ragia's goals, and he hoped he understood that given their similarities. Realizing that since the dragon isn't giving him any signals, it means it's not a lie or a trap, and overall the mage isn't asking for much. Nagyon has already realized that he can't do anything on his own, and he definitely needs someone to overcome his weakness. Noticing Nagyon's reaction, Ragia said he would do anything, but he had one condition. Looking at the mage, Nagyon thought he knew that, but Ragia asked him to listen, saying it was no big deal. He said they would play catch-up, and Hanarin came forward. Smiling, the mage said that any violence was within the rules, and if Nagyon could touch her, then the condition was fulfilled. Lowering his head, Nagyon sighed, thinking if this was the last opportunity for him. However, Nagyon decided that he should grab this chance even if he was desperate. And Nagyon ran toward Hanarin with his arm outstretched to grab her. When he was almost to her, Ragia realized that Nagyon was fast. Nagyon's movements may be slow, but his decisions are lightning fast. The stronger a person is, the more sensitive they become to deadly auras. Releasing a deadly aura of this level will cause a defensive reaction from the enemy. Nagyon uses this to create a loophole. When Nagyon was already a millimeter away from Hanarin's face, she closed her eyes and was behind him in an instant. Seeing her disappear, Nagyon turned around and thought how she did it. After all, it's more than just speed. Then how could he touch her? Deciding to try his luck again, Nagyon ran towards her but flew through her. Turning around immediately, he tried to touch Hanarin leaned over, and Nagyon flew over her again. Turning around again, Nagyon thought he knew it was impossible. It would take him several years, at least a lifetime. He didn't understand why Ragia would make him do something so pointless. Dragon watched all of this, wondering if they would have some sort of lunch. A gray-haired girl with a tattoo on her chest told her students that knights were invincible. She went on to say that even if they were not apprentices, they would become knights and could be injured or take their lives. With a thumbs up, the mentor said that dodging was the foundation of the basics. If they can't dodge, then protect themselves with weapons that aren't just for attacking. A ball like a soap bubble appeared above her finger, and the girl said that magic was a more dangerous weapon than a sword or a spear. Knights know little about it, and the unknown often leads to death. Such a weak attack can be far more powerful than the usual strong attack. As Turisan listened, he thought about the fact that magic classes didn't exist before. The Eastern continent doesn't use magic, but why do they study it, and who is the enemy? Standing in front of Hanarin, Nagyon asked if she was a knight, and maybe Ragia had decided to play a joke on him. Or maybe he seriously believes that Nagyon can do it. And Ragia replied that it was a previously agreed upon condition that Nagyon must fulfill to see if he was worthy of a weapon. Also, Ragia said he has absolute confidence in him if he is who Ragia thinks he is. Hearing Ragia say that a month is enough for him, Nagyon thought he was mocking him. Just in case, Nagyon decided to look at the dragon and he smiled back, so Nagyon realized that Ragia wasn't lying. Nagyon asked the mage if he allowed any violence, and if he was sure he wouldn't regret it. Ragia replied that he absolutely would not. Getting serious, Nagyon said he didn't need a month because he would do everything right now. There was a slight pause and suddenly Nagyon ran, but in a completely different direction. Nagyon looked back and saw Hanarin running after him. He knew she would. If a mage was sure of his victory, then there was a rule that allowed it. Even if Hanarin runs at the same speed as Nagyon, she should still keep her distance. Then Nagyon's plan should work. He stopped abruptly behind a large tree, and Hanarin slowed as well. She couldn't see him. Taking out the Naringen, Nagyon split the tree, and when Hanarin saw it, she wondered what he was doing. This attack is dangerous. When the Naringen blade almost touched her, Hanarin disappeared. The attack was strange and perhaps even critical, though it wouldn't have worked on her anyway. Again, Nagyon ran away from her and she went to catch up with him. When she caught up with him, she asked him to give up, because this attack would never work on her. Continuing to run, Nagyon said it was very interesting, and they would look at it some more. With great speed, Hanarin began to whirl around, looking out then from behind her shoulder, then in front of her face, saying he had no chance of touching her. Without looking back, Nagyun replied that she was definitely right about that because he couldn't even see her. Making a circle, Nagyon approached the mage and the dragon. He shouted the name Camellia, and the dragon began to use his abilities. However, Hanarin said that the dragon's powers wouldn't work on her because he couldn't even see her. Pointing a finger at Ragya, Nagyun said that he was right about the resemblance, but he wondered if it applied to her master. The dragon attacked Ragya and blocked him so he couldn't move, and Nagyon lunged at the mage with a naringan. Hanarin watched from the sidelines. When the blade was about to touch, Ragya Hanarin ran to save him, and noticing this, Nagyon asked if he had already won.